His name is Jiang Si, age unknown, time of death unknown. All that's remembered is the first day after the apocalypse broke out. With no time to escape, he became one of the zombies. After that, he wandered around with his kind, until one day, a human-emitting blue light appeared. The zombie army was defeated from then on. Some zombies were even enslaved by humans. Jiang Si didn't understand why zombies had to eat humans, nor did he understand why humans wanted to eliminate zombies. But he knew that to survive, he had to become stronger. From that day forward, Jiang Si began living a disciplined life, sometimes swimming around the earth several times a day, sometimes completing multiple workout goals in a row. He even treated protein powder as food, and continued training at home even at night. Just like that, Jiang Si grew stronger. Yet despite all this, he still only wanted to befriend humans. To achieve this dream, he once rescued human children from a fire, caught a falling plane with his bare hands. When facing an oncoming train, a single punch was all he needed to stop it. To better coexist with humans, he gathered all zombies in an abandoned city, and required them to eat eggs daily. But on this particular day, while Jiang Si was buying eggs at the supermarket, he discovered his subordinate had made the wanted list again. Meanwhile, two reporters were secretly filming nearby. They didn't believe Jiang Si could lift an airplane with his bare hands, but the next second, they were stunned by what they witnessed. Jiang Si lifted a truck weighing dozens of tons. Then, with a single jump from the ground, he carried the truck through the atmosphere and around half the globe, finally arriving at his territory. The zombies watching this scene were ecstatic, but two zombie children nearby asked why he didn't just drive the truck over. "Actually, I don't have a driver's license," Jiang Si said embarrassedly. Then he headed to his subordinate's gathering place. At this moment, various zombie bosses inside were getting impatient. But when Jiang Si opened the door, all his minions quickly lined up in two rows to greet him. Jiang Si pulled out the wanted poster and slapped it on Agu's body. "Agu, what's this about? How did you get wanted by humans again?" Agu broke into a cold sweat and tremblingly explained that he couldn't control himself when encountering humans. Blackie chimed in, "Even though our zombie territory keeps expanding, we've had to change capitals several times to avoid humans." Varmint added, "My chainsaw is about to rust from lack of use," just as Jiang Si was about to educate them about humanity's terrifying nature. Suddenly, thunderous roars echoed from the sky. Human fighter jets had somehow appeared overhead. Inside the aircraft stood a heroic-looking woman. The commander on the plane was studying the screen data, deep in thought. Two subordinates reported that everything was ready, and they could act at any time. The girl turned her head slightly and asked, "Where's the thing?" The aircraft was already loaded with a heavy missile. "Come on, disgusting zombies. In 20 minutes, I'll level this place." Meanwhile, Jiang Si below sensed the crisis. Varmint's eyes flashed as he clamored to charge up and fight them. But Jiang Si stopped him. "No, you'll lose control when you get near humans. Take the citizens and evacuate first. As for those humans, let me handle them." Before long, several armed trucks slowly entered the area. Their mission was to search for survivors on the ground. Just then, the aircraft's cabin door suddenly opened. A white-haired young man, fully armed, stood in the middle. Facing the zombie hordes below, he showed no panic. He even boasted about taking out all the bosses here. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man in a white shirt stared at the screen ahead. "Brother Fei, that seems to be someone from the Abnormal Human Academy." Hearing this, the man's lips curved into a smile. "Then let's play along with them." After speaking, he pressed a red button. The next second, an iron cage full of humans dropped from the sky. It slowly landed in the middle of the zombie horde. At the same time, the rescue team received distress calls from humans. They began advancing with suppressive fire. But just then, a red-haired girl suddenly shouted, "Why won't that zombie die?" Looking in the direction she pointed, they saw two zombie children huddled together, trembling. Standing in front of them was none other than Jiang Si. Suddenly, a blonde man raised a rocket launcher and aimed. With a bang, the rocket shot toward Jiang Si at incredible speed. In an instant, he was engulfed by violent explosions and flames. However, someone reminded the blonde man, "Bro, I think we hit the wrong person. That zombie mask guy seems to be a recently emerged abnormal human." The blonde man looked completely bewildered. But as the white smoke gradually cleared, Jiang Si stood there unharmed, scratching his head. At this moment, a sniper on the aircraft suddenly spotted zombie traces, so he ordered Marshall to intercept. Following his command, Marshall immediately jumped from the 100-meter-high aircraft. A few minutes earlier, when the rescue team began evacuating survivors, Brother Fei saw that civilians were about to be rescued, so he executed his second plan, preparing for something more exciting. The man with glasses performed some operations. A certain zombie in the horde suddenly underwent a terrifying mutation. In no time, it had transformed into a horrifying appearance. This change also caught the attention of distant zombies. Just then, the blonde man rushed over at incredible speed. Jiang Si was hoisted onto the blonde man's shoulder and carried rapidly toward the rear. He threw Jiang Si directly into an armored vehicle, then shouted at the driver to hurry up and drive. Thus, the zombie leader was successfully rescued. On the road, the girl asked him why he always wore a zombie mask. Jiang Si felt awkward and didn't know how to respond. Meanwhile, the other side of the rescue team began encountering trouble. The mutated zombie lifted a bus, then hurled it toward them with great force. Fortunately, Marshall appeared just in time. With a single slash, he cut the bus in half. Everyone cheered at this sight. Marshall told them to take the civilians and go first, leaving the rest to him. At this moment, the zombie let out a heart-wrenching roar. Marshall seemed to see that it was in great pain. Then, as the zombie lunged forward, Marshall drew his sword. It was just a simple crossing motion. The zombie's surface split open with countless cracks. Then with a bang, it shattered into countless pieces. However, just as he thought he could finish work early, suddenly footsteps interrupted his thoughts. Marshall immediately immediately looked toward the sound. It turned out Jiang Si had somehow appeared beside the zombie. Sorry, I was still a step too late. Hearing this, Marshall immediately classified him as being on the zombie side. He raised his blade and slashed at Jiang Si, but the next second, he found himself stripped and hanging from a pole. Meanwhile, the short-haired woman on the plane also noticed something amiss. Not good. Marshall's vital signs are dropping rapidly. The commander was also stunned hearing this. Marshall had actually been defeated. Damn it, the civilians haven't all evacuated yet. We can't use missile strikes. Then she moved slightly. The next second, she teleported below the aircraft. Just as Jiang Si was looking confused, a rapidly moving figure appeared in the air. It was the mission commander, who quickly drew the sword from her waist, then delivered a white blade slash to Jiang Si. But the next second, that invincible blade shattered with a sound. The commander looked incredulous at this sight. Meanwhile, Jiang Si looked completely baffled. The girl's eyes trembled slightly. What kind of thing was this? She quickly jumped back to create distance. Jiang Si felt awkward seeing the girl who suddenly appeared. He hurriedly explained, "About what just happened, I already apologized." Hearing a zombie actually speak, the girl was also stunned, but a zombie was still a zombie. The girl immediately drew her second blade. "Let me see what you're capable of." Jiang Si was speechless at this moment. "I say, can't you humans just listen to me speak properly?" As his words fell, the girl was already charging at him with her blade. However, the girl missed with this strike. She hadn't expected her proud speed to fail. Then came a 360-degree spin, using her strongest finishing move. In an instant, everything, swept by the red light, was cut in half. Even the buildings on both sides couldn't escape. But under such a deadly technique, Jiang Si simply bent down to avoid it. "Damn it, how dare you provoke me like this? Today I'll definitely finish you off with my own hands." Meanwhile, the surrounding survivors had almost completely evacuated. Even Marshall, who had been knocked out by Jiang Si, got into a vehicle. The assistant on the aircraft urged the commander to retreat, but she was too engaged in her fierce battle with Jiang Si to pay attention. At this moment, Jiang Si was also quite helpless. This woman just wouldn't stop. It was because she couldn't even touch the hem of Jiang Si's clothes that the girl was now in a near-frenzied state. In just a few moments, the human and zombie had nearly swept across half the city. Seeing she couldn't catch up to Jiang Si, the girl immediately activated her second form. Her calves suddenly emitted a large burst of white steam. Once charging was complete, she shot out like a sword the next second. In a flash, she appeared behind Jiang Si, then unleashed her strongest finishing move. In just moments, both landed simultaneously. "This is what you get for provoking me." The commander thought she had defeated Jiang Si and was contacting her subordinates on the fighter when the mysterious force began causing trouble again. They had actually planted a mole on the commander's side. Just as everyone was celebrating their successful rescue, the mole on the aircraft suddenly opened the missile launcher, then pressed the button without hesitation. The next second, a heavy missile fell from the fighter. The mole in the cabin had already been restrained by two others. But after they reported this news, everyone showed fearful expressions, watching the missile plummet rapidly. Now the commander began to panic too. She quickly opened the ejector and jumped back to the aircraft. But the next second she froze in place. Fighting with Jiang Si had actually drained all her energy. Just as the commander didn't know what to do, Jiang Si suddenly flashed over to her. Before she could react, Jiang Si grabbed her and spun her around on the ground. The next second, the commander was thrown into the sky. She landed precisely on her aircraft. After quite a while, she finally came to her senses. Suddenly she thought in horror that zombie was still alive. At this moment, the missile was less than 1,000 meters from the ground, but Jiang Si showed no intention of dodging. He lifted his foot and kicked off. The next second, the ground began cracking with him at the center. Jiang Si shot toward the sky like a sword. For the sake of his citizens, he resolutely faced the missile. Just as he was about to make contact with the missile, Jiang Si extended his 5 fingers and clenched them. With a bang, he actually crushed the missile's warhead. Everyone watching showed expressions of disbelief. But the next second, a thunderous roar instantly pierced heaven and earth. As a huge mushroom cloud rose up, Jiang Si completely disappeared into the flames. After an unknown amount of time, when the flames slowly died down in the ruins, the commander on the aircraft suddenly showed a horrified expression because they saw a figure falling from the sky. Jiang Si raised his hand to scratch his head, thinking he'd have to spend money on new clothes again. The commander on the aircraft began feeling depressed. "Commander, what's wrong? Why are you becoming so dejected? You'd better not say anything. A commander who's fought zombies all her life was just saved by a zombie. Anyone would be unhappy about that." However, at this moment, another subordinate suddenly called out. "Commander, I think you've got it wrong," he said, approaching with Jiang Si's information. "This isn't a zombie. He's a recent abnormal human who likes wearing zombie masks." Hearing this, the girl's expression immediately darkened ominously. The next day, a disheveled figure came to the human city. Jiang Si quickly teleported to a phone booth. Only after learning his subordinates had safely evacuated did he feel relieved. He didn't know that all his actions in the city were being recorded by cameras. Just as he returned naked to his rental apartment, the commander on the other side discovered his whereabouts through surveillance. At this moment, Jiang Si also seemed to sense he was being watched. Looking at the naked Jiang Si, the commander's face was full of dark lines. This day, Jiang Si followed his usual disciplined workout routine. Thinking about how his subordinates were now forced to wander homeless, Jiang Si wondered if they had settled down properly. However, at this moment, his door was suddenly kicked open. The visitor was none other than the commander he had saved. As soon as she entered, she ordered her subordinates to start moving. Just as Jiang Si was still confused, the commander suddenly pulled out an admission notice. "We're from the Abnormal Human Academy. We're notifying you that you've been accepted. From now on, you're part of our academy." After speaking, she pointed at Jiang Si. Upon receiving orders, several men in suits immediately stepped forward. Jiang Si protested, "What are you trying to do? Can zombies even attend school?" But the commander insisted he was just a human wearing a zombie mask. Just like that, poor Jiang Si was reluctantly enrolled in the Abnormal Human Academy. At this time, the red-haired girl said, "Commander, it's not good for us to recruit people privately like this, and the academy dormitories are overcrowded now." After pondering the commander's words, she said, "Then let him live with me for now." Looking at the girl before him, Jiang Si was completely bewildered. Seeing the girl hadn't spoken for a long time, Jiang Si tentatively asked, "So I'll be living here from now on. And where do I sleep? What, is there a problem? Or do you want to sleep with me?" Hearing this, Jiang Si quickly waved his hands to indicate that wasn't what he meant, but actually he did have some small fantasies in his heart. However, the girl then told him, "You'll live in the room next door from now on." Hearing this, Jiang Si felt somewhat disappointed and said, You might have the wrong idea. I'm actually not human." Instead of answering, the girl began fiddling with her calf. Just as Jiang Si looked puzzled, the girl actually removed her own calf, then calmly explained, "I cut off these legs myself." When the girl was young, a zombie outbreak occurred in her village. Not only did her parents turn into zombies, but they also bit her calf. To survive, she had no choice but to cut off her own leg. She also personally killed her parents who had become zombies. It was at that moment the girl swore that whenever she encountered zombies, she'd kill every single one. Hearing this, Jiang Si quickly swallowed back the truth about being a zombie. At this moment, the girl looked at Jiang Si and asked, "What were you trying to say just now? You must have misheard. I didn't say anything." To ease the awkwardness, Jiang Si quickly changed the subject. "What's this Abnormal Human Academy you mentioned?" Instead of pursuing the previous topic, the girl began explaining the academy's history to Jiang Si. It turned out that over 1,000 years had passed since the zombie outbreak, and for humanity's better survival, the government created the Abnormal Human Academy, which specialized in training talent to deal with zombies. Hearing this, Jiang Si couldn't help but think of how he looked when he became a zombie. He hadn't realized he was already 1,000 years old. At this time, the girl spoke again. "Tomorrow is the academy's enrollment day. If you dare sneak away, I guarantee I'll be able to find out even the color of your underwear. Also, my name is Zi Ling. Tomorrow, Xiao Xiao, whom you'll meet, will take you to enroll." Hearing this, Jiang Si looked bewildered. "Xiao Xiao, do I know this human?" Jiang Si was so confused that he didn't even hear the girl next to him greeting him. This made Xiao Xiao anxious, and she immediately gave Jiang Si a thorough scolding. Then she angrily walked into the academy, saying there would be an assessment later. Seeing this, Jiang Si quickly jogged after her to ask, "Does this school require exams to get in?" It turned out the academy students were all special people. If you failed the assessment, the academy wouldn't accept you. Soon they arrived at the new student assessment area. The plaza was already filled with hundreds of people. The new students taking the assessment all looked bizarre and unusual because there were so many new students in the plaza. Xiao Xiao had to ride on Jiang Si's head to observe. At this time, Jiang Si curiously asked, "I lifted an airplane in front of humans before, so I don't need to take the assessment, right?" Lifting an airplane only counts as very ordinary supernatural ability, and the academy teachers don't even watch the news. Suddenly, a limping old man slowly walked toward the podium. "Hello everyone, I'm your examiner this time. I'm the sports club president, Chen Chen. The academy has hundreds of years of history, during which we've trained various talents. I hope you can train hard like your predecessors and become excellent students." But before he finished speaking, Jiang Si in the crowd suddenly asked, "President, what should we do if a zombie infiltrated the academy?" Of course it would be dismembered. Hearing this, Jiang Si immediately broke into a cold sweat. Next came the assessment time. The first assessment was a speed test, with the examiner's gunshot. The next second, students shot out like arrows. In just 3 seconds, they had run 2.5 laps. Meanwhile, Jiang Si was still on the track, looking bewildered. Soon came the second round. This assessment was shooting. Xiao Xiao coolly raised her gun. Several bullets were instantly fired. The next second, all the zombie heads on the targets were shot down. Jiang Si was dumbfounded seeing this scene. To avoid exposing himself as a zombie, Jiang Si could only act cautiously and keep a low profile. Every assessment result was just above the passing line. Others had to run 100 meters in under 8 seconds to pass. He ran it in exactly 7.95 seconds. Others had to throw shot put over 80 meters. He threw exactly 80.1 meters. Even so, all of Jiang Si's actions still caught the examiner's attention. Chen Chen looked at the data in his hands, deep in thought. This Jiang Si scored right at the passing line for all subjects, but Blade Club President Zi Ling said he was very strong. Could this person be hiding his true strength, or does he have some secret? Soon the next assessment arrived, this time testing students' javelin throwing. A red-haired youth powered up. The next second, the javelin shot out like an arrow. In just an instant, the javelin hit the lower body of the zombie target. Seeing the scene, Jiang Si felt a chill in his lower body. Looking at that javelin, it had now skewered 3 zombie targets together, yet its momentum remained undiminished. It finally lodged in a sign 27 kilometers away. Soon after the red-haired man finished his assessment, it was Jiang Si's turn. The redhead passed by with a disdainful look at Jiang Si, but Jiang Si didn't react much, stepping forward to pick up the javelin for a low-key assessment. But then, Chen Chen suddenly stopped his action. This operation immediately drew countless onlookers. Chen Chen approached and inquired, "You're the Jiang Si that Blade Club President Zi Ling recommended. She said you were very strong, but every test you take is right at the passing line. Are you hiding something? Everyone here is giving their all, yet you're deliberately concealing your abilities. Could it be that you're a zombie? Hearing this, Jiang Si quickly shook his hand, saying he was human. Chen spoke again. If your javelin can reach 4 kilometers, I'll acknowledge you as qualified. But if you can't reach it, I'll send you for punishment on espionage charges. Jiang Si was completely stunned. Since becoming a zombie, he had lived a life of hiding. For survival, he trained every day, because he didn't want to be captured by humans and turned into a perpetual motion machine. Jiang Si thought he'd throw as far as he could. He raised the javelin in his hand, as red light flashed in his eyes. The next second, powerful energy swept across the testing ground. In just an instant, the javelin had flown into space. With a bang, it pierced straight through a satellite. Even so, the javelin continued its relentless journey toward the moon. Meanwhile, all the students in the testing ground were swept away by Jiang Si's javelin throw. Seeing the ground cracked where Jiang Si stood, Chen's jaw dropped. Was this still human strength? What he didn't know was that at this moment, in the center of the moon, there was a hole that went straight through the entire moon. This operation directly shocked the examiner. Xiao excitedly ran to Jiang Si's side, praising how amazing he was. Jiang Si felt somewhat embarrassed, saying he just threw it casually. But what they didn't know was that at this moment, far in outer space in the galaxy, a massive meteorite was silently approaching Earth. Meanwhile, Jiang Si, the culprit, asked, "Now that I'm accepted, can I go home?" Xiao quickly recommended he start a club first. "You should know that as a club president, you have considerable power. Not only can you command an army, but you can also use nuclear weapons. The government would even hand over city management to the president. As for mayors and such, they're just subordinates to the president." But Jiang Si disagreed. After all, he had countless zombie residents under his command. Afterward, Xiao took him to the Biological Research Club. This was the Academy's logistics department, specializing in developing new equipment and weapons. Just then, Jiang Si suddenly noticed a photograph. It was a warm family photo of 4 people. Xiao immediately introduced, "This man with glasses is Dr. Jamie, former president of the Biological Research Club. But after his wife died, he became obsessed with illegal biological research using zombies and humans. Eventually, he was expelled from the academy and marked for elimination." At this time, a girl approached and asked, "Are you new students?" Jiang Si looked at her curiously. Xiao quickly told him the girl was an orphan previously adopted by Dr. Jamie, now the acting president. After speaking, she described her purpose for coming here to the girl. It turned out Xiao wanted equipment that could produce machine guns at any time, but the girl remained expressionless, instead looking at Jiang Si nearby. Jiang Si thought he didn't lack weapons, but after every battle, he ended up naked. So he felt it would be good to have clothes that wouldn't tear. Hearing these 2 people's requests, the girl looked speechless. Meanwhile, at the sword club, Marshall, who had previously fought Jiang Si, was kneeling in punishment. Before him stood a girl. Marshall said that person who defeated him was very powerful. He had just rushed up to the man. Then everything went black, and when he came to, he was hanging from a telephone pole. Hearing this, the girl immediately became interested. She put down the book in her hands, slowly leaning toward Marshall. "Tell me what that person's name is." This day, the teacher was explaining how to set traps to catch zombies. Meanwhile, Jiang Si kept his head down taking notes. Seeing this scene, Xiao couldn't help but lean over and ask what he was doing. Jiang Si replied without looking up that he wanted to go back and tell his family these knowledge points. Xiao looked completely confused hearing this. But then, the broadcast suddenly announced for all new students to gather at the sports field. Although Jiang Si and Xiao were puzzled, they still quickly arrived at the assembly point, just as they were eating ice cream while wondering what was happening. Zi Ling's sudden appearance made them both feel slightly reassured. This was a very important meeting. Meanwhile, on the other side, a tall, long-haired girl was staring intently at Jiang Si. Her name was Lan Qi, president of the Sword Club. She and Zi Ling from the Blade Club had always been competitors. So she came here today specifically to see just how skilled Jiang Si really is, the one Zi Ling recommended. Looking at Jiang Si's carefree demeanor, Lan Qi instructed her subordinates to find an opportunity to confront him later. At the same time, several mysterious figures suddenly appeared at the gymnasium entrance. The newcomers were none other than the leaders of all clubs, with the president of the Mechanical Life Society. Seeing the grand president enter, everyone bowed respectfully. Xiao noticed Jiang Si's confused expression. She quickly pressed his head down to bow to the grand president. At this moment, the grand president glanced at Lan Qi nearby and warned her not to cause trouble. Hearing this, Lan Qi had no choice but to give up, waving her hand to indicate she would leave immediately. But then her subordinate stepped forward, asking if they should just let Jiang Si go like this. Lan Qi glanced over with a smile, saying that compared to Jiang Si, the grand president was more important because she only respected the strong. At this time, the grand president approached Zi Ling, patted her shoulder, and said she had worked hard. Seeing this scene, Jiang Si couldn't help but ask Xiao who this grand president was. Xiao thought Jiang Si was jealous and began introducing the grand president's background. He was one of the last batch of people Dr. Jamie conducted biological research on, the only survivor among thousands of test subjects. After Dr. Jamie was wanted, he established the Mechanical Life Society. In the cities under his jurisdiction, no zombies had appeared for 10 years because any zombies that encountered him turned to ash. Hearing this, Jiang Si felt his scalp tingling. At this moment, the grand president began the meeting. It turned out that the traitor they caught last time had yet to speak. After hearing that an undercover agent had secretly pressed the launch button, Jiang Si angrily said, "So it was this guy who wanted to blow me up with a bomb." Xiao also said that Dr. Jamie had been causing trouble for years. Actually, the zombies hadn't rioted for a long time. Hearing this, Jiang Si couldn't help but think of the reason his citizens went mad. It was probably related to this Dr. Jamie. At this moment, the Grand President spoke again. If anyone could make this traitor reveal Dr. Jamie's hiding place, he would make them vice president. The new students in the gymnasium immediately erupted upon hearing this. They all raised their hands, expressing their desire to try. But 2 hours later, the traitor still showed no reaction whatsoever. Whether it was torture or various forms of torment, he just wouldn't speak. So much so that later the interrogation methods became bizarre. Some were beating gongs and drums, some prepared to move him with music, some even tried chanting Buddhist scriptures. Seeing this scene, Zi Ling had a terrible headache. At this time, Xiao curiously asked Jiang Si, "Do you have any way to make him talk?" Jiang Si calmly said, "My friend said he has a way." This left Xiao somewhat puzzled. He had always been quite low-key. Why was he suddenly taking initiative today? It turned out Jiang Si wanted to find the reason for his subordinate's madness from him. Soon, Jiang Si arrived at the room where the traitor was held. The traitor looked at Jiang Si without any fear, then turned his head away, saying, "Come on, whatever punishment you have." But after waiting a long time, Jiang Si just stood there without saying a word. "Is your school out of people actually sending this kind of thing to deal with me?" But before he could finish speaking, Jiang Si swiftly made a small cut on his arm, looking at the small wound on his wrist. The traitor sneered contemptuously, "Is this all you've got? I'm not even afraid of having my balls crushed. Are you trying to tickle me?" Jiang Si didn't get angry, but calmly said, "Stand up for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the traitor actually obediently stood up. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. How did he do that? It turned out Jiang Si had implanted zombie virus into the traitor's wound. As the virus gradually penetrated deeper, in no time at all, it had occupied his entire brain. Now the traitor had completely become an obedient zombie. He answered every question Jiang Si asked. Xiao was completely dumbfounded. She never imagined Jiang Si had the ability to control others' thoughts. At this time, Jiang Si asked, "Those zombies were originally well-behaved. How did they suddenly lose control?" The traitor said, "Because Brother Fei sprayed chemicals over the city, and these zombies would go mad as soon as they came into contact with the chemicals. Then Brother Fei would command them to fight against abnormal humans, thereby obtaining data." Hearing this, Jiang Si asked again, "Why do you do this?" The traitor said he didn't know why either. He only knew Brother Fei wanted to complete a great cause. Then he revealed Dr. Jamie's hiding place, 500 meters underground in H City. Those who witnessed this scene could no longer be described as merely surprised. At this moment, Jiang Si suddenly turned around and said in zombie language, "I've installed a self-destruct virus in your brain. Take care of it yourself." The traitor sat dumbly in the chair and muttered blankly, "Got it." When he walked out of the interrogation room, everyone looked at him in terror. Even Zi Ling nearby couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. However, Lan Qi, the president of the Sword Club, looked at him with great interest. At that moment, the Grand President on the podium clapped and praised, "Not bad. It seems this year's freshmen are full of hidden talents." Then he asked Jiang Si to go with him to register the vice president paperwork. Hearing this, Lan Qi was stunned. When did vice presidents need registration? Watching Jiang Si slowly walk toward the gymnasium's back door, Lan Qi immediately followed with her subordinates. Meanwhile, on the other side, 500 meters underground in the abandoned city, Brother Fei, according to reliable information, our planted traitor has confessed. Hearing this, Dr. Jamie wasn't panicked at all, instead saying, "Then let them come." The green-haired man was immediately startled upon hearing this, then said, "Those people aren't pushovers." But Dr. Jamie calmly walked to a nearby laboratory and said, "They're coming at just the right time. The experiment is almost complete anyway. Let them witness this great moment together. A brand new species is about to be born." The scene shifted back to the academy. The Grand President brought Jiang Si to an abandoned factory. At this moment, Jiang Si was also completely confused. "Didn't you say you were taking me to register? Why are we going to increasingly desolate places?" At this time, the Grand President suddenly asked, "When did you learn to speak human language?" This question left Jiang Si completely stunned, but before he could answer, the Grand President suddenly turned around and pointed his gun at him. With a bang, Jiang Si's head was instantly engulfed by an energy beam. Even Lan Qi, who was following behind them, nearly got caught in it. After coming to her senses, Lan Qi said in shock, "The Grand President's particle cannon is truly terrifying." At this moment, the Grand President looked at the headshot Jiang Si and muttered, "Although I don't know how you infiltrated the academy, but zombies' weakness is their head, and you were unfortunate enough to encounter me." Just as he was still gloating, the originally motionless Jiang Si suddenly flashed. The next second, he grabbed the Grand President by the throat. With a bang, the Grand President was slammed against the wall by Jiang Si. At this time, several robots suddenly fell from the sky. They unleashed a barrage of attacks on Jiang Si. The Grand President also took this opportunity to hurriedly escape from Jiang Si's grasp, but the scene before his eyes left him dumbstruck again. He saw the headless Jiang Si actually crushing all the robots on the field with his bare hands. The Grand President nearby was completely shocked. "What the hell is this thing? How is this headless zombie still so powerful?" Lan Qi and her subordinate hiding nearby were also completely stunned. Just then, Jiang Si suddenly exerted force. The next second, he was already beside the Grand President, but unexpectedly, the Grand President's speed wasn't slow either. While dodging Jiang Si's attacks, he still had energy left to counterattack. A particle cannon fired but failed to hit Jiang Si. The Grand President was startled. How is this guy still so agile without a head? But there was no time to think about it, because Jiang Si's fist was already flashing toward him again like lightning. At the critical moment, the Grand President quickly retreated, flashing dozens of meters away to create distance. "Very good, you're the first zombie to make me use my full strength. I hope the battle doesn't end too quickly." Hearing this, Lan Qi nearby knew the Grand President was starting to get serious. On the other side, Jiang Si suddenly changed at this moment. His originally shattered head inexplicably grew back. Seeing this scene, Lan Qi and her subordinates were all confused. What kind of monster is this? At this time, Jiang Si spoke, "Let's talk. I don't want to hurt you." The Grand President President felt a small wound on his neck, then slowly took off his clothes, saying, "You might have miscalculated. I'm a machine. You can't control me at all." As his words fell, several figures suddenly flew through the air. In just a few breaths, those beams converged on the Grand President's body. As the white mist slowly dispersed, it revealed a robot covered in mechanical armor. "Zombie, I hope you can hold on because I haven't used my full strength in a long time." After speaking, he charged toward Jiang Si at extreme speed. In just an instant, Jiang Si was kicked in the jaw. Not only that, while Jiang Si hadn't even landed yet, the Grand President flashed below him and delivered a heavy punch to his chest. The tremendous force instantly sent Jiang Si flying hundreds of meters into the air. At this moment, the two people watching the battle nearby were completely terrified. Is this the Grand President's true strength? The Grand President flew toward Jiang Si's position above again. Then countless collision sounds rang out, as Jiang Si was beaten countless times in midair by the Grand President. When he felt it was about enough, the Grand President flashed in front of Jiang Si, then fiercely stomped him down to the ground. Just as Jiang Si hit the ground, the Grand President's chest suddenly lit up with red energy. The next second, a powerful shockwave blasted the ground. This terrifying energy collapsed the surrounding buildings. At this time, the Grand President, who finally stopped attacking, took a breath and said, "This time the zombie should finally be dead." But as the white smoke slowly cleared, Jiang Si walked out completely unharmed again. Seeing this scene, the Grand President couldn't believe his eyes. At this moment, Jiang Si suddenly roared toward the sky. That terrifying power made Lan Qi and the others hundreds of meters away barely able to stand steady. The Grand President's armor even developed cracks on the spot. After Jiang Si stopped roaring and slowly turned around, the two people watching the battle were immediately terrified, because Jiang Si had now transformed into his second form. A typhoon centered on Jiang Si swept in, even affecting the sky above the entire city. Xiao Xiao, seeing this scene from afar, couldn't believe her eyes. Lan Qi on the battlefield was so scared she didn't dare breathe, just as everyone was bewildered. Jiang Si spoke with unexpected calmness. "I told you from the beginning, I don't want to go to war with humans." Hearing this, the Grand President was immediately stunned, and when he wanted to retort, Jiang Si suddenly tilted his head and smiled, saying, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" This eerie scene startled Lan Qi and the others nearby. Not only had his form changed, but his personality had switched as well. The two immediately began fleeing at extreme speed. After all, their own lives were most important. However, the Grand President, still on the field, completely failed to consider his current situation. He even arrogantly said that in all his years, no zombie had ever made him afraid, shouting for Jiang Si to fight him again. At this time, Lan Qi and the others, who had fled quite far and thought this distance should be safe, suddenly heard a bang as something flew past them. Seeing this scene, both of them turned pale with fright, because at this moment, the Grand President had been punched into the wall by Jiang Si. But before they could react, Jiang Si had already flashed in front of them again. The Grand President quickly called out loudly for his armor, but as those robots were still in midair, they were exploded by Jiang Si with a bang. Lan Qi and her companion, who were still airborne, were also knocked down by the explosion's shockwave. The Grand President quickly shouted to them to help clear out the zombies, but Lan Qi didn't want to deal with him at all. Who would dare go up? Then the three fled in different directions. But seeing this scene, Jiang Si remained motionless. Instead, he raised his right hand, then fiercely thrust it into the ground. The next second, the originally calm city began to shake. Lan Qi, who was still fleeing outward, suddenly froze, because her path forward was suddenly blocked by a steel beam. Even the Grand President nearby collided head-on with the rising ground. It turned out Jiang Si had lifted the entire city. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What is this? An earthquake? On the other side, Xiao Xiao also looked at the scene before her in disbelief. This was an entire city, and it was just pried up like that. At this time, Jiang Si suddenly exerted force. With a bang, he charged toward the Grand President at extreme speed. In just a moment, Jiang Si pressed his hand on the Grand President's forehead. Then he grinned with an evil smile. "Are you feeling afraid now?" Jiang Si continued. "Although I can't control robots, your brain doesn't seem to be made of machinery, does it?" After speaking, he used his finger to break through the Grand President's scalp. The next second, countless zombie viruses instantly occupied the Grand President's brain. Jiang Si read some things from his mind. He never expected that the seemingly arrogant president was also a pitiful person. When he was 5, his parents died in an accident. Later, he was captured by Dr. Jamie for human body modification. It could be said that from his head down, there were hardly any normal parts. Seeing this, Jiang Si couldn't help but pity him, saying, "Living like this, aren't you even more soulless than us zombies?" After saying this, he released his hand and just let him go. Lan Qi below quickly rushed over to catch the dying president. At this moment, she was also terrified, not expecting Jiang Si to also have the ability to read others' memories. By evening, Jiang Si hurried back to the dormitory. While packing his luggage, he thought about how he had failed to control his emotions again. Now that he was exposed, he should escape quickly. But when he was carrying his bags and preparing to leave, Zi Ling suddenly appeared to stop him. At this moment, Jiang Si was also helpless. He was clearly a very kind zombie who really didn't like killing people. But for freedom, he still turned around and charged toward Zi Ling. However, at this time, Zi Ling suddenly showed an appointment letter and said, "From today on, you are the vice president of the Abnormal Human Academy." Hearing this, Jiang Si was completely bewildered, but the appointment letter before him didn't seem fake. Then he subconsciously asked, "Is this personally stamped by the Grand President? Didn't he tell you anything else?" Zi Ling tilted her head slightly and said, "The Grand President only said you were a rare talent. He didn't say much else." Meanwhile, on the other side, when Lan Qi learned that the Grand President actually wanted to keep Jiang Si, she was shocked. However, the Grand President said, "Whether he's a zombie or human doesn't matter anymore. The main thing is he can help us catch Dr. Jamie." Then he asked Lan Qi how the arrangements for this matter were going. Lan Qi said, "Everything is ready. We can depart at any time. I hope we can successfully capture Dr. Jamie this this time. The scene shifted to an abandoned town. Varmint roared angrily. Our king has been captured by humans. What should we do? Kill the humans. Rescue the great king. At this moment, the zombie minions were passionately stirred up. However, Blackie on the rooftop said disdainfully, how could our king be captured by humans? Varmint is just being too boring. Just like that, after a few peaceful days. At this time, an aircraft carrier suddenly appeared in a certain sea area. The Grand President stood in the command center shouting into the microphone, everyone listen, there's only one chance, we must capture Dr. Jamie at all costs. Soon they arrived at the city where Dr. Jamie was hiding, but Jiang Si, leading Xiao Xiao, was looking around like they were shopping. Just then, a group of armed humans suddenly appeared. Upon seeing Jiang Si, they all saluted him together. This left Jiang Si feeling somewhat baffled. At this time, a captain stepped forward to report. From today on, the 56th Group Army, consisting of 120,000 people, will only follow Vice President Jiang Si's arrangements. Looking at these 120,000 humans at his disposal, Jiang Si curiously asked, if I told you to die right now, would you be willing? As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier immediately pulled out a grenade and shouted it would be his honor. This left Jiang Si speechless. Is this guy okay? However, at this time, a discordant voice interrupted his thoughts. I really don't understand why such an important strategic position would be guarded by such novice rookies. Wait a moment. You should just hide behind us obediently, lest you get accidentally injured and scared to tears later. At this time, Xiao Xiao suddenly exclaimed, aren't you the two heads of the Steel Blade Department from the Stainless Steel Academy, President Bang and Vice President Chui? Meanwhile, on the aircraft carrier, a young man in armor sneered contemptuously. Is your academy really out of people, actually sending newbies to guard such an important strategic position? Hearing this, Lan Chi immediately retorted, if you want to help, then help. Don't babble nonsense in front of me. At this time, the Grand President also chimed in. Believe it or not, this newbie could beat you into shit. This made the man sneer with disdain, then said, we've already sent reinforcements, just wait for the good show. At this time, in a control room thousands of meters underground, Brother Fei, they've all entered the city, what should we do? Dr. Jamie smiled evilly upon hearing this, then let's play with them first. After speaking, he pressed a button on the control panel. The next second, countless zombies attacked Jiang Si and the others from all directions of the city. The green-haired man suddenly noticed, why is there a strange thing mixed in with the zombie horde? It turned out Varmint wanted revenge on humans, so he incited the citizens to attack humans. But the next day, only one person followed. The zombie citizen who came handed the gasoline in his hands to Varmint. Then he also fled, saying before leaving that he didn't dare disobey the Great King's orders. Hearing this, Varmint was speechless. We just won't let the Great King know. These cowardly wimps. It's just a few humans. Watch how I chop them down. But just then, the green gas floating down from the air made him curiously sniff it. Seeing this scene, the green-haired man was overjoyed. He never expected this zombie's stats to be so high. The green-haired man couldn't help but laugh heartily. Come show me how strong you are. Meanwhile, on the ground, those weak zombies were quickly eliminated. Looking at the zombies before him, Jiang Si was also puzzled. These don't seem to be from my clan. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao quickly turned her head with an expression of knowing nothing. At this time, President Bang suddenly stepped forward to mock, you weaklings should go home to find your mommies. Don't stay here getting in the way. But before he could finish speaking, a tearing sound suddenly came from the distance. Seeing this, Jiang Si hurriedly asked, Varmint, why are you here? But Varmint didn't answer his question, instead drank up the gasoline in his hand. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xiao was completely terrified. What is this thing? Varmint pulled his chainsaw, and the engine's roar instantly echoed throughout the entire venue. Then Varmint roared and charged fiercely toward Jiang Si. Varmint struck down with both fists forcefully. The next second, the surrounding buildings collapsed one after another. Xiao Xiao facing him was directly blown away. Fortunately, Jiang Si appeared in time to help them block most of the attacks. At this moment, Xiao Xiao asked in terror, what kind of monster is this guy? The completely out of control Varmint was shouting about killing all humans. Hearing this, President Bang immediately became interested. Finally, a decent zombie has come. However, at this time, Jiang Si was pulling Xiao Xiao as they fled frantically. Xiao Xiao asked puzzledly, why are we running? Isn't President Bang here? Jiang Si said without looking back, don't be naive, that guy can't be killed. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao was stunned. At this time, Jiang Si reminded again, Varmint has a truly immortal body, but their escape looked like fear to President Bang, who was about to mock them. The nearby Vice President Chui was punched and sent flying by Varmint. With a loud bang, President Bang finally realized what was happening. He quickly turned around to ask about the situation. What just happened? However, Vice President Chui was now completely unable to speak. When he turned back again, somehow Varmint had already appeared in front of him. Then came a series of bang 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 fighting sounds. At this moment, the green-haired man in the monitoring room exclaimed, too strong. This guy's combat power is off the charts. But President Bang on the field was in trouble just as he wanted to counterattack. The next second, he was slapped by Varmint and spun around, then kicked hundreds of meters away by Varmint. With a bang, President Bang and Vice President Chui instantly lost their fighting ability. At this time, Varmint flashed toward them again, then raised the chainsaw in his hand and slashed fiercely at them. On the other side, on a certain rooftop, Jiang Si and his group were leisurely watching the show. At this time, Xiao Xiao shouted, oh no, President Bang seems unable to hold on much longer. Who would have thought that the previously arrogant Stainless Steel Academy President Bang was now being beaten by Varmint and crying for his mommy? The three people on the rooftop were all speechless seeing this scene. Just as Varmint was about to claim President Bang's life, the team leader nearby hurriedly asked, Vice President Jiang, what should we do now? Jiang Si observed Varmint's movements while thinking, if he intervened, he would probably be exposed. Then he turned to Xiao Xiao and said, you go down and beat him up. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao quickly said, even President Bang is no match for that guy, how could I beat him? However, Jiang Jiang Si didn't respond to her, instead bit her arm. Xiao Xiao was completely bewildered. Am I going to turn into a zombie? Then covered her chest with both hands, angrily scolding, are you trying to do something inappropriate to me? Hearing this, Jiang Si was speechless, then said, remember to go easy when you fight later. In an instant, Xiao Xiao transformed into a rampaging beauty. When Varmint was about to finish off President Bang, Xiao Xiao threw a rock at his forehead. Varmint immediately became furious and turned around asking, who dares interrupt my business? At this time, Xiao Xiao stepped forward unhurriedly and said, bullying weaklings is nothing special, come play with me. Hearing this, Varmint was immediately stunned, then said fiercely, who do you think you are, worthy of competing with me? Can you only talk? I can turn you into a sieve in minutes. After speaking, Xiao Xiao immediately pulled out a blue glowing gun from her back. In an instant, countless bullets flew rapidly toward Varmint. But what she didn't expect was that Varmint casually dodged the bullets with just a few flashes. However, President Bang behind him wasn't so lucky. Fortunately, he was wearing a steel helmet. Otherwise, Varmint wouldn't have killed him, but he would have died at Xiao Xiao's hands first. Just then, Xiao Xiao suddenly teleported in front of Varmint, then performed a 360-degree aerial leap. When flying above Varmint's head, Xiao Xiao took out 2 high explosive grenades, then forcefully stuffed them into Varmint's mouth. With a thunderous explosion, Varmint was instantly engulfed in flames. But after the smoke cleared, Varmint walked out as if nothing happened, even taunting, I have an immortal body, don't waste your energy. But before he could finish speaking, he was hit in the face by a shotgun blast with a bang. Xiao Xiao grinned evilly and shouted, not bad, that was just a warm-up. Meanwhile, the team leader curiously asked, Vice President Jiang, what did you do to her just now? I just made some modifications to her genes. This is just the beginning stage, I can make her even stronger. The scene returned to Varmint's side. Although he had an immortal body, facing such dense attacks still made him cry out in pain. At this time, Xiao Xiao suddenly laughed maniacally toward the sky, as if she had evolved. Seeing this scene, President Bang was completely terrified. Now they just wanted to go home to find their mommies quickly. Suddenly, Varmint took the initiative, charging towards Xiao Xiao, but he ended up grabbing nothing, instead being stepped on by Xiao Xiao. With a bang, Xiao Xiao delivered another sweeping kick to Varmint's face. That tremendous force instantly sent Varmint flying hundreds of meters. At this time, Xiao Xiao shouldered a rocket launcher and roared, aren't you immortal, try this. At this moment, Varmint, who had been beaten senseless, just got up when he saw gasoline nearby. Immediately, he grabbed a barrel and poured it down his throat. At the same time, Xiao Xiao's rocket was also fired. But with a flash of cold light, the rocket was split in half. It turned out Varmint had been replenished with gasoline and his combat power had risen another level. Xiao Xiao was also split in half by Varmint's strike. Seeing this scene, President Bang and Vice President Droop cried out that they were doomed, definitely dead this time, Mom save us. At this time, Varmint mockingly said with pride, I already told you I have an immortal body, be more careful in your next life. However, at this moment, Jiang Si on the rooftop suddenly raised his hand and clenched his fist. The next second, Xiao Xiao's originally separated body miraculously began to heal. This change stunned Varmint. He never expected Xiao Xiao to also possess an immortal body. Xiao Xiao roared with an evil grin, I'm happy today, so I'll play with you to the end. Hearing this, Varmint was also confused. What's going on? Why does she seem like a zombie too? At this time, Jiang Si, observing from the rooftop, never expected Xiao Xiao's potential to be so powerful after genetic mutation. However, at this moment, she had broken bones all over her body, and the pain from being cut in half earlier was real too? No good. The battle needed to end quickly. Varmint, since you won't stay home properly, don't blame me for beating you through Xiao Xiao's hands. Under Jiang Si's deliberate manipulation, Xiao Xiao's inner potential was activated again. In just an instant, she was already in front of Varmint. Then came thunderous booms as Xiao Xiao punched Varmint in the face. That tremendous force sent Varmint flying dozens of meters away. But just then, Xiao Xiao flashed behind him again, then fiercely smashed the gun butt on Varmint's forehead. With a loud bang, as the smoke slowly cleared, Varmint had just climbed out of the pit when he saw Xiao Xiao standing in front of him again. Then came another series of beatings, leaving Varmint completely unable to fight back. Just as Xiao Xiao was about to give him another combination attack, Varmint quickly raised his hands in surrender, and even said he would go home immediately and never come out again. Hearing this, Jiang Si felt embarrassed. The green-haired man, observing in the surveillance room, looked completely bewildered. Xiao Xiao placed the Gatling gun on the ground. Then, her tense state disappeared, and Varmint hiding in the pit also noticed her change. He jumped out and punched Xiao Xiao right in the face. Seeing this scene, Jiang Si immediately cursed. Xiao Xiao, what are you doing? You actually believed his nonsense, and the moment you let your guard down, you'll instantly return to your original state. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao looked regretful, not expecting her condition to disappear so easily. At this moment, Varmint arrogantly mocked her. Now that the effect is gone, how do you want to die? Seeing this scene, Jiang Si was speechless. It seemed he'd have to rely on himself after all. Meanwhile, the green-haired man observing from the shadows was extremely excited. This zombie was incredible, even knowing how to launch sneak attacks. He then excitedly operated the keyboard, wanting Varmint to eliminate them all. Just as Varmint was closing in, about to finish off Xiao Xiao, the green-haired man noticed there seemed to be another person on the street. Watching Jiang Si slowly approach, Varmint immediately stopped what he was doing. Just when the green-haired man thought there would be another good show, Varmint suddenly began trembling, unable to say a word. At this moment, Jiang Si shouted with a dark expression, Varmint, didn't I tell you you to guard the house? What are you doing running out here?" With these words, the people nearby were instantly stunned. And at this moment, the green-haired man in the surveillance room was also completely shocked, because no matter how he tried to control him, Varmint showed no response. It turned out that with Jiang Si's appearance, Varmint's consciousness instantly returned to hundreds of years ago. That was the first time he met Jiang Si, when he thought Jiang Si was just a little zombie. Little did he know that in just a few short years, Jiang Si would become the overlord of the zombie world. The scene returned to the present, where Xiao Xiao and the others looked incredulous, because Varmint, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, was now scared stiff. Seeing this scene, the green-haired man couldn't believe it, then frantically pressed the control panel trying to continue controlling Varmint. But watching Jiang Si approach step by step, Varmint was already too scared to even breathe. In a trance, Varmint recalled that summer from hundreds of years ago, when he was still the mighty King Varmint, who dominated his territory, until someone calling himself Jiang Si appeared. At first, Varmint thought he was just an ordinary zombie, but the next second, Jiang Si grabbed his mouth. "From now on, you're my subordinate. Any objections?" Hearing this, Varmint quickly nodded in agreement. The scene returned to the present, where Varmint didn't dare move a muscle. Now the green-haired man was furious, immediately cursing, "You're immortal. What are you afraid of?" But he didn't know that Varmint had previously been torn into pieces and hung on trees as dried meat for hundreds of years because he didn't obey. So now, no matter how the green-haired man tried to control Varmint, Varmint's body instinctively wanted to resist. Just then, the computer controlling the zombies was smashed by the green-haired man, and Varmint, out of fear, directly fled the scene. Seeing this, the green-haired man was completely dumbfounded. The three spectators nearby were also bewildered. As for Jiang Si, he was equally puzzled. That kid Varmint, do I really make him flee in terror like that? Seeing his plan ruined by Jiang Si, the green-haired man was very angry, but just as he was about to continue, suddenly a large hand fell on his shoulder. "Forget it, these zombies are just appetizers. The real show is just beginning." As his words fell, several armed helicopters appeared in the sky above. It turned out that the Grand President and others from the Abnormal Human Academy had arrived. Lan Chi asked the traitor, "Is your hideout down there?" "That's right, they're hiding 1,000 meters underground, covering nearly 10,000 square meters in total." Hearing this, Lan Chi couldn't help but stare in amazement. How are we supposed to search such a vast underground area? But before she could finish speaking, the president of the Stainless Steel Academy next to her drew his sword and said, "Leave this to me." With that, he ejected from the helicopter. Seeing the scene, Lan Chi couldn't help but complain, "This guy is such a brute." The man paid no attention. He swung the long sword in his hands left and right, then spiraled downward, rushing toward the ground. Soon, thunderous sounds came from the ground. In just a few breaths, President Steele had smashed a 100-meter deep crater into the ground. At this moment, Lan Chi was speechless. "This guy is way too reckless." She then complained to the Grand President, "Making such a huge commotion, what if there are traps down there?" However, hearing this, the Grand President remained completely calm, even saying that in the face of absolute power, all traps are futile. With that, he also leaped down from the helicopter. Just moments ago, after all the troops entered the underground city, they searched for a long time but found no suspicious personnel. This left both President Steele and the Grand President completely confused. Had Dr. Jamie escaped? Meanwhile, Lan Chi on the surface couldn't help complaining, "Why do we have to stay up here while they get to go underground to catch people?" Hearing this, Zi Ling was helpless and could only console her. "Who told them they outrank us?" At this moment, the scene shifted to the top of a tall building. "Brother Fei, they've all rushed in. What should we do next?" After hearing this, Brother Fei adjusted his glasses and said, "It's time to let them witness our great achievement." Meanwhile, in the underground city, President Steele came to the original cultivation tank. Driven by curiosity, he tore off the paper strip on the cultivation tank. It read, "Zombie King inside, extremely dangerous. Real men open it." Seeing such words, President Steele couldn't resist and ordered his subordinates to open it. But just then, the Grand President nearby suddenly said, "Our main objective is to capture people. Don't create unnecessary complications." Seeing they didn't take the bait, the green-haired man quickly reported to Brother Fei they actually chickened out. Hearing this, Brother Fei calmly pulled out a detonator from his pocket. With the press of a button, the bomb behind the cultivation tank began its countdown. Hearing the sound, the Grand President immediately sensed danger, but it was too late to dodge. Then came the sound of a violent explosion. The flames instantly engulfed all the soldiers present. However, to President Steele, this level of explosion didn't even count as scratching an itch. But when Brother Fei learned that what was inside the cultivation tank had emerged, he immediately looked up and laughed maniacally. "Today begins the destruction of humanity. My greatest experimental subject. Go slaughter all humans, including me." The scene returned to the underground city. As the smoke gradually cleared, both President Steele and the Grand President looked puzzled, because the zombie king mentioned on the paper strip was actually a small zombie that hadn't even been weaned yet. Seeing this scene, both President Steele and his companion were dumbfounded. "This thing is the zombie king? Are you kidding me?" But just as President Steele approached to investigate, the Grand President suddenly patted his shoulder and said, "Be careful. The more harmless something looks, the more dangerous it is." After all, the Grand President had just experienced this recently. But President Steele, who didn't know the situation, couldn't care less. He rushed forward and swung his blade, but the seemingly unweaned experimental subject dodged with an extremely eerie movement technique. Seeing this scene, the Grand President couldn't help but shout, "Damn it, I knew this would happen." Then he waved his hand and roared at the soldiers behind him, "Retreat! Retreat quickly or we'll all die." With his voice, all the soldiers hurriedly ran outside. But the stubborn President Steele looked disdainful. He didn't believe a small zombie could turn the tables. Immediately after, he struck fiercely again, slashing at the experimental subject. Seeing the zombie split in half by his his blade, President Steele thought it was all over. But the next second, the experimental subject actually split into two independent entities. Seeing this scene, President Steele was stunned. What is this thing? Just then, the two independent experimental subjects suddenly made strange sounds, then eerily merged back together. Just after Dr. Jamie released the experimental subject, the green-haired man controlled the computer to release more zombies to create chaos, so they could escape in the confusion. The next second, countless zombies from all over the city rushed toward the base. A dark mass of them scared Lan Chi's subordinate into quickly organizing defenses. But just as he was about to move, he was stopped by Lan Chi. Lan Chi looked disdainful and said, "Stand down, let me warm up first. Leave professional matters to me, the professional." As she spoke, she directly pulled out a golden longsword. This was the first time she had ever used a weapon. Before the zombies could reach her, she actively charged forward. These low-level zombies were no match for her at all. In just an instant, all the zombies were sent flying by her. Then, using the momentum from a large tree, the next second Lan Chi shot into the sky like a cannonball. This scene directly stunned her subordinate, and as a sword light flashed, all the zombies were cut into small pieces and fell from the air. Her exquisite swordsmanship even carved the zombie flesh into flower shapes. At this moment, Lan Chi radiated an aura of dominance, her determined gaze seeming to tell Dr. Jamie, "If you want to escape in the chaos from me, not a chance." Meanwhile, the green-haired man was absolutely furious. "This bitch actually cleared out all the zombies I just released. If only there were more like that chainsaw zombie from before." At this moment on a city street, two extremely familiar figures were also closely monitoring everything here. They were Jiang Si's subordinates, Agao and Blackie. To prevent themselves from being controlled by the virus, they had specifically worn N95 masks. Their purpose for coming here was to find Varmint, who had run away alone. But these wild zombies not only ignored Blackie, they even slapped away the flyers. After searching fruitlessly, both of them broke into cold sweats from nervousness. Agao was so scared his voice trembled as he spoke. "If we still can't find Varmint, we'll get beaten up together when we go back." Meanwhile, in the laboratory, the Grand President and President Steele looked terrified. This was the first time they had encountered this type of zombie. This experimental subject could not only clone itself, but also mock them. President Steele had never had anyone dare to be so arrogant in front of him in his entire life. He instantly drew his blade and slashed at the experimental subject again. But even when cut into pieces, the experimental subject could ultimately automatically restore itself to its original form. President Steele was infuriated. "Come and have a real fight with me." After hearing this, the experimental subject obediently removed the pacifier from its mouth. The next second, the experimental subject's body began to rapidly grow, and its hair instantly grew out completely. The clothes that had fit perfectly were now too small. Moments later, a voluptuous experimental subject appeared before the two men, directly shocking them speechless. At this moment, the experimental subject looked at the two and slowly said, "I wonder which of you wants to fight first." President Steele swung his blade forward to engage in battle, directly using his ultimate technique against the experimental subject. But the next second, his expression instantly froze. The experimental subject blocked his attack with just one finger. President Steele sensed big trouble. He quickly called for help from the sidelines. "Why aren't you coming to help?" The Grand President also realized the severity of the situation. The next second, he directly summoned armor to cover his entire body. But even the coolest armor doesn't stay cool for more than 3 seconds. The experimental subject kicked him in the head, and the Grand President was instantly sent flying. The powerful force directly kicked him out of the underground laboratory, breaking through the building. The huge sound also made the people outside serious. Meanwhile, a building rooftop suddenly exploded. The Grand President was thrown down from the building the next second, sliding until he stopped in front of Blackie and Agao. Looking at the Grand President who was about to die, Agao asked the soul-searching question, "He seems to be dying. Should we save him?" "What are you thinking? We're zombies," Blackie replied. At the same time, a violent explosion occurred in the underground laboratory. The experimental subject and President Steele fought their way from the underground laboratory to the surface. Lan Chi and the others, not knowing what was happening, looked terrified. What happened to President Steele? When the dust settled, President Steele had been beaten unconscious. Lan Chi and the others looked terrified. What is that thing that could beat the Grand President and the others so badly? At this moment, the experimental subject looked at the several people with amusement. When she stood up, Lan Chi and the others instantly felt an inexplicable pressure. This zombie feels strange somehow. This is really troublesome now. But now wasn't the time to be petty. We should cooperate to take down the experimental subject. As she spoke, several people drew their weapons. Meanwhile, Jiang Si and the others were leisurely eating barbecue on the other side. But President Bang expressed his complete lack of understanding. He'd seen roasted chicken, duck, and goose before, but this was his first time seeing roasted eggs. Jiang Si could only apologetically say he particularly liked eating eggs. After all, he used to get truckloads of eggs back in the day. After the earlier battle with Varmint, President Bang had become Jiang Si's loyal fan. When Jiang Si merely mentioned the tea was a bit bitter, President Bang immediately roared, "Which idiot brewed this tea? Quickly get me the finest tea airlifted from the south." However, at this moment, rumbling sounds suddenly came from the distance. Xiao Xiao looked puzzled. "What's that sound? There's been noise underground and now it seems to be getting closer." Jiang Si slowly stood up, saying he wanted to go take a look. Just moments ago, after the experimental subject dealt with the two presidents, Lan Chi and the others drew their weapons, preparing to cooperate in killing the experimental subject. The golden longsword shot out from Lan Chi's hand. The sharp blade only left a cut on the experimental subject's face. Zi Ling also took the opportunity to rush at the experimental subject, preparing for a fatal strike. However, the experimental subject simply did a split and directly kicked Zi Ling away. Watching Zi Ling flying through the air, she mocked her for being quite fast. Zi Ling immediately did a Thomas spin to change direction, then delivered a spinning kick directly at the experimental subject. The experimental subject smiled mockingly. Overestimating yourself, Zi Ling immediately sensed trouble. She quickly quickly did a backflip to create distance. Lan Chi took the opportunity to rush at the experimental subject with a combo attack, but all these sword energies were easily blocked by the experimental subject. The sound of fighting in the distance caught President Steele's attention. Supporting his injured body, he said, "Hold on a little longer, give me 2 minutes." Then he roared to the sky, "Activate backup electric steel star." The next second, President Steele's entire body was covered in armor, with President Steele's loud shout, "Sword, come!" Subsequently, 2 longswords appeared on the armor. Lan Chi and Zi Ling took the opportunity to attack the experimental subject from left and right, but the experimental subject remained motionless, looking up and sticking out her tongue mockingly. The next second, the experimental subject's body changed, evolving again into something like a bull demon. Lan Chi and Zi Ling looked on in disbelief. Then the experimental subject raised her hand and struck the ground heavily, directly sending both of them flying. Watching the two who were knocked away, the experimental subject laughed happily. Lan Chi and Zi Ling expressed their disbelief at what this thing actually was. President Steele came before the experimental subject again. The experimental subject looked at President Steele and said, "How about we settle this with one strike?" Immediately, both threw punches, fiercely striking at their opponent. When their fists collided, it produced a deafening explosion. The intense collision not only sent Lan Chi and Zi Ling flying, but also caught the attention of Jiang Si and Xiao Xiao's group. As the dust gradually settled, President Steele's broken body gradually became visible. The experimental subject looked at President Steele. "You lost, human." President Steele replied, "No, I haven't lost, I can still fight." The experimental subject mockingly said, "Seems like you won't give up until you see your coffin." This scene was just witnessed by Jiang Si and the others. At this moment, Jiang Si looked at the scene before him. A sense of deja vu instantly surged in his heart. The experimental subject was still talking tough. "It seems I won't show my true power, and you won't admit defeat." President Steele was dumbfounded when he heard this. This thing could actually destroy the world? The next second, the experimental subject's body actually began to rapidly contract, then evolved into its fourth form. Lan Chi and Zi Ling behind were both stunned by this scene. At this moment, Dr. Jamie had an evil smile on his face. This is the experimental subject's true power. The evolved zombie looked at everyone with disdain. "There's no need for us to continue fighting." President Steele angrily swung his blade at the zombie. Lan Chi and Zi Ling also simultaneously launched sneak attacks from the front and back of the zombie. The experimental subject smiled eerily. "Sneak attacks are wrong." Then, with just a casual flick, President Steele's armor instantly disintegrated. The skyscrapers 5 kilometers away had their glass shattered by the aftershock of the attack. Lan Chi and Zi Ling were directly blasted into the sky. After flying 2 circles in the air, they happened to land right in front of Jiang Si. Jiang Si caught both of them. This directly startled Xiao Xiao behind him. "President Lan Chi, President Zi Ling, what happened to you?" President Bong also asked President Steele, "Are you still alive?" President Steele, though seriously injured, still said, "I can still fight." The experimental subject mockingly said, "Sparing your life and you're still being stubborn." At this moment, Zi Ling in Jiang Si's arms said with difficulty, "Run quickly, he's a new experimental subject developed by Dr. Jamie." Xiao Xiao looked terrified after hearing this, not knowing what to do. At the same time, the zombie arrogantly pointed at the people in front. "Devour them for me." In an instant, countless controlled zombies frantically rushed toward them. President Bang immediately screamed in fright, "It's over! How can there be so many zombies?" Lan Chi also advised Jiang Si to leave. "We can't be wiped out here." Meanwhile, Dr. Jamie excitedly laughed toward the sky. "This is the power of the experimental subject." And Jiang Si looked at the zombies frantically rushing toward him. His face immediately darkened. He put the 2 people aside, then directly roared at the zombie horde, "All of you, get lost!" The zombies immediately stopped in their tracks upon hearing this. They all gathered around Jiang Si, looking at each other. Even though their minds were controlled by Dr. Jamie, they instantly became clear-headed in front of Jiang Si. And at this moment, their inner fear reached its peak. The distant zombie looked at this scene in complete shock. "Who are you? What did you do to them?" Jiang Si's mouth began to slightly crack open. Then he directly stepped on the experimental subject and said, "You're the zombie king? Then what am I?" The experimental subject looked at Jiang Si like this with complete shock. Jiang Si said calmly, "Cat got your tongue? Weren't you being arrogant?" Seeing Jiang Si's second form for the first time, President Steele and Xiao Xiao both opened their mouths in surprise. "Is this what he really looks like?" The experimental subject recovered and smiled, sighing, "I thought you were something special. Turns out you're one of us." President Steele, enduring his injuries, shouted in surprise, "Are you Academy people crazy? Actually making a zombie the vice president?" Zi Ling immediately responded, "None of your business." Jiang Si stood on the mountain of zombies, looking down at the experimental subject. Both were ready to compete for the position of zombie king. The experimental subject suggested that only the last survivor could become the experimental subject. Jiang Si fearlessly agreed. "Then let's battle." The experimental subject immediately threw a punch at Jiang Si's face. Jiang Si looked at the punch as light as cotton and taunted, "Little dog, didn't you eat?" The experimental subject looked furious. "Who are you calling a little dog?" Jiang Si threw a punch at the experimental subject. "I'm sending you home for dinner." The powerful momentum scattered the pile of zombies under Jiang Si's feet. This scene left Xiao Xiao stunned. The experimental subject was sent flying backward. The tremendous force made him fly around the earth 2.5 times, until he crashed into an aircraft carrier at sea and finally stopped. The aircraft carrier was damaged from the impact, but the experimental subject was completely unharmed. Dr. Jamie and the green-haired man monitoring from afar were completely shocked. After feeling Jiang Si's power, the experimental subject sneered, "Pretty strong." Then the experimental subject carried a submarine weighing 13,500 pounds. Soaring straight up toward Jiang Si, he confidently declared, "I'm not a little dog, I'm a big dog." In his rage, he hurled the submarine toward the ground. Zi Ling and Xiao Xiao were too scared to move, trembling as they said, "I think you should find a different place to fight." On the other side, Blackie, in and Agu, who were searching for varmint, were enthusiastically helping the nearly disabled Grand President with reassembly. Blackie utilized his long-practiced welding skills to the fullest, interrupted midway by Agu's voice. It turned out the distant battle made them sense their boss Jiang Si's aura. The Grand President lying on the ground was furious. These two idiots, what practice? They left none of the parts that shouldn't be removed and welded shut all the parts that weren't needed. Meanwhile, on the other side, a flash of fire passed. Jiang Si directly blasted through the submarine and flew into the air. Not only was he uninjured, he even politely greeted everyone in the air. Seeing this scene, Xiao was directly stunned. The experimental subject, seeing Jiang Si unharmed, said, "Let's go again." Jiang Si pulled out his belt and whipped it at the experimental subject, shouting, "Get in here!" Then the experimental subject was firmly lassoed around the neck. Jiang Si gave a gentle tug. The experimental subject was directly pulled backward. Then Jiang Si delivered a spinning kick to the experimental subject's face. The experimental subject's expression was priceless at this moment. The experimental subject, having recovered, gritted his teeth, preparing to use the same method against Jiang Si. However, Jiang Si directly snapped the belt, mocking, "A little dog is just a little dog. How dare you show off in front of me?" The experimental subject angrily rushed from the air toward the ground. Jiang Si looked at the submarine being lifted and smiled slightly. Interesting. The experimental subject roared ferociously, "Go die." He directly threw a heavy punch at Jiang Si. The massive impact directly sent Jiang Si into the ocean. He skipped across the water surface several times until Jiang Si landed on an aircraft carrier and stabilized. At this moment, Jiang Si was also furious. "Little dog, do you love smashing things so much?" The experimental subject arrogantly said, "Mind your own business. If you can smash things too." On the other side, Blackie and Agu leisurely carried the Grand President while watching the show. But the Grand President anxiously said, "We need to get out of here quickly. I know Jiang Si is strong, but I know Dr. Jamie better. He's the only research genius among humans. Any random research of his can make ordinary people dominate and reign supreme." However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Blackie. "Shut up, human. Watch carefully. No one is a match for the king." Jiang Si's figure on the aircraft carrier flickered slightly. The next second, he appeared in front of the experimental subject. The experimental subject murmured in surprise, "His speed has increased." Before he could react, Jiang Si directly punched him in the face. The massive impact directly shot the experimental subject into the air. Just one punch sent the experimental subject to outer space. Just as the experimental subject looked bewildered, an aircraft carrier shot out from Earth. The experimental subject's face made intimate contact with the aircraft carrier. Then both his body and ship crashed directly onto the moon. Seeing this scene, Zi Ling and Xiao's jaws dropped in shock. The experimental subject was furious. The conceited one had repeatedly suffered defeats at Jiang Si's hands. He then used the boxing technique he had practiced in seclusion. Lifting the aircraft carrier, he angrily flew toward Earth. "What are you showing off for? This isn't over!" Hearing this, Jiang Si laughed out loud. Then he shot up into the sky like a sword. "If you want a beating, then I'll accompany you to the end." The experimental subject went directly to the aircraft carrier. His target was the aircraft carrier's nuclear reactor. With the experimental subject's full-force strike, the aircraft carrier, comparable to a small nuclear bomb, rushed straight at Jiang Si. A massive explosion sounded in the 10,000-meter-high sky. A huge mushroom cloud appeared above the city. The tremendous shockwave impacted everyone on the ground. After the smoke gradually dissipated in the air, Jiang Si appeared unharmed on a warship. Then he looked at the experimental subject playfully. "Why aren't you continuing?" Hearing this, the experimental subject was completely shocked. He then began roaring and gathering energy, preparing to avenge his previous defeat. The next second, his arms became like Luffy's after eating the gum-gum fruit, starting to expand and extend toward Jiang Si. "Since neither of us can defeat the other, how about we cooperate? Let's join forces to destroy this world, then split it 50-50 with no interference." Then he directly grabbed Jiang Si tightly and rapidly smashed him toward the distance, directly crashing into a 100-meter-tall building ahead. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. On the other side, Jiang Si slowly stood up. "I have no interest in destroying the world. As for cooperation, you're not worthy." The Grand President, being leisurely carried by Blackie and Agu while watching the show, couldn't help but worry seeing such an outrageous attack. "To be honest, we should run quickly. I know Jiang Si is very strong after transforming, but this guy isn't weak either. We should preserve our strength and look for opportunities to find his weakness before coming back." A familiar scene, the Grand President was interrupted by Blackie again. "Shut up, weakling. Who told you the king can only transform once?" On the other side, Jiang Si slowly stood up. 50-50? How could you even say that?" The Grand President, being leisurely carried by Blackie and Agu while watching, was stunned by this scene. "Is this still a zombie?" Jiang Si's eyes burned like flames, intimidating all who saw them, saying that only weaklings constantly clamor about destroying the world. Xiao was completely shocked. The experimental subject was left speechless by Jiang Si's words. Jiang Si said lightly, "It seems without properly educating you. Kid, haven't you learned? There's always a higher sky, and always a deadlier zombie lurking by." With that, he roared and gathered energy, preparing to transform into his third form. Jiang Si roared toward the sky. In an instant, he transformed into a harmless, adorable appearance. Looking at Jiang Si, Zi Ling and the others were completely shocked. Xiao was even more stunned and didn't know what to say. With the third form's longer hair, Jiang Si's abilities also became stronger. The experimental subject looked at Jiang Si's third form in disbelief. The Grand President, being carried by Agu while watching, was slapped awake. Agao lifted the Grand President high and said, "Open your eyes and look at our god." Everyone discussed how Jiang Si looked more and more human. Zi Ling looked at the sky in surprise and said, "It's actually raining." The experimental subject angrily asked, "What exactly are you?" Then he flashed forward and threw a punch at Jiang Si. Jiang Si fearlessly looked at the incoming fist. With just a simple glance, the rainwater in the air condensed into beads. Then Jiang Si waved his hand toward the air. The experimental subject's limbs had already been cut into several segments by the rainwater. Zi Ling and the others were directly swept into the air. Xiao Xiao cried out in surprise while airborne. "The rain is flowing backward. Is this still a zombie?" The sea creatures even got a free flying experience. The experimental subject lay dismembered in the rainwater. Jiang Si said calmly, "You shouldn't have fought me." The emergence of Jiang Si's third form caused a natural mutation, resulting in a massive wind tunnel appearing high in the sky. Xiao Xiao had never seen such an enormous wind tunnel before and trembled with fear. However, Jiang Si watched his masterpiece with an expressionless face. Zi Ling was shocked, lying on the ground with wide eyes. This had completely surpassed zombie capabilities. Just as he finished speaking, a whale plummeted from the sky and crashed directly into a tall building. This scene left Dr. Jamie and the others gaping in astonishment. What the hell kind of zombie is this? It's absolutely insane. Meanwhile, the experimental subject lay on the ground, quite indignant. After a moment, he stood up again, then let out a great roar. The next second, his severed limbs actually reconnected. In just a brief moment, the experimental subject's body was completely restored. At this point, the experimental subject proudly declared himself immortal, claiming he could regenerate even if torn into countless pieces. Upon hearing this, Jiang Si said calmly, "Oh, and then what?" Then he waved his hand. Before the experimental subject could react, he was instantly sucked over. Jiang Si grabbed the experimental subject by the neck and lifted him up, asking, "Do you have some misunderstanding about death? Killing someone doesn't necessarily require physical means." These words made the experimental subject break out in cold sweat. Fear struck directly at his heart, through Jiang Si's eyes. The experimental subject saw something incredible: alien warships heading straight for Earth. A fully armored alien invader stood majestically, muttering to himself, "This is already the 1351st siege, the sixth plan to destroy human civilization. This time it must succeed." With his command, countless missiles and alien invaders launched their attack on Earth. At the same time, Jiang Si transformed into his fourth form. With a wave of his hand, countless water columns shot skyward. The alien warships in space were all destroyed in an instant. Jiang Si, with his flowing hair cascading down, admired the scene before him and laughed. Seeing this, the experimental subject was completely crushed by Jiang Si's power. Endless terror consumed his entire mind. His eyes rolled back white, and he completely lost consciousness. Zi Ling and the others were confused by this scene, not knowing what had happened. They only saw that after Jiang Si grabbed the experimental subject by the neck, he immediately went still. Just then, Jiang Si released his grip with complete disdain. The next second, the experimental subject fell straight down from the rooftop. Looking at the experimental subject lying motionless on the ground, the Grand President wondered what had happened and why he suddenly stopped moving. At this point, Blackie nearby explained that he was probably scared to death by our king's third form. Dr. Jamie in the distance was also stunned. He hadn't expected his masterpiece to die like this. Green Hair shouted, "Brother Fei, the coastal air defenses have all been destroyed. We must leave quickly or we won't be able to escape." Just then, Jiang Si suddenly appeared behind them. Green Hair was terrified, looking at Jiang Si's appearance. Green Hair was so scared he collapsed on the ground. Jiang Si spoke, "Will you surrender willingly, or do you want to go down together to meet your great achievement?" Upon hearing this, the group immediately knelt down and raised their hands in surrender. At this moment, Dr. Jamie was reluctant but helpless. Thus, the brilliant Dr. Jamie was captured alive by Jiang Si. After arresting Dr. Jamie, Jiang Si crouched on the ground dejectedly, leaving Xiao Xiao and Zi Ling puzzled. At this time, Jiang Si muttered to himself, "Transformation is so scary. I'm supposed to be a kind zombie." Zi Ling told Xiao Xiao to go ask about the situation, but Xiao Xiao fearfully refused. But in the end, she still reluctantly went over and greeted Jiang Si. Just then, Jiang Si suddenly stood up abruptly, startling Xiao Xiao. However, Jiang Si said calmly, "I want clothes that won't tear." Hearing this, Xiao Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. The current Jiang Si showed no aggression. Then she walked while asking, "Do you remember what just happened?" Jiang Si rubbed his chin, saying it was somewhat blurry. He was a bit forgetful, only mentioning he might have fought many strange guys before. Meanwhile, on the convoy transporting Dr. Jamie, Green Hair looked strangely at his companion. Dr. Jamie excitedly said, "I never expected there to be such a powerful species as Jiang Si in the world. I must obtain Jiang Si's genes and create an even more powerful species." The higher-ups of the Abnormal Human Academy officially appointed Jiang Si as president and to manage a city. The condition was to make the population exceed 10 million within a limited time. At the same time, Jiang Si was being questioned by the Abnormal Human Academy leadership. "What do you think of this city? Do you have any particular city you'd like to manage?" Jiang Si scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "I want H City where we captured Dr. Jamie." Upon hearing this, the Abnormal Human Academy leadership exploded. "That's an empty shell city without even a single hair. Even if you wanted to raise chickens, you'd need eggs first." But no matter what they said, Jiang Si insisted on H City. Finally, Jiang Si was officially appointed as mayor of H City. At this point, a blonde girl slammed the table. "Where did you find this fool? He won't take a good city but insists on an empty one." Zi Ling could only feel helpless. After becoming mayor, Jiang Si directly expanded from 1 legion to 4 to protect the city. This gave birth to a historic moment: human armies protecting zombie migration. Jiang Si stood with Blackie and Agu, quietly watching this scene. At this time, Blackie said, "According to the king's requirements, all citizens have been moved over." Hearing this, Jiang Si said, "Very good, well done." Then he shouted, "Attention," and instantly countless soldiers stood ready. This scene scared the little zombie who cried out, "Mommy, will they hit me with fire sticks?" The soldier solemnly replied, President Jiang Si's orders are God's commands. The Grand President's people are our people. The little zombie didn't know what to say. Jiang Si smiled gently and lifted him high. Don't worry, this will be our home in the future. Blackie and the others on the rooftop were genuinely happy seeing such a heartwarming scene. Great, we finally have our own city. Hearing this, Jiang Si couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes species continuation doesn't necessarily require war. At this point, Agu suddenly asked, what about Varmint? He's been hanging for several months now. But Jiang Si just waved his hand. It's fine, let him keep hanging. It turned out that after the last incident, Varmint had been hung on the building by Jiang Si. For months, Varmint cried every day. Meanwhile, loud noises came from her room. Zi Ling, covered in wounds, was smashed into the wall. When she slowly raised her head, the scene before her startled her. Xiao Xiao is in full rampage mode. It turned out that since Xiao Xiao was bitten by Jiang Si, her strength had greatly increased. Even the previously powerful Zi Ling was no match for her. Xiao Xiao struck a victory pose and said proudly, Sister Zi Ling, I'll be gentle. Hearing this, Zi Ling was furious. How could she allow Varmint to be stronger than her? She disappeared from her spot in a flash. When she reappeared, she was behind Xiao Xiao. However, Xiao Xiao actually rotated her head 360 degrees. The airborne Zi Ling was startled and quickly jumped to create distance. Xiao Xiao raised her gun, shattered the ground, then charged at Zi Ling with her blue glowing gun. The more Zi Ling dodged, the more excited Xiao Xiao became, attacking more fiercely with her gun. At this moment, Xiao Xiao was excited. Sister Zi Ling, can I be president? Zi Ling was dodging bullets and had no time to respond. If you want to be president, show me all your strength, she said, charging at Xiao Xiao like a cannonball. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao roared. The cells in her body instantly changed. At the same time, Zi Ling's red blade cut directly through Xiao Xiao, but was mocked by Xiao Xiao. Sister, are you tired from running? You're just tickling me. Hearing this, Zi Ling's face darkened as she charged at Xiao Xiao. Before the unprepared Xiao Xiao could react, she was cut in half by Zi Ling. But Xiao Xiao didn't dodge at all and laughed arrogantly. Zi Ling was shocked. Why didn't she dodge? But soon, Xiao Xiao's body rapidly healed at a visible speed. Zi Ling was stunned. What the hell is this? She quickly jumped back to create distance again. At this moment, Zi Ling was shocked. What exactly did Jiang Si do to you? Then Xiao Xiao asked again, Sister Zi Ling, can I be president now? She said, flashing in front of Zi Ling. Zi Ling was punched into the wall again. With no other option, Zi Ling could only choose to surrender, as white wisps of energy floated from Xiao Xiao's body. Xiao Xiao immediately returned to normal, looking worriedly at Zi Ling. Sister, are you okay? It's all my fault. But Zi Ling seriously asked whether she had become a zombie after being bitten by Jiang Si. Xiao Xiao said she had just had a physical examination yesterday, and all human indicators and gene chains were normal. Hearing this, Zi Ling was puzzled. Then how do you explain this 360-degree head rotation and healing after being cut in half? Hearing this, Xiao Xiao also didn't understand what happened, saying she could transform at will now without any discomfort. If she was in a bad mood, she could inject herself with stimulants to become even stronger. Hearing this response, Zi Ling was speechless. After seeing Xiao Xiao's dark transformation abilities, Zi Ling immediately took a plane to H City. At this time, in the municipal conference hall, Jiang Si was assigning work to his subordinates. For H City's financial authority, Jiang Si first thought of Blackie. From today on, you're the finance bureau director. All the family money will be under your management. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room door was kicked open. Seeing the panting Zi Ling, Jiang Si curiously asked if she had any instructions, but before he could finish, Zi Ling rushed toward him urgently. Just as Jiang Si was still confused, Zi Ling suddenly pried open his mouth, then forced Jiang Si to bite her once. After this was done, Zi Ling left the hall without looking back. As soon as she left the municipal building, her assistant ran over to remind her. President Zi Ling, you were too rash. Did you forget that Jiang Si can control people's minds? But hearing this, Zi Ling not only didn't regret it, but said, to possess such power, even if he controls me, I'm willing. Jiang Si was still confused at this moment. Later, under his careful planning, H City gradually got on track. Citizens lived and worked in peace, developing various shops, like hair salons run by zombies themselves, or real estate agencies run by zombies. Even zombie driving schools opened. It's just that getting a driver's license was somewhat difficult for zombies. At this moment, Jiang Si looked at his city with satisfaction, but he didn't know that a greater crisis was quietly approaching. A woman was studying Jiang Si's files, truly not understanding why the Abnormal Humans Academy would find such a person to be mayor. At this time, an assistant approached. I heard from one of the Stainless Steel Academy presidents that Jiang Si seems to be a zombie. But hearing this, the woman didn't believe it. We've seen academies smear each other before. Although I don't believe they'd let a zombie be mayor, I really don't like this Jiang Si. Let's go to H City and see what this Jiang Si is really about. At some Arctic glacier, helicopters and icebreakers arrived one after another. The leading elder was called Dr. Strange, specializing in archaeological research and excavation. At this time, a man behind him explained, what we found this time is a mummy, observed to be thousands of years old. It was discovered during scientific exploration, previously buried 500 meters under the ice, and we're now trying to lift it with a crane. Hearing this, the elder's expression changed from grave to amazed. If we can extract it completely this time, it would be a shocking discovery. As the Archaeological Society president, this was his first time being so nervous. As the crane slowly lifted the ice block from underground, a faint figure finally appeared before everyone. From the outside, it looked like a young woman. Just as Dr. Strange was shocked by this discovery, his assistant was suddenly covered by someone's hand. Then that person bit his neck. Seeing this scene, Dr. Strange was stunned. But before he could react, he was kicked down by another man. Their group was ambushed by a mysterious organization. Their target was the mummy in the ice. The leading man used an ice pick to break open the ice. The originally dried corpse soon came back to life. Those nearby quickly draped a coat over her. Then they knelt before the woman shouting, "Hail the Blood Queen! May our queen Queen remain eternally youthful. The Blood Queen looked at them coldly, then said icily, "Is that fool surnamed Jiang still alive? Your Majesty, that Jiang Si is not only alive but living magnificently. Now he mixes with humans and has rebuilt his own clan." Hearing this, the Blood Queen's eyes immediately showed a trace of shock. "Good. If you weren't around, I'd be somewhat lonely," she muttered. "Jiang Si, this time I won't lose to you again." Meanwhile, Jiang Si was leisurely having afternoon tea, but was suddenly urgently summoned by Zi Ling to the Academy headquarters. Because something strange had happened at headquarters. A researcher in Arctic exploration suddenly killed all team members. Seeing this scene, Zi Ling and Lan Qi were also confused. This guy doesn't look like a zombie. With no choice, they could only find professional Jiang Si. Soon, Jiang Si arrived at the City of Technology. As soon as he entered, he was stunned by the scene before him, because not a single person here looked normal. At this time, a man carrying a stick approached Jiang Si. "Hello, I'm President Ying from the Iron Academy. I heard you captured Dr. Jamie." Hearing this, Jiang Si immediately went forward to shake hands. But just as they separated, President Ying sneered, "What a little piece of trash." But just when other presidents thought Jiang Si would explode, President Steele hid in a corner alone, complaining, "If I'd known he was here, I'd rather rot at home than come." At this time, Jiang Si also came to the laboratory control panel. But regarding species identification, Jiang Si was obviously clueless. But when he saw two holes in the man's neck, long-sealed memory suddenly flooded back. At this time, Zi Ling nearby asked, "Did you figure out something?" Just then, the researcher suddenly roared. But when he saw Jiang Si's face, he instantly became docile. At this moment, Jiang Si also burst out with fierce aura. In just an instant, Zi Ling and the others were all blown away. The man was also scared to the point of trembling, tears streaming down his face. It turned out Jiang Si had transformed into his second form. Haha, interesting. I didn't expect it to be the Blood Tribe. I remember this race should have gone extinct long ago. Tell me, where is that little red who liked to drug me? But having just become a Blood Tribe member, how could he know the Blood Queen's whereabouts? Unable to get the information he wanted, Jiang Si transformed back to his original form. At this moment, President Ying in the hall still didn't believe the commotion was caused by Jiang Si. Only President Steele, hiding aside, was terrified. "I should have stayed home, too scary." Just then, Jiang Si finally walked out of the room. Zi Ling and Xiao Xiao quickly ran over to inquire. Jiang Si said, "You'd better not go out these days." After saying this, he began frowning and stood motionless. Seeing this scene, Zi Ling and Xiao Xiao felt something was wrong. But the next second, Jiang Si scratched his head and said, "What just happened? I forgot." Faced with everyone's speechless expressions, Jiang Si promised to remember next time. Meanwhile, in the abandoned district, Blood Queen Little Red was not only homeless in the rain, but was also mistaken for a beggar. Just as Little Red was about to get angry, she found her subordinate excitedly picking up money. Little Red angrily scolded, "You've all become like this. Why did you awaken me?" The girl nearby cried grievously, "Your Majesty, do you know how we spent these 1,000 years? Under Jiang Si's tyranny, we dared not show ourselves for 1,000 years. Even seeing his subordinates, we had to take detours. We don't know how many years we've stayed in such alleys." Little Red was also filled with unwillingness. At this time, the man nearby suddenly interjected, "Your Majesty, we awakened you because we got important information. We discovered a special human who might help you defeat Jiang Si." The girl nearby also agreed, "Yes, that person might bring us hope." Hearing this, Little Red immediately became interested and asked who it was. The man took out a wanted poster from his chest. It was Dr. Jamie, who had been imprisoned. The prison holding Dr. Jamie was not only hidden 3,000 meters underground, but also guarded by millions of troops, with 30 president-level guards stationed there. With such defenses, forget rescuing someone, even a mosquito couldn't fly in. But just now, the Blood Tribe's subordinate said there was a human who could help the Blood Queen defeat Jiang Si. This person was Dr. Jamie, who had created the first Lion King. However, Dr. Jamie was currently imprisoned. Seeing this scene, Jiang Si was also very puzzled why they didn't just eliminate him directly. Zi Ling said, "We can't kill him yet. We must dig out all the spies he planted around us and find his anti-human research data." Hearing this, Jiang Si immediately asked, "Aren't you afraid he'll escape?" Hearing this, President Ying immediately mocked, "Tied up like this, can he still fly to heaven?" Then he turned and said, "Since you, President Jiang Si, caught him, I'll take you to investigate." Soon, they took a helicopter to a desolate valley. President Ying said, "Dr. Jamie is imprisoned in this underground prison 3,000 meters deep. Even taking the elevator down would take a long time. Heavy weapons like anti-aircraft guns and laser cannons are all available, and each level is guarded by a highly skilled president. With such defensive capabilities, Dr. Jamie couldn't escape even with 3 heads and 6 arms. We also attached huge explosives to his body. If anyone approaches him, the explosives will detonate immediately. Anyway, whether dead or alive, Dr. Jamie can never leave this prison in his lifetime." Hearing this, Jiang Si broke out in a cold sweat. Human methods are too cruel. Then he said he had other business and left first. Meanwhile, in another alley, the Blood Queen was also watching President Ying's explanation video. Little Red felt a chill down her spine. Humans after 1,000 years had evolved to such a terrifying degree. At the same time, President Ying looked at Zi Ling playfully. "Your little boyfriend is probably about to get into trouble. As far as I know, President Steele reported to Inspector Chen that Jiang Si is a zombie and established a zombie city." Hearing this, Zi Ling was stunned, then asked why he told her this. President Ying said he had no interest in zombies whatsoever, because only the strong could attract his attention. Meanwhile, on some city street, the unsuspecting Jiang Si was happily shopping. Dr. Jamie was thinking about something. Just then, a food service worker pushed a cart in. At this time, Green Hair cried in terror, "We're done for, we're going to die." However, Dr. Jamie laughed, "Jiang Si, I must get your genes." "Brother Fei, what are you saying? Aren't we about to be executed? They won't make a move against us until they get my research data. And I had someone hide the materials where no one could find them long before I was captured." At this time, Green Hair said, "Jiang Si is too powerful. Even if we get his genes, we can't defeat him." Dr. Jamie sneered, "We need a powerful body as a vessel. Then I can naturally research and an even more powerful existence. Brother Faye, we're trapped here now. Forget research. Even escaping would be difficult. Hearing this, Dr. Jamie suddenly became quiet. Then, staff brought a food service robot to this place. Unexpectedly, Dr. Jamie not only didn't resist, but cooperatively ate the food brought by the robot. Seeing Dr. Jamie still in the mood to eat, Green Hair was bewildered. It turned out the food service employee was a spy planted by Dr. Jamie, and the purpose of eating was to install a listening device in his teeth. Then after the food service personnel left the prison, Dr. Jamie immediately asked, "Where is the experimental subject's body now?" "He's been locked in the 200th floor mountain laboratory, and there are 2 presidents guarding that lab." "Very good, now execute my previous plan." Meanwhile, Jiang Si was leisurely shopping on the street. At this time, Zi Ling's call came through. It turned out President Steele told Inspector Chen that Jiang Si was a zombie and established a zombie city. Inspector Chen was now on her way to H City. If she discovers what President Steele said is true, you won't be able to keep your president position. Hearing this, Jiang Si immediately broke out in cold sweat, then stubbornly said, "I'm actually human." But the next second, Zi Ling angrily scolded, "Don't think I don't know what those things in your city are." After saying this, she hung up. Now Jiang Si was completely panicked. "Are we going back to the ruined city?" No, I absolutely can't disappoint the citizens." Just as Jiang Si was worrying about what to do next, a cosmetic store nearby suddenly caught his attention. Countless trucks descended from the sky in front of Jiang Si's municipal building. These were cosmetics Jiang Si bought from the neighboring city. When Jiang Si told Blackie about the severity of the situation, Blackie immediately had Ah Gu notify the district supervisors to come get cosmetics. Soon, the subordinates from each district took the trucks back. To avoid returning to the abandoned city, this time they could only give their all. At this time, in the municipal office, Ah Ga wondered if such makeup would really be effective. Blackie said he didn't know either. Since it was the king's arrangement, it must have its purpose. Just like that, zombies in all districts began taking action. At this time, a mother brought her son to get cosmetics. For someone who loved beauty in life, makeup was child's play. The son, seeing his mother's actions, curiously said he wanted some too. But when his mother turned around, she nearly scared him to death. This wasn't makeup, it was a complete makeover. Soon, all citizens completed their makeup mission. Then when Ah Mao and Ah Lang returned to the hall to report, they were stunned seeing Blackie and Ah Gao. "Damn, you guys were too fast." And Ah Gao, "Are you sure this look will work for you?" Then he said they didn't even have faces. No matter how they applied makeup, they couldn't look human. So they could only act as 2 guard dogs led by Blackie to meet Inspector Chen. But strangely, they waited at the airport for a long time without finding Inspector Chen. It turned out Inspector Chen had anticipated her movements would be leaked, so she secretly took a train to H City with her subordinates. At this time, a subordinate whispered, "Do you know why Inspector Chen dislikes Jiang Si?" Another person said, "Look who Inspector Chen thinks favorably of. She's biased against everyone except the minister." Inspector Chen heard their conversation and turned around. "No need to whisper behind my back. I just like minister. What's wrong with that? Ever since minister delegated authority, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can become president. In my heart, only minister's existence can lead us humans to a more prosperous future." At this time, Jiang Si didn't know Inspector Chen had arrived early and was still eating donuts happily. The uninformed Blackie was still waiting at the airport. Strange, wasn't Inspector Chen supposed to come for inspection today? Why hasn't she arrived at this time? On the other side, Inspector Chen's 2 subordinates had begun investigating the street citizens. They first came to a convenience store but found it only sold eggs. When they asked if they could interview the owner nervously shook his head and quickly turned away, pretending not to hear or see. Seeing this, they assumed the owner was deaf and mute. Then they found a passing citizen to interview. But the next second, the citizen's right hand suddenly fell off. Seeing this scene, the investigators were dumbfounded. What was happening? But before they could think carefully, the person picked up the arm and fled, explaining as he left that the arm was his prosthetic. This operation left everyone stunned. Were there no normal people in H City? Inspector Chen nearby was also furious. Did this Jiang Si establish a city of madmen? Then she shouted at her subordinates, "Record all of this. These are materials for removing President Jiang Si." Meanwhile, in the main building, Jiang Si was crouching there muttering something. Seeing this, Ah Go quickly asked, "What's wrong?" The soldier hurriedly said he didn't know. President Jiang Si seemed to have been talking nonsense and trembling constantly since eating breakfast. Hearing this, Ah Gao was startled. Then he grabbed him and asked, "Tell me quickly, what did you feed the king?" The soldier was frightened by Ah Go's reaction and quickly said President Jiang Si came back saying he was hungry. "So I made spicy scrambled eggs for President Jiang to eat." Ah Go immediately broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out that Jiang Si couldn't handle spicy food because chili peppers would make him extremely excited, and no one knew when this state would end. Meanwhile, Blackie, who had been waiting anxiously at the airport, suddenly received a phone call from Ah Gu. When he learned that the boss had accidentally eaten chili peppers, he was also terrified. At this moment, the zombie beside him asked, "Do you think the boss might kill all the inspection team members if he gets angry?" Hearing this, Blackie immediately frowned. If something like that really happened, we probably wouldn't be able to stay in the city anymore. At the same time, Inspector Chen was preparing to investigate the next location. A heavy truck suddenly fell from the sky. With a thunderous roar, the truck crashed straight down in front of them, just as they hadn't reacted yet. Jiang Si also suddenly descended from above, landing with a boom and crushing the truck into scrap metal. Inspector Chen and her team were dumbfounded seeing this scene. At this moment, Jiang Si suddenly showed a playful smile. "Inspector Chen, right? Now, let me take you on a tour." Inspector Chen's 2 subordinates were stunned. What just happened? After coming to their senses, the 3 of them looked at Jiang Si in complete bewilderment. Inspector Chen asked tremblingly, "Who are you?" Hearing this, Jiang Si smiled wickedly. "How did you forget get me so quickly? I'm the Jiang Si you're looking for." Hearing these words, several people were stunned on the spot. The Jiang Si in the files didn't look like this at all. Jiang Si then jumped down and said, "I just took off my mask." Then, snapping his fingers, he said, "Inspector Chen, you've come from afar. I've specially prepared some gifts. Please accept them." As his words fell, citizens presented their best scrambled eggs. "Don't worry, we're all law-abiding citizens who never eat people." After saying this, Jiang Si picked up Inspector Chen. "Since you've received the gifts, let me show you around properly." With a thunderous sound, Jiang Si leaped into the air. In just an instant, they reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. Seeing this scene, his subordinates were completely confused. After recovering, they quickly stopped a taxi and chased after them. After flying with Inspector Chen in the air for a while, Jiang Si landed with a bang on the tallest building in the city center. "Take a good look. This is the city I govern. Tens of millions of citizens live here, and they absolutely love this city. I have publicly listed companies here, as well as construction industries and new districts being prepared for expansion. All kinds of job positions are readily available. In terms of tax revenue alone, we can contribute hundreds of billions annually. Let me also show you the public security situation." While speaking, Jiang Si dragged Inspector Chen to the middle of the road. At this moment, a moving freight truck couldn't brake in time. Just as it was about to hit Jiang Si turned around and kicked the truck. The next second, the truck was embedded straight into a high-rise building. Blackie, who was waiting at the airport, also noticed the commotion. He quickly leaped up and rescued the driver. However, the two subordinates who had just arrived were stunned. As for Inspector Chen herself, she was so frightened by Jiang Si's series of actions that she couldn't speak. At this moment, Jiang Si spoke again. "Don't worry, that driver won't die. Every one of my subordinates has extraordinary skills and would never let any citizen die in vain." After saying this, he threw Inspector Chen forward. The two subordinates quickly rushed up to support her. Then Jiang Si turned around and continued, "I know why you're here, Inspector Chen. I'm letting you go back today. Whether you decide to revoke my position or not, I can tell you with certainty that I will definitely manage this city, and no one can stop me." At this moment, one of the subordinates whispered, "Maybe we should go back first. Is this really the kind of oppressive feeling a human should have?" Compared to the minister, this Jiang Si seems even more terrifying. Whoever said he was timid and cowardly before, I just want to go back and strangle that bastard. Seeing their state, Jiang Si turned to walk back. "Before I change my mind, you should leave. I don't provide meals here." But just as Jiang Si finished speaking, Inspector Chen called out to him, "Jiang Si, I acknowledge your city management abilities, but that doesn't mean you're qualified to be president. Being a president requires not only city management skills, but also powerful combat abilities. Right now, I've only seen your management capabilities, but I haven't seen your power to protect the city." Hearing this, Blackie and the others' faces immediately changed. Just as Inspector Chen was about to continue, they quickly rushed up to cover her mouth. Then they looked at Jiang Si with terror. Jiang Si had his back to them, showing no visible reaction. The next second, Jiang Si turned around with a wicked smile. "You want to see my true strength?" Hearing this, Blackie and the others were scared senseless. "It's over. This Inspector Chen is seeking death and dragging us down with her." Before long, Jiang Si brought Inspector Chen and the others to the seaside. At this moment, Agu whispered, "I have a bad feeling about this." Jiang Si was now silently staring at the ocean. Inspector Chen curiously asked, "Why did you bring us here?" Jiang Si's terrifying reflection appeared on the sea surface. Agu also stepped forward to remind them, "Whatever happens next, you'll reap what you sow. It has nothing to do with us." Hearing this, Inspector Chen looked puzzled. A subordinate nearby suddenly noticed sand and stones floating up. More and more sand and stones began rising around Jiang Si. The next second, Jiang Si's third form was fully revealed before everyone. Seeing this scene, the three were completely dumbfounded. Jiang Si slowly said, "Didn't you want to see how formidable I am? Then open your eyes wide and watch carefully." The originally turbulent sea was instantly calmed by Jiang Si's explosive aura. Even the surrounding sand and stones floated in the air, defying gravity. Watching this eerie scene, the two subordinates felt a chill down their spines. The next second, Jiang Si made a distant leap. That terrifying attack power directly smashed Inspector Chen face first into the ground. When they looked for Jiang Si again, they found he had disappeared. Just then, Agao placed an astronomical telescope in front of them. Inspector Chen curiously leaned forward to look and was immediately struck speechless. On Saturn, Inspector Chen discovered that Jiang Si was now looking up at her. "This is too ridiculous. Is this even human?" Just as several people were in shock, Jiang Si, far away on Saturn, stretched out his palm and began gathering power, with a determined gaze toward Earth. The next second, Jiang Si threw a fierce punch into the air. Seeing this scene, Agu and the others' faces changed drastically, because Jiang Si's punch directly pierced through the ocean. In an instant, a tsunami over 1,000 meters high surged toward the city. Agu quickly buried his fists in the sand, using his own body to shield everyone from the tsunami's impact. At this moment, Xiao Xiao and the others at headquarters also felt the tremor. When they saw the tsunami from outside the city, they showed expressions of disbelief. Then they quickly activated emergency protocols. But even so, they couldn't stop the tsunami's ferocity. Just then, a massive sound erupted from the center of the tsunami. It was Jiang Si jumping back from Saturn. "Does my ability meet your standards? Am I qualified to protect my citizens?" At this moment, Inspector Chen was completely terrified. Not long after, Inspector Chen and his group were escorted to a taxi by Blackie and the others. It took them a while to recover. This Jiang Si is definitely not human. Watching the taxi slowly drive away, Agu suddenly asked, "They won't take the city back, will they?" Blackie thought for a moment, then said awkwardly, "I don't think they will." After returning, Inspector Chen remained in a dazed state. As for Jiang Si's position, it was naturally preserved. Meanwhile, inside the prison, several people were discussing a corpse in the laboratory. The subject of their discussion was clearly the experimental subject that had been scared to death by Jiang Si, Dr. Jamie's creation. But they didn't notice that a researcher researcher nearby was secretly preparing something. This researcher was actually the traitor Dr. Jamie had planted in the prison. At this moment, he was preparing the antidote according to Dr. Jamie's instructions. Dr. Jamie knew the experimental subject's body was still intact, so now, as long as he injected this serum, he could definitely awaken it. Then, just as the guard was about to go on patrol, the traitor suddenly thrust the syringe in his hand into the experimental subject's body. Seeing this scene, the guard was furious. He punched the traitor against the wall. "What did you just do to the corpse?" Before he could finish his sentence, the experimental subject's eyes suddenly opened. Then came a violent explosion. This sound immediately caught President Ying's attention. What just happened? At this moment, alarms began sounding throughout the prison. It was the experimental subject that had previously lost consciousness. At this moment, Dr. Jamie suddenly shouted to it, "Kill everyone and rescue me. I'll make you stronger than Jiang Si." Meanwhile, on a civilian aircraft in the sky, someone suddenly kicked open the cabin door. Then someone in the cabin shouted with a gun, "Don't move! As long as you obey, I won't harm you." The aircraft flew toward the prison, holding Dr. Jamie under the hijacker's direction. At this moment, the Blood Queen suddenly appeared at the cabin door. "They've installed a self-destruct program on Dr. Jamie. Should we make a detailed plan?" Hearing this, Little Red said without turning back, "Just human tricks, they can't trouble me." After saying this, she led her subordinates in jumping from 10,000 meters high. They were about to approach the opening. The guards at the prison entrance were shocked. Fortunately, President Ying reacted quickly. He soon organized everyone for defense, but these ordinary weapons had no effect on the Blood Clan. At this moment, one of the guards shouted, "Everyone stay calm. We still have 30 presidents, they can't break in." As the commotion above grew louder, President Ying and the Grand President on the 500th underground level immediately realized what was happening. However, if they were to face the Blood Queen, they would probably fall short. Meanwhile, on the 3000th underground level, a guard was blasted into the wall. It was the awakened experimental subject preparing to leave. But then Dr. Jamie told him through the communicator, "Rescue me, and I can help you defeat Jiang Si." Hearing this, the experimental subject showed complete disdain and expressed, "You and Jiang Si, I want to kill you both." At this moment, Dr. Jamie laughed loudly. "You were created by me. If I want you to live, you live. But if I want you to die, you absolutely cannot survive." The experimental subject gritted his teeth after hearing this. Then Dr. Jamie continued, "Don't worry, I won't let you die. As long as you help me realize my dream, I'll commit suicide in front of you to end it all. You humans are more terrifying than us zombies when you go crazy. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Rescue me, and I guarantee to make you as powerful as Jiang Si." At this moment, the three major presidents in the prison rushed over. When they saw that the intruder was actually a woman, they couldn't help but feel confused. Who is this woman? Why can't we sense any energy fluctuations from her? At this moment, Little Red stepped forward and said to them, "Either hand over Dr. Jamie or face death." Hearing this, President Ying couldn't restrain himself and charged forward. Then the people behind him also took the opportunity to attack from the side. After a loud crash, President Ying lost an arm, while the Grand President lying on the ground looked shocked. At this moment, the guards finally arrived at the scene. However, facing various human weapons, Little Red showed no intention of dodging. After a burst of machine gun fire, those bullets couldn't cause any damage to her, they couldn't even break her eyeballs. At this moment, a subordinate suddenly launched an attack on the guards. With a loud explosion, all the guards were consumed by flames. At the same time, Dr. Jamie had been rescued. Green Hair curiously asked, "Wasn't it supposed to explode on contact? Why are we fine?" Dr. Jamie explained, "After a power outage, there's a 2-second window. This kind of defective product trying to contain me is truly laughable." They walked out of the prison under the experimental subject's escort. "Brother Fei, the experimental subject is already so powerful. Do we still need to make him even stronger?" Dr. Jamie helplessly indicated, "There's no one more suitable as a vessel in this world." However, when they were about to evacuate, the experimental subject suddenly stopped. It turned out that all the guards outside had been eliminated at some point. Seeing this scene, Green Hair also found it hard to believe. At this moment, Little Red suddenly descended from above. "Respected Dr. Jamie, greetings. This waste who can't even beat Jiang Si's second form doesn't deserve to be your vessel at all." Hearing this, the experimental subject was stunned. Little Red continued, "Rather than waste it on that trash, why not study my body instead?" The experimental subject was angered by Little Red's behavior. "Are you saying you're stronger than me?" However, Little Red, radiating blood aura, disdainfully indicated that in her eyes, the experimental subject was just garbage. After hearing this, the experimental subject quickly flashed to Little Red's front, but unexpectedly, Little Red's speed was lightning fast. She lightly punched the experimental subject in the face. The experimental subject was instantly sent flying. The stone wall behind him was directly shattered by the impact, finally crashing into the room where Dr. Jamie had been previously held. Seeing the scene, both the Grand President and Dr. Jamie were very surprised. At this moment, the experimental subject was grinding his teeth in hatred. "Damn it, this force is exactly like Jiang Si's." He looked at the giant detonator beside him, then clenched his fist, preparing to trigger it. "Jiang Si or you, I'll kill you all." Under everyone's terrified gazes, he directly punched the giant detonator. The area around the giant detonator instantly erupted in flames under the external force. But at this moment, Little Red calmly raised her palm, then pressed down hard. The giant detonator that had been on the verge of exploding instantly returned to its original state. Everyone was shocked seeing this. What's going on? Just then, a powerful gravitational force suddenly compressed the giant detonator into a metal disc. The experimental subject also instantly fell to the ground, unable to get up no matter matter how hard he tried. At this moment, the Grand President and others looked at Little Red with terror. Little Red expressed disappointment. With such pathetic strength, how dare you call yourself the Zombie King? Then Little Red grabbed with her right hand. The experimental subject was instantly pulled over. Little Red expressionlessly lifted the experimental subject with one hand. Do you remember how Jiang Si dealt with you? Upon hearing this, the experimental subject felt extreme fear. He had thought that apart from Jiang Si, no one could match his immortal body. But now Little Red could also enter his consciousness like Jiang Si. Endless fear flooded the experimental subject's mind. You and Jiang Si are both products of the previous civilization. After saying this, the experimental subject fell into extreme agony, gradually losing consciousness just like last time. Little Red casually threw the experimental subject on the ground. His eyes went dark, completely losing all signs of life. Seeing this scene, both the Grand President and President Ying were stunned, while Dr. Jamie and Green Hair on the other side were also speechless. At this moment, Little Red asked, "Respected Dr. Jamie, am I now qualified to be your vessel?" Hearing this question, Dr. Jamie was first surprised, then excitedly answered, "Of course you can." Meanwhile, in a building, Zi Ling rushed into the city hall. Gao quickly stopped her upon seeing this, telling her it wasn't the right time to see the boss. Zi Ling loudly scolded, "Why are you stopping me? I have urgent matters to see him about." While pushing open the door, she shouted loudly, "Jiang Si, something's wrong, I have bad news." However, before she could finish her words, she was startled by the Jiang Si before her. "When did you become like this?" Hearing this, Jiang Si smiled and said, "Sometimes it's nice to live differently." At this moment, Zi Ling remembered her purpose and hurriedly reported the news of Dr. Jamie's escape. Jiang Si showed no surprise and indicated he already knew. "How could you possibly stop Little Red?" Hearing this, Zi Ling was immediately stunned. "How did you know? This just happened not long ago." Jiang Si said it was because Little Red used bloodline power, and he sensed it the moment she acted. This left Zi Ling confused. What the hell is bloodline power? Then she prepared to return to report to headquarters. But just then, Jiang Si suddenly embraced her and said, "Since you're here, don't rush to leave. How about we have a romantic candlelit dinner first, then I'll show you the night view of our H city." This made Zi Ling's hair stand on end immediately. "Don't even think about it. You call that showing someone around the city? Don't think I don't know what you did to Inspector Chen." Seeing Jiang Si still staring at her playfully, Zi Ling planned to escape from Jiang Si using the urgent situation as an excuse. At this moment, Jiang Si said, "Aren't you curious about how to use bloodline power?" These words made Zi Ling's body suddenly tremble. Then she turned around and looked at Jiang Si in shock. "Date me and I'll let you see my bloodline power." Hearing this, Zi Ling was stunned. Having reached this point, Zi Ling had no reason to refuse and reluctantly agreed to this date. In a certain hospital, the Grand President was being rushed to the emergency room for treatment. Just then, the Grand President suddenly opened his mouth and said to the nurse, "Quickly go get the minister or this world will cease to exist." Jiang Si had just told Zi Ling about the method of using bloodline power, but suddenly sat there quietly without moving. Seeing this scene, Zi Ling urgently asked, "What if I can't change back after using it?" Jiang Si suddenly changed from his third form back to his original form. This immediately made Zi Ling furious. Then she grabbed Jiang Si and shouted, "Dude, can you finish what you're saying? I gave up such important matters to come here and you only tell me half the story. Quickly change back." However, Jiang Si carelessly indicated, "I never said I wanted you to accompany me. You're being presumptuous." This statement completely angered Zi Ling, who had the chef bring another plate of peppers, but the chef helplessly indicated, "Ever since the boss ate the green pepper scrambled eggs last time, Blackie gathered all the peppers in the city and destroyed them." Meanwhile, on Little Red's side, Dr. Jamie brought them to a laboratory for research. At this moment, Little Red's subordinate looked anxious. "Can you even do research? Don't end up damaging our queen's body." But Green Hair was completely confident. "Please trust Dr. Jamie. He's the smartest among us humans." Even Dr. Jamie indicated, "No problem at all. Although your queen isn't human, I have successful cases here. Now the only thing missing is Jiang Si's genes." Hearing this, several people were stunned. "You don't want us to go pluck Jiang Si's hair, do you?" Dr. Jamie immediately indicated, "Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to send you to your deaths." After saying this, the subordinates finally relaxed. "Then what should we do? Jiang Si won't voluntarily come to us." Hearing this, Green Hair grinned and reached into his pocket. He directly pulled out a jar of green liquid. "This small matter can't stump us." Seeing this scene, several people were so shocked their jaws dropped. It turned out that when Xiao was bitten by Jiang Si earlier, afraid of turning into a zombie, she went for a checkup. Dr. Jamie took the opportunity to have an undercover agent draw a tube of her blood. The two were also speechless. Truly devious indeed. Green Hair said proudly, "This is how undercover agents are used. Now we can begin the experiment." And over the following 2 months, Lan Chi visited the hospital almost daily to care for the Grand President. At this moment, the Grand President asked, "Was the message I mentioned before losing consciousness sent out?" Hearing this, Lan Chi also became serious. "Don't worry, I sent satellite communication as soon as I got the news, and it was marked as a red emergency. But you guys are really useless. So many people plus detonators, and Dr. Jamie was still rescued by one woman." The Grand President was also helpless. After all, this enemy was different from previous ones. She could suppress an exploding detonator. She doesn't seem like someone from this era at all. Upon hearing this, Lan Chi's expression immediately became serious. "I've already sent the message. The minister should have received it." Meanwhile, in some underground ruins, a city with considerable civilization was surprisingly hidden. The explorer couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. At this moment, one of the team members received urgent information. He immediately stepped forward to report, "Minister, we've received an emergency situation that requires your personal attention." But the minister had no time to deal with him, because at this moment, all his attention was focused on a corpse. Before him sat a completely charred ancient human corpse. Scanning revealed over 150 comminuted fractures throughout the body. as if it had been crushed by some monster. At this moment, a subordinate indicated, "It seems we didn't come here for nothing. We finally found something valuable." But the minister helplessly said, "This corpse has remained undecayed for thousands of years because the human tissue was burned. Now it's just an empty shell, obviously having lost its research value." After saying this, the minister prepared to leave and asked about the urgent message. The subordinate replied, "It's from the Abnormal Human Academy. They found a capable president who captured Dr. Jamie. But Dr. Jamie was just rescued again, and most presidents are seriously injured and in danger. Headquarters is severely lacking in combat power and is in critical condition." Hearing this, the minister urgently ordered, "Return to headquarters immediately." But just then, another subordinate suddenly found something. As he brushed away the dust, a badge inscribed with ancient characters appeared. Underground, thunderous sounds suddenly emerged. Then several tech orbs flew out from all around. Soon, a holographic projection appeared behind the corpse. "In 1,000 years, this is the first time I've seen a human with such powerful physical strength." Seeing this, the subordinate was stunned. "Is this a zombie resurrection?" The minister then explained, "Don't panic, this is just a holographic projection. Senior, your appearance must mean you have some unfulfilled wish. I wonder how this junior can help." Hearing this, the green-robed figure's holographic image slowly said, "As long as you promise to defend human civilization to the death, I can make you stronger than you are now." The minister was first stunned hearing this. "This goes without saying, Senior. I came here just to learn more about ancient humans and how you perished." Hearing this, a screen appeared behind the green-robed figure. "Our extinction was all thanks to this person." As he spoke, Jiang Si's portrait appeared on the screen. It turned out that 1,000 years ago, Earth wasn't like it is now. Earth was divided into only 2 continents. 100 nations enjoyed unprecedented prosperity. To better protect Earth, humans united against external threats, integrating resources to create interstellar civilization. They not only achieved interstellar travel, but their technological level reached unprecedented heights. At that time, they could completely dominate aliens. Alien technology was like ants before them. They didn't take the underground monsters seriously at all. But even such an advanced civilization could not eliminate the zombie before them. The minister and his team couldn't believe what they heard. They couldn't imagine that the destruction of human civilization would be caused by this seemingly dull and even somewhat cute zombie before them. A subordinate nearby suspected the ancient person was deceiving them. After all, this guy didn't seem to have any attack power at all. Hearing him say this, the minister immediately rejected his words. "Haven't humans established so many academies over the years just to fight against those zombies? Although we've always been suppressing the zombies, we've never been able to completely solve the problem. Since we were born, zombies have been following us like shadows." The subordinate said half believingly, "Could it be that this zombie is the reason?" At this moment, the minister asked the holographic projection again, "Since this zombie is so terrifying, how should we deal with it?" The holographic projection hurriedly said that his time was running out. "Our previous civilization focused too much on technological development, while your generation has taken a completely different path from us. It turns out that cultivating the physical body can also reach such heights." As his words fell, the door behind him suddenly began rotating. A glove appeared before everyone. "With your cultivated, powerful body, plus our wisdom, you can definitely defeat him." He warned again, "No matter what races appear in the world, zombies are humanity's greatest enemy." After saying this, the ancient person's holographic projection disappeared. The minister ordered his subordinate to collect the glove, then bowed deeply to the ancient person's remains. "Rest assured, Senior, the future world will be protected by us." Then he ordered everyone to take the equipment and leave this place. Upon hearing this, the subordinate hurriedly asked, "Are we going to search for the zombie from the video now?" The minister replied helplessly, "The world is so vast. Finding one zombie is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Pass down my orders, return to headquarters first to deal with Dr. Jamie." Meanwhile, Zi Ling also received news of the minister's return. She then told Jiang Si, "The minister is coming back. Notify all executives for a meeting. You need to attend as well." Jiang Si was stunned upon hearing this. "Who is the minister, and why do I need to attend the meeting?" At the same time, in the underground secret base, Dr. Jamie was intently staring at the petri dish in front of him. Suddenly, he burst into maniacal laughter. "My greatest research has finally succeeded." At this moment, Little Red was absorbing the gene modification serum derived from Jiang Si in the petri dish. Outside, however, Lan Ling was crouching on the ground, looking dejected. He gazed at the coin in his hand with deep concern. Not only was he living a life of constant hiding, but now he could barely afford to eat. Thinking of this, Lan Ling couldn't help but shed tears. Just then, a subordinate suddenly whispered in his ear, "Don't be discouraged. We are noble blood clan members. Why don't we start some side business to make some quick cash?" Upon hearing this, Lan Ling looked disgusted. "Don't even think about it. I would never sell my dignity for money." Lan Ling inquired further and learned that this guy's idea of side business was actually robbing banks. It turned out he had passed by a bank earlier and noticed that everyone inside moved very slowly. "I think with our skills, we could finish the job in 10 seconds. As long as we're fast enough, they could never catch us. Once we have money, we won't have to live such a miserable life anymore." Upon hearing this explanation, Lan Ling immediately became interested. "Very well, then let's go get rich." In the conference room, a subordinate entered the office to report, "Minister, all the presidents have arrived. We can begin the meeting now." Hearing this, the minister quickly put on his helmet and followed the convoy toward headquarters. However, just as Jiang Si arrived at headquarters to prepare for the meeting, the bank in H City was being targeted by several mysterious figures. Lan Ling, crouching on the street, asked, "Why haven't we started yet after all this time?" Just then, a truck stopped in front of him. Lan Ling quickly signaled his subordinates to get in the vehicle, then grabbed the equipment from the truck and asked, "How are the preparations? We must ensure everything goes without a hitch." A masked person came over and said, "Don't worry, I've already scouted the place. This is when there are the fewest people. You should know, we're professionals at robbing banks." The group grabbed their equipment and rushed toward Jiang Si People's Bank. If they knew they were robbing a bank owned by Jiang Si, who knows what they would think. Soon after, gunfire erupted from the bank lobby. Lan Ling was overjoyed at this moment. This was his first time seeing so much money. Meanwhile, at the finance department, Blackie was holding a cup of coffee and asked, "Are the financial reports for these 2 months ready?" Upon hearing this, a subordinate quickly reported, "The total revenue for H City over these 2 months is 435.6 billion yuan. You'd better double check those numbers. As the king's most trusted subordinate, I absolutely cannot allow any discrepancies in H City's finances." At this moment, thick smoke was rising from the bank in the distance. It turned out Lan Ling had completed the robbery and was now driving the truck, preparing to escape. When Blackie learned of this news, he was immediately stunned. Who dares to rob a bank in H City? At this moment, outside a certain 5-star hotel, Lan Ling and the vehicle burst into laughter. "We finally have money!" But just then, an angry voice suddenly came from behind. Lan Ling quickly looked back through the car window. However, the moment he saw Blackie, he was instantly terrified and trembling. Damn it, no way, how could it be him? He then turned back to the car and asked, "You damn fool, which bank did you rob?" "I don't know either, I don't recognize him." At this moment, another partner held up a dictionary and said, "We seem to have robbed Jiang Si's bank." Upon hearing these words, Lan Ling instantly felt like dying. He then quietly moved to the car window to look back, and Lan Ling was so frightened that his facial features became distorted. It turned out that Blackie was now furious beyond measure and was about to transform. When Lan Ling saw the aura that Blackie was releasing, he then urged his companions, "Drive quickly! That guy is the most mysterious subordinate that Jiang Si recruited 800 years ago." But before he could finish his words, Blackie had already leaped into the air and punched the top of a building. The next second, cars within a radius of several hundred kilometers all started floating. Seeing this scene, Lan Ling and his group were dumbfounded. This is way too exaggerated. But before they could think further, Blackie's gaze had already locked onto them. Lan Ling knew that escape was impossible this time. He then flipped onto the car roof and said, "You guys hurry back and report to the queen. I'll hold this guy off. We're both butlers. I don't believe you can be that much stronger." But before he could finish speaking, Blackie had already thrown a punch. "What's your level? How dare you compare yourself to me?" Blackie sent him flying with one punch. The other two subordinates who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. How can even Jiang Si's subordinates be so powerful? In the headquarters lobby, presidents from various cities had all gathered together. The minister had also arrived. "Hello everyone, I already know about Dr. Jamie's escape, but before that, I want to show you something." After saying this, he had his subordinate bring out the glove retrieved from the ancient city. Everyone who saw this item showed puzzled expressions. The minister then explained, "These gloves are crystallized ancient technology that I accidentally discovered in the ancient city." Upon hearing this, everyone present was extremely surprised that these seemingly ordinary gloves were actually crystallized ancient technology. At this moment, President Ying excitedly shouted, "Ancient technology? Then defeating Dr. Jamie and that so-called queen would be a piece of cake." However, the minister said, "We don't need ancient technology to deal with them. We're going to use this thing against different enemies. According to ancient human records, there are monsters on our Earth. Ancient civilization was destroyed by these monsters, causing the historical gap." Upon hearing this, the Grand President were immediately stunned. Zi Ling asked in surprise, "Minister, you're not joking, are you? Do such terrifying monsters really exist on Earth?" Just as the minister was seriously explaining how dangerous the monsters were, Jiang Si suddenly leaned over to look at the glove, lost in thought. "Why do I feel like I've seen this thing somewhere before?" Zi Ling and the others asked puzzledly, "So where would this monster be?" The minister said he didn't know either. The ancients only left behind an image of the monster before disappearing completely. At this moment, Jiang Si suddenly looked up and asked, "So how do we use these gloves?" Upon hearing this, the minister quickly replied, "It's simple. Just put them on your hands and press the button in the middle. So we should find this monster as soon as possible and eliminate it." Jiang Si immediately expressed his willingness to help, but at this moment, the minister suddenly felt like he remembered something and looked carefully at Jiang Si beside him. This gaze made Jiang Si feel somewhat awkward. Just as Jiang Si was still looking confused, the minister came to his senses. The minister then quickly reached for the glove on the table. Everyone who saw this scene showed puzzled expressions, but before they could think further, a figure suddenly flew over from the distance. With a thunderous crash, that figure instantly penetrated the building and charged aggressively toward the conference hall. As the dust slowly settled, it was revealed to be Lan Ling, who had been sent flying by Blackie's punch. Seeing this scene, Zi Ling and Lan Qi were both completely bewildered. However, at this moment, another figure flew through the air from the distance. With a loud bang, Blackie made his dramatic entrance. Looking at Lan Ling, whom he had sent flying into the building, Blackie still didn't feel satisfied. At this moment, the dazed Lan Ling weakly called out, "Save me." Zi Ling also noticed Blackie outside at this time and said in disbelief, "Isn't this Jiang Si's subordinate? Why did he suddenly come here?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Si was immediately stunned. Why has Blackie suddenly become so reckless? Just then, one of the minister's subordinates suddenly reported, "Attention all presidents, this guy is not human, he's a zombie. A zombie actually dares to swagger in here?" The presidents immediately couldn't stand it anymore. "Stinking zombie, do you know where you are? You're way too arrogant." But before President Ying could finish speaking, Blackie kicked him in the mouth and then punched the president nearby, who hadn't fully recovered from his injuries. Both were instantly sent flying by Blackie. Seeing the scene, Xiao and Zi Ling were dumbfounded. Why do we always encounter people of this caliber? The Grand President and President Ying, who were smashed into the wall, were also speechless. Why are we always the ones getting hurt? Just then, Blackie in the air suddenly released a black aura. "Anyone who dares to obstruct me, all of you can go die." Seeing this scene, Xiao quickly asked, "What the hell is that?" Zi Ling behind her also screamed in terror, "Don't touch that black aura." However, just as everyone was at a loss for what to do, Jiang Si flashed in front of Blackie. With a bang, Blackie took a solid punch from Jiang Si. That powerful punch sent Zi Ling and the others flying backward. The minister's subordinates, who saw this scene, were all dumbfounded. "Minister, this president is too amazing." However, However, upon hearing this, the minister nervously put on the glove. This guy's power is stronger than I imagined. What the ancient said seems to be true. At this moment, Jiang Si dragged Blackie to a nearby rooftop. When Blackie saw clearly that it was Jiang Si, he was shocked and quickly knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, why are you here too? Jiang Si had no intention of blaming him and simply said calmly, you can't eliminate them. Our city was given to us by them. But before he could finish speaking, a black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. The sun suddenly looked like something had taken a bite out of it, and the next second it became a solar eclipse. Everyone who saw this scene showed expressions of disbelief. Citizens in the city also looked on in disbelief. Then another figure appeared in the air. It was the fully evolved Blood Clan Queen Little Red. At this moment, the minister who had put on the glove also noticed the anomaly in the sky. On the other side, the president screamed in terror. It was that woman who kidnapped Dr. Jamie. Little Red in the air smiled. Jiang Si, get out here. I am now invincible. As her words fell, several more figures appeared beside her. Seeing the reinforcements, Lan Ling shed tears of grievance. Hurry up and save me! But just as Little Red's subordinates rushed into the conference room, the minister sent them flying again with a bang. With thunderous crashes, the two subordinates immediately went to meet their maker. Seeing this scene, Little Red was furious. Human, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that don't concern you. However, the minister ordered his subordinates, there's going to be a big battle here. Quickly evacuate the citizens. After saying this, he immediately swung his fist and charged at Little Red. Little Red snorted coldly upon seeing this and kicked back. Seeing this scene, Zi Ling and the others were completely terrified. On the other side, Blackie was also watching the battle in the air. Your Majesty, they seem to be fighting. Should we help? But Jiang Si directly refused with a gesture. Let them fight their own battle. It has nothing to do with us. The minister landed a heavy punch on Little Red's face, while Little Red also kicked toward his chin, sending him flying. With a thunderous crash, dust immediately spread everywhere. But when the smoke slowly cleared, the minister, who had taken Little Red's kick, was completely unharmed. At this moment, the solar eclipse phenomenon in the sky was also gradually disappearing. The minister shouted at Little Red, I'll deal with you first, then go after Jiang Si. Little Red showed complete disdain. Big words. With your little ability, you think you can deal with Jiang Si. Upon hearing this, Zi Ling and the others were stunned. How did Jiang Si suddenly get dragged into this? Jiang Si and Blackie, who were watching from the rooftop, were completely confused. Just then, the minister activated the glove. Instantly, countless energies began converging toward the center of the glove. Seeing this scene, Little Red wasn't panicked at all, but instead charged toward the minister. Soon, the two figures rushed toward each other. Just as the two were about to make contact, Little Red quickly clenched her fist. The minister also used all his strength, concentrating all his energy into the glove. Then came the thunderous crashes. That terrifying energy immediately sent the spectators flying. At this moment, at the center of the explosion, accompanied by cracking sounds, the glove containing ancient technology developed cracks. The minister was then sent flying by Little Red's punch into a building, penetrating the entire structure. Seeing the scene, Little Red couldn't help but frown. At this moment, the minister, while removing the glove, complained, what ancient garbage technology. If I had known this, I would have done it myself. At this time, Little Red in the distance also spoke. You're the most physically powerful human I've ever encountered. If you had lived 1,000 years ago, I might not have been able to win. It's just a pity that you're no match for me now. Saying this, Little Red flashed and appeared in front of the minister. But just as she was about to deliver the killing blow, Zi Ling suddenly flew over. With her red blade slash, Little Red quickly dodged the attack. This terrifying slash left Little Red in disbelief. At this moment, Zi Ling rested her long sword on her shoulder and taunted, not bad reflexes dodging my attack instantly, but you won't be so lucky next time. Seeing this scene, Lan Qi was startled. How did Zi Ling suddenly become like this? On the other side, the red-haired woman was preparing to take the opportunity to rescue Lan Ling, but at this moment, Xiao Xiao suddenly appeared and pinned her to the rooftop. At this time, Xiao Xiao had also activated her dark mode. Seeing this situation, Little Red's expression became serious. What's your relationship with Jiang Si? Xiao Xiao turned her head and said disdainfully, what do you have to be arrogant about? You'd better behave yourself. Just then, Zi Ling stepped forward. Little Red, right? Then let me experience your power. Seeing this scene, the minister was completely bewildered. Lan Qi and the others looked at Zi Ling in shock. Why does Zi Ling seem like a completely different person? At this moment, the Blood Clan girl controlled by Xiao Xiao suddenly shouted, damn it, don't underestimate me. Saying this, she directly broke free from Xiao Xiao's grip and then did several backflips to create distance from Xiao Xiao. This operation left Xiao Xiao stunned. She didn't expect her to escape from her hands. At this time, the Blood Clan girl taunted, you think you can trap me with just that? Do you really think I'm a pushover? Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao playfully replied, then prove it. As soon as her words fell, the Blood Clan girl charged at her. But before she could attack, she was kicked by Xiao Xiao. Then Xiao Xiao bent down to gather strength and charged toward the Blood Clan girl in the air. Just as she was about to reach her, she delivered a heavy punch. Seeing this scene, Lan Qi and the others were all dumbfounded. How is even Xiao Xiao's power so exaggerated? At this time, the Blood Clan girl who had landed immediately rolled over. As the blood in her hand slid out, countless clones suddenly appeared in the air. But before she could use them, she was kicked again by Xiao Xiao. At this moment, the Blood Clan girl was completely speechless. Is this guy even human? Meanwhile, on the other side, Little Red slid forward. Zi Ling immediately rotated the accessory in her hand, and with a casual swing, neutralized Little Red's attack. Powerful sword energy spread outward from her as the center, and the tech building behind her was instantly split in two. Seeing this scene, the Grand President and others called it abnormal, incredible. At this time, Little Red smiled contemptuously. So you've also been enhanced. Too bad, you're not the person I'm looking for. I want to find that guy Jiang Si for revenge. Saying this, she activated her bloodline power. Instantly, terrifying energy erupted from her body. However, Zi Ling, who sensed the threat, showed no intention of backing down. You're right, my basic strength is inferior to yours. But if this is all you've got and you want to challenge Jiang Si, then I advise you to forget it and not seek your own suffering. Upon hearing this, Little Red was stunned, but before she could think further, Zi Ling suddenly covered her face and laughed maniacally. "Come on, let you witness my second form." After saying this, the skin on Zi Ling's face began to fall off. Then Zi Ling roared toward the sky. Countless purple energies began emanating from her as the center. This terrifying energy nearly blew away the Grand President and others. Little Red was also in disbelief. At this moment, Zi Ling had also transformed into her second form. The president screamed in terror. "Holy shit, is Zi Ling even human anymore?" Little Red said in disbelief, "You actually mastered bloodline power too?" Jiang Si on the rooftop was completely confused. When did I teach her how to use bloodline power? On the other side, Xiao Xiao was also stunned. We were both bitten by Jiang Si, so why can she activate the second form? Just then, Little Red suddenly sneered. "Are you also eager to die? What are you planning to scare me to death with your voice? If you want my life, let's see if you have the ability." As soon as Zi Ling finished speaking, Little Red flashed to above her head. However, facing her sudden attack, Zi Ling wasn't panicked at all. Just as Little Red raised her weapon to strike down, Zi Ling quickly drew the sword from her hand. The moment the sword was unsheathed, Zi Ling used her blood to sharpen the blade and quickly swung the red blade slash toward Little Red. Little Red was immediately cut in half. Then Zi Ling accelerated instantly. The next second, countless sword energies appeared on Little Red's body. That dense sword energy actually cut her cells into pieces. Then with a bang, Little Red turned into a blood mist. This operation left everyone present with expressions of disbelief. When the scout reported that Zi Ling had cut up even Little Red's cells, the president immediately screamed in terror. "Impossible! What kind of joke is this?" On the side, Lan Qi, who had always been at odds with Zi Ling, showed a face full of jealousy. What exactly did Jiang Si do to her? As for the minister, who was the ceiling of human combat power, he was also shocked at this moment. Zi Ling slowly turned her head and said to the air, "You're not that weak, are you? Don't tell me you're planning a sneak attack." As soon as her words fell, the blood mist in the air began to condense under the continuous recombination of flesh and blood. In no time at all, Little Red appeared intact before everyone. Seeing this scene, the Grand President and President Ying were all dumbfounded. At this time, Jiang Si, who was watching from the sidelines, quietly muttered, "It seems Little Red is getting serious." Saying this, he took Blackie and jumped in another direction. At this moment, Zi Ling still calmly stated, "That brainless guy said you're a 1,000-year-old monster. Indeed, you can't be described by common sense." Upon hearing this, the minister was immediately stunned. Suddenly, the already deformed glove in his hand reacted. On the other side, Jiang Si brought Blackie to the best viewing position. At this time, Little Red in the field suddenly raised her hand, and the next second, the originally clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds. However, seeing this scene, Zi Ling wasn't panicked at all, and even assumed an attacking stance. "Come on, let me see your true strength." Saying this, she flew directly to 10,000 meters high. Seeing this scene, Little Red quickly swung the long sword in her hand. The next second, a several hundred-meter high skyscraper was cut into more than a dozen pieces. With a thunderous crash, those fragments rushed towards Zi Ling, but facing the rapidly approaching building debris, Zi Ling simply raised her hand and slashed once. Those tens of meters thick cement walls were cut in half. But just then, Little Red suddenly appeared in front of her. Taking advantage of Zi Ling's lack of reaction, she slammed a punch over. Zi Ling no longer held back her strength, and with a powerful swing toward Little Red, the next second, that fierce sword energy split the city in half. Seeing this scene, Lan Qi and the others were so frightened their faces changed color. Even Jiang Si couldn't help but exclaim, "This woman is really terrifying when she gets serious." But when this slash hit Little Red, it didn't cause any damage. When she turned to see the destructive power of this strike, her expression also became serious. At this time, Jiang Si, who was watching, praised Zi Ling's strike enthusiastically. At the same time, the minister encountered quite a problem. The glove he had put on couldn't be removed. Just then, Zi Ling flew to the glass of a skyscraper. But before she could steady herself, Little Red charged over. Then with a bang, Zi Ling was kicked in the jaw again. At this time, Little Red raised her hand and gathered energy. The next second, Zi Ling crashed into a skyscraper. "Don't think you're amazing just because you activated the second form. In front of me, what are you?" Upon hearing this, Lan Qi and the others could no longer be described as shocked. However, just as the two were fighting evenly, at this moment, the minister on the other side was undergoing a transformation. "What's happening? Why is this glove corroding me?" Just as the minister was completely confused, golden energy suddenly appeared in his bloodstream. Then a voice echoed in his mind, "Your body will temporarily serve as my vessel." This voice was from the ancient person from before. On the other side, the knocked out Zi Ling finally came to her senses. She pulled out the long knife that had been inserted into her chest. "I can't do anything to you, but what can you do to me?" Seeing Zi Ling stand up so abnormally, Lan Qi also grabbed Jiang Si's clothes, wanting to become like them. But Jiang Si said it wasn't possible. However, just then, a tremendous crash suddenly came from the distance. This sound immediately stunned everyone present. "What's going on? I can feel a terrifying pressure." The president nearby looked at the sky in terror. It turned out that a massive creature had appeared in the sky at this moment, accompanied by the words, "I'm alive." With a thunderous crash, that mecha actually stepped on and collapsed an entire city. The people in the city were all dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? At this time, with another thunderous crash, the skyscraper where Jiang Si was located was instantly crushed. Jiang Si quickly bounced between the ruins to rescue the presidents who couldn't evacuate in time. But just as he had thrown everyone out, the mecha in the air suddenly reached out to grab him. After grabbing Jiang Si, the mecha quickly clenched its fist. At this time, Little Red suddenly flashed over. Zi Ling also quickly chased after her. Unexpectedly, the two of them arrived at the top of the mecha. At this time, the conscious minister angrily roared, "What exactly do you want to do?" "Sorry, Junior. For the beautiful future of humanity, for humanity, your sacrifice is worth it." As his words fell, a brand new mecha battlesuit covered his body. Seeing this scene, the president broke out in cold sweat. Just then, Zi Ling on top suddenly noticed there seemed to be something in the mecha's hand. It turned out that Jiang Si was currently being held in the mecha's grip. Seeing this scene, Little Red and Zi Ling quickly rushed toward the ancient person. With a bang, their combined attack was easily neutralized by the ancient person. Then, they were restrained by the ancient person. "We've been researching researching Jiang Si's genes for several centuries, and you two women actually use it as a stimulant. How shallow. At this time, Jiang Si, under the mecha's pressure, finally activated his second form. With a 360-degree rotation, the mecha's fingers also began to rotate accordingly. Then it affected his entire mechanical arm. Jiang Si also took this opportunity to leap up, wanting to directly blast his head, but with a thunderous crash, the mecha's other arm slammed down again. At this time, the ancient person in the distance spread his arms and shouted, 1,000 years! Do you know how I've lived? Looking at Jiang Si, who was struggling at this moment, the ancient person excitedly shouted again, quickly show your final form! As his words fell, Jiang Si slowly opened those seemingly harmless eyes. With a thunderous crash, the mechanical arm was instantly flipped away by Jiang Si. Seeing this scene, Little Red immediately widened her eyes. But at this moment, the ancient mecha showed no fear at all. He even taunted, are you looking down on me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Si was stunned. At this moment, Lan Qi on the ground watching the battle was already dumbfounded. What the hell are these things? Jiang Si suddenly accelerated and charged toward the mecha's head. Seeing the scene, the ancient person immediately snorted coldly. The next second, the mecha's hatch slowly opened. Then rows of robots emerged from inside. Is this ancient technology? At this time, the Grand President and President Ying were so frightened they didn't dare to breathe. These seemingly powerful robots were like paper in front of Jiang Si. With a tearing sound, the robot was instantly torn in half by Jiang Si. Seeing more and more robots, Jiang Si clenched his fist and gathered strength. Then came a thunderous crash. Those robots were instantly turned into scrap metal by Jiang Si. At this time, the ancient person clapped his fist together and said, still couldn't make you use your full power? Then let's see what you use to block what comes next. As his words fell, several more giant mechas appeared in the void. At this time, the ancient person shouted again, I saw it on the last night. This isn't your true form. The statement left Jiang Si stunned, but before he could think further, the ancient person controlled the giant mecha and charged at him. With a thunderous crash, that powerful punch directly destroyed half the city. Jiang Si was even sent flying by this strike, all the way to the moon in outer space. This strike left even Jiang Si confused, though it didn't cause him any harm. At this time, the minister inside the ancient person suddenly roared, look at what you've done. Is this the result you wanted? But before he could finish speaking, the ancient person roared again, shut up, I must eliminate Jiang Si. Saying this, he teleported the giant mecha to the moon. At this moment, Lan Qi and the others on the ground could no longer be described as shocked. That giant mecha was actually planning to destroy the moon along with everything else. Jiang Si flashed and dodged his attack. Then with a jump from the spot, he appeared in front of the mecha. The Grand President on Earth who saw this scene called it awesome. At this time, Jiang Si suddenly bent down in the air to gather strength. The next second, he slammed a punch into the mecha's eye. With thunderous sounds, the giant mecha immediately collapsed on the moon. The ancient people at this moment were also shocked beyond belief. Just then, the minister inside him suddenly shouted, I've seen Jiang Si's records. Not only did he manage H-City exceptionally well, but he also generated billions in tax revenue for us. He's helped humanity more than once. I want to know, why can't we coexist? Hearing these words, the ancient man immediately scolded, shut your mouth. Then gazing at sky, he sighed, don't you think we'd want peaceful coexistence too? But look at his current state. Does he seem capable of peaceful coexistence? Originally, zombies were supposed to be just a weak group, but somehow this guy suddenly appeared. Our human survival now depends entirely on his moods and whims. Do you think we can allow him to continue existing in this world? So, those not of our kind must be eliminated. As his words fell, the mechas in space began reassembling once more. After some time recovering, the ancient mecha not only returned to its original state, but also wielded a razor-sharp sword. The ancient man then shouted loudly, divine punishment. The next second, all mechas in space sprang into action. With a series of piercing sounds, the poor moon was punctured through by them. Yet despite this, Jiang Si remained completely unharmed. He then sneered with disdain, sometimes it's not about size determining strength. Hearing this, the ancient man suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. But before he could react, Jiang Si suddenly raised his hand in a gun gesture. The next moment, all the ancient mechas shattered instantly. Even the entire moon began trembling. Such terrifying oppressive force made Lan Qi sense trouble. She immediately shouted to the nearby presidents, it's no longer safe here. Quickly evacuate the surrounding citizens. As her words fell, Jiang Si appeared before the ancient man. He then threw a punch straight at the ancient man's face. That tremendous force instantly sent him crashing into the deep sea. Faced with this sudden attack, the ancient man was also stunned. Meanwhile, presidents in the city were evacuating people everywhere. But just as Lan Qi was carrying a baby and preparing to evacuate, the ground beneath her feet suddenly began shaking. It turned out Jiang Si was clawing at the earth with both hands. Seeing the scene, everyone showed expressions of terror. With a crack, the area where Jiang Si stood instantly split open. Then everyone felt earthquake-like tremors. At this moment, Jiang Si exerted force once more. The next second, he forcibly tore apart the surrounding ground. A crack spanning tens of thousands of meters appeared in the city center. The Grand President was dumbfounded seeing this scene. Yet even so, that crack continued extending relentlessly. Before long, even the ocean had been split in half. On the other side, President Ying quickly moved to save Lan Qi. However, Lan Qi witnessed an incredible scene. The ancient man who had been smashed into the sea suddenly reappeared. The next second, Jiang Si landed a punch on him. That tremendous force directly sent the ancient man crashing into the mountains. Damn it, this guy's power is too terrifying. See that, youngster? This is Jiang Si's destructive capability. Before he could finish speaking, a tsunami suddenly surged across the sea surface. Jiang Si had released his complete form. Seeing the scene, the minister was startled. What exactly is this guy? Zi Ling was also bewildered. How can Jiang Si transform again? Nearby, Little Red was even more stunned. I've never seen this before. However, the ancient man shouted excitedly, this This is the face I saw before. Saying this, he accelerated and flew into the sky. Looking at Jiang Si, who had fully released his form, Blackie immediately screamed in terror, "It's over, it's over. That ancient man is doomed." He then frantically ran outside. At this moment, the ancient man in the air laughed maniacally and roared, "I've waited 1,000 years for this battle." Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Si suddenly raised his hand and waved. The next second, the ancient man's armor shattered. Then Jiang Si clenched his fist. The ancient man was simultaneously crushed into a ball. Just then, an energy beam shot straight into the sky, blasting the ancient man into scrap metal. After losing the ancient man's control, the minister finally broke free from his shackles, though he was now on the verge of death. Seeing this scene, the presidents couldn't help but cry out, "It's over, minister is going to die." But just then, Jiang Si suddenly snapped his fingers at the minister. The next second, the cells in his body began reorganizing. The grand president and others were stunned seeing the scene. Nearby, Little Red was even more incredulous. Zi Ling also widened her eyes and said, "It can actually work like this?" The minister awakened from his coma. When he looked at Jiang Si, who had intervened to heal him, the minister finally understood why the ancient man was willing to do anything to kill him. It was because Jiang Si was too powerful, a kind of power that instilled deep fear. With someone like Jiang Si existing, probably no one wouldn't be afraid. Thus, the battle with the ancient man came to an end. The people who had witnessed the battle on the ground could no longer be described as merely shocked. Just then, Zi Ling suddenly walked toward Jiang Si. Jiang Si scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Oh, it's Zi Ling. The bloodline power is quite useful, isn't it?" Zi Ling, having emerged from her transformed state, immediately fumed. "Useful, my ass. Look what you've done. Our home is gone." It turned out Jiang Si's barehanded earth tearing had opened a gash in the ground. Due to this incident, the southern continent had shifted over 100 kilometers. Just like that, 2 months quickly passed. Since humans had evacuated before the Great Battle, they didn't suffer major casualties. Only the subsequent homeland reconstruction was left to Jiang Si's citizens. At this moment, in the office, Minister was deep in thought, looking at the data before him. The data showed complete information on Jiang Si's first through fourth forms. Suddenly, Inspector Chen walked in carrying a cup of coffee and asked, "Minister, did you call for me? Go to the market and buy me some good eggs. I'm going to visit the newly appointed H-City Grand President." Meanwhile, on the other side, the Blood Tribe New City project was gradually starting up. As the steward, Lan Ling was naturally the project manager. At this time, the Blood Tribe girl approached and inquired, "Where did you get this money?" Hearing this, Lan Ling broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out all his money was borrowed from Blackie. Blackie leisurely held his coffee and said, "Rather than letting them rob banks and cause trouble, it's better to lend directly to them. At 20% interest, they'll have to work for us at least 300 years to pay it back." Hearing this, Ah Gu and the others immediately couldn't help but curse, so ruthless. As for Little Red, she was now withdrawn from being frightened by Jiang Si. She hadn't expected Jiang Si to have a fourth form. The usually strong-willed Little Red believed she could never defeat Jiang Si in this lifetime, shedding tears of unwillingness. Thus, Jiang Si's wish for zombie-human coexistence was finally realized. Meanwhile, in an underground city left behind by some ancient civilization, a man suddenly appeared before the ancient man's corpse. The newcomer was none other than the long-missing Dr. Jamie Jiang Si. "Even if I die, I will never give up." Today was the day the Academy officially appointed Jiang Si as Grand President. At this time, an alarm clock rang in a room, and the next second, the clock was smashed to pieces by a slap. Then faint snoring sounds came from the room. After a while, Jiang Si finally woke up from his sleep. He then opened the refrigerator to see various egg-canned goods. Jiang Si took out a raw egg to eat, and at this moment, scenes from his life kept flashing through his mind. First, suddenly becoming a zombie at school, then wandering around with his kind. Until one day, a group of humans wielding flaming sticks began massacring zombies. To avoid being made into lamp oil and perpetual motion machines, he resolutely joined the muscle-building army. Every day, besides exercising, he consumed protein powder. Eventually, he became invincible and learned to utilize zombie bloodline power, able to use different forms for combat at will, though in that state he became extremely unstable. Sometimes he might accidentally destroy an entire civilization. Even so, he still wanted to befriend humans. For the sake of peace, he chose to start helping humanity, solving many human problems during this period. Neither the Blood Queen nor the Ancient Man was his match. He was gradually changing humanity's perception of zombies. Now, he had achieved his wish and even had his own city. But things seemed to be developing unlike what he had envisioned, because the power he displayed was beginning to make humans fear him. Just as Jiang Si was contemplating his next move, the doorbell suddenly rang. Opening the door, he saw Zi Ling standing outside. Zi Ling looked furious. "Jiang Si, what are you doing? The presidents have been waiting for you for ages." Hearing this, Jiang Si said, "Just a moment," and closed the door. The scene shifted to the abnormal human academy. Lan Qi was giving a passionate speech on stage. Behind her, a banner announcing Jiang Si's appointment as Grand President. "We live in an era full of crises, which has given us many opportunities and challenges. We have also witnessed the academy's development together. This time, it's Jiang Si who will lead our academy toward prosperity. Please welcome our academy's new Grand President, Jiang Si." Jiang Si walked onto the stage somewhat embarrassedly. At this moment, the presidents below all stood up and shouted loudly, "Greetings, Grand President!" Then they all bowed deeply to Jiang Si. Seeing this, Jiang Si said awkwardly, "Good morning, everyone must be hungry. I brought eggs for you all." Hearing this, the people below immediately showed dark expressions. Someone even felt indignant for President Qin. President Qin, can someone with his level of intelligence really replace you? Hearing this, President Qin only said, you'd better shut up. If you could beat him, you could be Grand President too. Meanwhile, in the minister's office, Inspector Chen ran in frantically. This is bad, Minister. Things are causing a huge uproar. The president personally called. Hearing this, the minister immediately stood up. What happened? How did it alarm the president? He quickly answered the phone to understand the situation. Hearing the orders from the other end, the minister seriously said, I guarantee to complete the mission. At this moment, Inspector Chen anxiously asked what the president's instructions were. The minister explained, it's about the ancient man incident. Now the whole world probably knows about it. Inspector Chen said in disbelief, how is that possible? We clearly sealed off this matter. Hearing this, the minister threw the phone aside. The incident has reached the other side of the earth. How could it be sealed off? Inspector Chen immediately checked his phone. Sure enough, the internet was full of reports about intense battles in the south, news of suspected ancient man appearances. The minister then said to Inspector Chen, with the exchange meeting about to begin, many matters are tangled and difficult to resolve. What about the eggs I asked you to buy for visiting Jiang Si? Inspector Chen immediately pulled out 2 bags of eggs, indicating they've been ready for a while. Before long, the minister arrived at Jiang Si's home carrying 2 bags of eggs, thinking, since I made him grand president, visiting his home to congratulate him should be fine. Then he rang the doorbell. But it was Zi Ling who opened the door. Zi Ling in a maid outfit stood frozen at the doorway. The minister was also stunned seeing the scene. Zi Ling, this outfit of yours? Could it be that you and Jiang Si? Zi Ling immediately explained, Minister, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think. Just then, Lan Qi, also in a maid outfit, approached. Oh, it's the minister. What brings you here? Seeing this scene, the minister was thunderstruck. Even though Jiang Si just became grand president, you can't be so brazen about this kind of play in front of me. Saying this, he turned to leave, indicating he was returning to headquarters. Lan Qi was first stunned upon hearing this, then immediately started shouting after realizing. She and Zi Ling together explained that the minister had misunderstood. They were just attending Jiang Si's promotion party, dressed this way because they lost a game with everyone. The minister asked doubtfully, is what you're saying true? Hearing this, Zi Ling immediately blushed. If you don't believe us, you can go in and see for yourself. The first thing that came into view was Xiao Xiao, also in a maid outfit, while Jiang Si wore cute pajamas with game-losing stickers on his face. Across from Jiang Si sat the serious-faced former grand president. Jiang Si, this time I'll definitely defeat you. Saying this, he drew a card from Jiang Si's hand, immediately making Jiang Si cry out in surprise. Just then, with a sudden pop, President Ying set off confetti cannons. Behind him, a banner reading, Grand President Jiang Si's first administrative order, anyone not participating in team building will be dismissed from public office. Just as the minister stared in amazement at everything before him, suddenly a mass of fruits and vegetables came flying toward him. With splashing sounds, President Steele sheathed his blade, and those fruits and vegetables instantly became countless fragments, then fell neatly into plates. Ha ha ha, here's the sushi you ordered. But when President Steele saw the minister standing at the door, the two made eye contact in extreme awkwardness. Minister, it's not what you think. I'm not that kind of person. Jiang Si forced me to do this. The minister coughed a few times to ease the awkwardness, then said seriously to everyone, since everyone's here, it saves me from calling a meeting. I have extremely urgent matters to discuss with you all. He then told everyone about the president's dissatisfaction. Jiang Si asked puzzledly, Minister, aren't you the human leader? The minister quickly said he wasn't, then removed his mask saying, I'm just a provincial governor. When they saw the minister about to remove his mask, Jiang Si and others were full of anticipation. But the minister only revealed half his face. Our country has many such provinces, and each province is at least thousands of kilometers apart. This world has 2 countries in total. One is country A, the other is country B. Where we are belongs to the federal country A, while country B is a monarchy. Although there are only 2 countries, mutual struggle is inevitable, so the exchange meeting competition was born. Jiang Si was stunned hearing this. What the heck is this exchange meeting? Zi Ling quickly explained. Nearby, the so-called exchange meeting is a global school sports competition, which can also be understood as a global military exercise. Held every 4 years, country B almost always dominates. Jiang Si immediately lost interest. What nonsense, so boring. But then Lan Qi suddenly spoke up. Last time there was a zombie cleanup project, they cleared 80 million zombies in 1 week. This made Jiang Si's back suddenly turn cold. How is this related to zombies? Lan Qi continued, as our grand president, we're counting on you for this competition. Jiang Si was completely speechless at this moment. Do you really consider me human? Fortunately, the minister explained, don't worry, this time we're setting the questions, so this project won't appear. Only then did Jiang Si breathe a slight sigh of relief. As for monarchy and federalism, he didn't understand at all. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, 2 pairs of slender legs appeared in country B's capital office. Photos of the ancient man destroying the moon were placed on the desk. A man sitting in a chair with his back turned spoke. These are photos sent from country A. 2 identical-looking sisters approached the desk and picked up the photos, but when they saw the contents, they were stunned. The prime minister continued, according to intelligence, it's very likely that country A has mastered ancient technology. Next month, country A's president will visit me. You 2 are my most capable subordinates and must infiltrate to investigate clearly. As for your sister joining the anti-government forces, the king has strong opinions, but don't worry, as long as you can handle this matter well, I'll naturally plead for your sister with the royal family. Hearing this, both immediately said, Prime Minister, rest assured we will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Dr. Jamie looked at the experiment before him with a serious expression. At this time, green hair nearby shouted, Unit 1 is powered up. Following his voice, other staff also indicated they were ready. They were so serious because they planned to revive the ancient man. After all preparations were complete, green hair shouted to to Dr. Jamie. Brother Fei, we can begin. This ancient man has been dead for 1,000 years, already just an empty shell. Can we really revive him? Don't worry, there's nothing I can't do in biology. All units attention, experiment begins. Upon receiving Dr. Jamie's order, subordinates immediately threw the experiment switch. With thunderous roars, the entire laboratory was instantly covered in intense light. Seeing this scene, Green Hair was startled. If we can really revive the ancient man, won't we be able to do whatever we want in the future? Intense electricity kept crackling on the ancient man's body. Before long, thick white smoke suddenly emerged from the laboratory. Everyone was nervous at this moment. After all, this was their first time attempting to revive ancient humans. Just then, the ancient man in the laboratory suddenly started coughing. Seeing this scene, Green Hair was ecstatic. Excellent, we succeeded. But when the white smoke gradually cleared, a balding, greasy, middle-aged man appeared. Green Hair immediately exploded. No way, did our program malfunction? Where's the ancient man's super handsome mecha war god? How did he become like this? Saying this, Green Hair rushed into the laboratory. Tell me quickly where the ancient man went. Also, who exactly are you? Why is the ancient man missing? The middle-aged man said pitifully that he was the ancient man. Bullshit, the ancient man we saw before was so handsome, look at yourself, how do you resemble him? The middle-aged man said aggrievedly, I'm just a powerless programmer. As a mecha designer, what's wrong with making myself look handsome? Hearing this, Dr. Jamie was speechless. After all that work, they'd only revived a programmer. But just as he was about to turn around, the middle-aged man suddenly said, you and I are the same type of person. Don't you want to talk? Dr. Jamie was obviously stunned hearing this, then turned back. Speak up, what do you want to discuss with me? Don't waste my time. The ancient man indicated he wanted to cooperate with Dr. Jamie against their common enemy, Jiang Si. Hearing this, Dr. Jamie turned to leave. Cooperate on what? You've already lost to Jiang Si. I thought you were something more formidable than that blood queen. Don't waste my time. The middle-aged man said he had studied Jiang Si's genes 1,000 years ago. Your methods won't work at all. You should know that Jiang Si's power comes from a mysterious force that can infinitely enhance his level. We are currently the two smartest people in the world. You possess vast biological knowledge and Jiang Si's genes, while I have unparalleled technology and methods to use Jiang Si's genes. Why don't we create a brand new Jiang Si? Hearing this, Dr. Jamie and others were immediately stunned. The middle-aged man continued, how about it? You shouldn't refuse this proposal. Dr. Jamie adjusted his glasses and stepped forward saying, pleasant cooperation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zi Ling shouted in terror, what? You're actually making Jiang Si work as the president's bodyguard? Jiang Si also pointed at himself awkwardly, indicating he was afraid he might accidentally kill the president. The minister helplessly said, I have no choice either. The empire is unstable, and they know about the ancient man incident too. I'm afraid they might take desperate measures. Hearing this, Zi Ling and Lan Qi were powerless to object. The minister then stood up and said, since you have no objections, it's decided. Jiang Si, haven't you always wanted to enter the human upper echelons? As long as you can make the president trust you, no one will dare question your identity in the future. However, your identity still can't be revealed now. After all, having a zombie as an official would be quite explosive in today's society. From today on, all presidents will follow your orders. Just in case you can bring two subordinates. Don't embarrass us when you go to the empire this time. After the meeting, Jiang Si returned to H City. H City government office, Blackie brought other minions over. Jiang Si then said to them, the provincial governor ordered me to be the president's bodyguard and allows me to bring 2 deputies. Who's willing to come with me? Blackie quickly said the finance department needed year-end auditing and he couldn't get away. Ah Gao and others also said they needed to maintain H City's security and had no time. Only Ah Lang and Ah Mao excitedly said they were free and could accompany Jiang Si. But unexpectedly, Jiang Si had them both on leashes again for this trip. Ah Mao and Ah Lang were speechless. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have come even if beaten to death. Just then, Zi Ling and Lan Qi walked over. When they saw Ah Mao and Ah Lang lying on the ground, Lan Qi immediately exclaimed with shining eyes, such cute little doggies. Then she crouched in front of Ah Mao, intending to pet him. But then Ah Mao suddenly roared, if you dare touch me, believe it or not, I'll bite you to death. This sudden change immediately startled Lan Qi. Zi Ling quickly stepped forward to explain, they're Jiang Si's subordinates, not dogs. Then she said to Jiang Si, come with me, the president wants to meet you. Before long, Jiang Si followed Zi Ling to a great hall. Inside, experts from various provinces had already gathered. Seeing Jiang Si's group enter, one masked man approached mockingly, are you out of people? Where's Grand President Qin? You actually sent an unknown nobody. Trash like you, I could take on 10. However, before he could finish speaking, Jiang Si's fist had already landed on his face. With a boom, he was smashed into the nearby wall. Jiang Si then said innocently, what were you saying just now? I didn't hear clearly. Everyone in the hall showed expressions of disbelief. Soon after, Jiang Si was called into the president's office. Jiang Si was incredibly nervous. After all, this was his first time working as a bodyguard. The president suddenly spoke, the minister of Guangzhou province said you're very strong and fully capable of bodyguard duties. But I still want to ask, if we encounter danger, how would you protect me? Hearing this, Jiang Si scratched his head awkwardly. Danger doesn't exist for me. The president laughed heartily and praised, truly worthy of being chosen by the minister of Guangzhou province. Meanwhile, at Country B's outskirts, in some city ruins, a woman sat leisurely on top of the ruined building. Her cold gaze remained fixed on Country A's direction. At this time, a zombie over 2 meters tall wearing a mask suddenly approached. Big sister, here's the equipment you wanted. The zombie army is also ready. The beautiful woman said nonchalantly, Ah Shi, you've done well, thanks for your hard work. Saying this, she walked out of the ruins. Several zombie subordinates quickly followed upon seeing this. Soon, the woman addressed the zombie army. Brothers, do you know why humans want to exterminate us? Because humans are selfish animals, unlike us, who simply want to live. I'm sure you've all heard that Country A's president is coming here for a visit, and our mission is to kill that bastard. Many ask why I'm doing this. It's all humanity's own fault. Since the zombie outbreak, I admit zombies have caused humans many problems, but most zombies are worthless against human technology. They continue developing weapons, even wanting to completely eliminate zombies. But this is actually just an excuse for Country A and B to wage war. They've been concealing that zombies have consciousness. Due to war, many kind humans have been forced to separate from their families under their artillery fire, and we conscious zombies have become the culprits they speak of. Why can't zombies coexist peacefully with humans? We must overthrow human rule and let zombies live equally. Hearing this, the zombies excitedly raised their hands and shouted, "Long live Big Sister! Long live Big Sister!" At this moment, on a certain airplane, Jiang Si was still leisurely drinking afternoon tea. At Country B's airport, reporters had already begun global broadcasting of this exchange between the two countries, making it a global focal point. Even Country B's residents were glued to their televisions, wanting to see what Country A's president looked like. Soon, a special plane flew over the city. On the ground, the agent sisters communicated with each other. First, secure the area. Don't let Country A's president have an accident right after landing. Hearing this, the younger sister immediately asked, "You mean Big Sister might act now?" It's just speculation, but given Big Sister's personality, I think she'd want to blow up the plane too. At this moment, on the bustling streets, a man said quietly, "Everything's arranged. Ensure Country A's president loses his head." But before he could finish, the nearby masked zombie suddenly trembled uncontrollably, then couldn't help but kneel in pain. The center-parted man quickly approached, asking, "Shi, what's wrong? This isn't the time to fool around." Shi didn't respond, but suddenly looked up at the plane in the sky. He seemed to sense something familiar yet frightening on the plane, but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Then he told those beside him to continue with the plan. Just then, Country A president's plane finally arrived at the airport. Country B's reporters and officials rushed over. The airplane cabin door slowly opens, but what emerges is not the president of Country A. Instead, it's Jiang Si wearing a suit and tie for the first time. Seeing this scene, Shi quickly grabs his walkie-talkie and shouts, "Danger, stop immediately." Hearing this, the blonde zombie freezes. What exactly is happening? Why does he suddenly feel a sense of dread? Even Big Sister on the distant high-rise building can't help but break into a cold sweat. She immediately orders the zombie army, "That guy isn't the president, retreat." The footage of Jiang Si's appearance is being broadcast live globally. When humans see Jiang Si's eerie appearance, they all show expressions of shock. However, Jiang Si himself is thinking that this suit doesn't seem quite right. Meanwhile, the twin sisters watching the screen are also stunned. Who exactly is this guy? The younger sister explains, "He appears to be a bodyguard on the president's escort list." At this moment, the minister on the plane is talking to Jiang Si. "Well done. Remember your mission to take bullets for the president." Hearing this, Jiang Si is speechless. "I can catch your rockets with my bare hands, yet you want me to use my body to block bullets." He then begins looking around cautiously. After confirming there's no danger nearby, the president of Country finally emerges from the cabin. The embassy president immediately approaches. This is Governor Hardy, who will be handling the reception throughout. "It's getting late today. You can rest at the hotel first. We'll discuss other arrangements tomorrow." Just as everyone prepares to head to the hotel, Jiang Si suddenly senses something. At the same time, Big Sister also freezes. It feels like someone just saw her, and this person seems to be among Country A's delegation. The younger sister stepped forward. "Since Big Sister has abandoned the assassination, let's begin our mission. I've installed listening devices in the transport vehicles. We'll soon get accurate information about the ancient people." What catches them off guard is that Country A's president refuses their transport convoy. He gets into a prepared private car with Jiang Si beside him. Meanwhile, the minister on the plane hangs up his call with Jiang Si. While operating his computer to disrupt communications, he explains to President Qin, "Country A has Dr. Jemming giving us headaches, and Country B has underground organizations they can't handle. We must ensure absolute safety." The twin sisters, completely unaware of this, are still discussing their next move. After all, their big sister is no pushover either. Zi Ling and Lan Qi were beaten black and blue at the last exchange meeting. Just then, a staff member suddenly shouts at them, "Country A's president didn't take our prepared vehicle, he got in another car." Hearing this, the younger sister urgently asks airport personnel which car they took and where they are. But the staff member says the signal is being jammed and they can't track their location. The younger sister slams her hand on the table in frustration. What are these guys trying to do? Are they looking for death? They're operating on two fronts simultaneously. One route has Zi Ling and Lan Qi following the original path to draw attention, while the other has Jiang Si escorting the president to the hotel. Meanwhile, on a rooftop somewhere, the blonde zombie speaks into his walkie-talkie. "Big Sister, do we continue the assassination?" Big Sister immediately tells him there's someone unfathomably powerful among them. But before she can finish, the signal cuts out, leaving the blonde zombie confused about whether to kill or not. After thinking it over, the blonde zombie tosses away his walkie-talkie. He pulls out a large blade. Why hesitate about killing a human? Just finish the job. "Don't worry, Big Sister. I'll kill them all and bring back Country A's president's head to claim credit." At this moment, in the president's private car, Jiang Si is carefully watching the road conditions. The president in the back seat suddenly asks, "President Jiang Si, you're a zombie, aren't you?" Jiang Si is clearly taken aback, but before he can answer, the president continues, "You'll protect me, right?" Jiang Si calmly responds, "Don't worry. With me here, no one can touch you." Hearing this, the president laughs. "Interesting. Then I don't need to worry, but I have one more question. You won't suddenly decide one day to destroy us all and rule the world, will you? Jiang Si helplessly replies, I'm not interested in that. The driver beside them is already drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, Big Sister receives a report from her subordinates. They can't contact Zhao. He might have gone to hijack the convoy. Sure enough, as the escort convoy approaches the hotel, Zi Ling and Lan Qi in the car suddenly sense something. The blonde zombie comes flying rapidly toward the convoy. With a thunderous crash, dust billows skyward. Zi Ling and Lan Qi are completely bewildered. What's happening? Why are they under attack? While they're thinking, a figure slowly emerges from the thick smoke. When Lan Qi sees the man's appearance clearly, she looks incredulous. At this moment, two more figures fly from a distant building. Then the sisters shout, Zi Ling, Lan Qi, run quickly, this guy is dangerous. As soon as they finish speaking, the blonde zombie makes a graceful landing. He pulls out his blade and arrogantly taunts, foreigners from the other side of the world, let me show you the power of our country, be zombies. Seeing this, the younger sister thinks this is bad. This guy is a zombie boss under Big Sister's command. But before she can warn Lan Qi, a massive black corpse oil emerges from the blonde zombie's hand. He swings it toward Zi Ling and Lan Qi. The blonde zombie then takes out a lighter. The next second, raging flames surge toward Lan Qi and Zi Ling. In just moments, the road around them has become a sea of fire. Seeing this scene, the sisters urgently shout, dodge quickly, these flames won't go out. Hearing this, Zi Ling is startled. Yao Xiaoxu, Yao Xiaoyu, why are you here too? But Lan Qi beside her doesn't believe it at all. It's just a zombie, what's so strange about that? Meanwhile, Big Sister urgently orders her subordinates to find Zhao. The masked zombie says, Big Sister, don't worry, I'll definitely bring that guy back for you. He then tells the man beside him, no need to help, I'm feeling much better. But just then, a car slowly drives past them. It's Jiang Si's private car escorting the president to the hotel. The masked zombie seems to sense something and looks toward the car. He sees Jiang Si sitting in the passenger seat. The moment their eyes meet, having just recovered, he begins trembling uncontrollably again. Back in the intense battle, Lan Qi charges at the blonde zombie with her sword, but the blonde zombie suddenly throws a smoke bomb at Lan Qi. With a bang, thick white smoke billows around them. Before Lan Qi can react, a sword light slashes across her head. Everyone witnessing this shows disbelief. The blonde zombie punches Lan Qi away and says, this human strength is pathetically weak. Watching Lan Qi lying motionless nearby, her condition unknown, Zi Ling doesn't know what to do. Fortunately, the sisters arrive just in time. They surround the blonde zombie, then shout to Zi Ling behind them, quickly take her for emergency treatment, she might still be saved. As for this blonde zombie, he's not someone you two can handle. They draw their swords and tell the blonde zombie to leave immediately. But hearing this, the blonde zombie angrily retorts, if not for Big Sister's sake, I would have torn you both apart long ago. If you don't get out of the way, I'll teach you two a lesson for Big Sister today. As he speaks, he slashes his wrist with the blade. The next second, large amounts of corpse oil flow from his wrist. Then, to everyone's amazement, he tosses the lighter onto the corpse oil on the ground. The blonde zombie is instantly surrounded by raging flames. Soon, his entire body is engulfed in fire. Yao Xiaoxu urgently turns to ask Zi Ling, why aren't you leaving yet? But hearing this, Zi Ling remains motionless. Instead, she powers up and transforms into her second form. Suddenly, Lan Qi's voice is heard nearby. You already showed off last time, this time it's my turn. The supposedly fatally wounded Lan Qi miraculously stands up. Everyone present is stunned. It turns out Lan Qi also has Jiang Si's genes inside her. She powers up and transforms into her second form. The twin sisters are completely dumbfounded. What is this? Lan Qi declares, let me also experience how extraordinary President Jiang Si's genes are. But Zi Ling beside her says impatiently, make it quick, don't waste time. Seeing both of them transform, the sisters can't help asking, are you still human? The blonde zombie feels these two are like his kind, yet not quite. But before he can think further, Lan Qi arrogantly shouts, what are you dawdling for? Didn't you want to kill me? The blonde zombie can't stand it anymore and spreads his arms forward. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying flame immediately ignites. The flame then rushes toward Lan Qi at incredible speed. But facing such horrifying flames, Lan Qi opens her mouth and inhales. The next second, the flames are swallowed into Lan Qi's belly. Yao Xiaoxu is stunned by the sight. However, the blonde zombie is excited. Interesting, you actually swallowed my flames. But before he can finish speaking, Lan Qi kicks him in the face, sending him flying. The blonde zombie looks incredulous. Is this the kind of force a human can kick with? He rolls several times on the ground before barely stabilizing. Just as the blonde zombie begins to doubt, his earpiece suddenly carries Big Sister's voice. Can you hear me? Come back immediately. But currently in the heat of battle, how could he retreat? He casually says, Big Sister, I'm busy. Although Lan Qi now has the ability to transform, she's being consumed by this powerful force. Zi Ling beside her notices Lan Qi's abnormality and reminds her to control her emotions. But before she can finish, the blonde zombie opposite them excitedly says, good, 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 now this is finally interesting. As he speaks, the flames behind him soar into the sky. The twin sisters' faces instantly change, but just then, Lan Qi suddenly opens her mouth and spits out a ball of flames. Fight fire with fire. She sprays the flame she previously absorbed back at the blonde zombie. The blonde zombie and others look incredulous. This stuff can be spit back out? Instantly, the violent flames engulf the blonde zombie. While he's still trying to figure out what happened, Lan Qi flashes in front of him and punches the blonde zombie into the ground. Afterward, Lan Qi throws her head back and laughs. This feeling is absolutely amazing. The blonde zombie, on the other hand, looks dejected. What exactly are you? Just then, Zi Ling suddenly shouts at Lan Qi, control your emotions, or you'll lose your sanity and go completely mad. But Lan Qi at this moment can't listen. Her mind is filled with thoughts of devouring the blonde zombie. Meanwhile, Jiang Si has safely delivered the president to the hotel. The minister restores communication and calls Jiang Si, saying Zi Ling and the others seem to be in trouble. He asks Jiang Si to check on Zi Ling's situation, which makes Jiang Si pause. Don't I need to protect the president anymore? The minister says, the hotel is our own territory, it's safe. After hanging up, Jiang Si looks helpless. These guys are really worrying. He then heads towards Zi Ling and the others. Watching Lan Chi's condition, the sisters are shocked. Just then, Lan Chi makes an inhuman sound and walks toward the blonde zombie. Seeing this, the blonde zombie also becomes uneasy. Which one of us is actually the zombie? But just as he prepares to attack again, Big Sister's voice suddenly comes through his earpiece. Ah Jiao, listen to me. Stop the mission immediately. Something terrifying is heading your way. As Big Sister finishes speaking, a light rapidly approaches. It's Jiang Si. But before Jiang Si can land, an explosion suddenly occurs. The entire street is shrouded in thick smoke. Zombie Ah Gui suddenly appears behind Ah Jiao. Ah Jiao, follow me quickly. If we don't leave now, we're done for. But Ah Jiao refuses. We haven't settled our fight yet. Before he can finish, Ah Gui forcibly takes him away. Seeing this, Lan Chi stomps the ground and roars, "No one's allowed to escape. All of you stay and give me your lives." She then shoots an energy beam at Ah Jiao and the others. Multiple laser beams fly toward them. Seeing this fierce attack, Ah Jiao panics. But Ah Gui calmly shouts, "Damage transfer." With a thunderous crash, a building is instantly severed. The sisters are stunned by what they see. The explosion's shockwave sends them flying. Just as they're about to get up, the severed building begins falling toward them. Zi Ling nearby is also unable to move due to the energy being released. Just as the sisters are about to face danger, with a loud crash, the falling building suddenly splits in two. Looking up at the building split in half, the sisters are filled with disbelief. Jiang Si has transformed into his third form, but at this moment Lan Chi roars and suddenly goes berserk. Seeing this, Jiang Si's gaze becomes sharp, and he reaches out to grasp at empty air. An invisible force envelops Lan Chi. Jiang Si clenches his 5 fingers into a fist. The next second, the mask on Lan Chi's face shatters like glass, instantly releasing her from her second form. This scene leaves the sisters speechless. What exactly is this man's background? Zi Ling nearby also quickly releases her second form. The awakened Lan Chi is stunned. What just happened? I'm so tired. Zi Ling quickly steps forward to support her. Didn't I tell you to control your emotions? While everyone observes Lan Chi and the others, Jiang Si has already returned to his original appearance. This change leaves the sisters stunned. Strange, I clearly saw a human. The younger sister also says she saw one too. Is this some kind of optical illusion? What's really going on here? Speaking of the man in the hat, who exactly is he? As the sisters speculate about Jiang Si's identity, Jiang Si gives a few instructions to Zi Ling and the others. He takes Zi Ling and Lan Chi away by car, but the sisters still standing there are furious. They must have mastered the power of ancient technology, otherwise their strength wouldn't have changed so dramatically. While the younger sister continues chattering, the older sister suddenly receives a call from a subordinate. "Boss, you can come back now. Country A's president has safely arrived at the hotel." Hearing this news, the older sister isn't angry but instead asks her subordinate to investigate Jiang Si's information. Meanwhile, 2 figures land on a building somewhere. It's Ah Gui dragging Ah Jiao to escape here. "Why did you do that? I hadn't finished my fight yet." "Shut up. If I hadn't saved you, you'd be dead already. We've already missed the best opportunity for assassination because of that mysterious guy. Earlier, I sensed 2 unfamiliar auras. 2 powerful zombie bosses have invaded our territory." Hearing this, Ah Jiao is stunned. And those 2 unfamiliar auras are from the pet cargo hold just after the plane landed. It's Ah Mao and Ah Lang locked in cages. At this moment in the airport, Ah Mao and Ah Lang, being treated as pets, can no longer contain themselves and roar at the bars. But then Lan Chi approaches and tells them, "Keep it down. If you blow your cover, see how your boss deals with you." Ah Mao immediately thinks of the rebellious Varmint. Because Varmint didn't listen to Jiang Si and stay home properly, he ran out on his own and caused trouble for humans. As a result, Jiang Si hung him on the city hall building, and he still hasn't been taken down. If he accidentally angers the boss, he'll probably face the same fate. Thinking of this, Ah Mao quickly barks at the air like a dog. The sisters approach and tease, "Your pets look quite unique." Zi Ling responds nervously, "They do look rather unusual, but if they go crazy, they'd probably be even more insane than Ah Jiao just now." Hearing this, the sisters are momentarily stunned. Zi Ling then steps forward and takes Xiaoxu's hand. "The presidential visit begins in 2 days. I hope we can cooperate pleasantly." After exchanging pleasantries, Zi Ling and the others leave the airport with Ah Mao and Ah Lang. But Xiaoxu watches their retreating figures and murmurs, "It seems we can't extract the source of that power from these 2 women." She then turns to ask Xiaoyu, "When will the specialist I asked you to find arrive?" "Don't worry, he's already at headquarters by now. Just wait for the show in 2 days." And so, Country A's president begins his 7-day visit. First, he examines Country B's business model and signs major trade contracts. Then he visits some companies with cutting-edge technology and meets with various political figures from Country B later, near the end of the itinerary. The 2 countries' leaders also hold a deep exchange meeting. Throughout these days of visits, Jiang Si and Zi Ling follow along the entire time. At this moment in a surveillance room, the sisters are staring at Jiang Si deep in thought. Just as they're puzzled, a man suddenly enters through the door. Xiaoxu immediately calls out happily, "You're finally here." This man is their requested reinforcement, Minister Kui, who possesses special abilities. Minister Kui arrogantly declares, "Whose memories do you need me to extract?" Xiaoyu points to Jiang Si on the screen. "It's him. This guy is mysterious and serves as Country A's president's personal bodyguard. The visit is about to end. We need to quickly discover the secret of the ancient people from him." Hearing this, Minister Kui laughs heartily and pulls out a capsule from his pocket. "In my profession, there's nothing I can't do." With a bang, white smoke suddenly billows around him. When the smoke clears, the original Minister Kui has now transformed into Country A's president. Seeing this scene, the sisters are immediately delighted. "Excellent. Now let's see your performance." Meanwhile, Jiang Si and Zi Ling are resting in the hallway. Zi Ling teases Jiang Si, "Sometimes I really want to ask how long you've been alive." Jiang Si responds helplessly, "I've long forgotten." Hearing this answer, Zi Ling casually tosses her drink into the trash. "Forget it. Asking is pointless. You don't even know your own age. Tomorrow we still need to continue protecting the president. I'm going to sleep first. At this moment, Shi and a man with a center-parted hairstyle are secretly hiding in a corner. Shi, are you sure we had to come here? I just want to confirm what I saw that day. He then tiptoes to look toward Jiang Si, but he only glances at Jiang Si's back and is immediately frozen in place, not daring to breathe. It's a feeling of absolute suppression from the bloodline. Shi quickly pulls the man away. This guy is too terrifying, we need to leave immediately. The man's heart skips a beat. If even Shi is scared, just how powerful is that guy? Just after Shi and the others leave, Jiang Si's phone suddenly rings. He hears Zi Ling's voice saying the president wants to see him and to go to room 14 now. After hanging up, Jiang Si immediately goes to room 14. What he doesn't know is that sitting here isn't the real president, but Minister Kui in disguise. Meanwhile, Zi Ling, who is about to enter her room, is stopped by Lan Qi. She says the president needs them to come over, but when they try to contact Jiang Si, they find they can't reach him at all. It turns out the earlier call to Jiang Si wasn't from Zi Ling, but from Jiang Si using a voice changer. After luring Jiang Si to the fake president's room, she immediately cuts the hotel's communications. The helpless Zi Ling and Lan Qi can only go to the president's room first. Zi Ling approaches and asks the president, "What did you call us here for?" The president awkwardly responds, "I need to use the bathroom." Zi Ling and Lan Qi are instantly relieved, but they still escort the president to the restroom. Due to gender differences, they can only wait outside the restroom door. What they don't expect is that Shi and the other man happen to be in the restroom. The man complains, "Shi, since you brought me here, why did we run?" Shi responds awkwardly, "I just wanted to confirm and see if there's still a chance." As they're talking, the president walks in humming a tune. He stands next to Shi and begins using the restroom. The unsuspecting president even greets Shi. The next second, there's a loud crash in the building. Shi carries the president outside. Sometimes you find things without even looking for them. I didn't expect it would be so easy to kidnap the president. Meanwhile, Zi Ling and the others outside the restroom also hear the commotion. When they curiously look toward the men's restroom, the scene inside shocks them. Oh no! How did the president suddenly disappear? Zi Ling and Lan Qi are completely panicked. Soon, alarms sound throughout the hotel. Zi Ling and the others immediately order the hotel surveillance to be reviewed. They must find the president before the media discovers. They also send people to notify country A's people to come help. However, at this crucial moment, they can't contact Jiang Si at all. Just as Lan Qi prepares to transform and search, she's stopped by Zi Ling. "Did you forget how you lost control a few days ago? Without Jiang Si, you'd kill everyone here. Even I can't control Jiang Si's genes with 100% certainty. We can't use them lightly unless absolutely necessary, just when they don't know what to do." Zi Ling remembers Lang and Mao locked in cages. She takes keys to the iron cage, let them smell and see if they can find the president. Watching Lang and Mao rummaging around the room, Lan Qi can't help complaining, "Can these two guys really help?" Before she can finish, Mao grabs Lang's collar. Then, to Zi Ling and the others' amazement, he hurls him forcefully outside. With a thunderous crash, a hole is blasted directly through the hotel. The powerful shockwave prevents Zi Ling and the others from opening their eyes. Mao laughs excitedly, "Finally, I can come out and move around." He then begins crouching to build up power. The next second, he shoots out like a cannonball. Zi Ling and Lan Qi are stunned. What's the difference between this and our transformations? Meanwhile, Shi and the others are running rapidly while carrying the president. Just then, a figure rapidly pursues them. When Shi and the others sense it and turn around, Lang is already caught up behind them. "Brother, leave the man if you don't want to die." Hearing this, Shi freezes. He immediately panics. Damn it, does country erase zombies? They accelerate toward their headquarters. Just then, Mao also catches up to prevent them from causing bigger trouble. Zi Ling and Lan Qi also quickly pursue. 6 figures chase through the night without stopping. Soon, Shi and the others bring the president back to zombie headquarters. Zhao and the others are stunned by this scene. They notice the president on Shi's shoulder. Before they can ask questions, Shi shouts, "Two guys are chasing us from behind." As soon as he speaks, Mao descends from the sky. Lang also pursues and catches up. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Lang and the others, all the country B zombies are immediately frozen in shock. The landed Mao and Lang are also confused because they're surrounded by dense crowds of zombies. The composed Lang calmly states, "Hand over the person and we can avoid a war." Agui laughs heartily. "Humans from both countries haven't started fighting yet. Are we zombies going to fight first? As zombie leaders, why do you choose to help humans?" Mao also laughs at this. "Aren't you also mixed up with humans?" But Agui says they're doing this all for the zombie race's grand plan. Mao scoffs dismissively and then tells his own story. It turns out Mao's first half of life was just an ordinary bird, a small crow mixed in with the flock. Every day it would clean up corpses and garbage, reducing the risk of disease transmission for humans. Although it became a corpse bird due to a virus, it never harmed any humans. But somehow it became a thorn in humanity's side, an embodiment of terror and evil. Even so, it never developed hatred toward humans, instead envying their ability to walk upright, wanting to be like them, intelligent, conscious higher beings. But reality is often cruel. As a corpse bird, it ultimately died miserably at human hands. However, Jiang Si's appearance changed its life. Jiang Si picked up Mao from the ruins, looking at him who had lost his body and wings but was still alive. Jiang Si held him in his palm and said, "From now on, you'll be called Mao." He then injected his own genes into its body. Mao grew wings and a body. Whether you want to become human or some other creature is entirely up to you. Remember, hatred and destruction won't solve problems. We must learn to coexist peacefully with humans. At this point, Mao says proudly, "Our plan is far more magnificent." Gui laughs at this. It seems we can't come to an agreement. Just then, Zi Ling and the others also catch up. At this moment, Zhao has already activated his flame form. Gui, why tell them so much? This is our territory. Do they think we country B zombies are vegetarians? Seeing this, Mao's body suddenly emits white smoke. Then, to Zi Ling and Lan Qi's astonishment, the skin on his face actually begins peeling off. Slowly transforming into a handsome man, he says nonchalantly, I never planned to negotiate with you anyway. Lan Qi and Zi Ling looked shocked. What was happening here? Wasn't that guy just a dog before? But the hot-tempered Zhao didn't take him seriously at all. A wingless bird trying to masquerade as a human. With that, he unleashed Incinerate on Mao. In an instant, a sea of flames formed in front of him. Then with a whoosh, the fire instantly transformed into a pillar of flame shooting toward Mao. Seeing this scene, Lan Qi shouted, watch out, don't try to tank this guy's flames. Just as Mao was about to be consumed by the inferno, he casually waved his hand. The terrifying wind pressure instantly turned the fire pillar into a flaming tornado. Even Zi Ling and the others standing behind were caught in the aftermath. Zi Ling quickly said to Lan Qi, let's leave this to Mao and hurry to find the president. While the two were talking, Zhao flashed in front of Mao. But before he could even make a move, Mao punched him in the stomach. Mao's speed was so fast that none of them saw how he struck. The punch struck. Zhao suddenly felt his stomach churning. Then the tremendous force sent him flying hundreds of meters away. Now Gui was completely panicked. Why were Country A's zombies so powerful? But before he could think further, Mao suddenly took a deep breath. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, he sliced the building in front of him into countless pieces. The remaining energy even sent all the surrounding zombies flying. Seeing this scene, Gui stood frozen in place. Zhao couldn't even withstand a single move and now lay on the ground unable to fight. Gui couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. This guy's power was too terrifying. Could they really defeat him? Just then, Mao suddenly waved his hand and the surrounding flames dispersed. Seeing this, Gui immediately shouted, all Country B zombies, listen up. Let's drive these two foreign zombies out together. With that, he hurled countless daggers at Mao. But as the clanging sounds rang out, Mao didn't even lose a single hair. At this moment, Gui crouched down to gather strength. With a swish, he threw his dagger at Mao, accompanied by thunderous roars. Gui's dagger shattered instantly. Meanwhile, Lan Qi and Zi Ling found the president. Sensing someone behind him, Shi quickly ran outside. Seeing this, Gui hurriedly ordered the zombie legion, stop them for me. As his words fell, countless zombies swarmed from all directions. But at this moment, Lang suddenly appeared between the two, accompanied by a low growl. Lang's arms immediately extended to strike down enemies. With a thunderous crash, countless buildings instantly turned to ruins. Then Lang transformed into a terrifying winged monster. Zi Ling was utterly shocked at this sight. What the hell is this thing? Then Zi Ling and Lan Qi cursed together. If you're this powerful, why didn't you transform earlier? Hearing this, Lang became even more excited. He directly stomped a building into rubble. At this moment, Gui was completely panicked. This is an ancient aberrant species. Are all of Country A's zombies this powerful? The fleeing Shi was also dumbfounded. I just kidnapped someone. Did you have to make it this big? Then Shi said to someone beside him, quick, take these to Big Sister. I'll go help and activate the consciousness enhancement device. This way we can become stronger. Otherwise we'll all perish here. Gui nearby was also burning with rage. Damn it, there are still ancient monsters in this era. At this time, Lang jumped onto Mao. Faced with such zombie bosses, Country B zombies immediately became tense. On the other side, the humans who ran to the command center quickly shouted, Big Sister, this is bad. But before he could finish, Big Sister interrupted, I saw it all. Then the man asked, what should we do with Country A's president? Big Sister immediately scolded him, just kill him directly. Why did you bring him back to me? The man quickly said, Gui and Shi are in danger. I need to go help them. Then he went to the control room to contact Shi, asking how much consciousness to enhance. If they opened too much, they'd revert to mindless corpses. But Shi couldn't care about that now. Just do it or we'll all die. The moment the man gritted his teeth and pressed the button, Gui on the battlefield suddenly became violent. All of Country B's zombies immediately roared like they were on steroids and charged at Mao and the others. Seeing this scene, Lang couldn't help but mock, is this your trump card? Even combined with human technology, you're just a bunch of clowns. As Lang's words fell, Mao swung a punch at them, accompanied by thunderous roars. Country B's zombie legion was instantly annihilated. Zi Ling and the others were stunned at this sight. The man in the control room was even more jaw-dropped. He never expected that even with the consciousness enhancement device, they'd still be completely wiped out. Seeing this scene, Gui was furious. Then he rushed toward Lang with a whoosh, but the next second, he was slammed to the ground by Lang. Gui was immediately pummeled and spat out blood. Seeing this, the man quickly turned the consciousness enhancer to maximum, with continuous energy stimulation of Shi's brain. The next second, Shi also transformed into a kilometer-tall monster. Seeing the zombie that suddenly transformed before him, Lang was momentarily stunned, then asked, Brother Shi, are you also an ancient aberrant species? But before he could finish speaking, Shi charged at him. On the other side, Mao was also attracted by this sudden change. However, at this moment, Gui clenched his fists and shouted, you're clearly so powerful, so why do you still choose to help humans? Shouldn't you be standing with us? Hearing this, Lang indifferently replied, sorry, we only follow our boss Jiang Si's orders. With that, he punched Gui in the face. The scent-flying Gui couldn't understand. We just want to continue our species. What exactly did we do wrong? Meanwhile, Lang and Shi's battle was accompanied by tremendous roars. Shi roared, you're not welcome here. Get out now. But Lang replied nonchalantly, if you don't hand over the president, then I'll really start a massacre. With that, Lang grabbed his throat. At this moment, Zi Ling and Lan Qi watching from afar were dumbfounded. However, red energy suddenly began gathering in Lang's hand, accompanied by thunderous roars. That energy sent Shi flying. The man watching this scene was filled with disbelief. He never expected that even Shi's final form wasn't their match. Then Lang lifted Shi up again. Listen, I'm running out of patience. But Shi scoffed dismissively, you have such power, yet you're willing to to be humans' lackeys. Why not just destroy humanity? Hearing this, Lang didn't argue back but slowly revealed his past. It turned out that long ago, there were many aberrant species. They not only had their own territory but lived in isolation from the world. Although they looked hideous, they never thought of harming humans. But suddenly one day, countless mecha warriors descended from the sky. They brought powerful high-tech weapons. With a single phrase, "Those not of our kind must be eliminated," they completely wiped out the aberrant species. To escape human pursuit, Lang's mother hid young Lang under rubble. Young Lang was terrified. He didn't understand why humans wanted to exterminate them all, until he witnessed his parents' death at human hands. At that moment, he swore to avenge his parents. But then, a mecha warrior suddenly discovered him in the ruins. Just as young Lang was about to die, Lang suddenly saw a zombie, who destroyed the mecha warrior with a single punch. Lang was startled by this sight. He never expected the zombie before him to be so powerful. Soon, all the mecha warriors were completely eliminated. At this moment, the commander on the spacecraft quickly ordered the use of all available weapons. With his command, countless missiles launched toward Jiang Si. But Jiang Si merely raised his hand, and the entire sea changed dramatically, instantly forming a tsunami 10,000 meters high. Countless missiles were intercepted by the massive tsunami. As for those warships, they were incredibly fragile before that terrifying wave. But just then, one warship fired a beam. Accompanied by thunderous roars, a golden light column shot rapidly toward Jiang Si. In no time, that terrifying beam punched a huge hole in the earth. As the dust slowly settled, Jiang Si was completely unharmed. The humans watching the scene were dumbfounded. What kind of creature was this? It was too terrifying. Seeing that ordinary weapons had no effect on Jiang Si, they deployed humanity's strongest mechanical warrior, but it was destroyed by Jiang Si's single punch right after appearing. Even the command ship in space was completely destroyed by Jiang Si at that moment. Lang never expected this fellow species to have such terrifying combat power, to actually destroy human civilization with brute force, including all life on Earth. This great battle even split the original continent in half. Lang knew that for Jiang Si to accomplish this, he must have harbored immense hatred for humanity. But when Lang saw Jiang Si looking at this world like it was dead silent, there was no joy of successful revenge on his face. His eyes showed more helpless loneliness. At this moment, Jiang Si transformed back to his original form, then silently put on his clothes and turned to leave. Lang carefully followed behind. After walking for some time, Jiang Si suddenly discovered something. He crouched beside some ruins and joyfully found that life still existed. Under the rubble was Mao, who had lost his lower body and wings. When Lang saw Jiang Si being so gentle even with a bird, he mustered the courage to catch up with Jiang Si. From that moment, he too became Jiang Si's subordinate. It was from this moment that Jiang Si made his decision. Rather than continue destroying civilizations, he'd try to coexist peacefully with humans. Do you understand now why we act this way? Our boss's plan is to create a world where humans and we can coexist. Just as Zi Ling and Lan Qi looked incredulous, Lang casually waved his hand, directly throwing Shi onto a nearby building. At this moment, Shi said defiantly, "You're talking complete nonsense. There's no one that powerful in this world." Meanwhile, in the fake president's room, the imposter president, Minister Kui, was sweating profusely and crying for help after peering into Jiang Si's memories. Seeing him single-handedly destroy a previous civilization, he suddenly spat out blood. This sudden turn of events left the neighboring twin sisters incredulous, and they loudly asked what he had seen to be so terrified. But Minister Kui was already scared out of his wits. He stammered, He destroyed our ancestors." The twin sisters were immediately startled by this. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Then they hurriedly rushed over from next door. After all, saving people was the most important thing. After they all left the room, Jiang Si finally woke up. Jiang Si was immediately puzzled. "Where's the president? Did I just fall asleep?" Without signal interference, Jiang Si finally received a call from the minister. The minister on the other end said anxiously, "Finally got through to you. The president has been taken." Hearing this, Jiang Si said in confusion, "How is that possible? I was just with the president." "Bullshit. The president was kidnapped half an hour ago." Hearing this, Jiang Si was even more bewildered but still used his ability to sense the surroundings. Then, with a bang, he burst through the hotel and shot off in one direction. At this time, in the emergency room, the doctor came out and told the twin sisters the situation wasn't good. Seeing this, Zhao Shui stepped forward anxiously. "Never mind the rest, can he at least speak?" Sorry, he'll probably never be able to speak again because he fell into a vegetative state." The twin sisters were completely stunned hearing this. The scene returned to Shi's side, where he slowly got up despite his heavy injuries. "If there really is the zombie you mentioned, why do we live so difficultly?" Seeing this guy was stubborn, Lang said, "I've given you a chance. Don't blame me for being merciless." But unexpectedly, Shi suddenly stood up. "For us to hand over the president, you'll have to step over our dead bodies." Hearing his words, Country B's zombies immediately went berserk. Lan Qi, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. "We're done for. We really can't handle this now." Seeing they wouldn't listen to reason, Lang decided not to hold back anymore. Then he condensed a blood-red orb in the air, and instantly, fierce winds howled around them. At this moment, Lang was like a messenger from hell. Feeling that terrifying pressure, Gui immediately froze in place. Zi Ling and Lan Qi were even more frantic, shouting, "Stop, stop it, don't fight anymore." Just as Shi thought he couldn't escape, a palm suddenly appeared in the void. The condensing orb froze in place the next second. Gui couldn't believe this sight. At this moment, Shi's eyes widened instantly, because he felt that overwhelming pressure from the man standing before him. The newcomer was Jiang Si. Jiang Si slowly raised his hand. Everyone stopped. The berserk Country B zombies charging at Lang were also frightened into trembling by Jiang Si's zombies' pressure. Then Jiang Si suddenly turned around, looking at the ordinary zombies below. Just one look made these zombies kneel and bow. They even shouted in unison to Jiang Si, "Greetings to our king." This operation left Lan Qi completely bewildered. Why did it suddenly get quiet? At this moment, Lang said to Shi, "This is our king." Shi was beyond shocked at this moment. He never expected. The person before him was his own kind, and apparently his ancestor too. Jiang Si was too lazy to waste time with them, and directly asked where the president was. Hearing this, Shi immediately stammered in reply, "On the underground level. I'll take you there right now." After Jiang Si left, Agui breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed. Too terrifying. Even those two zombie bosses combined don't have as much pressure as Jiang Si alone. Meanwhile, on the underground level, Big Sister was pointing a gun at the president about to kill him. When she was about to pull the trigger, the president suddenly interrupted her. "You must be the leader of Country B's rebel organization. I didn't expect you to be a girl. Truly a woman who doesn't yield to men." Hearing the president praise her, Big Sister was first stunned, then said, "Do you think flattering me will let you escape?" The president spoke again, "I have ancient people's technological data here. Don't you want it?" Hearing this, Big Sister was stunned. Then she removed the president's hood and said, "You'd better be honest about this. Deceiving me won't do you any good. You must have heard that we discovered ancient ruins. Although we only defeated one of them, their ancient technology still exists. This time Country B delayed my visit, just to get information about the ancient ruins from me. If this data falls into your hands, wouldn't that be more profitable than waging war? With such technology, you'd become a regional overlord." Hearing this, Big Sister suddenly realized this guy was stalling for time. Then she immediately raised her gun and roared, "You think I'm stupid? Die now." But just as she was about to pull the trigger, several zombies suddenly burst in and pinned her to the ground. "What are you doing? I'm your big sister. Are you rebelling?" But before she could finish, a figure appeared before her. It was Jiang Si, looking down at her from above. Big Sister roared, "Who are you? Why are you stopping me?" But Jiang Si said lightly, "The leader of Country B zombies is actually a human girl. I could rule Country B zombies in minutes, but I'm not interested in that." Hearing this, Big Sister was immediately shocked. Then Country A's president spoke up, "President Jiang Si, sorry for the trouble." Hearing this, Big Sister immediately shouted at her subordinates, "Let me go quickly. If we don't stop them now, we'll really have no chance." But the two zombies showed no reaction to her words. Seeing this, Big Sister was dumbfounded. Doesn't the consciousness enhancement device work anymore? At this moment, Jiang Si turned and commanded the zombies, "Release her after we leave. We're civilized zombies who don't kill indiscriminately." Just like that, Country B's zombie legion's assassination plan completely failed. Seeing Jiang Si return safely with the president, Zi Ling and Lan Qi hurriedly rushed up. "Are you okay? You nearly scared us to death." The president joked, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Who would have thought that? Just going to the bathroom would lead to such an incident. Consider it a day trip to Country B's zombie camp." Zi Ling and Lan Qi were speechless hearing this. And so, the president's day trip to Country B's zombie camp ended, with Jiang Si's security team personally escorting him back to the hotel. At this moment, Lang turned to look at Country B's zombies. "You're lucky to have escaped with your lives." With that, he and Mao walked toward the hotel, while Agui and the others could only watch, not daring to interfere. After experiencing the day trip to Country B's zombie camp, the final day of Country B's presidential visit began. After deep exchanges with Country B's people, this visit finally concluded. Due to the previous incident, Jiang Si had Mao and Lang guard the president 24/7 until they boarded the plane home. Meanwhile, in a room, the twin sisters sat on the floor, looking gloomily at the departing plane. A month later, Zi Ling and Lan Qi came to the training ground. Zi Ling activated her bloodline power and explained to Lan Qi how to control bloodline power. Hearing this, Lan Qi instantly switched to her second form. "Stop talking nonsense and let's start. I can't wait." With that, she rushed towards Zi Ling with a whoosh, and Zi Ling quickly assumed an attack stance. Then the room filled with the sounds of combat. Little watching from the side was speechless. These two fighting was too exaggerated. Just then, Lan Qi's emotions suddenly became excited. "Haha, this feeling is absolutely amazing." As her words fell, Zi Ling and Lan Qi clashed again, and for a moment they were evenly matched. Zi Ling did a split kick, sending Lan Qi flying. But just as Zi Ling was about to kick at Lan Qi again, Lan Qi suddenly counterattacked with a handstand, kicking her in the chin with a bang. Seeing this, Little quickly shouted, "Stop fighting! I've collected all the data." But at this moment they'd completely lost their rationality. Then with a bang they grappled again, and it was a brutal fight. After exchanging punches, the two finally separated briefly. At this moment, both understood that pure close combat couldn't determine a winner, so they began using their respective weapons, preparing to unleash ultimate techniques to end the battle, accompanied by thunderous roars. The two buildings outside seemed about to collapse. Seeing the situation about to get out of control, Xiao Xiao quickly shouted, "Release the tranquilizers!" Instantly, large amounts of tranquilizer were injected into the training ground, but at this moment these ordinary tranquilizers had no effect whatsoever. Suddenly they held broken swords in their hands, charging at each other. With a thunderous crash, they clashed again, but as the smoke cleared, both had simultaneously cancelled their transformations. Looking at their chests, the opponent's broken sword had completely pierced through. After Zi Ling and Lan Qi separated, Little took their data and said, "Your strength after transformation is over 20 times what it was before. It seems the post-transformation abilities are closely related to original strength. Even with the same transformation, I can't beat either of you after you transform." Hearing this, both were stunned. They hadn't expected post-transformation strength to increase so dramatically. Then Little continued, "Just now you pierced each other's hearts with weapons, but but you could recover without transforming. To be precise, you're no longer human. At this, Lan Qi couldn't help but ask curiously, is this the price we pay for gaining power? But Zi Ling replied, of course we're human. We have consciousness and bodies, unlike those mindless zombies. The most important thing now is to develop a device that can control our emotions. The exchange meeting is coming up, and I don't want to lose control and kill everyone. After the country B visit ended, Jiang Si finally had a few days of peace. But just as Jiang Si was about to enjoy his egg feast, Zi Ling suddenly appeared at the door. The president urgently wants to see you. Come with me now. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a figure in a white lab coat appeared at a secret research base. This was Dr. Jamie, who was collaborating with the ancients. Over the waters of H City, Jiang Si suddenly froze, looking at the scene before him. Zi Ling, why did you bring me here? Didn't you say the president wanted to see me? But before he could finish, an aircraft carrier stopped in front of him. The president on the carrier saw Jiang Si and excitedly shouted, "You're finally here, my grand president Jiang Si." Then he gave Jiang Si a big hug. "Thank you for saving me last time. If you hadn't been there, I would have been in danger. To show my gratitude, I've specially prepared a big gift. If needed, Zi Ling and Lan Qi can both serve you. But I think President Jiang Si would prefer this. I'm giving you a naval fleet. How about that? There are 4 aircraft carriers here, plus over 80 other various warships. The fate of our country's people is in your hands from now on. Don't let us perish." Jiang Si was somewhat surprised hearing this. At this moment, Zi Ling beside him said, "You should know that before you, no president could manage the Navy." The Navy then shouted to Jiang Si, "Greetings, President Jiang Si. Congratulations on your promotion." Then the president waved his hand. Immediately, the aircraft carrier was filled with a joyful atmosphere. In a certain underground laboratory, Dr. Jamie looked at his research results with delight, while the ancient person beside him was mixing a special metal. Seeing this, Green Hair curiously approached and asked, "Aren't you a mecha designer? Why are you also doing biological research?" "This is liquid metal nanotechnology. How could Earth's garbage materials create the mecha I want? This liquid metal can move in any space and form whatever shape you desire according to your will." Hearing this, Green Hair was stunned. This stuff is too incredible. Was it really like this in ancient times? Hearing this, the ancient person sighed. It's because technology developed too fast. Everything was handled by AI, making our generation like giant babies. Although our technology was very advanced, we still couldn't defeat Jiang Si. Is Jiang Si really that terrifying? How did you produce such a creature? Hearing this, the ancient person's expression darkened. Who told you Jiang Si was a creature from my era? That's a zombie evolved from the first generation of humans. It has existed on Earth far longer than we can imagine. At this, Green Hair was shocked and asked, "Were there civilizations before yours?" The ancient person said disdainfully, "Of course there were. Like all civilizations, we also started from agricultural civilization. Suddenly one day a zombie outbreak occurred. A farmer became a zombie. Through the passage of time, we, like you, used ordinary weapons and equipment to deal with zombies. To completely solve this creature, we chose a different path from yours. We didn't develop physical strength like you, but put all our knowledge into technology. After nearly 1,000 years of development, our technology made a qualitative leap. During technological development, we discovered a shocking secret. The reason humans become zombies is because the virus has always been in human genes, not a man-made change. It has accompanied our entire human civilization. It evolved from the most primitive humans and we know very little about it. But tracing human genetic history, we found that 6 generations of human civilization existed before us. The rise and fall of these 6 human civilizations were all closely related to it." Then Dr. Jamie stepped forward and asked, "You mean Jiang Si is more ancient than we imagined?" The ancient person didn't respond but continued, "You know what happened next. With such a terrifying existence on Earth, we feared our civilization would be destroyed by it. In the time that followed, we desperately developed technology. But even though we pushed technology to its limits, we were still destroyed by Jiang Si in the end. So in the final second of our civilization, we buried human fertilized eggs underground." Hearing this, Dr. Jamie was confused. "Are you saying our generation of humans were synthesized from fertilized eggs?" Hearing this, Green Hair was also speechless. So this generation of humans was a technological product. The ancient person quickly explained, "We only cultivated about 100 men and women. After thousands of years of reproduction, the genetic chain has long been updated. The appearance of a genius, like you, was also beyond our expectations." Dr. Jamie turned and said, "I'm tired of your nonsense. I've finished my work here. Take a look." With that, he demonstrated his research to them. At this moment, Green Hair couldn't help but complain, "Is this our copy of Jiang Si? It looks like this." But Dr. Jamie was unconcerned. "Just a prototype. This is a body I created using Jiang Si's genetic fusion. I haven't given it consciousness yet." Hearing this, the ancient person quickly took out the nanometal. "Just inject this and you'll get a mechanical version of Jiang Si with the universe's strongest metal enhancement, an immortal body combined with Jiang Si's genes. Its power will be identical to the original." However, at this moment, Green Hair suddenly interrupted. "We're creating a copy of Jiang Si, right? But have you considered that Jiang Si's greatest wish now is to coexist peacefully with humans? What if we create one with the same mindset? He'll kill us all without hesitation." Hearing this, Dr. Jamie also found it reasonable. "Then we definitely can't give him the current ideological mindset." At this moment, the ancient person suggested, "Then we can only give him the mindset of Jiang Si from our civilization's era." Green Hair responded, "What was he thinking during your civilization? What if he and Jiang Si shake hands and make peace? Wouldn't we be working for nothing?" But the ancient person said he didn't know what Jiang Si was thinking then. Anyway, at that time he would slaughter humans on sight. At this, Green Hair felt a chill down his spine. At this moment, Dr. Jamie suddenly turned and said, "Whatever he thinks, we've already created him anyway." Recently, the exchange meeting between countries A and B began. Although people have been holding exchange meeting for more than a century, both countries' media still reported it immediately. To better showcase the exchange meeting to people, both countries broadcast globally. This exchange meeting would be held at sea, in the form of island capture for mutual exchange. At this moment, on a small island, presidents from countries A and B had gathered. For tomorrow's exchange meeting, they were having a volleyball volleyball exhibition match today. The beach was already packed with people. The male audience was all pumped up because Zi Ling and Lan Qi were standing on the volleyball court in bikinis. Across from them, the twin sisters in bikinis were doing pre-game stretches. But then someone noticed Jiang Si nearby. Who's that guy? He looks so weak. Jiang Si didn't acknowledge them but went to President Qin. While they were talking, the referee announced the start of the match. Lan Qi threw the volleyball high. Zi Ling leaped down to get under the ball. With a bang, the volleyball shot toward the other side like a cannonball. Seeing this, Xiao Yu quickly dove to bump up the ball that was about to hit the ground. Then Xiao Shui jumped up and spiked the ball towards Zi Ling's team. At the same time, Lan Qi also jumped up. Both sides went back and forth like this. As the banging sounds echoed across the beach, even Jiang Si outside the field was affected. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Was this still an exhibition match? As the match continued, Jiang Si realized this wasn't a suitable place to stay, so he turned and ran toward a more distant area. But just as he was smugly looking back, the volleyball hit him in the face again. Even so, Lan Qi and the others ignored him and argued with the twin sisters about who won the match. This caught the attention of a tattooed girl. Just as the tattooed girl was sizing up Jiang Si, a white-haired girl took off her sunglasses and walked over. Is this guy really Jiang Si? He doesn't seem special at all. Vanessa, you're staring at him like that. Be careful not to get discovered. Hearing this, the tattooed girl turned to the white-haired girl. Don't worry, our encounters with him were dozens of centuries ago. Look at this guy's silly face. He's probably forgotten already. This guy's original form is an idiot. In this state, it's impossible to imagine how terrifying he becomes after transformation. The white-haired girl replied that after infiltrating Country B for so long, this was her first time seeing the legendary Jiang Si. The tattooed girl stared at Jiang Si. Painful memories constantly surfaced in her mind. It turned out these two girls belonged to one of the 6 human civilizations Jiang Si had destroyed. For some reason, they had angered Jiang Si. Before Jiang Si's overwhelming power, they were like ants. So to continue their species, they had to abandon their homeland and flee to outer space. These memories burned into her mind were something she'd never forget. A nearby large man also gnashed his teeth in hatred, and the tattooed girl quickly told him to stay calm. Then, she jumped onto the big man's arm and said, "We're not here to challenge him to a duel." She looked down at the white-haired girl below. "Aini, I'm going to rest for a bit. You stay here and keep an eye on Jiang Si. Make sure to maintain distance from him. Right now, our most important task is to investigate Jiang Si's true strength." Meanwhile, in Dr. Jamie's laboratory, the ancient man was still studying Jiang Si's clone. At this moment, the green-haired one stepped forward to inquire, "I'm curious about the more ancient human civilization you mentioned earlier." Upon hearing this, the ancient man indicated he didn't know much about them. "Our civilization at least left you something, but the previous civilization left nothing behind, which led us to believe we were the origin when we first emerged." The next day, a helicopter appeared in midair. Ladies and gentlemen, the bilateral exchange meeting officially begins. Now entering is the fleet of President Jiang Si from Country A, known as the most powerful, and will provide continuous coverage throughout. At this moment, a zombie in naval uniform walked into the fleet. "Boss, everything's ready. We can act at any time." Jiang Si turned around. "Excellent. Proceed according to plan." Meanwhile, on a warship in other waters, Big Sister was steering the warship saying, "Put away your arrogance. I didn't pay big money to bring you here just to freeload." Hearing this, Little Red snorted disdainfully. Lan Ling quickly whispered to stop her, then said flatteringly to the big sister, "We wonder what you'd like us to do. The exchange conference between Country A and Country B has begun. They'll decide the winner at sea. I want you to infiltrate and somehow create conflict. Let them destroy themselves." Lan Ling immediately replied, "We can do that. How much are you willing to pay? After success, I'll give you 3,000 tons of gold as payment, but please tone down your arrogant attitude beforehand." Hearing about so much money, Lan Ling's eyes lit up, so he hurriedly persuaded the queen, "Your Majesty, you must stay calm now. Have you forgotten we still owe Jiangxi Bank a huge sum?" Upon hearing this, Little Red walked up to the big sister. Seeing this, Ah Zhao quickly stepped in front of the big sister. "Please maintain distance." Little Red responded, "Are you afraid I'll eat your big sister?" But at this moment, the big sister told Ah Zhao and Agui to step aside. Little Red came before the big sister. "Human girl, I don't care what you want to do. Right now, aside from a certain someone I can't defeat, no one in this world is my match. If you want me to take action, the price is separate." Finally, Little Red accepted this mission. At this moment, in a warship's command room, Zi Ling stood majestically. A zombie strode in and knelt down. "President Zi Ling, it's an honor to have you join our Jiang Si fleet. Here's your naval uniform." At this time, Lan Qi entered the command room with displeasure. The aide quickly handed her uniform over as well, but Lan Qi coldly waved it away. Meanwhile, in the helicopter above the fleet, a Country B reporter was live broadcasting this unusual exchange conference. She excitedly introduced to the camera, "Ladies and gentlemen, we're currently positioned above Country A's Jiang Si fleet in the middle of the ocean. This exchange has both countries sending 3 fleets each for an island capture competition to test the cooperation and adaptability of presidents and generals. All warships have disabled satellite and navigation systems, relying only on radio for internal communication." The reporter then introduced each fleet situation one by one. Country A's fleet number 2 led by Jiang Si, Zi Ling, and Lan Qi. The stainless steel fleet composed of Minister Chen, President Xin, and President Steele. And Country A's fleet number 3 Navy. On Country B's side, there was fleet number 1 composed of General Ban Hu and the sister duo. Fleet number 2 Navy led by Lieutenant General Xinhua, and fleet number 3 led by General Jehu. "We're honored to interview Mr. Jiang Si. Who do you think will win the final championship?" Jiang Si playfully made a peace sign to the camera. smiling as he said, "I think everyone should get along peacefully and end this early so we can go home for dinner." Upon hearing this, viewers in front of their TVs expressed confusion. Some even questioned his intelligence. When the reporter asked Zi Ling about the Jiang Si fleet's chances of winning, Zi Ling calmly stated, "As long as he doesn't sail the Navy fleet to the wrong place, that would be victory for us." The reporter was puzzled after hearing this, and Lan Chi also felt an ominous premonition. On Country B's fleet number 1, Xiao Yu looked ahead complaining, "This island capture exercise is really boring, not nearly as exciting as last year's zombie killing." Xiao Shui beside her asked curiously, "Do you know those 2 girls on fleet number 3? Xiao Yu replied, "No, why?" Xiao Shui continued, "I heard they were promoted exceptionally, wonder what special abilities they have." The blonde big man on fleet number 3 seemed to sense something. The tattooed girl immediately asked, "What's wrong, Taishan?" The blonde big man said gravely, "A troublesome guy is coming." At the same time, on a speeding warship, Little Red sat in her chair with a serious expression. She silently prayed, hoping this mission would go smoothly and that Jiang Si wouldn't discover them. This exchange conference between Country A and Country B inadvertently chose the competition location at Dr. Jamie's hiding place. For his own safety, Dr. Jamie urgently released a sample of the Jiang Si clone he had been studying with the ancient man. However, during the intense battle between both sides, Jiang Si steered his fleet toward Antarctica. Zi Ling said with chattering teeth, "So cold, where is this?" Lan Chi beside her ordered the first mate to check navigation. "What place is this?" At this moment, Xiao said speechlessly, "I told you not to let these zombies steer the ship." Hearing their conversation, Jiang Si also felt somewhat guilty. Subsequently, Zi Ling and the others took the fleet and hurriedly rushed toward the battlefield, while Jiang Si, accompanied by his subordinates, leisurely fished in Antarctica. Meanwhile, on the exchange competition battlefield, the minister suddenly noticed strange sounds from the island. A massive zombie was seen, easily lifting a boulder and smashing it down to destroy a warship. Witnessing the scene, President Steele was shocked. The minister immediately ordered a full counterattack. In Dr. Jamie's laboratory, the ancient man excitedly shouted, "My research has finally succeeded." Greenhair hurriedly stepped forward to remind, "We can't let him awaken here," the ancient man comforted. "Don't worry, I already sent the real clone and equipment out to sea." In a bay in Country B, Jiao curiously inquired about the mission's progress. While they were talking, a mechanical pod was washed onto the beach by the waves. The pod opened. A zombie walked out. This was the mechanical Jiang Si that Dr. Jamie had created by fusing Jiang Si's genes with nanometal. Sensing the other's aura, Jiao and Gui were terrified. However, mechanical Jiang Si unexpectedly embraced them, excitedly saying, "I'm so happy to see you're still alive." This action surprised both Jiao and Dr. Jamie. Mechanical Jiang Si was actually so gentle and polite. Gui stepped forward to observe and confirmed this was a zombie. Jiao asked puzzledly, "Why do you look different from us? And you seem much taller than us." Mechanical Jiang Si explained, "Actually, sometimes I don't know what I'll become either." At this time, they received word that they must leave immediately, so they took a plane to leave the bay. However, when mechanical Jiang Si entered the city, he angrily discovered that humans still existed here. He violently punched the ground. The entire city was instantly torn in half. Countless humans were thrown into the air. Witnessing the scene, Jiao and the others were shocked. They couldn't believe the city was so easily destroyed by mechanical Jiang Si. Then mechanical Jiang Si leaped 10,000 meters into the air. His form changed, revealing an even more terrifying second form. Next, he unleashed a earth-shattering bombardment. Under his power, everything instantly shattered into pieces. The big sister on the plane witnessed all this with tremendous shock. But even more terrifying was when mechanical Jiang Si waved an air blast toward the sky, pulling everyone on the plane toward the ground. Facing the imminent crash, Jiao and others quickly jumped from the plane. After the smoke slowly cleared, the area centered on mechanical Jiang Si had become ruins, turned to ash. The explosion quickly spread throughout the world, catching the attention of exchange conference participants. Taishan sensed Jiang Si's aura and was shocked to announce that this island had been destroyed, with at least 30 million humans vanishing. Meanwhile, TV news also urgently reported the sudden disappearance of Country B's largest island. The big sister survived under Ashi's protection, but the scene before them left them utterly shocked. Jiao asked in confusion, "Brother, what are you doing?" Mechanical Jiang Si coldly replied, "Humans deserve to die." Hearing this, Jiao was terrified. At this moment, mechanical Jiang Si sniffed around and discovered humans were still alive. Ashi quickly covered the big sister's mouth. Jiao also quickly waved his hands, indicating he had smelled wrong, claiming he had been with humans for a long time and carried their scent. However, mechanical Jiang Si didn't believe him and waved his hand toward him. The next second, he grabbed Jiao by the throat. Jiao fearfully begged for mercy, claiming they weren't human allies. Mechanical Jiang Si coldly stated, "I don't like zombies who mix with humans. Kill you, and I can create zombies I prefer." Gui and the others witnessed this, shocked by mechanical Jiang Si's terrifying change. To save his life, Jiao indicated he wouldn't collaborate with humans, and revealed that in the southwest direction there was a city with 70 million people. Upon hearing this, mechanical Jiang Si immediately flew in that direction. A war correspondent arrived at the scene by helicopter. The big sister called for everyone to work together to stop mechanical Jiang Si's atrocities, but Jiao believed they were powerless to stop this disaster. The reporter who got off the plane was also shocked speechless by the scene. The big sister suddenly rushed to the camera and urgently told viewers, "A terrible zombie has appeared here massacring humans. Everyone should quickly head to shelters to seek survival." However, viewers thought this was a prank and paid no attention. On a hillside in the southwest city, a girl was live streaming, attracting a large audience of fans. However, at this moment, mechanical Jiang Si suddenly fell from the sky. His powerful aura sent several people flying. The live stream viewers were terrified by what they saw. The girl was so scared she collapsed to the ground. Mechanical Jiang Si casually waved his hand, and the girl instantly vanished without a trace. Then he grabbed the man and brought him to the cliff's edge. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, instantly condensing a terrifying dark force. force. This scene was captured by the live stream phone and transmitted to the internet in real time. Meanwhile, Blackie far away in H City was shocked to witness the scene, because the technique mechanical Jiang Si used was Blackie's exclusive ability. At this moment, global attention focused on this live stream, everyone waiting to see what would happen next. Then mechanical Jiang Si suddenly raised his hand. With a loud bang, countless black substances spread like a plague throughout the city. In just a few seconds, half the city's population disappeared, and the remaining survivors hadn't yet recovered from their terror. Mechanical Jiang Si suddenly snapped his fingers. An invisible force instantly exploded in the city center, accompanied by a massive mushroom cloud rising. This city of 30 million people was completely annihilated. People watching the live stream worldwide were stunned, unable to believe what they saw. However, having experienced destruction, the big sister truly understood the horror of it all. On the bilateral exchange competition side, Taishan said to Little Red, "Let's cease hostilities for now. In your current state, you're no match for me. Pointless fighting will only invite trouble." Aini beside them also urgently stated, "We must immediately stop that zombie, or humanity will face complete disaster." Lan Ling shouted in terror, "Your Majesty, that guy just used Blackie's ability. It's definitely Jiang Si." At this time, Taishan asked Little Red, "Do you want to act together with us? Once Jiang Si kills all humans, you'll be his next target." After brief consideration, Little Red agreed to Taishan's proposal. At this moment, an emergency announcement suddenly came over the helicopter's radio. A terrible zombie has appeared on the Imperial continent, massacring humans. After careful consideration by both countries' presidents, this exchange conference is temporarily cancelled. Hearing this news, Zi Ling and Lan Qi quickly ordered Jiang Si's subordinates to prepare helicopters. They needed to fly to Country B. Meanwhile, Little Red and others were already en route to Country B. On the plane, Lan Ling curiously asked, "Why does Jiang Si hate humans so much?" Aini explained, "Because we once killed his family and subordinates." On the other side, after destroying the city, mechanical Jiang Si rose into the air again, disappearing into the horizon, and the live stream ended abruptly. The instigators of all this, the ancient man and green hair, excitedly embraced each other. At this time, green hair asked in confusion, "Wasn't your original intention for humanity's future? Why are you helping us now?" The ancient man sneered, "What do you understand? It's time to let you know my true purpose." With that, he started a global broadcast. "Hello everyone around the world, I am the ancient man from previous rumors, and now I want to show everyone a video. This zombie named Jiang Si destroyed our civilization, and not just once. It's because of him that human development always faces discontinuity. The terrifying thing is this zombie still exists in this world today. Therefore, I created a creature capable of contending with him, which is the mechanical Jiang Si you're seeing now." Hearing this, people worldwide were shocked. At this time, the ancient man comforted everyone, "Don't worry, I've already arranged for human genes to be buried underground. Millions of years from now, we humans will still be the masters of this planet. The civilizational crisis we once experienced, you'll experience it sooner or later too. Please spend your final time saying goodbye to your families." Upon hearing this, people rushed home to reunite with their families. At this moment, Jiang Si, who was fishing in Antarctica, seemed to sense something, and looked toward Country B's direction. At this moment, Little Red and the others finally arrived at the scene. At the same time, Zi Ling and Lan Qi also hurried over, but unfortunately they found mechanical Jiang Si already surrounded by Country B's military. To prevent him from destroying humans everywhere, Country B deployed over 1,000 generals to block him, but when they entered the scene, they were horrified to discover those people were all gone, lying at mechanical Jiang Si's feet. At this time, dozens of helicopters roared in from the sky. Country B's great generals arrived in person. Citizens watching the broadcast cheered, thinking victory was at hand. However, Little Red and the others knew well, the mechanical Jiang Si before them was no ordinary opponent. Suddenly, mechanical Jiang Si stirred up a gust of wind. Those with weaker abilities were instantly blown around. The scene that followed left everyone dumbfounded. Mechanical Jiang Si actually activated his third form. Country B's great generals showed no fear, all charging toward mechanical Jiang Si. However, when one of the generals was about to approach, mechanical Jiang Si coldly glanced at him. The surrounding space instantly shattered. The next second, the general turned into fragments. Subsequently, the other generals also turned into fragments one by one. Country B's great army instantly crumbled. Viewers watching the broadcast were stunned. Seeing this, Little Red shouted for everyone to retreat. But before she finished speaking, her chest had already been pierced by mechanical Jiang Si. Zi Ling was also attacked, but she transformed in time, breaking through spatial constraints and drawing her long sword to counterattack. However, as soon as she approached mechanical Jiang Si, she was sent flying by his punch, severely injured. Seeing this, Lan Qi also quickly transformed and rushed toward mechanical Jiang Si, but was similarly blown away by his powerful aura. Meanwhile, Blackie, far away in H City, witnessed all this, but was shocked to discover mechanical Jiang Si's aura was remarkably similar to Jiang Si's. Ah Go anxiously asked Blackie whether they should take action to stop him. Though Blackie hesitated, he understood that if it was truly the king, he should follow his will. After all, destroying civilizations was nothing new to them. However, Ah Lang and Ah Mao firmly opposed this. He carefully examined that mechanical Jiang Si, pointing out that while he possessed the king's genes, his appearance and temperament were vastly different. He recalled King Jiang Si's efforts to coexist peacefully with humans, firmly believing the true king would never be this metal monster before them. So he decided to act together with Ah Mao to stop mechanical Jiang Si's mad slaughter. On the other side, mechanical Jiang Si mocked everyone present. He proclaimed himself an invincible existence, disdainful of human resistance. However, his next target was H City, built by Jiang Si himself. Just then, Ah Mao of ancient bloodline stepped forward. Mechanical Jiang Si scoffed at this. Ah Lang hurriedly approached, trying to awaken mechanical Jiang Si's memories of the past, but received only his merciless ridicule. Just when the situation seemed out of control, a thunderous roar from the distance shook the entire city. It was Jiang Jiang Si arriving just in time. He decisively ordered Ah Lung to evacuate the crowd while he faced Mechanical Jiang Si directly. Seeing this, Mechanical Jiang Si angrily charged toward the human shelter, but was blocked by Jiang Si. The next second, he slammed Mechanical Jiang Si into the ground, then kicked him flying with one foot. However, before Mechanical Jiang Si could land, Jiang Si teleported in front of him and sent him flying with a heavy punch in his second form. Mechanical Jiang Si was blasted into outer space, disappearing from everyone's sight. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, all amazed by Jiang Si's power. However, puzzlingly, the struck Mechanical Jiang Si showed no anger but instead radiated a strange excitement, as if intoxicated by the pleasure of this self-confrontation. Meanwhile, Blackie and the others were busy, safely evacuating H City's humans. During this tense moment, someone pointed at Jiang Si and exclaimed, "Isn't he Country A's presidential bodyguard?" This news spread, and the helicopter reporter quickly conducted live coverage. Ladies and gentlemen, our hero is now facing that terrible zombie alone. Hearing this news, Blackie was alarmed. Global broadcast meant their zombie identities would be completely exposed. At this moment, Mechanical Jiang Si from outer space suddenly fell at amazing speed. Seeing this, Jiang Si rushed up without hesitation. At the instant Mechanical Jiang Si was about to land, he flashed behind him. With a dull impact, both threw a punch. The powerful impact sent both flying. After brief adjustment, they gathered their strength again and launched fierce attacks at each other without hesitation. Accompanied by deafening explosions, H City's municipal building collapsed. Varmint helplessly shouted, "You can fight all you want, but could you put me down first?" Fortunately, humans had evacuated in time and weren't affected. On the other side, President Steele asked in confusion, "Now that Jiang Si and that Mechanical Jiang Si are fighting fiercely, what should we do?" The minister glanced at the island behind them and decisively ordered, "That island has problems, we must take it." Meanwhile, Dr. Jamie and the others on the island remained oblivious to this. Viewers watching the broadcast discussed among themselves, "I remember he is indeed the president's bodyguard, but why would he become like this now?" Seeing Mechanical Jiang Si motionless, viewers watching the broadcast cheered, celebrating Jiang Si's defeat of Mechanical Jiang Si. Jiang Si scoffed, "Just a copy of me, you're too inexperienced to fight me." As soon as he finished speaking, Mechanical Jiang Si fired a missile at him, but Jiang Si simply waved his hand casually, and the nuclear bomb was deflected like a meteor. But with a loud explosion, some island nation instantly vanished. Witnessing this, everyone was dumbfounded, deflecting a nuclear bomb so easily. Is this really power humans can achieve? However, Jiang Si seemed completely indifferent to this. At this moment, Mechanical Jiang Si suddenly transformed into his fourth form. In several flashes, he appeared in front of Jiang Si. Enhanced by his fourth form, Mechanical Jiang Si clearly had the upper hand. As he swung his fist, he suddenly extended one finger. Jiang Si was stunned. Next, Mechanical Jiang Si began gathering energy. The next second, half of Jiang Si's body was shattered by this energy blast. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. The ancient man on the island excitedly shouted, "While his head hasn't grown back, make him disappear forever." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying beam shot from Mechanical Jiang Si's hand. After the dust settled, Jiang Si had vanished. Viewers watching the broadcast desperately shouted, "It's over, even Jiang Si couldn't beat him, we're doomed." However, they didn't notice that in the air, a green cell began to merge. Genes split and fused in recombination. A new skeleton gradually appeared in the air. The ancient man was shocked watching the scene. Could Jiang Si resurrect again? While they were uncertain, Jiang Si had already regrown flesh and transformed into his fourth form. At this moment, Mechanical Jiang Si was also stunned. Viewers watching the broadcast were shocked to discover, wasn't this face the same Jiang Si from the ancient man's video who destroyed the previous civilization? This discovery was like a bolt from the blue, fear and despair intertwined. People discussed frantically. With two monsters confronting each other, where will humanity's fate lead? Meanwhile, Zi Ling and Lan Qi realized Jiang Si's identity was exposed, and decided to head to the small island to capture Dr. Jamie. The enraged Jiang Si gave Mechanical Jiang Si no chance to react. One heavy punch sent him flying into the sky. That massive impact made Mechanical Jiang Si instantly penetrate Mars, finally crashing heavily onto Saturn. People on Earth witnessed all this in amazement. How did that Mechanical Jiang Si suddenly disappear? However, while everyone was amazed, Jiang Si had already pursued him to Saturn, and engaged in fierce battle with Mechanical Jiang Si again. After intense confrontation, Mechanical Jiang Si finally reacted, and quickly fled Saturn. But Jiang Si swiftly circled to the opposite direction, only to discover it was just an illusion. Jiang Si was stunned. Mechanical Jiang Si had already quietly returned to Earth. However, before he could catch his breath, Jiang Si followed closely. Facing the inescapable situation, Mechanical Jiang Si suddenly struck the ground, revived the generals who were previously killed. But this wasn't true resurrection. Rather, they were refined by Mechanical Jiang Si into his puppets. Witnessing this, the reporter was terrified, realizing the severity of the situation. However, at this moment, Jiang Si suddenly raised his hand. Some cells began to merge. Those killed residents actually turned into zombies, forming a massive zombie army. This scene left all witnesses dumbfounded. How did my family members become zombies? At this time, Jiang Si clenched his fist toward the zombie army. All zombies seemed to awaken, instantly entering their powerful second form. This action left everyone dumbfounded. Even worse, these zombies' combat power far exceeded theirs. Just then, Jiang Si suddenly pointed upward. Countless figures immediately appeared in the sky, like divine soldiers descending from heaven. In just an instant, those puppets refined by Mechanical Jiang Si were torn apart like fragile paper. Seeing his little trick exposed, Mechanical Jiang Si sneered mockingly, "Don't get too cocky." The next second, he threw a punch at Jiang Si. The powerful impact struck various parts of the city. Zi Ling and Lan Qi knew well that if this battle continued, Earth would face another restart crisis. They immediately boarded a plane and rushed rushed to that suspicious island. At this time, Dr. Jamie shouted anxiously, "Stop watching, they're about to land on the island." Hearing this, the ancient man panicked immediately. Dr. Jamie quickly shouted, "Run! If we don't run now, we're all finished." Subsequently, he burned all research materials and prepared to escape by helicopter. However, just as the helicopter was about to take off, Lan Chi sprinted toward the helicopter, tightly gripping its wheel. Lan Chi looked at Dr. Jamie and said, "Old friend, long time no see." The next second, he was thrown out by Lan Chi. Just like that, Dr. Jamie and the other two were captured again. Zi Ling grabbed the ancient man and asked urgently, "Tell me quickly, how can we stop mechanical Jiang Si? If we let them run rampant, this world's civilization will face destruction again." No matter how Zi Ling pressed him, the ancient man refused to reveal any information. At this time, Lan Chi suddenly said, "Perhaps I have a way to make him talk." She walked to the ancient man's side and waved her hand. The zombie virus instantly invaded the ancient man's body. The next second, the ancient man's brain was controlled by Lan Chi. At this time, Zi Ling asked curiously, "How do you know this?" Lan Chi calmly responded, "You can do it too, but the duration is limited." This scene shocked Dr. Jamie and the others. Under the influence of the zombie virus, the ancient man quickly revealed the method to eliminate mechanical Jiang Si. There's a button hidden in the box. Once the switch is pressed, the nanomaterial containing Jiang Si's genes will immediately dissipate. Zi Ling quickly found the button to eliminate mechanical Jiang Si. After the ancient man regained consciousness, he roared angrily, but quickly retreated under Lan Chi's sharp gaze. Zi Ling couldn't help but admire the ancient man's cunning. To be able to create such a terrifying mechanical Jiang Si. On the battlefield, both sides engaged in intense combat that shook the very ground. Mechanical Jiang Si watched Jiang Si with deep emotion, finally understanding what kind of overwhelming pressure he himself imposed on others. At that moment, Zi Ling pressed the button remotely, but mechanical Jiang Si showed no reaction whatsoever. Zi Ling angrily questioned, "You deceived me. Why hasn't he been destroyed yet?" The ancient one was equally stunned. Without nanomaterial containers, he simply cannot survive. Mechanical Jiang Si seemed to sense something, sneering coldly, "So you have backup support after all." As his words fell, his armor began making crackling sounds. With a thunderous roar, the armor instantly disintegrated, but the next second he remarkably reassembled himself. This left Zi Ling utterly astounded. "Didn't you say he couldn't live without a physical body?" However, Jiang Si at this moment remained completely composed. As the smoke cleared away, a brand new mechanical Jiang Si appeared before everyone. Mechanical Jiang Si arrogantly declared, "My fifth form can survive even without armor." This scene left everyone in complete shock. Zi Ling and Lan Chi also fell into deep contemplation. At this moment, mechanical Jiang Si spoke leisurely, issuing a challenge to Jiang Si, "Why don't you give it a try too?" Yet Jiang Si offered no response whatsoever. Instead, it was the reporter standing nearby who spoke with a trembling voice, pleading desperately, "You too, could you please allow us innocent people to evacuate before you begin fighting?" As soon as the words left his lips, the zombie horde in the distance suddenly grew restless. They all charged toward mechanical Jiang Si, but mechanical Jiang Si merely uttered a single word with casual indifference, "Scram." In an instant, the space occupied by the zombie army compressed drastically. All zombies turned to dust in a split second, dissolving into thin air. This was the power of mechanical Jiang Si's fifth form, effortlessly destroying everything without lifting a finger. Blackie, witnessing this from afar, was utterly shocked. He urgently called out to Jiang Si, "Stop fighting! If this continues, the entire world will descend into chaos." But Jiang Si seemed deaf to his pleas. He slowly raised his right hand to cover his face, throwing his head back in maniacal laughter. Zi Ling and Lan Chi watched Jiang Si's behavior with mounting tension. At that moment, Jiang Si underwent another transformation, revealing a completely new form. Seeing this, Zi Ling and Lan Chi exclaimed, "So cool!" The minister and President Steele looked up at the sky. The once clear sky had now turned blood red. A brilliant beam of light descended from above, striking Jiang Si. Immediately after, a stream of fresh red liquid spread rapidly with Jiang Si at its center. In moments, it enveloped the entire earth in a sea of crimson. On the ocean surface, soldiers from Country B screamed in terror, "Blood! It's all blood!" Even more horrifying was that this crimson tide began spreading toward the cosmos. People on Earth fell into panic, utterly at a loss. And this new form of Jiang Si was something even mechanical Jiang Si had never witnessed. Everyone speculated about how Jiang Si would crush his duplicate in this brand new form. Mechanical Jiang Si, observing all this, was stunned beyond words. He had never seen such a transformation. As the dust gradually settled, the fierce aura emanating from Jiang Si made all surrounding creatures tremble. The reporters and civilians at the battlefield center were so terrified they dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. However, Jiang Si paid no heed to their pleas, his gaze fixed solely on the distant mechanical Jiang Si. Feeling those piercing eyes upon him, mechanical Jiang Si couldn't help but ask, "Why don't I possess such a form?" Jiang Si replied coolly, "This form was developed independently after destroying those human civilizations." Upon hearing this, mechanical Jiang Si's face lit up with excitement. "Truly worthy of being my original, but I think I can still put up a fight." With that, mechanical Jiang Si accelerated toward Jiang Si, but suddenly stopped just before reaching him. Jiang Si slowly raised his right hand, and an unprecedented sense of oppression instantly enveloped mechanical Jiang Si, rendering him immobile. Then Jiang Si's palm began expanding continuously, as if to grasp the entire universe within his grip. At this moment, Earth gradually shrank within Jiang Si's hand. Zi Ling and Lan Chi on the island witnessed this spectacle, struck speechless with awe, and those humans still remaining on Earth felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. But before they could cry for help, Jiang Si's right hand clenched tightly. With a thunderous roar, the entire world returned to silence. When people came to their senses, they realized that the heart-stopping scene seemed like their own illusion. But when their eyes returned to the battlefield, they found mechanical Jiang Si already gripped firmly by the throat in Jiang Si's grasp. Zi Ling in the distance was stunned, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Then people discovered that mechanical Jiang Si's lower body had completely vanished. finished. But even so, he hadn't given up, instead marveling, truly my original self, absolutely magnificent. At this point, mechanical Jiang Si said with a smile, actually I can sense it. Deep in your heart you still harbor some disgust toward humanity. I could have been a good man within your body, but why did you give me to others? When you handed me over to Xiao Xiao and the rest, you should have anticipated this scenario. Through your authorization, these originally weak humans gained incomparable power. All along this journey, from Zi Ling to Lan Qi, which incident wasn't done with your permission? You knew full well that given human nature, they would surely fight tooth and nail for power. Without your consent, who could have controlled me? I'm merely a strand of genes from your body. When I gained freedom, the first thing I did was fulfill my duty. You think this devastated world was my creation? The one who wants to destroy this world is you, Jiang Si. Deep in your heart, you still hold a trace of hatred for humanity. I merely acted according to your true nature. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. Jiang Si impatiently replied, are you finished talking? And mechanical Jiang Si continued, I've already slaughtered nearly several billion people globally. With nearly half of humanity gone, you've gone to such lengths to save the world. Do you think they'll remember your kindness? Might as well kill them all. Besides turning the dead into zombies, what else can you do? Upon hearing this, Jiang Si said quietly, I can also bring them back to life. Mechanical Jiang Si looked utterly astounded. The next second, Jiang Si carved an opening in his own chest, then reached in and pulled out his own heart. Holding it aloft, he crushed it in his palm. Blood rapidly spread across the globe. Wherever the blood touched, all things came back to life. And that live-streaming girl who had been destroyed by mechanical Jiang Si, half her body gone. A completely new skeleton slowly materialized in the air. The next second, the girl regrew her flesh and blood. In just a short while, the girl miraculously returned to life. Zi Ling and the others were struck speechless at this sight. At this moment, the revived generals from Country B all looked toward Jiang Si in complete bewilderment. Vanessa and Taishan were equally dumbfounded. Right now, all the resurrected people shared the same thought. What exactly happened? Weren't we already dead? Witnessing this scene, Dr. Jamie and his team completely lost their composure. Just what kind of terrifying being had they provoked? At this point, Jiang Si looked at mechanical Jiang Si and said, how is that method of giving them new life? Mechanical Jiang Si's lips curved upward. He said with a smile, truly worthy of being my original. After speaking, his body began to slowly dissipate, transforming back into a sequence of genes. Thus, what was originally thought to be mechanical Jiang Si, a conspiracy devised by Dr. Jamie and the ancients to deal with the original, turned out to be a duplicate, born from Jiang Si's own lingering hatred toward humanity. Jiang Si's genes spoke the truth. The one who wanted to destroy humanity was himself. In the end, Jiang Si activated his unknown sixth form, saving all life on Earth. As he crushed his own heart, that trace of hatred toward humanity in his heart dissipated along with his genetic duplicate. Meanwhile, on Zi Ling's side, the Minister and President Steele arrived just in time. They had the Minister and President Steele keep watch over Dr. Jamie and his group. The next second, Zi Ling and Lan Qi rushed hurriedly toward the front lines. Before long, Zi Ling and Lan Qi reached the battlefield. They looked on in amazement, because Jiang Si had once again reverted to his first form. They approached Jiang Si, but he remained perfectly still. They worriedly asked whether Jiang Si would become an ordinary zombie after crushing his heart. But unexpectedly, the next second, Jiang Si opened his chest and said, the heart will grow back. Seeing this, Zi Ling and Lan Qi were momentarily speechless. Then Zi Ling and Lan Qi roared angrily, why didn't you end the battle quickly? How is the president supposed to speak for you now? But Jiang Si looked at the nanometal in his hands, saying, this thing seems to quite like me. I'll keep it for now, might be useful later. And so, the world welcomed a brief period of peace. But what path would humanity take from here? Within H City under Jiang Si's jurisdiction, due to numerous buildings being destroyed, all citizens began rebuilding their homes. However, the first thing they did was hang varmint back up on a certain private aircraft. The president of Country A stared at the newspaper in his hands, lost in thought. Just then, Zi Ling and Lan Qi entered. You called us here. Is there something you need? The president slowly put down the newspaper and asked, where is Jiang Si? Where is he now? Zi Ling shook her head, indicating that he hadn't come to work since that incident. Upon hearing this, the president slammed the newspaper on the table, his worry evident. If this situation continues to deteriorate, society may face unprecedented turmoil. Dr. Jamie, on his way to the dungeon, was astonished, along with his companions, by the protesting crowds outside the window. The people held up banners shouting at the top of their lungs, Dr. Jamie is humanity's savior, humanity's hope. He should be released without charges. This scene not only left Green Hair speechless, but also secretly delighted Dr. Jamie, as he had become humanity's object of faith. He realized that, just as mechanical Jiang Si had said, humanity's fear of the unknown and powerful forces far exceeded their rationality. Despite Jiang Si stepping forward in times of crisis, not only did humans show no gratitude, they actually feared him. An extreme terror permeated all of human society. Everyone was angry but dared not speak out. There were also some human fanatics who worshipped Jiang Si's power, believing he was a god, humanity's ultimate evolutionary direction. In this society where good people blindly worship bad people, while bad people perversely worshipped good people, such a contradiction-riddled society was bound to erupt in chaos. While the outside world was in heated commotion, Jiang Si lay comfortably at home playing video games. But just as he was getting into the game, Blackie pushed open the door with a worried expression. King, human society is somewhat problematic right now. However, Jiang Si didn't seem concerned, instead asking Blackie if he wanted to play around together. Blackie replied, I won't play with you. There are two individuals outside who want to see you. At this moment in the main hall, Ah Zhao and Ah Gui were both visibly nervous, just as they were about to drink some tea to calm their nerves. Jiang Si suddenly pushed open the door and asked, who's looking for me? When Jiang Si saw Ah Zhao and Ah Gui, he immediately asked, what brings you here to see me? Upon hearing this, Ah Zhao and Ah Gui exchanged glances, then knelt before Jiang Si, shouting loudly, please help us! Although Jiang Si had helped humanity many times before, his overwhelming power still plunged humanity into panic. To quell this panic and realize the dream of peaceful coexistence with humans, the two countries jointly established a Special Act Enforcement Bureau and jointly issued the Jiang Si Management Act. This act decided to transform the entire moon into a nanometal structure, making it a prison for Jiang Si's lifelong imprisonment. Due to human fear and exclusion, conscious zombies from around the world flocked to Jiang Si in large numbers. The zombie legion from Country B also took this opportunity to pledge allegiance to Jiang Si. Shi joked, "Good thing we pledged our loyalty early. Otherwise, with H City's current housing prices, we probably couldn't even afford a bathroom. It would be too embarrassing if Big Sister ended up sleeping under bridges like those vampires." Big Sister chimed in, "Humans both fear Jiang Si's power and don't dare attack him directly, so they can only discriminate against ordinary zombies." Just then, Agui suddenly shouted, "Big Sister, this doesn't look good." Everyone looked up to see countless fighter jets approaching H City's airspace like dark clouds. At the same time, ground armored units had H City completely surrounded. At this moment, the Country B general shouted loudly, "The Jiang Si Management Act is now in effect. Today we must capture Jiang Si." Seeing this scene, Big Sister felt speechless. Did they really want human civilization to be completely destroyed? Country A wasn't about to be outdone either, as Zi Ling crouched slightly to gather power. With a whoosh, she flew toward H City. At the same time, as the minister announced the operation's start, everyone sprang into action simultaneously. Just as Zi Ling was rushing toward Jiang Si's residence, suddenly a cannonball blocked her path. Xiao Xiao instantly appeared before Zi Ling, saying, "President Zi Ling, if you want to capture Jiang Si, you'll have to get past me first. Let me help you all remember just who saved this world." Under Xiao Xiao's intensive firepower attack, Zi Ling could only keep dodging. Seeing that Xiao Xiao had no intention of stopping, Zi Ling stopped holding back, approaching Xiao Xiao, instantly punching her back dozens of meters with a single blow. Zi Ling tried to persuade Xiao Xiao, "This matter concerns the survival of civilization. I don't have time to waste here with you." Hearing this, Xiao Xiao grinned provocatively, "Come at me." But as soon as she finished speaking, two figures rushed over like lightning. Before Xiao Xiao could react, with a thunderous crash, she was smashed into a building. As the dust slowly settled, the one who had attacked her was actually Gu, one of Jiang Si's subordinates. At this point, President Qin and President Steele appeared before her, with President Qin saying, "Xiao Xiao, stop resisting. We don't want unnecessary casualties." Meanwhile, the twin sisters reported to Lan Qi, "Jiang Si's subordinate bosses and zombies have all been subdued. Phase 1 combat objectives complete." Lang roared angrily, "You traitors actually betrayed our lord." Blackie said with a calm expression, "This world is currently on the brink of war at any moment. Only the Jiang Si Act is the sole path to realizing our king's ideals." While the fierce battle raged outside, Jiang Si remained focused on his video games at home. It turned out everything was within Jiang Si's control, months before the Jiang Si Management Act was implemented, to prevent Blackie and the others from making major mistakes. Zi Ling had specifically rehearsed the entire process with them. "When I charge toward the city center building, Lang appears on my left, Mao on my right. When I'm about to reach the building, Xiao Xiao, you come out to stop me. Finally, you'll be controlled by Blackie and the others. Don't mess up your lines." On the other side, President Qin and Lan Qi were responsible for testing the prison material's strength. As Lan Qi issued ordinary attack commands to Jiang Si immediately clenched his fist to gather power, then punched forward with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, everyone in the room was sent flying. That powerful punch instantly gave Earth a center-parted hairstyle. When Zi Ling got up, she discovered Jiang Si had destroyed all the test materials with just one punch. She was so shocked she couldn't speak. At this point, Jiang Si said happily, "Excellent impact feel. Looks like you've completely mastered the ancient's nanometal technology. Using such sturdy materials to restrain me will definitely eliminate humanity's fear of me." Upon hearing this, Zi Ling immediately exploded, "Who the hell are you kidding? This clearly can't restrain you at all." The minister walked over and reminded, "Make sure that video never gets leaked, or instead of reducing humanity's fear, it'll only cause more panic." Hearing this, Jiang Si immediately replied, "Just pile the same materials up to 1,000 kilometers thick. The moon size is just right. Also, my subordinates will cooperate with your operations to change humanity's perception of zombies." On the day the Jiang Si Management Act was implemented, Zi Ling reported the operation's progress to reporters. "The operation is proceeding smoothly. The equipment used to contain Jiang Si is a special creation combining the technological achievements of both human and ancient civilizations. The containment device is currently on standby above H City. Its indestructibility has been thoroughly proven in actual combat. The implementation of this act will be the first step toward coexistence between humans and zombies." Watching Blackie and the others on screen, Jiang Si couldn't help but praise, "I didn't expect Blackie and the rest to have such acting talent. They looked so convincing beating up their comrades." Looking at the script for future developments, Jiang Si couldn't help but slap the table excitedly, muttering to himself, "After I'm successfully captured, a series of follow-up plans to improve my image can begin. Everything's perfect." Afterward, Jiang Si packed his daily necessities, preparing to happily go to prison. Meanwhile, Varmint, hanging from the H City government building, was in tears every day. "My lord, when will you take me down from here?" Just then, a helicopter gradually approached. It was a general from Country B who mocked, "Cowardly and weak people of Country A, we now possess such powerful technology. Jiang Si is now abandoned by all. What's this talk of coexistence? How naive. We might as well take this opportunity to eliminate this threat completely." With that, a cannonball flew rapidly toward H City's government building. It exploded with a thunderous crash, piercing straight through the entire building. Varmint also took this opportunity to break free from his restraints. Blackie, who was being interviewed by reporters, caught Varmint's attention. Varmint angrily shouted, You actually betrayed our king. Seeing Country B's actions, Zi Ling cursed angrily. Who gave you permission to fire at will? Are all you Country B people brain dead? On Jiang Si's side, he actually caught the cannonball barehanded and was completely unharmed. He looked at the live broadcast on screen and said, looks like Zi Ling's having a tough time too. Fortunately, it's just a minor incident that won't affect the plan's smooth execution. Varmint looked at the fighter jets circling overhead. Filled with rage, he rushed toward the sky. The next second, explosions rang out continuously in the air. In the chaotic dodging, Zi Ling and the others were surprised to see that the attacker was actually Varmint. But Blackie and Agu didn't dare act rashly, thinking this might be Jiang Si's special arrangement. But Jiang Si, who was watching, spat out his soda in shock, thinking to himself that this was bad. Varmint had been hanging up there so long he'd forgotten to notify him. By this time, Varmint had completely lost it, angrily shouting, "We promised to lead the zombies to prosperity together. Why betray our lord? This is all because of these humans. Just kill them all." Seeing this, Blackie urgently shouted, "This is bad. Varmint's going berserk. Stop him quickly." At this moment, Jiang Si flew toward the containment device in the sky, raising the massive containment device high with both hands. The next second, he slammed it down hard on the rampaging Varmint. The ground immediately exploded violently. As the dust slowly settled, Jiang Si in his second form appeared before everyone. He said calmly, "What are you all standing around for? Come arrest me." Seeing him like this, all the soldiers trembled with fear. Seeing their reaction, Jiang Si quickly urged, "What are you spacing out for? Have you all gone mute?" With Jiang Si's voluntary arrest, the Jiang Si control plan succeeded perfectly, and he was temporarily held at headquarters to reduce the world's misunderstanding of zombies. Blackie became the spokesperson for zombies in one leap. He held a press conference at headquarters, solemnly declaring that he would always stand on humanity's side, and that law would become the strong cage binding Jiang Si. Peace and tranquility were the common aspiration of both zombies and humans. After speaking, he walked toward the headquarters main entrance. At this time, Jiang Si was touring the technological achievements inside headquarters. When Blackie and the others saw him, they fell to their knees with a thud, saying fearfully, "Please spare us. There were many people outside just now, and we weren't respectful enough to you." Jiang Si waved his hand to indicate it was fine, laughing as he asked, "How do you think my acting was? Did I seem weak and kind?" Hearing this, Xiao Xiao looked helpless. "You're really too kind. I'm just glad you didn't smash us all to death." The scene showed Jiang Si with his foot on Varmint, wearing an evil smile. Xiao Xiao continued, "Seeing this scene, how many humans do you think will believe you were actually captured?" Jiang Si looked embarrassed. "Sorry. There was a small incident. It shouldn't be a big problem, right?" Zi Ling explained, "We put on this show originally to help humanity regain the confidence to live on, making them believe we truly have the means to control you, but your oppressive presence is just too strong. However, we've managed to get through the first step. The next phase will take place on the moon. All personnel for the follow-up plan are already in position. We'll use the lunar prison as a stage to film a variety show for all humanity showcasing your life." At this point, Blackie approached obsequiously, "Please rest assured, my lord, we've mobilized all our subordinates to vote for you. We've also assembled the most capable PR team in our community, guaranteeing zero haters." Hearing this, Gao was somewhat skeptical. How could today's human society possibly achieve zero haters? But Blackie was brimming with confidence. "My team is professional grade." Seeing Blackie's confident expression, Agu felt his scalp tingle. Just then, Zi Ling said happily, "I'll accompany you to the prison as a guard." And Jiang Si replied naively, "Then I'll be counting on you." Zi Ling took Jiang Si's hand and said, "Fear comes from the unknown. Once they understand you enough, humanity will realize you're just like us." Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Si picked up his suitcase and crouched to gather power. With a thunderous crash, he shot toward the sky. The next second, he reached outer space. Then with another crash, he landed on the moon. A massive prison made of nanometals stood there on the moon. Jiang Si couldn't help but sigh. After the previous civilization was destroyed, it's been a long time since I've seen such a spectacle, truly nostalgic. When he turned to look at Zi Ling, he found her waving for him to come over. Only then did Jiang Si realize that sound couldn't travel in a vacuum, so he scurried over. After Zi Ling thoughtfully put headphones on him, she immediately roared angrily, "Are you sick? Suddenly dragging me to jump to the moon? Are you trying to kill me? We had a lunar landing ship prepared." Jiang Si scratched his head embarrassedly. "Isn't this way more convenient? If you don't like it, I'll send you back first." Hearing this, Zi Ling was startled. "No need for such trouble. You might as well just kill me directly." While the two were bickering, a lunar landing ship flew toward the moon. Zi Ling explained, "Your roommates are here. They're all very kind, talented individuals who speak beautifully." As Jiang Si entered the prison to complete his incarceration, the entire lunar prison immediately activated its three-dimensional defense system. At this time, leaders from both countries came together to the place where the ancients were imprisoned. Seeing them, the ancient immediately mocked, "You don't actually think that learning my nanometal technology means you can really lock him up, do you? Are your brains waterlogged? According to my calculations, a 1,000-kilometer layer of nanometal can only hold him for 9 hours and 17 minutes, and that's based on calculations from our civilization's era. The current him is only stronger." The country president replied, "We never intended to control Jiang Si. The lunar prison plan was his own proposal. We're just using this plan to verify our mastery of ancient technology." Hearing this, the ancient looked incredulous. The country president continued, "If Jiang Si loses control, the time the lunar prison buys will be enough for us to board our ships. I never want to see this monster again in my lifetime. We'll take humanity's seeds and fly to the stars, completely leaving it behind." Hearing this, the ancient threw back his head and laughed. "So you want to run away? But why don't you consider, we who possessed alien technology. Why didn't we run but instead waited to be exterminated? Everyone was suddenly stunned. The ancient then slowly began to recount the story from when he was young. At that time, humanity planned to flee from Jiang Si to other star systems. When the fleet had already left the solar system and reached the edge of the galaxy, everyone thought they could escape, never having to see Jiang Si again. Just as they were celebrating, the third fleet was suddenly struck by an unknown force field. Countless crystal-formed massive objects appeared, and the force fields between them enveloped the entire solar system. Any fleet leaving the solar system would be destroyed by the force field. In just an instant, their fleet suffered devastating losses. Just then, people on the warship suddenly discovered a person had appeared at the edge of the solar system. With his appearance, the entire fleet was completely annihilated in moments, and the last sound the ground command station heard came from that being. He said, "Perimeter patrol of the celestial prison complete. Jiang Si's current anomalies are unrelated to any escape attempt. All derivative contaminants have also been completely eliminated." After hearing the ancient's words, everyone fell into silence. At the same time, a building in H City suddenly exploded. Vanessa and Aini respectfully said, "Greetings, Lord Divine Envoy," and sitting before them at this moment was the very being from the ancient's memory who had destroyed the fleet, God's jailer Varro. Aini reported to the Divine Envoy, "According to our intelligence, Jiang Si has currently escaped from this planet. We accidentally discovered a compatriot left behind here. She lived with Jiang Si for thousands of years and understands his current state best." But Little Red said with complete disdain, "Who's a compatriot with you lunatics? I don't have time to accompany your madness." With that, Little Red suddenly exerted force, instantly breaking through 10 layers of restraints. However, the moment she landed, the entire ground suddenly became a blood pool, with countless hands reaching out to grab her. Varro looked at Little Red with amusement. "Lower species, it seems you've been away from us too long. There are some things I need to help you remember." The next second, Little Red spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body collapsed directly to the ground. Then Varro said disdainfully, "Lower species, you must submit to us God servants." With just a slight movement of Varro's divine consciousness, in the blink of an eye, everyone was transported. They had arrived at the Abnormal Human Academy. At this moment, Vanessa quickly informed Varro, "This compatriot mentioned this very place." Then Little Red slowly spoke, "You're looking for information about Jiang Si, aren't you? The data is right ahead, go get it. But they're quite strong, possessing the highest combat power of modern civilization." However, Varro looked completely disdainful, saying rudely, "Shut up, a heart spirit who doesn't even know where her host is has no right to teach me how to do things." At this moment, inside the Abnormal Human Academy, President Steele was majestically wielding his sword. The next second, slices of sashimi fell neatly arranged onto the plate. Then he cheerfully called out, "Sashimi is ready, large portions, eat your fill." It turned out they were holding a celebration for Jiang Si's departure from Earth. However, President Qin said, "Celebrating Jiang Si's imprisonment like this doesn't seem quite right. Although this guy is a zombie, he helped us solve the Dr. Jamie problem, and ensured that the cities around us no longer need to build high walls to defend against zombie hordes." President Steele responded, "Of course we know Jiang Si means no harm to humanity, but his departure does make me feel incredibly relieved." Just then, thick fog suddenly rose all around, instantly enveloping everyone. President Qin immediately sensed something was wrong. He quickly drew his hand cannon and warily scanned the surroundings, shouting, "Who's there? Show yourself." Varro slowly emerged from the fog. He expressionlessly placed his hand on the gun barrel. The next second, with a thunderous crash, the hand cannon shattered into pieces. Then Varro said with complete disdain, "So this is the Abnormal Human Academy, the place where your so-called strongest human combat forces are concentrated. These guys are so weak they don't even qualify as contaminants." Just then, President Steele seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind, but surprisingly, Varro was completely unharmed. He then turned to look at President Steele, and with just one glance, unleashed a powerful force that instantly sent President Steele flying. The next second, blood began continuously seeping from the ground. Before long, the entire playground had become a chilling blood pool. Even the balloons floating in the air transformed in an instant into flaming skulls. At this point, President Qin angrily declared, "Boring tricks, don't underestimate us." With an angry roar, his body began undergoing strange changes with light flashing. The next second, he transformed into a giant mech made from ancient nanometal alloy technology, Iron Star Nano Unit 1. Then President Qin said, "President Steele, how long are you going to keep lying there?" Immediately after, a massive tiger claw suddenly appeared. The next second, a majestic tiger-shaped mecha, Steel Star, appeared before everyone's eyes. Then the two of them, with perfect synchronization, simultaneously unleashed their strongest attack. Powerful energy beams shot out from both mechas, merging into one, striking toward Varro with thunderous force. But Varro remained completely motionless, his face full of composed smugness. He lightly extended one hand, and the menacing energy beam came to an abrupt halt. Then, he swung his arm forward with great force. A colossal hand that blocked out the sky suddenly emerged from the blood pool, gripping President Steele tightly with irresistible power. President Steele's tiger-shaped mecha instantly disintegrated under this tremendous force. Next, an explosion echoed through the air. President Qin's mecha form was also instantly destroyed in this violent blast. Looking at the already defeated President Qin, Varro couldn't help but sigh. 1,000 years ago, you relied on starships to launch attacks of this intensity. Now you've barely made some progress. At this moment, Vanessa hastily explained, "Divine Envoy, they are not the ancient civilization whose entire fleet you destroyed back then. This current civilization mainly develops physical strength." But Varro showed nothing but disdain, saying, "They're merely filth bred in cages. It would be perfectly normal for them to be annihilated by Jiang Si at any time. Just then, President Ying held his weapon with a tense and puzzled expression, asking, "Who exactly are you, and why do you know Jiang Si?" Hearing this, Varro spread his arms wide and said with extreme arrogance, "I suppose we know him well enough. It was we who banished and sealed him here, and now we have returned from the Star Sea to completely terminate this demon and incidentally erase you filthy existences." At this moment, Vanessa suddenly shouted in panic, "Divine Envoy, that guy behind us has escaped." But Varro appeared extremely calm, showing no intention of giving chase, just as President Qin was desperately fleeing at full speed, trying to spread word of what happened here. Varro said with casual indifference, "You cannot escape from my grasp, nor can you escape the fate of destruction. You lowly beings may address us as the Divine Generation Civilization." The next second, a giant hand appeared out of thin air. Then Varro clenched his fist. The hand in the air erupted, with a deafening explosion, crashing toward the ground like the collapse of heaven and earth. Then Varro turned his gaze a little red, saying coldly, "Inferior species, didn't you claim this academy had intelligence about Jiang Si? If you can find it, I won't pursue your intention to warn the humans." Hearing this, Little Red felt quite speechless, muttering to herself, "I never expected these guys to be so pathetic. I originally wanted to escape in the chaos, but these weaklings couldn't even last one round." At this moment, Vanessa joyfully shouted, "We found it! Intelligence about Jiang Si!" Then Varro took it and looked. Unexpectedly, it was a brand new idol variety show script tailor-made for Jiang Si. Next, he signaled Vanessa to turn on the TV to watch the live broadcast. "Welcome everyone to watch our program live. We will present to everyone through global broadcast, with the full support of both nations. A total of 8,000 super maximum security prisoners worldwide have all been transferred to the lunar prison, and since they've been continuously imprisoned in various facilities, they know absolutely nothing about the outside world. Under such circumstances, they're very likely to come into conflict with Jiang Si." Regarding this, Blackie stated that even under these extreme conditions, Jiang Si can still achieve peaceful coexistence with humans. Watching the broadcast introduction, everyone looked speechless. At this time, in the lunar prison cafeteria, Jiang Si was standing at the serving window with a gentle smile, saying, "Auntie, please give me some extra eggs." In the monitoring room, Zi Ling looked serious as she picked up the walkie-talkie and said urgently, "Group 1, watch the lighting. Group 2, what are you doing? Can't you see Jiang Si's makeup is smudged?" Then she angrily shouted, "Are you all deaf? Move the camera to other characters. Makeup team, go touch up his makeup." So a group of people immediately rushed toward Jiang Si to carefully apply his makeup. However, after learning of this situation, Varro looked utterly incredulous, muttering, "How can this be? There's no way such good fortune exists. How could that demon possibly care about what humans think? Someone like him would want to kill everyone in every corner of Earth. Could it be that thousands of years of imprisonment have driven him mad?" At this moment, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Jiang Si must be trying to explore the mysteries of human souls through these lowly filth, thereby cracking the source of our divine generation civilization's power. He's willing to spend thousands of years laying out this plan, truly worthy of being our sworn enemy. Now that I've discovered this, how could I let you succeed so easily? The next second, he slapped his hand downward. His divine consciousness immediately flew from Earth toward the moon, possessing one of the maximum security prisoners in the lunar prison. Varro controlled the prisoner as he angrily walked toward Jiang Si. At this time, Jiang Si was leisurely eating his eggs. Suddenly, the prisoner slammed both hands on the table, startling Jiang Si. This scene also caught Zi Ling's attention. The prisoner slowly sat down across from Jiang Si and said, "Jiang Si, it's been a long time." On Earth, Blackie and others learned that everything was calm on the moon. They immediately opened champagne to celebrate this rare, peaceful moment. Blackie said excitedly, "Great! For 3 days no one has conflicted with the king, and public opinion on Earth has been quite positive. It seems our plan is going even smoother than we expected." However, they didn't know that those prisoners who usually loved causing trouble had all been quietly disciplined by Zi Ling to prevent unnecessary conflicts with Jiang Si. But at this peaceful moment, a soldier came running over in panic to report that there was an emergency situation with Jiang Si. Varro's voice came through the prisoner's mouth. "Jiang Si, long time no see. Do you still remember me?" Jiang Si looked at the prisoner before him with confusion, puzzled as he asked, "Who are you?" Hearing this response, Varro almost ground his molars in anger. He snorted coldly, "Stop pretending. Let me see just how weak you've become." With that, he controlled the prisoner to suddenly move. His right arm muscles rapidly expanded, then swung a punch toward Jiang Si. With a thunderous boom, the punch's force instantly shattered the wall behind Jiang Si. However, Jiang Si easily blocked the strike with just a pair of chopsticks. Just then, a special alert suddenly sounded throughout the prison. The system mistakenly believed Jiang Si had shown violent tendencies, not only closing all prison doors, but also activating a 3-minute countdown self-destruct sequence. Seeing this scene, all the prisoners in the facility were stunned. At this moment, Jiang Si, who was being targeted by all of humanity's laser weapons, appeared unusually calm. Varro grinned and mocked, "Jiang Si, you're not even angry about this? How interesting." Just then, a large group of prisoners rushed to Jiang Si's side, all urging him to calm down. But Varro threw back his head and laughed, taunting, "Jiang Si, this is the result of your peaceful coexistence with humans. No matter how you pretend, these weak ants will always fear you. This fear will make them constantly repeat the mistakes of the mechanical civilization. Your history of destroying human civilization will keep repeating itself." However, at this moment, Jiang Si suddenly smiled. "I see, so this is what they call a prison brawl." Before entering prison, Zi Ling had specifically warned him never to act impulsively, so Jiang Si had categorized different ways of handling various situations. The next second, he directly activated his third form. Blackie and others watching the screen immediately panicked. Blackie said anxiously, "We're done for. The king is about to strike. I'll go release Varmint and the others to prepare for war with humanity." In the monitoring room, Zi Ling also completely panicked as she urgently ordered, quickly shut down that idiotic self-destruct system. At this time, Jiang Si slowly walked toward the prisoner. Varro controlled the prisoner, preparing for battle. But unexpectedly, just from one look at Jiang Si, the prisoner was terrified out of his wits. Under Jiang Si's oppressive presence, he seemed as insignificant as an ant. As Jiang Si placed his hand on the prisoner's shoulder, Varro's strand of divine consciousness was instantly forced out of the prisoner's body. After the prisoner regained control of his body, he immediately fled the scene wailing and screaming. Seeing this, Varro looked at Jiang Si with disbelief, sighing, "To think such a thing could happen. Just the fear he induced made that person break free from my control." At this moment, Jiang Si turned to look at Varro's strand of divine consciousness and said with a cold smile, "Little bug, I advise you to behave yourself." With that, he directly slapped toward Varro's consciousness. The oppressive force made that strand of consciousness instantly shoot out from the moon, speeding toward Earth. This action immediately shocked Little Red and others on Earth. With a thunderous crash, Varro raised his hand and forcibly caught this strike, while Aini and others collapsed to the ground in pain. After resolving everything, Jiang Si returned to his dopey appearance, and the prison alarm was lifted. Jiang Si smiled happily, all taken care of. At this time, Varro on Earth looked at his injured palm and marveled inwardly, indeed, this demon hasn't weakened at all. Then why, despite being provoked like this, is he unwilling to turn against humanity? He must want to convert these ants into believers, attempting to infringe upon our god proxy authority. We absolutely cannot let him continue. He then ordered Aini and others to remain on Earth, doing everything possible to destroy human trust in Jiang Si while awaiting reinforcements. Meanwhile, he would go to the moon to hold off Jiang Si with all his might before reinforcements arrived. Watching Varro's departing figure, Little Red said in surprise, "He actually just left like that. Seems I don't need to escape either." But Aini calmly replied, "The divine envoy's target is Jiang Si. Why would he stay on Earth with us?" At this moment, Little Red suddenly thought of something and said, "You attacked the abnormal human academy. The humans will discover this soon. Jiang Si's subordinates, plus all the humans enhanced by ancient technology, are all formidable opponents. Why don't you three submit to me, and this king will spare your lives?" However, Aini ruthlessly retorted, "The humans won't discover anything. If you don't believe me, go look at where we just fought." Hearing this, Little Red walked toward the stadium with confusion. When she entered the stadium, she found that the previously destroyed buildings were slowly repairing themselves, and the killed President Steele and President Ying were both standing up. It turned out that with Varro's arrival, Aini and others' abilities had been completely unleashed. They could turn imagined projections into reality. This was the power of the divine generation civilization. So until the moment this civilization was destroyed, they would never realize they had been attacked. Dying in ignorance was the mercy granted by the divine envoy. And they also fought using imagined deities. Taishan was the mind god Vanessa had imagined. At this moment, Vanessa said, "Weren't you born the same way, Blood Clan?" After hearing these words, Little Red didn't believe it at all. She roared, "How could I possibly be something you imagined?" Seeing this, Aini no longer bothered with lengthy explanations, and immediately used her ability, "Since you intended to tip off the humans, we cannot let you leave today." Meanwhile, outside the abnormal human academy, the female reporter rescued by Jiang Si was shooting a photo spread. To thank Jiang Si for saving her life, they planned to help promote Jiang Si's variety show. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out from behind the photographer and grabbed his ankle. The photographer was scared out of his wits. Looking back, he discovered not only had a huge pit mysteriously appeared behind him, but someone had also crawled out of it. Everyone stared in shock. Just as they looked on in bewilderment, President Qin said to them, "Please take me to the Guangzhou Province Special Law Bureau." Once upon a time, they were forced to leave their homeland. In the vast universe, they found the most powerful force, the extraordinary ability to turn fantasy into reality. With this power, they created countless lives and achieved the divine generation civilization that stood shoulder to shoulder with gods. Using this, they imprisoned Jiang Si on Earth. Now, witnessing Jiang Si coexisting harmoniously with humans, Varro firmly believes this is merely Jiang Si's disguise. He uses his ability again, controlling a prisoner, intending to let everyone witness Jiang Si's other side. At this time, Jiang Si happily entered the washroom. Seeing everyone queuing in orderly fashion, he silently praised their high quality. Just then, a prisoner suddenly burst into view, spreading his arms and lunging toward Jiang Si. Jiang Si reacted quickly, slapping him away and sternly saying, "What are you cutting in line for? Everyone's in a hurry to wash up. Can't you show some basic courtesy?" The prisoner immediately came to his senses and hastily apologized to Jiang Si. Witnessing this scene, Varro muttered to himself, "I'll soon expose your disguise." In the following days, Jiang Si lived regularly in prison, exercising actively, living happily and fulfillingly. He even often competed with the prisoners, enjoying the fun of sports. While Varro day after day created trouble, under his control, prisoners lunged fiercely at Jiang Si. With just a bang, Jiang Si needed only one charge to send these people tumbling. Then Jiang Si came to his daily destination, the gym. Varro again tried to control prisoners to attack Jiang Si, but when they saw Jiang Si easily lift a 10,000-pound barbell, they were instantly shocked into petrification, completely ignoring Varro's commands. Jiang Si remained oblivious to this, still naively believing these prisoners were all friendly and kind, and that no matter what he did, someone would accompany him. He even made quite a few new friends. This series of events left Varro completely baffled. Despite being attacked so many times, why hadn't Jiang Si shown his violent and terrifying side? Meanwhile, Zi Ling received a satellite communication from Xiao Xiao, asking if there were any abnormalities at the lunar prison. Zi Ling reported that everything was normal, and recently troublemaking prisoners had even decreased significantly. Xiao Xiao reported to the president that there was no need to worry about Jiang Si's situation. However, the president insisted they had indeed been attacked. At this time, the core forces of the Abnormal Human Academy had all gathered at Guangzhou province headquarters. President Qin lay on the operating table having his body repaired. Lan Qi came over to ask about the investigation results at the Abnormal Human Academy. The president explained that President Chang had personally led a team to investigate, but so far no abnormalities had been found. When President Chang arrived at the stadium with the investigation team at the Abnormal Human Academy, he found it had been completely restored, just as President Steele and the others looked puzzled. President Chang looked around, then pinched President Ying's face and said, "This feels normal too, no signs of being beaten at all." Seeing this, President Ying awkwardly scratched his head. "President Chang, you've come for a sudden inspection. Is there something wrong?" President Chang then reported to headquarters that the academy had not been attacked, suspecting that President Qin might have injured himself in a fall. Little Red's figure quietly appeared above President Chang, passed through his body, and landed in front. President Chang remained completely unaware, still making his report. Little Red angrily questioned why President Chang couldn't see her. Aini calmly explained that she had used her mind god to merge Little Red into an illusion, so outsiders couldn't detect her presence. Vanessa was also puzzled, not understanding why Little Red would resist them. "No matter who your master is, you are our kindred." Hearing this, Little Red roared angrily, "I am the queen of the blood clan, not someone's imagination, and I have no master." At this moment, Taishan said to Vanessa, "Master, this inferior species' mind god won't listen to your words. Release me, let me tear her bones apart, then she won't sabotage our plan." Little Red responded with disdain, "Big guy, last time I was careless and got caught by you. This time watch me crush you to powder." The next second, Taishan violently dragged Little Red out of the stadium. Then the two engaged in fierce combat in the air. Taishan threw a punch, sending Little Red crashing hard into the ground. Then he accelerated and dove down. With a thunderous crash, a mushroom cloud instantly rose from the academy, and the powerful impact caused cracks to appear in Aini's illusion. President Chang, who was about to leave, also seemed to sense something. Aini hastily raised the illusion to maximum level, ordering Taishan to eliminate Little Red with full force. However, the next second, Taishan was struck by Little Red's punch and flew out with a roar. In the blink of an eye, he crashed through several buildings before falling in front of Vanessa. Little Red mocked Taishan for his big talk. Vanessa rolled up her sleeves, revealing arms covered in runes. Then, with a calm expression, she said, "Then let you experience the true form of a mind god." As the runes on her arms dissipated, Taishan's body began to disintegrate. Then Vanessa shouted loudly, "Mountains rumble, lava forges flesh, my deity descends here." The next second, Taishan transformed into a giant form from mountain rock, with Vanessa as the heart of this giant. Vanessa then said disdainfully, "A mind god's power comes from the god proxy's imagination. Having lost your master, you could never be Taishan's match." However, before she could finish speaking, Little Red struck like lightning. Taishan threw a punch at Little Red. Little Red fearlessly met it with her own fist. With a thunderous crash, Little Red's arm was actually severed by the single blow. Facing Taishan's next attack, Little Red quickly regenerated her severed arm, then dodged to the side and seized the opportunity to grab Taishan's arm, using the momentum to charge straight at Vanessa. Seeing this, Vanessa unleashed her ultimate technique. Taishan punched the ground, and countless sharp spikes immediately grew from his back. Little Red couldn't dodge in time and was pierced through by the spikes. But Taishan didn't stop there, transforming again into a towering mountain covered in spikes. Vanessa looked at the restrained Little Red and smiled coldly. "Don't think regeneration ability means you can rest easy. These spikes will devour your divine power until you turn to nothing. It's still not too late to surrender." However, Little Red just grinned. The next second, her body began to melt. Just as Vanessa thought Little Red was finished, Aini sensed something amiss and hastily warned. Before she could finish speaking, Little Red had appeared behind Vanessa, breaking free from her restraints and directly injuring Vanessa's true form. Then Little Red mocked, "You supposedly divine beings can actually get hurt and bleed." Just then, Aini came to Vanessa's side, using her power of temporal regression to heal her wounds, scolding, "You were too careless. If I hadn't intervened in time, you would have been dead." Vanessa looked stunned. Who could have imagined that a masterless mind god could unleash such astonishing power? Aini then suggested they join forces. Little Red has no master to replenish her power. She can't last long. Then Aini called out, "Bells ring melodiously, time flows eternally. My deity descends here." As her words fell, a strong humanoid cat answered the call. Just as Little Red looked surprised, Vanessa shouted, "Taishan!" The next second, Taishan once again transformed into giant form. At this moment, a plane happened to pass by. The passengers witnessing this scene were all stunned. Aini quickly cast an illusion. With a gesture from Aini's mind god, an illusion enveloped the surroundings. When the plane passengers looked again, everything had returned to normal, as if what they'd just seen was merely a hallucination. At this time, Aini's mind god attacked Little Red. Little Red's body instantly began to fade, then entered another illusory realm. When she opened her eyes, she found Vanessa and Aini along with their mind gods had vanished. At this moment, Taishan suddenly appeared, punching her tens of thousands of meters away. Just as Vanessa and the others thought Little Red was defeated, she appeared before them completely unharmed, leaving Vanessa utterly shocked. Aini was equally incredulous. She could actually withstand that strike. How powerful was she before? At this time, Aini's mind god sensed an unknown energy within Little Red supporting her. Green light flashed from Little Red's chest. Jiang Si's bloodline power fully awakened. Little Red's eyes suddenly opened wide. Heaven and earth changed color as several blood-red tornadoes swirled around her. Then, blood-red rain began falling from the sky. At this moment, Vanessa was shocked to discover time seemed to stop at this instant. A blood-red vortex formed above Little Red's head, and the raindrops quickly condensed into spike shapes. Since you love hiding in illusions, let you and your illusions face death together. With a mighty wave of her hand, instantly, the blood rain rapidly quickly transformed into sharp spikes. Then these spikes immediately became blades, speeding toward Aini and the others at incredible velocity. Aini's mind god sensed this scene and immediately felt something was wrong. Seeing this, Taishan hastily tried to stop Little Red. He quickly condensed a powerful energy in both hands, then struck forcefully at Little Red. In an instant, that energy immediately transformed into a massive boulder speeding toward Little Red. Seeing this, Little Red immediately went all out, gathering all her divine power. Just as the blood blades pierced Vanessa and Aini's mind god hastily raised the illusion to maximum level. However, she ultimately couldn't resist and was pierced by countless blood blades. As Little Red and Taishan's energies collided violently, the fierce explosion instantly shattered the illusion. For a moment, countless fragments scattered throughout the real world, causing people to panic. Just then, Taishan's legs gave out, and he collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Seeing this, Aini hastily cast temporal regression. After casting it, she immediately became completely exhausted. Due to Little Red's overpowering attack, she could only regress them to their normal state, while her mind god had exhausted all divine power and couldn't even maintain its own existence. At this moment, Vanessa asked in terror, how could Little Red, even as a masterless mind god, possess such tremendous power? Aini looked up at Little Red in the air and explained, because she was fighting desperately. Having no host, she burned through all of herself in that last strike to oppose Taishan. At this time, Little Red made a thumbs down gesture with a mocking smile, loudly saying, this time I win. Then she completely dissipated into the air like smoke. However, just then, a figure suddenly charged toward Aini and the others. President Chang appeared naked, and Vanessa and Aini immediately looked panicked. At this moment, President Chang excitedly shouted, so it was all you behind the scenes. Just as Aini and the others were panicking and didn't know what to do, Taishan acted like a timely barrier, quickly blocking in front of them. Only then did Aini realize the illusion had disappeared. She urgently shouted, don't keep tangling with this pervert. We need to leave here immediately. Then Vanessa commanded Taishan, make this pervert disappear from sight. Hearing this, Taishan charged forward, instantly engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat with President Chang. At this moment, President Chang suddenly grabbed his arm and immediately locked Taishan tightly, making him unable to move. The next second, bright red light appeared in the sky. Xiao Xiao in berserker mode carried that incredibly powerful gun with an evil smile on her face, saying, this thing is really something. Then she fired a powerful laser cannon toward where Aini and the others were located. Immediately, the top of the building erupted in an extremely violent explosion. As the dust gradually settled, Taishan had once again rescued them from danger. Just then, Xiao Xiao along with the president and various presidents suddenly appeared, quickly surrounding them. You are under arrest for endangering human security. Don't make futile resistance. Surrender now. These top-tier fighters from country A had become much stronger than during the exchange competition due to receiving ancient technology. Aini looked completely puzzled, thinking to herself, Little Red fought with us to the point of complete annihilation. Was it all to make them notice this place? However, the next second, green genetic sequences suddenly appeared in the air. Then Little Red's figure slowly materialized, smiling and saying, who said anything about complete annihilation? Seeing this, Aini and the others all looked shocked. Impossible. You don't even have a master. How could you regenerate after completely dissipating? Little Red replied with disdain, what bullshit, master. I told you I don't need that crap. I'm the Blood Clan queen who fought Jiang Si for over 1,000 years. She thought smugly to herself, using Jiang Si's genes to show off feels so damn good. I'll go get more from him later. Meanwhile, at the lunar prison, Jiang Si's large-scale variety show was broadcasting globally. After half a month of auditions, the program officially began. These criminals had not only been trained by Zi Ling into an energetic cheerleading squad, but had also opened global voting. Jiang Si successfully advanced with a blood-pumping street dance performance. At this time, Varro hovered above the lunar prison, looking at Jiang Si's promotional flyer in his hand. His eyes showed anger. Bastard, how dare you ignore me? The prisoners he controlled launched non-stop attacks on Jiang Si day and night. Not only did they fail to provoke his anger, but they actually made Jiang Si enjoy himself. So Varro decided to take action personally. At this moment, Jiang Si asked Zi Ling, how was my performance just now? Zi Ling replied, the audience reaction was very positive. Even excluding the votes Blackie and others cast, you're still at the top of the rankings. Humanity's overall perception of you has improved considerably. Hearing this, Jiang Si said happily, all that practice wasn't wasted. Looks like my dream will come true soon. I'll be enjoying retirement life shortly. As the host excitedly announced the second round of challenges beginning, Jiang Si prepared to walk toward the stage, but suddenly stopped, clenching his fists as he looked up at the ceiling, because at this moment, he clearly sensed Varro's presence. Just then, Zi Ling patted his shoulder. If you don't go on stage, you'll be eliminated. Stop dawdling and mind your own business. I'll handle things over there. As Jiang Si took the stage, Zi Ling's expression instantly became serious. At this time, Varro used the soul-devouring technique, instantly conjuring countless menacing skulls, launching an attack on the lunar prison. Seeing this, Zi Ling drew her long blade and courageously charged toward these menacing skulls. Under her crimson blade slash attack, these skulls were instantly annihilated completely. While Varro was still puzzled, Zi Ling said to him, so you're what Xiao Xiao's phone call was about. But Varro disdainfully replied, a reckless human dares to raise a blade against me. Just then, Zi Ling suddenly threw her long blade. The blade flashed like lightning, instantly flying past Varro's side. Varro nearly got struck in the head by this blade. Zi Ling slowly removed her mask. Whoever you are, god or demon, I absolutely won't allow anyone to sabotage this plan. For our generation to survive, At this moment, Zi Ling was ready to fight to the death at any cost. Hearing this, Varro shouted loudly, "Utterly naive! Let me show you our divine generation civilization's way of fighting." As he spoke, his body suddenly began to change. Zi Ling was utterly shocked witnessing this scene. Varro's body also transformed, and in just the blink of an eye, Varro had become an incredibly massive monster. This was Varro's mythological form. Just after Zhu Xiaohong defeated Aini and the others, the minister and his team captured Vanessa and escorted her to the Saib Special Law Bureau. Blackie rushed over the moment he heard the news. Vanessa's face was bruised and swollen, yet she gritted her teeth and snapped, "Go ahead and kill me." Blackie frowned and asked, "This is the one who attacked the Academy of Abnormal Humanity?" The minister's expression turned grave. "Don't underestimate her. We sent in our best, and it still took destroying the warrior she summoned just to bring her down. The other one, white hair, escaped badly wounded. Lan Qi was still out there with Zhu Xiaohong tracking her down." Black particles flared across Blackie's hands. His voice dropped low. "To avoid causing a public panic, we zombies shouldn't get involved in open combat, but interrogation was a different matter. I could be useful there." Vanessa saw this and clenched her jaw. "Do your worst. No amount of humiliation or torture will break me." Just then, Xiao Xiao looked up from a stack of files and said with a thoroughly deadpan expression, "Actually, none of that was necessary. She was surprisingly cooperative, told us everything. Her origins, the size of her group, how they fought, even their mission objectives." Blackie stared in disbelief. He turned to Vanessa. "Then what exactly was that whole do your worst performance for?" Vanessa answered without a hint of embarrassment. "In our research, we studied many of your books. They describe defiant resistance after capture, enduring humiliation and torture as standard procedure." Xiao Xiao was at a loss for words. What on earth have these people been reading? She handed the files to Blackie. "Here's what we got. See for yourself." Blackie read it, and his eyes went wide. The file read, "Divine civilization summons gods through the power of imagination. Purpose of this incursion to purge the world." Vanessa caught his reaction and allowed herself a satisfied smile. "We had intended to let you perish in ignorance. After all, mortals had no way to resist the destruction of the gods." Xiao Xiao scoffed, entirely unimpressed. "These gods of yours, were any of them stronger than Jiang Si?" Vanessa replied, cool and unhurried. "The divine envoy had already set out to deal with the moon. You were welcome to check the result yourselves." She gestured toward the lunar surface monitor. On the screen, Jiang Si was casually stir-frying green peppers and eggs. Meanwhile, the minister contacted the lunar prison directly and confirmed, no anomalies detected. Xiao Xiao raised an eyebrow. "This Varro you mentioned, don't tell me Jiang Si had already taken care of him." At that very moment, Blackie snapped his gaze toward the moon. The fight had already started. "Look up. Look at the moon." He raised his arm and pointed directly at the lunar surface, his expression deeply serious. And on that very spot on the moon, Zi Ling was locked in fierce combat with the transformed Varro. Under Varro's relentless assault, Zi Ling had no choice but to rely entirely on her agility, twisting and dodging at every turn. Varro materialized above his creature and looked down with open contempt. "So you were a servant created by Jiang Si's own viral infection. Impressive enough to hold your own against a lower-ranked mind beast, I suppose. But in front of a divine proxy, that kind of power made you nothing more than a small fry, not even worth mentioning." Zi Ling's expression shifted to genuine shock. She thought to herself, who was this person? He was on a completely different level. Even our latest nano equipment couldn't cut through the creature he summoned. Xiao Xiao's voice crackled through her earpiece. "Don't get tangled up with that creature." Zi Ling dodged and fired back. "The tentacles on this thing were incredibly persistent. I couldn't shake them." Xiao Xiao replied. Satellite lock was confirmed. The moment she created enough distance between herself and that creature, the lunar prison defense system could open fire. So she needed to move. Now. Zi Ling's brow tightened. Her mind was made up. There was only one option left. Jiang Si gene completion. Forcing the Jiang Si gene to replicate inside her body would cause physical breakdown, but a few seconds would be just enough to get clear. In the next instant, the Jiang Si gene completion activated, and Zi Ling's appearance began to shift once more. Varro suddenly understood. Zi Ling had never been a viral creation. She carried Jiang Si's gene within her. An energy sphere formed in his hand, his eyes blazing with fury. "I had intended to let you filth, spawned inside that prison, die without pain. But since you had willingly embraced the gene of that demon, all mercy was off the table." Varro threw his head back and roared his incantation. "I imagine the blood moon as my mirror. Stolen fire forged into weapons, moonlight blazing across the heavens." The creature began furiously drawing in solar energy, which converged rapidly before it, slowly building into a colossal energy sphere. Under the creature's control, the massive sphere launched toward the moon with devastating force. With a thunderous boom, the energy sphere tore clean through the moon. Zi Ling paid no heed to the chaos of the pierced moon. She planted her feet on the scattered debris and charged straight into the danger. "I will not let you destroy this stage." The next second, a violent shockwave sent her hurtling through the air. Back on Earth, people looked up in horror. The moon appeared to be burning. Simultaneously, the Special Law Bureau detected that all defensive systems at the lunar prison had been destroyed. Gu and the others rushed in. What just happened? Something had just punched straight through 1,000 kilometers of nano-metal shielding and reached the prison at the lunar core. Blackie remained perfectly calm and waved them off. "Relax. Look, the moon hadn't been completely destroyed." Everyone turned to look, and sure enough, the lunar prison was entirely intact. Meanwhile, Jiang Si had activated his third form. In a flash, he appeared beside the airborne Zi Ling and caught her securely in his arms. He looked at her and said, "Go rest for now. I'll take care of this one." The words had barely left his mouth when his hair lengthened instantly, and a far more overwhelming aura surged from his entire being. The next second, Jiang Si activated his fourth form. Thousands of years ago, the sheer terror of Jiang Si's existence had forced them to abandon their homeland and set out on a long, drifting journey across the vast reaches of the cosmos. Through those endless wandering years, they had witnessed countless breathtaking wonders of the universe, and their capacity for imagination had grown ever stronger. That imagination had become the very source of their power, giving rise to the glorious divine civilization, and Varro stood as its finest champion. They believed with full confidence that the power they had cultivated had surpassed the very Jiang Si who had driven them from their world. Now Varro slowly raised his arm. In that same instant, his mind beast, the moon beast, unleashed a far more ferocious wave of heat that scorched the lunar surface without mercy. Varro's voice rang out cold as iron. "Jiang Si, you wanted to confine yourself within that nanoshell? Then burn to ash inside it." Before the echo faded, half the moon was swallowed in a roaring sea of fire. On Earth, people watched in stunned silence, gripped by fear and despair. Varro swung his arm toward the moon once more, and a torrent of searing flame, like a furious dragon, crashed straight through the walls of the lunar prison. Within moments, the flames engulfed the prisoners inside. On the lunar surface, Zi Ling pointed her camera at Jiang Si and started a live broadcast, pulling in every nearby satellite she could access. She wanted the whole world to see Jiang Si fighting for humanity. The moon beast opened its maw and unleashed a devastating energy beam. Jiang Si sprinted straight toward it and shattered the beam in an instant. He then moved like a bolt of lightning, punching clean through the moon beast's enormous body and driving straight toward Varro. Varro had no time to react. Jiang Si was already behind him. Then Varro felt a pain unlike anything he had ever experienced. In that moment, he realized in horror, not only did his moon beast now have a gaping hole torn through it, but his own heart had been ripped from his chest. He slowly turned his head, and his gaze fell on Jiang Si, who stared back at him with cold eyes, clutching in his fist the still faintly beating heart. Jiang Si flicked his wrist, and the heart rocketed toward Varro at terrifying speed. Sensing the imminent threat, Varro desperately called his moon beast to intercept, but the moon beast had barely launched itself forward when the heart effortlessly pierced straight through its entire body. Jiang Si appeared directly in front of Varro, clamped a hand over his mouth with swift precision, then drove him down and slammed him hard into the lunar surface. Meanwhile, far away in Country B, preparations were underway for a human evacuation plan. They had constructed a massive spacecraft capable of carrying 30,000 people to sustain life across the vast expanse of space. The ancient, still in captivity, remarked dryly. "A futile effort, naturally, but I didn't mind helping you bring your primitive technology up to speed." Dr. Jamie stood nearby, his expression serious but composed. "This compound induces deep sleep in humans during space travel. For long-duration voyages, it stabilizes vital signs throughout hibernation and elegantly solves the problem of time." The presidents of both nations raised their glasses. As long as Jiang Si stayed contained on the moon, they would have time to work on breaking the prison beyond the solar system. But before the words were out, two women burst through the door in a panic. "It's bad." The observatory had just sent an alert. They had detected a helium flash, the kind that signals a dying star, and Jiang Si produced it with his bare hands. The president of Country B went pale and shouted, "Get me off this planet!" But they had no idea what was already unfolding in outer space. Jiang Si pierced through the moon beast once more, and the moon beast's life force dissipated entirely. Varro was knocked flat. At that moment, Jiang Si's long hair receded, and he returned instantly to his usual unassuming appearance. He offered a small, slightly awkward smile. "Sorry about that. Went a bit harder than intended. I've still got things to get back to." Varro was completely speechless. Jiang Si didn't linger. He turned to head back into the lunar prison. After all, there was still a show to finish recording. But just then, from the ground, Varro spoke. "I had read of your power countless times, in the records and legends of our civilization. For thousands of years, the study of your strength, your forms, your nature, your way of fighting, it never stopped, not for a single moment. But only by facing you directly did I understand. You were far beyond what the most exaggerated myths recorded, far beyond what even the most extreme research data could capture." Varro's body began to change in a strange way. The missing heart slowly regenerated. Jiang Si blinked, genuinely puzzled. "You're not going to run?" At that very moment, the moon beast above underwent a sudden and violent transformation. A massive vortex tore open in space. In the next second, Varro and the moon beast merged into one, a six-armed, seven-eyed fire god radiating searing heat. He roared with fury, "I, divine envoy Varro, came to this world for one purpose, to hunt down creatures like you." At that exact moment, a news anchor cut in with a breaking report. Just moments ago, Jiang Si defeated the invading alien with a single punch. The entire battle lasted 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The world was at peace once more. Everyone stood frozen. The apocalypse was over, just like that, as society snapped back to normalcy in an instant. Vanessa's face was a portrait of disbelief. "What is wrong with this civilization?" Xiao Xiao propped her chin in her hand. With Jiang Si around, world-ending catastrophes were just routine at this point. There wasn't much left that could phase us. Ah Lang suddenly spoke up. The surface of the moon, it had turned completely red. Blackie sensed it too. The battle was far from over. There was a pressure in the air unlike anything he had felt before, even heavier than what he felt from Jiang Si himself, and the source of that threatening presence was Varro, now fully transformed. Varro turned toward the sun and slowly raised his palm. Tendrils of energy began to gather in his hand. Then, in the next second, a bone greatsword wreathed in terrifying flames was slowly drawn from the very center of the sun. Forged from the extreme thermal energy of the solar surface, it could reduce any material to drifting ions in an instant. Jiang Si, no matter how powerful your gene was, nothing could withstand this heat. He swung the ancient sword down toward Jiang Si with tremendous force. The sword cleaved Jiang Si's body cleanly in two, yet Jiang Si smirked. "Not bad. Keep going. Varro paused. So he really wasn't going to go down easily. He raised the sword again and swung with full force, shattering Jiang Si into countless pieces. But a second later, every limb regenerated as though nothing had happened. Just as Varro gathered his strength to strike again, Jiang Si appeared behind him in an instant and drove a fist into his face. He grabbed Varro by the throat with one hand and tore one of his arms clean off with the other. In just 2.5 seconds, the 6-armed Varro was down to 2. Varro rammed his body into Jiang Si in a rage, and the two collided repeatedly as they circled the moon 2.5 times. Jiang Si landed another punch squarely to Varro's face. The blow sent Varro's body rocketing uncontrollably toward Earth, igniting into a blazing fireball as he tore through the atmosphere, before crashing into the ocean with a deafening impact that threw waves tens of kilometers into the sky. The news anchor broke in again. The alien invasion was not over. The battle between Jiang Si and the invader had now reached Earth. God help you all. At that very moment, a wall of ocean water nearly 10 kilometers high came surging toward the cities. Varro rose from the water and began to chant. I imagined myself as the moon, stealing the light of heaven, splitting the sky asunder, an ocean of blood hanging above, the world of men falling into the abyss. In moments, a massive vortex formed, and Jiang Si, watching from space, narrowed his eyes. Stellar divine power? Now I remembered who you were. Varro drew the ancient sword and charged it with everything he had, drawing all surrounding energy into the blade. Then he swung it upward with full force. The ocean parted where the blade passed, and the resulting force screamed upward toward Jiang Si. Jiang Si tilted his body slightly and dodged the strike, but the moon behind him took the blow instead. The terrible force split it clean in two. Jiang Si looked at the moon, again caught in the crossfire, and his expression filled with something like guilt. Varro turned to the sky and bellowed, Thousand-faced blood moon, let the heavens become a purgatory. The next second, an enormous eye slowly rose from the surface of the ocean, the fully manifested form of his mind beast. Jiang Si sensed the danger and charged. The two erupted into fierce close combat in the air. Varro's torn-off arms rapidly grew back, and he shouted, Show me your real power. That strength of yours could not shatter this mythic body, fused as it was with the moon beast. The blade I forged from stolen heavenly fire was more than enough to suppress your regeneration. Every ability I possessed had been honed over thousands of years for the sole purpose of countering you. He swung the blade, and a razor-sharp wave of energy crashed toward Jiang Si like a tide. Jiang Si focused completely, darting through the air at blinding speed to avoid each strike. Varro spoke, his voice slow and deliberate. Through the long ages we wandered the cosmos. We had acquired the power to stand against you, and the thousand-faced blood moon I commanded had been born specifically to counter your every ability. With that, he commanded the thousand-faced blood moon to devour everything. The surviving half of the moon began to crumble under its terrible power. The thousand-faced blood moon extended its tendrils toward Jiang Si, and in the blink of an eye they wrapped precisely around his limbs. Then, with a violent pull, they dragged him toward the blood moon itself. Before Jiang Si could find his footing, he lost all control of his body and plunged downward at tremendous speed, falling straight into the mysterious, unknowable space of the thousand-faced blood moon. At that moment, Varro's figure materialized in the same space. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he spoke. Welcome to my mind beast, the thousand-faced moon. This realm had been built from the desires and greed of every soul on an entire planet, all condensed into one. It was that very essence which granted me the power to take and to dominate. Anyone who fell into this space was trapped here forever. There was no escape. You didn't look like this when you destroyed our civilization. Come then, show me the you that represents death and hatred. Outside that space, the thousand-faced blood moon tore into the moon with frenzied hunger. Under the relentless assault, massive chunks of the moon broke away and scattered in every direction. In just a short while, nearly half the moon had been destroyed. Humanity watched in stunned horror and cried out in despair, we were losing the moon. The news anchor delivered another urgent report. That day's global conditions, catastrophic meteor showers. All residents were advised to remain indoors and not venture outside. The minister of Guangzhou province issued an immediate order to launch missiles, successfully intercepting the large meteorites over the province. Meanwhile, H City was protected through the full efforts of Agu and the others. For individual cities, their best efforts were just enough to hold the line. But if those two giants kept fighting, the foundations of the entire world would begin to give way. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted from the direction of the lunar prison, and the ground in the surrounding area began to split apart. The alarm blared without warning. Multiple prisoner escapes detected at the lunar prison. All relevant personnel were to respond immediately. The prisoners, thoroughly exasperated, grumbled back, what the heck was this useless system on about? Escape? Did it look like we wanted to escape? Guards, please come lock us back up. Meanwhile, Zi Ling, still in her role as field reporter outside the prison, found herself in extreme danger. Her voice trembled as she faced the camera. Viewers, the moon was being destroyed. We were still alive, but not by much. Yet Zi Ling held firm in her belief that Jiang Si would finish this soon. As the lunar prison drifted closer to the thousand-faced blood moon, the gravitational pull intensified like a rising tide. The prisoners stared at the monstrous entity before them, their jaws hitting the floor, just as Zi Ling and her group were nearly spent, unable to hold against the overwhelming gravitational force, and plunging directly toward the thousand-faced blood moon. A thunderous explosion erupted. Jiang Si blasted out of the blood moon's interior, and the great eye of the thousand-faced blood moon was torn open. Moving with split-second speed, Jiang Si caught Zi Ling and the others securely, and landed back on the lunar surface. The thousand-faced blood moon then coalesced into Varro's form. Varro spoke slowly. You were fighting me, and you still found time to worry about others? Now you'll pay for that arrogance. Jiang Si set Zi Ling and the others down and turned to Varro. You never stopped talking, did you? You wanted to see what I looked like back then? Fine, I'll show you. In the next second, his black hair turned white, his features shifted, and then he activated the fifth form, the one that represented death and hatred. Just a few months earlier, deep in the limitless expanse of the cosmos, atop the back of a colossal beast, a magnificent palace had stood in towering splendor. Inside, Varro had knelt on one knee, divine proxy Varro presenting himself before the throne. The throne spoke without emotion. I heard you destroyed a native planet and consumed the souls of its primitive civilization to advance your mind beast. Was that correct? Varro replied with deference. It was my throne. I had consumed the fear and despair of 10 billion souls and spent hundreds of years fully assimilating it, allowing my mind beast, the thousand-faced moon, to complete its transformation. Before that, I had spent 1,000 years deeply studying every recorded account of Jiang Si, honing my combat abilities to specifically counter his nature. I now possess the power to stand against Jiang Si's most powerful form. The throne replied evenly. If you were that confident, then go. I granted you the honor of serving as our civilization's vanguard in our reckoning with Jiang Si. Varro's heart soared. By your command, I will defeat Jiang Si, but reality proved a brutal correction. When he summoned the fully manifested thousand-faced moon, it consumed half the moon and forced Jiang Si into his destruction form. Just as he moved to finish Jiang Si off, Jiang Si turned and seized him by the throat. Varro's eyes filled with disbelief. He had spent thousands of years reaching this level, a level he believed could rival Jiang Si, and was defeated before he could even fully demonstrate it. Jiang Si's lips curved into a knowing smile. Surprised? I was always your nightmare. Thousands of years ago, who was it that fled this world with their tails between their legs? Varro snarled back, refusing to accept it. I was the finest of all divine proxies. I spent 1,000 years in relentless training, day and night, to defeat you. I hadn't even used all my counters against you. How could it already be over? At that moment, Zi Ling sensed something churning in the blood sea around them. She shouted urgently, Jiang Si, watch out! Varro was self-destructing. Jiang Si responded with a contemptuous smile, tightened his grip, and Varro's neck snapped. Then Jiang Si threw a single punch, the force of it surging like a dragon, tearing straight through the thousand-faced moon. Shockingly, the headless Varro did not fall. His body merged with the thousand-faced moon and instantly split into countless copies. Varro laughed with open arrogance. I had long ago fused my life with my mind beast. As long as the thousand-faced moon endured, I could regenerate without limit. Jiang Si's expression shifted, something quiet and resolute in his eyes. You were the ones who took my people from me, and you actually had the nerve to come back? Let me remind you what destruction feels like, Varro sneered. As I expected, the ones you cared most about were those beneath you. The very form you wore had been born from the grief of losing them to us, so you could not kill me, because that woman had also fallen into the thousand-faced moon. Her consciousness was linked to mine and could not be separated. She carried a remarkably pure concentration of your gene. She was one of yours, wasn't she? Jiang Si's eyes hardened. She is my friend. It seemed the destruction of your civilization taught you nothing. He swung a fist, and Varro's copy shattered in an instant. But a second later, Varro reappeared behind Jiang Si, smirking. A friend, was she? That made this even better. You really did care about those beneath you. I was very curious to see what you would do next. Varro then commanded the thousand-faced moon and sent it hurtling toward Earth. Everyone who witnessed it scattered in every direction. Varro watched and laughed. Come on then, Jiang Si, kill me and save that pitiful civilization. But the moment the thousand-faced moon was destroyed, your friend's consciousness would be consumed by the despair and terror of tens of billions of lost souls. Not even your gene could bring her back from that. Stop pretending, Jiang Si. You were the demon who destroyed our entire civilization over a single follower. How could you ever truly care about humanity? But Varro's words were not yet finished when Jiang Si teleported beneath the thousand-faced moon, drew his fist back and charged every ounce of power into it, then drove it upward into the thousand-faced moon. A deafening shockwave rang out. The thousand-faced moon shuddered violently, and under Varro's stunned gaze, not only did the entire thousand-faced moon shatter into countless fragments, Zi Ling was obliterated in the blast as well. Varro's fading consciousness let out a furious, desperate cry. Jiang Si, you killed your own friend with your own hands. Jiang Si replied, calm and quiet. The destruction form couldn't undo it, that was true, but there were other ways. Before the last word faded, a crimson mark appeared at the center of his brow, and he transformed into a new, terrifying form unlike anything seen before. Varro was completely dumbstruck. Jiang Si raised his hand with a gentle motion, and Zi Ling, dead just moments before, was miraculously restored to life. As Varro disintegrated, he let out one last cry of despair. Why? I had never seen this form. Never. He broke apart into scattered fragments and vanished into the vast expanse of the cosmos. Humanity not only came to accept Jiang Si's existence with open arms, they were willing to entrust the governance of their nations to him. In the aftermath of the breathtaking battle between Jiang Si and Varro, the catastrophe that had ravaged the world was finally brought to an end. Even the shattered remnants of the moon were miraculously restored by his power. Jiang Si had once again displayed godlike power before all of humanity. Yet this time, the feat barely caused a ripple. People calmly returned to their everyday lives without missing a beat. At the same time, the 3-week run of Run Prisoner came to a triumphant close. Jiang Si won by an overwhelming margin and was officially elevated to the status of a national idol. At the Guangzhou city headquarters, the atmosphere was jubilant as everyone celebrated the unprecedented success of the idol plan. Long live the king! Humanity had finally recognized his greatness. It must have been the sight of him fighting for all of mankind. It moved everyone, Xiao Xiao remarked with a dry smile. Honestly, if it weren't for divine envoy Varro's contribution, the plan wouldn't have worked nearly this well. They really owed the divine proxies a word of thanks. Vanessa's expression collapsed. She said flatly, Si, please, leave me alone. Just then the minister walked in carrying a thick stack of documents. He addressed the room with a formal tone. Country B had just sent an official communication to Jiang Si through formal diplomatic channels. Country B had recently been plunged into unprecedented political turmoil. Their prime minister, along with a large number of the elite, had fled the country with funds, leaving the nation in chaos. As a result, Queen Elizabeth Black of Country B had decided to invite Jiang Si to serve as their new prime minister. Blackie looked puzzled. Hadn't Country B been focused entirely on clearing out zombies? The minister continued calmly. In fact, their own president had expressed similar sentiments. He had said that if Jiang Si was willing, he would initiate the removal procedures immediately and hand over the presidency. The sudden turn of events left Agu and the others bewildered. Humanity had accepted this a bit too completely. Last time there were riots and protests all over the world. It wasn't hard to understand, really. Jiang Si's displayed power was simply overwhelming. He could bring the dead back to life. He could restore the moon with a wave of his hand. All of that was more than enough to make humanity abandon any thought of resistance and choose instead to trust and rely on him. Blackie and the others exchanged glances. Well, this could be considered the fulfillment of the king's wish to live in peace alongside humanity. The minister then looked around and asked, speaking of which, where had Jiang Si gone? Xiao explained. Zi Ling had some after effects from being revived. Jiang Si was working on treating her. Out on a vast stretch of ocean, a warship sat anchored in silence. Zi Ling moved like an arrow loosed from a bow, accelerating at tremendous speed across the open water, weaving back and forth across the surface while skillfully evading attacks from every direction. Jiang Si, in his third form, was conducting an intensive training session with her on the open water. He called out to her, again, push your body to its limit in combat. You need to build enough physical strength to balance the powerful mental force in your consciousness. Zi Ling immediately shifted into an attacking stance and activated the full power of the Jiang Si gene. A mysterious third eye opened at the center of her brow. Several weapons materialized around her body in an instant, and she charged straight at Jiang Si. She closed in and brought a blade down, but Jiang Si sidestepped and spoke without breaking stride. Not enough. You need to unlock more of my gene's power to strengthen your body further. Only then will you be able to withstand the mental force you're carrying. At those words, Zi Ling began fully unlocking Jiang Si's genetic power, but the very next second, her mask suddenly shattered, her expression twisted with pain. Jiang Si watched and shook his head with a resigned sigh. Looks like another failure. The words had barely left his mouth when a surge of immense energy erupted from Zi Ling's body. She lunged at Jiang Si and slashed at him wildly. As she leapt up for another strike, Jiang Si caught the blade barehanded and said flatly, her psychic energy is completely out of control. All she can do is swing blindly. Looks like we're done for today. He then shifted into his fourth form and knocked Zi Ling out cold with a single punch. He carried her back to headquarters by the collar, smiling. That's a wrap on today's session. In the infirmary, Xiao dried Zi Ling's hair and asked casually, another failure? Zi Ling sighed. Every time I fully unlock Jiang Si's genes, my body starts breaking down. I can't contain the psychic energy at all. If I can't toughen my body to the level of a boss-class zombie, the psychic energy will tear me apart sooner or later. And according to Jiang Si, if that explosion happens, there's a very real chance it could blow the earth into the shape of a donut. The minister and President Qin immediately bowed in unison. For the safety of all humanity, please try a little harder. Zi Ling stared at them speechless. Are you serious right now? Jiang Si beats me up every single day. Just then Jiang Si suddenly had an idea. Since strengthening the body isn't working, he said, why not try the Divine Era's method for controlling psychic energy? I think I've seen how they trained. It's just been so long, the details are fuzzy. I'll use my own brain to construct a dream world and take you back to that era so you can learn firsthand. Everyone stared at him with very strange expressions. Jiang Si looked genuinely puzzled. What's wrong with that idea? Zi Ling and the others cried out in disbelief. That's your brain. You can't just take that out. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Divine Era civilization, the fleeing Nie was sending an urgent transmission to the gods. My lords, Vanessa has been captured, and I've been hunted from every direction. Please, I beg you to intervene. The second divine seat, Wang Zikai, spoke up. Why are you the one reporting? Where is Varro? Nie explained. Divine envoy Varro sacrificed himself fighting Jiang Si. His remains are now scattered across the solar system. Here's the combat data I recorded. Wang Zikai looked over the data and scoffed. That fool had it coming. Reading a few reports and thinking he could take on Jiang Si, at that moment, Ilea of the third divine seat appeared. He's the same as ever, she said quietly. Whenever the situation demands it, he simply evolves into something stronger. Nie looked up. My lords, based on my observations, Jiang Si genuinely seems to want peace with humanity. Is he truly still a threat to the world? Wang Zikai let out a contemptuous laugh. At this point, he still talks about wanting to live in peace with humanity? He turned his gaze to the empty throne at the center. Then what does that make us? The ones he abandoned. That throne belonged to the first divine seat of the Divine Era civilization, Jiang Si. Back in the present, in order to help Zi Ling learn to master psychic energy, Jiang Si had actually removed his own brain. He then walked into a bar with her and proceeded to pour drinks directly into his brain. Zi Ling stood there with her jaw on the floor. She had never seen anything like it. Jiang Si explained, with some resignation, that so much time had passed that his memories had grown hazy. This was the only way to bring them back into focus. Sure enough, before long, Jiang Si's dreamscape began unfolding before their eyes. The minister asked curiously, do your dreams always project like this? Jiang Si replied casually, no, normally I drink a glass of milk before bed to make sure I don't dream. Once I fell asleep without it, and when I woke up the next morning, I'd apparently created a volcano. Xiao felt a chill run down her spine. She thought to herself, this is going to get very dangerous very quickly. Is it too late to leave? One by one, Jiang Si's memories played played out before the group. There was the memory of Varmint getting thoroughly beaten after drinking too much, and the memory of Jiang Si accidentally sinking an entire continent. Watching these bizarre scenes play out, Zi Ling and the others were completely at a loss for words. Then Jiang Si suddenly cried out with delight. Found it! This is the memory from the Divine Era. It was a post-apocalyptic wasteland, zombies everywhere, and humanity huddled in isolated shelters. But the people of that era possessed extraordinarily powerful psychic energy. The vast majority had awakened formidable abilities. Yet for all their gifted fighters, humanity still could not hold back the zombie kings. In Jiang Si's memory, it all began when he crossed paths with an exceptional Esper squad. A white-haired boy was shouting at the top of his lungs, "Run! I told you the tyrant zombie king in this area is powerful, but no. You all just had to go treasure hunting on his turf." A green-haired girl wailed back, "The seer said there was treasure in that lab." The seer protested, "I said I saw a rare artifact where fate converges." The pink-haired woman said, "Isn't that basically treasure?" The white-haired boy exploded, "And what we actually found was a zombie with a screw loose." Just then Jiang Si came sprinting up alongside them, looking genuinely alarmed. "Where are the zombies? How could you run without me?" The green-haired girl stared at Jiang Si running beside her and froze. "Why is this zombie running away with us?" At that moment, the tyrant zombie king behind them opened its jaw and charged up a blast. The white-haired boy cried out, "Ganling, watch out behind you!" The tyrant zombie king fired a beam of energy directly toward Ganling and Jiang Si. With a thunderous boom, the entire street cracked open. The shockwave sent everyone else flying, but as the dust slowly cleared, the group stood frozen in disbelief. Jiang Si had casually blocked the tyrant zombie king's full attack with his bare hands. Back in reality, Jiang Si wore a nostalgic grin. "Those old battles, I really miss them." Zi Ling hadn't expected it at all, that Jiang Si had had human friends in another era. He was reminiscing about people he had once fought beside. Jiang Si's expression turned serious. "That one was a real beast, I remember. Zombies in that era were all incredibly powerful. Back then, I was nothing more than one ordinary zombie king among hundreds." He then announced that the time period was confirmed. The dream could start from here. Xiao Xiao frowned. "Isn't it already playing?" Jiang Si waved his hand. "Our goal is for Zi Ling to actually learn how the Divine Era controlled psychic energy. Watching a playback won't cut it. She needs to live it firsthand." The next instant, Jiang Si pulled Zi Ling straight into the dream. Zi Ling looked around at the unfamiliar world and gasped. "This feels incredibly real." Jiang Si turned to her. "Focus. I've already replaced my past self in this memory. Your role is a passing Esper who lends a hand. Back in the day, my squad and I barely defeated this enemy, and we came out covered in wounds. Don't underestimate it. I'll hold it off. You all attack when you see the opening." The white-haired boy stared at Jiang Si's sudden move, completely baffled. But there was no time to think. The tyrant zombie king had to be dealt with first. Just as the group prepared to unleash their full power, Jiang Si suddenly charged straight at the tyrant zombie king and roared, "Let's go again, old enemy!" The next second, he obliterated the tyrant zombie king with a single punch. Everyone watching was dumbstruck. What the heck just happened? Jiang Si himself was equally bewildered. Where was the fearsome enemy he remembered? How did it go down so easily? He remembered this creature. It had taken everything his team had just to barely defeat it. Zi Ling stepped closer and said quietly, "You've had so much more time to grow. You're far stronger now than you were back then." Jiang Si shook his head. Something wasn't right. "Sure, I've been training consistently, but to push past my current limits and unleash a greater power, I would have to shift into a new form, and my personality shifts a little when that happens. Right now, I'm not noticeably different from how I was back then. So why did that tyrant go down in one hit? Was it putting on a show for me?" Meanwhile, Ganling behind him was screaming for her life in absolute terror, but Jiang Si paid her no mind and kept talking. "These are extremely powerful espers. If you travel with them, you will learn the secrets of psychic energy." But Zi Ling pointed behind him. "Those companions you're talking about, if you mean the ones who just left, they're already gone." Jiang Si turned around and went completely still. By the time evening fell, the Esper squad had stopped to rest deep in a forest. The white-haired boy couldn't contain himself. Just who was that? An S-ranked tyrant zombie king gone in a single punch? The seer nodded in agreement. That power had exceeded any zombie king in the records. Ganling, for her part, was just grateful. She felt Jiang Si hadn't meant them any harm. Then the pink-haired girl cut the discussion short. "We're all safe. We rest here tonight and continue the mission tomorrow." She lay down on the ground and went straight to sleep. What she didn't know was that Jiang Si and Zi Ling were crouched in the bushes nearby, watching. Jiang Si whispered to Zi Ling, "We haven't fought alongside them, so we couldn't just join the squad, but there's still a chance. Their target is the Inferno Zombie King. It's already destroyed 3 cities. If we fight beside them, we'll earn their trust." Before he could finish, the seer suddenly shouted, "Who's there?" The rest of the squad snapped to attention. Just as Jiang Si and Zi Ling braced to be discovered, countless tiny sparks flickered into existence in the air around them. The Inferno Zombie King burst into view, its entire body wreathed in roaring flames. The seer shouted, "It's the Inferno Zombie King, everyone on guard!" The pink-haired girl swiftly condensed a white energy orb in her hands and hurled it at the Inferno Zombie King. But before it even got close, the flame barrier swatted it aside with ease. The Inferno Zombie King chuckled. "Not bad. A few little ability users." Before the words were even out, a volley of energy orbs rained down on it, but they might as well have been tickling it. Ganling went pale with shock. The Inferno Zombie King sneered, "You're too weak. Go back and train." Then a terrifying wave of power rolled out from its body. The Esper squad felt utterly helpless. They knew they were no match for it. At the critical moment, the white-haired boy launched himself into the air, drove a full power strike into the Inferno Zombie King, then landed a kick square on its face. When the dust settled, the Inferno Zombie King was completely unharmed. Just as all hope seemed lost, the Inferno Zombie King let out a wild laugh. "Useless trash. I'll burn every last one of you to ash." In that split second, Jiang Si flashed into position right in front of it, muttering, "Perfect timing." He gave the Inferno Zombie King a light tap, and it instantly detonated into nothing. The Esper squad froze on the spot, absolutely stunned. Then they all dropped to their knees, crying out, "Mercy, great zombie lord, mercy." Jiang Si didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I just wanted to be your teammate." Left with no other option, the squad reluctantly welcomed him in, and immediately set off to hunt down their next target, the enormous Fang Zombie King. Facing the Fang Zombie King, the Esper squad launched a fierce and immediate assault. But no matter how hard they hit, the Fang Zombie King's defense was absolutely impenetrable. Even Wang Zikai, the most powerful member of the squad, could not land any meaningful blow against the beast. Just as the Fang Zombie King roared and lunged at Wang Zikai, Zi Ling quickly activated Jiang Si's genetic power, stepped in front of Wang Zikai, and slashed her blade into the Fang Zombie King. The impact thundered through the air. Zi Ling's hands trembled slightly. She breathed, "What terrifying brute force. So this is the true power of a zombie king from the ancient era." In that moment, Wang Zikai launched himself skyward and came crashing down onto the Fang Zombie King's skull like a meteor. Under that blow, the Fang Zombie King's eyes went glassy, and it crumpled to the ground, utterly lifeless. The group let out a collective breath of relief. Mission complete, crisis over. The pink-haired girl was full of praise for Zi Ling. "You took on a zombie king head-to-head. Bringing you in was absolutely the right call." But before the words had fully left her mouth, the seer cried out in alarm, "Everyone, look out!" Behind them loomed an even larger Fang Zombie King. The group was utterly exhausted. They had nothing left to fight with. Just as despair set in, Wang Zikai stepped forward. "All of you go. I'll hold it here. Go. It's the only way." But the pink-haired girl and the seer stood there with stunned expressions, pointing behind him. "Look behind you." Without anyone noticing, Jiang Si had already appeared directly in front of the Fang Zombie King. He swung his fist gently against the creature, and the next second, peace was restored. After the mission, the Esper squad returned to their base, with Jiang Si and Zi Ling following close behind. Zi Ling leaned in and lowered her voice. "Even though I fought alongside your old teammates, I still haven't learned how to channel psychic energy into my abilities. Through every fight, I've relied purely on my own physical strength." Jiang Si listened and patiently explained, "That's the nature of strength-type abilities. The reason I brought you to the Esper Association with them is because this is the largest human shelter in the wasteland, and the place where Esper psychic energy is formally studied and evaluated." Zi Ling looked around at the strange assortment of people around her, and couldn't help but remark, "This place feels a bit like our academy for irregular humans." Then she turned to Jiang Si with concern. "Are you sure it's fine to just saunter in here like this? When you first came to the academy, you had to disguise yourself with a zombie mask." Jiang Si thought back to the trouble he had gone through when he first arrived. He had nearly been burned alive as an invading zombie. It was only because Wang Zikai and the others vouched for him with their lives that he was accepted, officially recognized as a zombie-type Esper. Together they had set out on an adventure to find and destroy the source of the zombie tide. In the end, they defeated the primordial demon that had caused the apocalypse, and became the heroes who saved the world. They were people I could truly trust. When it came to dealing with humans, I could always leave that to them. But barely had the words left his mouth when the Esper Association's leadership had him detained on the grounds that his power was dangerously overwhelming. Zi Ling looked at him helplessly. "You one hit killed 2 zombie kings. You wanted to fight alongside them, and instead you terrified everyone." Jiang Si shrugged. He didn't want this either. He genuinely had no idea why those zombie kings kept falling apart the moment he touched them. He then lay down on the cot to reset the dream, back to just after he had first met Wang Zikai and the others. But when he opened his eyes, nothing around him had changed at all. Zi Ling stared blankly. A dreadful feeling crept over her. Jiang Si laughed awkwardly. "There's a small problem. I don't seem to be able to wake up. We're stuck thousands of years in the past, back in the real world." Inside the bar, Xiao Xiao stared at the strange patterns forming on the surface of Jiang Si's brain, utterly baffled. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of dark energy erupted from Jiang Si's brain. It tore through the sky above the city, ripping open a massive rift. The suction from the rift swallowed everything around it, and Xiao Xiao and the others were pulled in as well. At that moment, blissfully unaware, a reporter was broadcasting a feature on H City, the city under Jiang Si's care. Not only were humans and zombies living in harmony, they were haggling with each other in the marketplace, and Jiang Si's merchandise was even a hit with the children. All in all, everyone got along remarkably well. But before the report was finished, the dark rift in the sky caught her eye. The rift unleashed an irresistible gravitational pull, slowly consuming the entire city until it was torn free from the ground and swallowed whole. The next moment, H City found itself miraculously dropped into the middle of a vast primeval forest. The reporter came to from unconsciousness. What she saw left her completely stunned. Not only was there no signal, but every road leading into H City had vanished entirely. As everyone stood there confused, a rustling sound broke the silence. A swarm of zombies poured out from a cave nearby, sending the reporter into a pale-faced panic. She murmured in disbelief, "Weren't H City's zombies supposed to be friendly?" At that life or death moment, a goo descended like a bolt from the blue and stood between the crowd and the zombies. She remembered Jiang Si's instructions well: protect everyone. She drove both hands deep into the ground, hoisted the entire road with ease, and brought it crashing down on the horde like a tidal wave. When the fight was over, she reported back to Blackie and the others. "The civilians attacked by the feral zombies on my end are all safe and unharmed. I've also sealed off the exits leading out of H City. The entire city is now surrounded by boulders I've put in place. No zombies should be able to break through." But suddenly a flock of zombie birds appeared overhead. Xiao Xiao grabbed the Gatling gun and opened fire immediately, while calling out over the radio in a panic, "Can someone please tell me what is going on? Why did so many hostile zombies appear the moment that rift opened?" Gan responded and explained to Xiao Xiao, "It's probably because we fed the boss's brain too much to drink. The whole of H City got sucked into the world of the boss's memories. Back in the real world where H City used to be, there's probably just a giant crater now. One more critical thing. The boss's dream world is indistinguishable from reality. So whatever we do, we absolutely cannot die here." Xiao Xiao dodged an attack and shouted, "Then wake him up already!" But Gan said helplessly, Actually, we have to find the boss in this world first. Just then the minister cried out, "We have a serious problem." He recalled that Jiang Si had mentioned the Divine Era civilization was built upon a post-apocalyptic wasteland, and H-City's sudden appearance had clearly disturbed the zombies in the area. A zombie tide was coming. He urged everyone to prepare. The battle was imminent. At the minister's command, the group launched into the zombie horde, and deafening explosions rang out on all sides. The minister turned to Ah Gan. "You're zombies yourselves, aren't you? Can't you reason with these ones?" Ah Gan shook her head. "The zombies in our world are rational beings, no different from humans. That's the result of hundreds of years of effort the boss put into educating and training them. But in the era before the boss established order, ordinary zombies, aside from zombie kings, were mindless creatures." The minister's face fell. "There are far too many of them. The few of us can't hold H-City alone." Just then, Aga thumped her own chest, then spoke up. "Don't worry, Agan and I are both from the Divine Era. We know the rules of this time well enough." With that, she activated her second form. The aura of a zombie king radiated outward, and a nearby feral zombie king sensed the threat and let out a series of furious roars. Agan moved beside Xiao Xiao and explained, "Behind a horde this large, there's always a zombie king acting as warlord to drive them. If Ago takes down that zombie king one-on-one, she becomes the new warlord commanding this entire horde." Xiao Xiao heard this and asked worriedly, "Can she handle it alone?" Jiang Si mentioned the zombie kings of this era are incredibly powerful. Agu answered with full confidence, "Relax. Taking down zombie kings? I'm no stranger to that work. I did it all the time at the Esper Association." Meanwhile, Jiang Si was in a bind. He hadn't expected to find himself truly unable to wake up. Just then, a voice reached his ears. "Are you the one from the report? The strange zombie that's friendly toward humans? I'm Safety Officer Greta. I've been assigned to conduct your review." The moment Jiang Si got a clear look at her face, his eyes lit up. It was Agu from this era, one of his own people. He immediately called out to her to let him out. "I remember your rank at the association was quite high. After this, set me up somewhere decent to stay and get some food ready. Oh, and help sort out Zi Ling's training situation as well." Greta responded by punching the glass wall between them and shouted furiously, "Who do you think you are? Acting like we're old friends. And who gave you permission to call me by a pet name? Do you have a death wish?" Zi Ling, standing nearby, looked Greta up and down. The next second, her entire world shattered. "You're telling me this beautiful woman is Agu?" Just before all this, the Esper Association had gathered its finest Espers in a grand assembly hall. Chairman Zuo Lai of the Esper Association stood tall at the podium and addressed the crowd. "The one who destroyed 3 shelters, displacing tens of thousands of ordinary people, the 6-armed zombie king who brutally killed 17 Espers, has been successfully captured by our association's brave fighters. To glorify his son Zuo Si, he decided that Zuo Si would personally carry out the 6-armed zombie king's execution." As Zuo Si drew his blade, dazzling light erupted from his body. The audience watched in electrified excitement. But when Zuo Si went all out and attacked for 2.5 solid minutes, the 6-armed zombie king remained completely unscathed. Wang Zikai watched from the side and couldn't help but scoff. He muttered under his breath, "Useless showman on the council. Nothing but empty spectacle. Half the Espers lost this time died specifically to capture this thing alive, and they still had the nerve to call it necessary sacrifice for the sake of morale." At that moment, the 6-armed zombie king furiously wrenched free from the wooden spike seals binding it. Zuo Si saw the 6-armed zombie king lunging toward him and froze in terror. He was seconds away from death. In that split second, Greta flashed into position, placing herself between Zuo Si and the creature. The 6-armed zombie king raised all of its arms and launched a savage attack against Greta. But Greta remained perfectly composed. She calmly activated her ability, telekinetic levitation, and lifted the 6-armed zombie king into the air. Then a long blade came flying down from above, flashing like lightning across the sky and slicing the 6-armed zombie king into countless pieces. When the dust settled, Greta spoke calmly. "6-armed zombie king, execution complete." The moment she finished, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Zi Ling, watching from nearby, turned to Jiang Si and couldn't hold it in. "Such a stunning woman, and she's zombified into that? What exactly did you do to her?" Jiang Si smiled and explained. "Agu shows her current appearance herself after she was executed by humans. She said it looked cuter." But just then Zuo Si erupted in fury. "Useless incompetence! You couldn't even keep the zombie king sealed, and I nearly got hurt because of it. Bring me another one to execute." He then pointed directly at Jiang Si beside them. "On behalf of the Esper Association, I hereby sentence Jiang Si to death, effective immediately." Zuo Si hadn't even finished speaking when Wang Zikai and the others panicked. They argued immediately that Jiang Si had helped them, that warranted no execution, let alone an on-the-spot one. Greta backed them up. "I've personally reviewed his case. Jiang Si does exhibit some unusual behavior, but he poses no threat." Hearing that Jiang Si was merely a non-threatening zombie, Zuo Si became even more smug. He drew his blade and pointed it at Jiang Si with blatant arrogance. "If he stands there and lets me kill him, then I'll believe he's not a threat." He never finished the sentence. A loud slap landed squarely across his face. Jiang Si said dismissively, "What are you doing, throwing your weight around in my own dream?" Every single person in the room was stunned speechless. Zuo Si crumpled to the floor in pain. The Esper Guard unit charged at Jiang Si immediately. He sent them all flying with a single effortless punch. Watching the Espers pinned to the ground but still alive, Jiang Si broke into a satisfied smile. "Looks like in this memory world, only zombies get inexplicably one hit killed by me." Just then Greta shouted at the top of her lungs, "Everyone stop!" She unleashed a burst of overwhelming force that blasted the surrounding Espers off their feet. "Have you not noticed? Jiang Si was attacked, and yet he has not killed a single person. That alone proves he is a friendly zombie." Chairman Zuo Lai gave a disdainful sniff. "Since the safety officer vouches for him, I'll allow him to join Wang Zikai's squad for now. At the same time, I'm ordering Wang Zikai's squad to depart for the north immediately. Death zone subjugation mission." At those words, Wang Zikai and the others went pale. "You're sending us to our deaths?" The origin of the zombie tide in this world lay in the north. There, 12 powerful powerful zombie kings known as warlords stood guard, a forbidden territory no human had ever survived entering. Meanwhile, in the primeval forest in the north, the real-world Agu sent an invading zombie king flying with a single punch. Under Agu's assault, the zombie king was completely immobilized. She then brought a massive boulder crashing down on it and finished it off entirely. Again, watching from nearby, couldn't help but admire it. Agu's fighting style is as powerful and devastating as ever, but at that moment, a mysterious voice echoed out from the void. You have defeated the warlord alone. You are now the new warlord of this death zone. Come with me to meet the origin. The death zone was a domain established by zombies, where their kind were far more powerful than anything outside its borders. Every human expedition that had ever challenged it ended in total defeat. At the death zone's border, Aga was unleashing her telekinetic ability at full power. With a fierce swing of her blade, countless zombies fell dead in an instant under the thunderous strike. Yet watching this, the seer felt a tremor of unease. Even a strike that powerful hadn't cleared the whole area. If they ran into a zombie king in there, wouldn't they all be finished? Agu stepped forward, her voice resolute. You have my word. I'll hold the border fortress. If you run into trouble, I'll do everything I can to back you up. Those words moved the group nearly to tears, but Zi Si cut in impatiently beside them. My father's orders to you were to escort them into the death zone. Stay out of everything else. They'll be eaten in a matter of days anyway. Why waste the time? Those words ignited the group instantly. Without a word, they gave Zi Si a thorough beating. You knew we were walking to our deaths and you still dared to provoke us. 2.5 minutes later, Zi Si lay on a stretcher, seething through gritted teeth. You'll pay for this. In a few days, I'll watch every one of you die. After Zi Si was carried off, Wang Zikai said with a heavy guilt, I'm sorry. It was my decision to bring Jiang Si to the association, and now I've dragged everyone into this. The seer reassured him. Don't think that way. Even without Jiang Si, those old men would have found some excuse to send us to the death zone. The pink-haired girl agreed. Exactly. Every Esper squad that succeeded in its missions was eventually sent to the death zone. They do it to make sure no individual hero rises high enough in reputation to threaten their control. Wang Zikai straightened up at that. Why dwell on it? All we have to do is break through the death zone. Meanwhile, Jiang Si had gone on ahead and arrived at a border town. He decided to buy a house there. But what the owner didn't expect was that Jiang Si's idea of buying a house meant physically picking it up and carrying it away, then dropping it right in the middle of the busiest stretch of the commercial street. Back in the room, Jiang Si pulled out 3 Esper training manuals. They contained detailed methods for mastering psychic power. Zi Ling suddenly remembered she had nearly forgotten the whole point of the trip. Just as Jiang Si headed downstairs to buy eggs for dinner, Wang Zikai launched a surprise Esper attack out of nowhere. Jiang Si shifted forms in an instant to meet the strike. The sight ignited Wang Zikai's fighting spirit, and he transformed to boost his power. Interesting, he said. With that, he charged at Jiang Si again. Jiang Si stayed perfectly calm. This is a residential area, he reminded him. You'd better hold back. The two of them fought from the ground all the way up into the sky. Mid-strike, Wang Zikai called out, Jiang Si, your power really is terrifyingly strong. That's why I have a request. Jiang Si immediately had a sense of what was coming. This felt like one of those moments where comrades test each other. He remembered that back then, it had been one exhilarating fight with Wang Zikai that made them truly acknowledge each other as equals. The thought filled him with excitement. If it's a spar you want, he shouted, then I'll go all out. He grabbed Wang Zikai by the jaw. This is a residential area. Let's take this somewhere else. The words had barely left his mouth before Jiang Si whisked them both to the death zone. Come on, he roared. I haven't felt this fired up in ages. Give me everything you've got. Wang Zikai let out a helpless sigh. Can you let me finish what I was saying? What I actually wanted was to ask you, how do I become as strong as you? It dawned on Jiang Si. He swung a fist at the mountain ridge behind him. With a deafening crack, the entire peak exploded into rubble. Wang Zikai stood there with his mouth open, utterly stunned. Jiang Si finally caught up. Wang Zikai had come to ask him how to grow stronger. I remember he was already a powerful Esper before he awakened his true potential, so why is he coming to me for guidance? Could it be that my presence caused him to skip the trials and encounters he needed, and he never got the chance to grow? The thought settled in his mind. Jiang Si clapped Wang Zikai on the shoulder and smiled. Since you want to get stronger, I'll help you make up for the training you missed. See that zombie over there? Go take it down. That's how you grow. Wang Zikai followed the direction Jiang Si pointed and found himself staring at an enormous zombie. It was a zombie warlord. The warlord Shi Yue. He went pale. Why is a death zone warlord this close to the fortress? Meanwhile, Zi Ling had flopped onto the sofa, manual in hand, slurping bubble tea, as she leisurely studied the psychic control techniques inside. Barely 2.5 minutes later, her face was a picture of bewilderment. This is way too complicated. She tossed the book aside, shrugged off her jacket, and walked straight to the hot spring, sinking in with a satisfied sigh. Just as she was fully relaxing into the warmth, the water suddenly trembled. Zi Ling's heart leapt. She thought she'd already mastered psychic control, but Ailea's sudden appearance cut her joy short. The green-haired girl leaned over curiously. Why are you reading that? It's for new recruits. It won't actually help you develop psychic power. Ailea's gaze sharpened. You haven't used psychic power once this entire time, she said pointedly. And those physical Esper abilities of yours, they were all a bluff. A flash of embarrassment crossed Zi Ling's face. To be honest, she admitted, I don't have any real Esper ability. The green-haired girl clearly wasn't buying it. That's impossible, she said firmly. We can both sense it. Your psychic power is off the charts. Ailea paused, then began to explain. Mastering Esper ability requires 2 things. First, powerful psychic energy. Second, imagination and self-belief. At its core, Esper ability works by envisioning a stronger version of yourself and letting that vision reshape reality. She turned to Zi Ling. So why are you refusing to let yourself become stronger? The question hit Zi Ling like a revelation. She had been resisting growth all along, deep down, without even realizing it. At that moment, a tremendous impact shook the wall of the hot spring chamber. A massive ice spike had torn straight through the floor. Ailea Amelia immediately activated her flame armor and braced for impact. The attacker was the warlord Han Yao, a Death Zone warlord. It not only wielded elemental power, the sheer pressure it radiated dwarfed that of any ordinary zombie king. Without a moment's hesitation, Zi Ling drew her blade and charged. At the same time, chaos erupted elsewhere. A massive wall of solid ice plummeted from the sky. The one-eyed zombie king roared with fury. "That reckless fool Han Yao is making way too much noise. I snuck in early specifically to eliminate their scout-type espers. What was the point if they blow our cover like this?" The seer collapsed with grievous wounds, staring up at the one-eyed zombie king. "That kind of power," he muttered weakly, "and I felt nothing before the strikes. So this is what a Death Zone warlord truly is." Three beings of equal power had appeared in the area simultaneously, and a massive zombie horde was closing in. The one-eyed zombie king finished off the espers and spoke with cold indifference. "Orders from the Origin are orders, whether I like them or not. Get Shi Yu to unleash the zombie horde and level this fortress." But at that very moment, Shi Yu was completely pinned down by Jiang Si. Jiang Si had it locked by the throat. "Don't move," he warned. "One careless tap from me and you cease to exist." He turned his head and called to Wang Zikai. "I've got it locked down, now you come and hit it." Defeating a powerful enemy is a faster way to grow than 100 push-ups a day. No slacking. If it feels too dangerous, I can try breaking off its arms and legs first, then you go to work on what's left. By the time you've grown a bit, they'll have grown back. We can keep raising the difficulty gradually. Repeat as needed. The warlord Shi Yue had never been so humiliated. It erupted with a burst of raw power and threw Jiang Si off. "You insolent humans," it roared. "How dare you treat a warlord this way?" But the very next second, it was flat on the ground, whimpering. "Please no more. I'll tell you everything. Just make it quick." The warlord Shi Yue then reported. The Origin ordered all warlords to assemble and launch an active assault against humanity. When he heard that a massive zombie horde was being unleashed with every warlord involved, Wang Zikai cried out, "Humanity is finished." Jiang Si felt a flicker of distant memory. A zombie horde attacking the city. That does ring a bell, but I remember it wasn't supposed to happen for many years. Wang Zikai pressed urgently. "Aren't you warlords supposed to be guarding the Death Zone?" The warlord Shi Yue explained. "The Origin says a consciousness that should not exist has descended into this world. We were ordered to attack at any cost and find the one called Jiang Si." Jiang Si blinked. "Why does this have anything to do with me?" At that very moment, the city at the border was suddenly engulfed by a massive surge of zombies. Everyone who saw it was seized with terror. The entire city plunged into chaos in an instant. In the midst of the panic, a young girl tripped and fell while trying to flee. She was seconds away from being devoured. But in that critical moment, a mysterious force surged forth and lifted the zombies into the air. It was Agu stepping up when it mattered most, using her Esper ability to bring the horde under control. She pressed her hands together, and the zombies hovering in the air were instantly crushed by converging rock. As her psychic power surged, the debris above formed a massive vortex. In less than a second, every last zombie and fragment of rock was ground to dust. Then the warlord Muren appeared without warning, roaring furiously that Agu's interference had ruined its plan. Immediately, countless razor-sharp spines materialized across its body and shot toward Agu at tremendous speed. Agu raised her blade to defend against the sudden onslaught. Every spine that should have torn straight through her froze the moment it touched the sword, suspended motionless in the air. Then countless blades erupted around her, and she sent them driving toward the warlord Muren in a furious assault. But just as victory seemed within reach, the warlord Muren pulled itself back together and fully restored its combat power. "Disgusting human," it snarled. "I'll cut you to pieces." Before the words even faded, its body began spinning violently, and the rubble on the ground was drawn upward, gathering in the sky. Then the massive boulders came crashing down toward the city at the border. At that moment, Agu plummeted from the sky. Her arm had been slashed open. Clinging to the wound was a terrifying zombie venom. Agu looked up at the warlord Muren and let out a quiet breath. A Death Zone warlord confirmed by the association years ago. It really is something else. The warlord Muren seethed with renewed fury. "You're still alive? Several zombie kings have joined this horde. None of you are getting out of this alive." Agu immediately called into her communicator. "I'll hold the warlord Muren here. All association espers redirect full support to the fortress garrison. Hold the line." But what came back through the communicator was a voice on the edge of hysteria. "The fortress is finished. Get everyone to escort me out of here right now or my father will make you pay." At that moment, the warlord Muren came at Agu again. Agu gritted her teeth. "Even if I'm the last one standing, I will not retreat." She raised her blade again to defend. But the zombie venom was spreading faster and faster. Eventually, Agu lost control of her body. The venom crept into her mind. She could no longer move as she willed. All she could do was watch the warlord Muren smile with smug satisfaction. "If you can manage to escape with your life," the warlord Muren said, "then go ahead and run. I won't bother chasing you. I hate unnecessary effort. My task is simply to kill every human inside this fortress." And with that, it attacked again. Just as the warlord Muren moved in to finish her off, Agu erupted with a fierce surge of will. "I can't die yet. I am the safety officer. I protect humanity." A formless and overwhelming force burst from within her. Even the warlord Muren was taken aback. A body already rotting from within, and it still has this much power? Agu pushed herself to the absolute limit, trying to force the venom out of her body, but she still could not move freely. Determined to defeat the seemingly unkillable warlord Muren, Agu turned her psychic power inward and forcibly reclaimed control. In an instant, a stream of fluid laced with zombie venom erupted from her neck. And just like that, Agu had her body back. She glared at the warlord Muren with burning fury. fury. I'm going to destroy every last one of you. But at that moment, the warlord Muren underwent a transformation. Its tone was dripping with contempt. I despise unnecessary effort, but if you're so desperate to die, I'll oblige. Why do you insist on making me try? Ah Gao didn't flinch. Enough talk. Just die. A terrifying wave of force detonated and blasted the warlord Muren apart. But in less than a second, it had already reformed, and it sneered, "Is that all you have? Utterly meaningless against me." Ah Gao held nothing back. She channeled every last trace of her psychic power into her weapons. In an instant, countless razor-edged blades encircled the warlord Muren completely. The warlord Muren gave a dismissive laugh. This trick again. How dull. But the next second, a skyscraper hundreds of meters tall came crashing down from above and drove it deep into the earth. Just as Ah Gao dared to believe it was over, the building erupted apart. The warlord Muren tore itself free from the wreckage and howled, "You loser, you actually hurt me." Seeing no other option, Ah Gao steeled herself to give everything she had left and faced the warlord Muren in one final battle to the death. In that moment of life and death, a figure came streaking down from the sky. It was Jiang Si, who had learned through the captured warlord Shi Yu that his own actions had triggered the zombie horde early. He arrived at a sprint, carrying Wang Zikai and the rest. The sight left Ah Gao completely speechless. What on earth is going on? When she looked more closely, she saw that Jiang Si was literally carrying Wang Zikai, along with the zombie. Jiang Si spotted Ah Gao and dropped Wang Zikai and the warlord Shi Yu without ceremony. He launched straight into a rapid-fire monologue. "Even with the zombie horde arriving early, you still got hit by the venom, Ah Gao. So you were about to have your destined showdown with the warlord Muren to defend the fortress? I remember that fight. You were brilliant in it." Ah Gao stared at him blankly. "I have no idea what you're talking about, but you just stomped the warlord Muren into the ground." Jiang Si blinked. "I took out the warlord Muren in one hit, and you also destroyed part of the fortress wall," Ah Gao added. Rescue teams arrived swiftly at the base of the wall and launched emergency operations. Meanwhile, Wang Zikai dug furiously through the rubble. After 2.5 relentless minutes, he pulled the seer from the wreckage, still clinging to life. The seer spoke through the pain. "I managed to dodge the fatal spots in time. I should be all right. What about the rest of you?" Wang Zikai hesitated. "We're fine. It's just that Jiang Si accidentally damaged the fortress during the fight. The association will almost certainly hold our squad responsible." The seer's expression dropped the moment he heard this. He let out a mournful sigh. "In that case, you might as well put me back in the rubble." Ah Gao looked no less desolate. "I fought with everything I had and still couldn't protect anything. I should just give up now." Jiang Si looked genuinely confused. "It's only half destroyed," he said. "It might still be usable with some repairs." Just then, a pillar of ice erupted not far away. Jiang Si immediately turned his gaze that way. He could sense that a battle was still raging there, and it was in the direction where Zi Ling was. The familiar mist of freezing fog told him exactly who was responsible: the warlord Han Yao. The thought that Zi Ling might be in danger made Jiang Si call out urgently, "Zi Ling is in trouble. We need to get reinforcements there now." But Ah Gao had just spent every last drop of her power and was completely drained. The seer was gravely wounded and barely holding on, and Wang Zikai, after a full night of training, was utterly exhausted. Jiang Si took stock of the situation. "Since everyone's in bad shape, I'll go myself. That warlord is exactly the kind of enemy Zi Ling struggles with most." But before he could move, Wang Zikai and the others held him back. "You don't need to step in," they said. "Alia and Gan Ling are with her. Trust them to handle it." Meanwhile, Zi Ling and the others were sprinting away at full speed. "Aren't you supposed to be heroes who slay zombie kings?" Zi Ling called out. "Why are you so good at running away?" Alia explained. "We were soaking in the hot spring. We're soaking wet. Fighting like this is a huge disadvantage, and a wet cape offers no warmth. We'd freeze to death." Suddenly, Alia shouted, "Watch out! It's right below us!" An ice spike erupted from the ground between them. Zi Ling reacted in time, drawing her blade and blocking it. The warlord Han Yao circled Zi Ling slowly, studying her. "How curious. You are human, and yet there is something about you I find strangely familiar. Could you be connected to the one the Origin is searching for? I'll take your head back with me and find out." Zi Ling had no intention of going down without a fight. She swung her blade at the warlord Han Yao. As Gan Ling raised her staff and unleashed a spell, an energy orb flew straight at the warlord Han Yao, but every attack was effortlessly evaded. Then Alia appeared directly in front of it. "Let me show you what fire feels like." A jet of flame coiled around the warlord Han Yao, binding it tight. With a sharp crack, the flames burned its head clean in two, but none of them relaxed. They all knew the warlord Han Yao was far from finished. "This ice is harder than steel," Gan Ling said, "and it can pass through it freely. Charging up enough force to break through takes too long. We can't land a hit." Alia nodded. "Exactly. Even if we manage to melt through the ice, it refreezes instantly. At this rate, we'll be the ones who freeze first." Zi Ling spoke with certainty. "Even through all this freezing mist, I can still hear the echoes of battle in the distance. Jiang Si and the others won't be long. They'll come." But Gan Ling's face was etched with despair. "What difference does it make if Jiang Si comes? This is a death zone warlord. They carry fragments of the Origin's power within them. They can command thousands of zombies. They are apex tier beings. Even if Jiang Si has the combat power of a zombie king, before a warlord that means nothing. The gap in divine tier is an uncrossable gulf." The word stopped Zi Ling for a moment. She wasn't sure what divine tier meant exactly, but her conviction held. Jiang Si can't be measured by normal standards. As for this warlord Han Yao and all its stealth and trickery, I doubt it could survive a single punch from him. The words had barely left her mouth when the ice beneath Gan Ling cracked open. Alia cried out, "Watch out!" But before she could finish, the warlord Han Yao had seized Gan Ling and shot upward into the air. Zi Ling moved instantly, slashing at the ice beneath the warlord Han Yao and shouting, "Come after me if you dare!" At the critical moment, Alia teleported behind the warlord Han Yao and unleashed a blazing vortex of fire. The warlord Han Yao was incinerated incinerated in an instant. Zi Ling rushed to check on the others, only to find that Alia had been wounded saving Ganling. Ganling was stricken with guilt. If I had been more careful, Alia wouldn't have gotten hurt. Alia smiled gently. This is what it means to protect each other. It's only natural. Just as the group allowed themselves a brief moment of relief, the shattered ice began pulling back together. In an instant, an enormous cage of frozen ice had imprisoned them all. The warlord Han Yao laughed with arrogant fury. You think you can kill me? I have frozen every water source in this city. Enjoy your final moments. As it spoke, the ice surged forward like a rising tide. Sensing a danger unlike anything before, Zi Ling activated Jiang Si's genetic power and carved the ice apart in every direction. Then she roared, Warlord Han Yao, you will pay for this! Greed flashed in the warlord Han Yao's eyes. So you do carry what our lord the Origin is searching for. Today I claim a great prize, a razor-sharp ice spike launched directly at Zi Ling. After a brutal exchange, Zi Ling realized the warlord Han Yao's power was beyond anything she had anticipated. Forcing open the second stage of Jiang Si's genetic power might let her break free briefly, but the consequences would be devastating, so she ordered Alia and the others to retreat and hold on until Jiang Si arrived. But Alia shook her head, an unbreakable light in her eyes. We trust Jiang Si, we trust Wang Zikai and the Seer, but right now we need to stand and fight. We have to find a way to win, no matter what. Only then do we deserve their trust. A tremendous force erupted from within Alia. Trust means holding each other up, she continued, not leaning entirely on someone else. We can't keep waiting to be saved. What do you think? The words struck Zi Ling hard. She began to ask herself whether she had been relying on Jiang Si too much. Then, without warning, a flood of memories came rushing in. Back when Zi Ling was 6 years old, her parents had been killed by zombies. Young as she was, facing the spread of zombie venom, she had raised a blade without hesitation and cut off her own infected legs. Dr. Jamie entered the ward. I hear you volunteered to try my latest prosthetic limbs. The grafting procedure requires separating each nerve with extreme precision. Before he could finish, Zi Ling cut him off without a moment's doubt. I want it done. No matter how hard the road ahead, I will become stronger, strong enough to destroy every last zombie. Looking at that small, determined figure in her memories, fighting so hard just to survive and grow, Zi Ling felt a strange unsteadiness settle over her. Is this why I can't fully use Jiang Si's genetic power? She murmured. A voice in white echoed through her mind. It is your deep-seated hatred of zombies that prevents you from truly accepting a power that comes from them. While Zi Ling was lost in her memories, Alia was locked in a fierce battle with the warlord Han Yao, yet unable to land a single blow on its true form. Ganling watched on in anxious frustration. If only the seer were here, he could find its real body. Alia made up her mind. I'll try to draw it out. Zi Ling, stay close to Ganling and keep her safe. But Zi Ling stood as if frozen, staring blankly into the distance. Silently, the ice beneath Zi Ling fractured. With a sharp piercing sound, an ice spike burst upward through the surface and drove straight through Zi Ling's body. The warlord Han Yao let out a scornful laugh. So that's all you are? Taking your corpse back will be enough. Before it could do anything more, Alia's flames drove it back in fury. Inside her mind, Zi Ling was locked in a desperate struggle against the 10 billion lost souls. You will never accept the power of zombies, the 10 billion souls taunted. Give your body to us. Let us take revenge on this world together. Zi Ling's voice was cold and steady. So you are the 10 billion souls massacred by Varro, bound together within the thousand-faced moon. You served your own killer like obedient dogs, and now you come to haunt my mind? Varro was too powerful, the souls replied with resignation. Our entire civilization could not stand against him. And are you not the same, clinging to Jiang Si, your supposed enemy, for strength? Without him, you are nothing but a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. They pressed deeper. Accept our psychic power, become the vessel of our vengeance. The 10 billion lost souls began seeping slowly into Zi Ling's body. At that critical moment, fierce flames erupted nearby. Ganling marveled at the sudden surge in Alia's power, not knowing it was being fueled by Alia's own life force. At the same time, Ganling felt a violent psychic tremor beneath her feet. The warlord Han Yao felt it too. The ice spike inside Zi Ling suddenly shattered. A strange eye opened on her forehead. The space around her seemed to freeze. Zi Ling moved like a phantom, appearing before the warlord Han Yao in an instant. This, she said softly, is the Esper ability granted by the psychic power of 10 billion souls. It may not compare to Varro's power to move the sun, but it suits me far better. The 10 billion lost souls recoiled in terror. You have absorbed all our power, so why aren't you under our control? Zi Ling smiled. I have your provocation to thank for that. You reminded me of why I truly fight. I don't destroy zombies for revenge. I do it to end tragedies like my own. Jiang Si and I are kindred spirits. My trust in him comes from who he is as a person. Whatever he may be, I choose to accept his power. With those words, Zi Ling unlocked the second stage of Jiang Si's genetic power. The raw physical power of her zombified form gave her the strength to suppress the psychic assault of the lost souls. She closed her fists and the souls crumbled to dust in her grip. You lost souls, she said, are fit only to bow before his power. The warlord Han Yao stared in disbelief. She's completely different now. In the split second it stood frozen, Zi Ling had already severed its arm. Ganling screamed with excitement. That was so fast. Did you awaken the same super speed ability as Wang Zikai? But Alia shook her head. No, I didn't hear the air being torn apart at high speed. This is something beyond super speed, a higher order ability entirely. The warlord Han Yao roared in fury. You're just a little faster. It means nothing inside my domain. It launched into a violent assault on Zi Ling. As a storm of ice spikes came at her from all directions, Zi Ling made no move to evade. Every spike froze motionless in the air. Then Zi Ling flickered forward and brought her blade down in a single stroke. When time resumed its normal flow, the warlord Han Yao's body had shattered into countless fragments. Zi Ling pressed her blade to the warlord Han Yao's severed head and spoke calmly. "Kneel before me, loser," and the warlord Han Yao's domain barrier collapsed in an instant beneath the gleam of her blade. Ganling watched with her jaw on the floor. She actually cut through the warlord's barrier. "Zi Ling, you're incredible." At that moment, Jiang Si, who had been holding a skyscraper aloft, ready to break through the barrier, felt the shift in Zi Ling's power. He smiled to himself. Looks like she doesn't need me after all. With their combined efforts, the crisis at the border was finally resolved. Go used her Esper ability to begin repairing the damaged buildings. Zi Ling turned to Jiang Si with a curious look. "Is this how Greta became a zombie? But her zombie form looks nothing like Gu's, and honestly, it's kind of beautiful." Jiang Si explained, "Because she's still alive. She's only been infected by zombie genes. It's similar to your zombified form, but to other humans, she already is one." Just then, Gu pulled a mother and child from the rubble and checked on them with concern. But the mother recoiled in fear. "Don't bother. We're leaving right now." The child looked confused. "Mom, she saved us. Shouldn't we say thank you?" The mother pulled her child away anxiously. "Stay back. Just because she saved us doesn't mean she won't turn on us the moment the venom kicks in. We've all heard stories." Zi Ling watched, then turned to Jiang Si. "No matter what anyone thinks, I choose to believe in you and your companions. When I entered the second stage of zombification, I could feel my personality shifting dramatically. But whatever changed on the surface, my inner self and my will were never touched. I was still me. I believe you're the same. No matter what form you take, you will always be the Jiang Si I know." Caught completely off guard by the heartfelt declaration, Jiang Si was at a loss for words. Zi Ling flushed. "Why are you staring at me like that? Did I say something wrong?" Jiang Si quickly shook his head. "No, I just thought of something. Now that you've mastered psychic power, how about some live combat training? We don't have to worry about breaking anything out here." But the warlord Han Yao cut in with a furious shout. "Shi Yue, you surrendered to humans? You are a disgrace to all zombies. The Origin will not forgive you for this." The warlord Shi Yue replied with complete calm. "What do you know? If I had dared to resist, I would have been erased under that person's pressure, just like the warlord Mu Ren." The warlord Han Yao stared in disbelief. "He can destroy any zombie just like that?" The warlord Shi Yue turned its gaze toward Jiang Si. "Have you figured it out yet? He may be wearing a form we've never seen before, but that Jiang Si who walks among humans is undeniably the origin of all zombies, our supreme lord." The warlord Han Yao was speechless. "So our lord sent us all the way here just to get beaten up by him?" Jiang Si announced. "Well, if everything is settled, let's head back. I'm sure I'll actually be able to sleep this time." Zi Ling looked puzzled. "What about Ailia and the others? What happens to them after this?" Jiang Si spoke thoughtfully. "After the battle of the border fortress, we launched a counterattack together, fought our way through the entire death zone, and successfully took down the source of the zombie horde." But at that point, Jiang Si suddenly clutched his head in anguish, as though the memories of what came next were slipping away. He strained to remember and finally said, "We defeated the Origin, but it couldn't be fully destroyed, so I swallowed it whole. I sealed it away inside my own memory by forgetting it. As long as I don't recall it, it can never be reborn. But now, it seems that seal is starting to break." At the far end of the death zone, however, the scene was entirely different. There was Gan, wearing a tour guide hat, leading the group forward. "Ladies and gentlemen, before you lies a forbidden land of death stretching back thousands of years. Stay close and don't wander off. This place is home not only to terrifying zombie hordes capable of consuming everything in their path, but also to powerful death zone warlords who rule the land. Any who enter without permission face certain destruction." Xiao Xiao stared at the reckless bunch of idiots around her and was utterly speechless, muttering to herself, "Can none of you tell that those zombies out there are not exactly friendly toward us?" Yet the crowd from H City showed not a trace of fear. They all pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Xiao Xiao turned to Gan with a doubtful look. "Are we really sure this is okay? Disguising ourselves within a zombie horde is clever enough, but the contrast between you lot and the actual zombies is just a little too obvious, don't you think? Not to mention the humans mixed in among them." Gan smiled calmly. "Don't worry. In this age, the zombie world runs on raw power alone. When warlords and zombie warlords clash, it's one-on-one, not a brawl. With Gu's strength, she can do whatever she wants. No other warlord would dare question her." As if on cue, Gu planted her foot on the zombie warlord's skull. She spoke without a hint of urgency. "Stop struggling. From now on, we're colleagues. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. From this moment on, your followers are my followers. Your territory is my territory." The zombie warlord didn't move. Gao pressed down harder. "Understood? Don't make me say it twice." Watching from the side, Gan turned to Xiao Xiao. "This is the iron law set by the Origin of the zombie horde. No zombie dares break it." The minister cut in. "Setting the rules of conduct for every zombie on Earth? I thought only Jiang Si could pull off something like that. This Origin you speak of must be extraordinarily powerful." Gan nodded. "The battle against the Origin was the closest Jiang Si ever came to dying. He entered the death zone alongside his companions, defeating one warlord after another, until at last he challenged the Origin itself. From the very start, he was completely overwhelmed. Only because his companions fought to the brink of death did he win the chance to regenerate and return to the battlefield stronger than before. Again and again he died. Again and again he came back. With each cycle he evolved into a newer, more powerful form. The battle raged for 7 days and 7 nights. When it was over, the death zone, the very battlefield itself, had been wiped off the map entirely. By the end, Jiang Si was so gravely wounded he didn't even have the strength to regenerate. It was a victory, but only barely. Xiao Xiao and the minister were stunned. Xiao Xiao pressed on. "So did Jiang Si destroy the Origin in the end?" Gan shook her head. "The Origin cannot be destroyed. Jiang Si said he simply locked it away, though as for where exactly, he couldn't quite remember." At that very moment, the ground beneath them began to tremble. A voice rose from deep below. "Of course Jiang Si feared to think of me. I am the memory that terrifies him most." The next second, torrents of blood mixed with shattered rock burst through the crowd cracks in the earth, coalescing into a colossal creature over 100 meters tall. It roared with excitement. Jiang Si could never truly destroy me. He used his own mind as a cage and sealed me within this memory world. But the moment he remembers me, I am reborn. At the same time, the Origin's awakening forced Jiang Si to shift into his second stage form. Zi Ling stared at the monstrous figure that had erupted from nowhere and turned to Jiang Si for answers. Jiang Si's expression turned urgent. Zi Ling, there's no time to explain. Get everyone here and run, as far as you can. But before the words had fully left his mouth, the Origin had fully awakened and was already hurtling straight toward him. Jiang Si threw himself in front of Zi Ling. Go! Don't worry about me. The blow landed before he finished speaking. Jiang Si was sent crashing into the walls of the border fortress. In a split second, he shifted into his third stage form and launched himself into the sky, trading tens of thousands of blows with the Origin in mere seconds. The terrifying spectacle unfolding overhead left Zi Ling speechless. Wang Zikai stood equally dumbstruck. This is the power of the Origin? Jiang Si had already soared tens of thousands of meters into the sky, yet still felt it wasn't far enough. They were still in too much danger. Then the Origin seized Jiang Si by the arm, its voice dripping with mockery. Jiang Si, you might want to worry about yourself first. Before the words faded, a flood of red liquid surged into Jiang Si's body. The Origin laughed with arrogant triumph. You dared to seal me inside your own mind? Then the day I break free is the day your mind belongs to me. No matter how desperately Jiang Si fought back, he could not stop the invasion. As the Origin seeped deeper into Jiang Si's body, dark markings began to crawl across his skin. The Origin seized full control. This battle has stretched across thousands of years, it cried, elated. And in the end, I win! Everyone watching froze. Was it really over this quickly? What had become of Jiang Si? Only Zi Ling found her voice. I've never seen this form before. That aura, it's even more terrifying than the destructive force of his fifth stage form. While everyone reeled in confusion, the Origin spoke with eerie calm. Good evening, everyone. So many familiar faces. Since we're all gathered here together, allow me to offer you a gift. The seer immediately activated his Esper ability to probe the threat. But at the first glimpse, blood burst from his eyes. That is not Jiang Si, he screamed. Get away! Now! Before anyone could react, an invisible force obliterated the ground where they stood. In an instant, the border fortress, humanity's most fortified stronghold, was reduced to rubble. Then the Origin's arm twitched unexpectedly. It muttered, puzzled. Jiang Si hasn't been fully consumed? There's no need to resist so fiercely. I'm not going to do anything terrible. I'll simply destroy this world built from memories, then move on to the real one. Before it finished speaking, Zi Ling charged in from behind, furious. Give Jiang Si's body back, now! The Origin only smiled. Relax, I'll give it back. It sidestepped Zi Ling's healing strike with ease, and added, you won't have to wait long, about 100 billion years, give or take. Wang Zikai and Aelia leapt into action, rushing forward to stop it, but no matter what they threw at it, not a single blow landed. With one casual flick of its finger, the Origin shattered every Esper ability they had. Aelia nearly paid with her life, saved only by Agu's last-second intervention. The Origin laughed. Impressive, you actually survived. Let me send another one your way. Wang Zikai seized the moment and launched a kick at the Origin. He couldn't break through its defense, but his speed kept climbing, so fast that he nearly landed a hit more than once. The Origin glanced around and spotted the seer hiding in the shadows, quietly guiding Wang Zikai's every strike. It was delighted. Predicting my movements? Not bad effort, but this is just a weak person's little trick. With a single explosive burst of force, it sent Wang Zikai flying, knocking him out of the fight on the spot. The Origin sighed, unimpressed. What a shame. Everything here is just a phantom conjured from memories. Killing them would be pointless, though it seems there is one real person here. It reached out and closed, its hand around Zi Ling's throat. Zi Ling gasped. Her psychic domain had been torn apart in an instant. The Origin leaned in and sniffed. You carried Jiang Si's scent. Are you something he made? At that moment, Gan Ling stepped forward. Let Zi Ling go, you monster! The Origin paused, then dropped Zi Ling and sneered. I remember you, little one. Given enough time to charge up, you're the most destructive of them all. Back then, they all fought desperately just to buy you a window to strike. I'll give you that chance. Now, who knows? Maybe you can kill me. Gan Ling dropped her staff and began charging. You said it yourself, that strike that leveled the fortress. I can do that too. As Gan Ling gathered her power, the Origin didn't interfere. It simply watched, full of anticipation. 2.5 minutes later, a massive orb of light formed in the air above her. Gan Ling swung her staff and unleashed her most powerful strike. But against that blazing assault, the Origin extended a single finger. The moment the orb neared it, the light froze dead in its tracks. The Origin tilted its head. That's it? Can't you try a little harder? Those words cut into Gan Ling like a blade. Her mind was swept back to a childhood she had tried to forget. Young Gan Ling couldn't control her psychic power. She caused damage without meaning to, and became the target of ridicule and rejection from everyone around her. They cornered her in narrow alleyways. Having a zombie for a mother earned her the slur little zombie, and everyone despised her for it. No matter how she pleaded, not a shred of sympathy came her way. Instead, those cold and merciless people pelted her with garbage and beat her with their fists and feet. Just when she had lost all hope, a green light bloomed in her palm and shot out as a beam that struck the wall behind her. But it brought no relief. It only enraged them further, and the beating that followed was worse than anything before. Gan Ling couldn't understand it. With this kind of power, why was she still treated like a monster? It wasn't until she met Wang Zikai and the others that a sliver of light entered her life. They pulled her out of the darkness like her own personal salvation. And so, no matter the cost, she swore she would protect them. In this moment, she was willing to burn her own life to do it. The light orb that had been pushed back swelled again, cracks splitting across Gan Ling's face in an instant, the skin peeling from her hands. As her psychic power surged, the violent energy in the air grew almost unbearable. Agu watched in stunned silence. She had not expected Gan Ling's strike to push back the Origin this far. But then the Origin spoke, its tone laced with amusement. You've gotten quite a bit stronger. stronger. I suppose I should take this a little more seriously. The words had barely landed when the orb, which had seemed unstoppable, was pushed back once again, with effortless ease. Shock filled Gan Ling's eyes. The Origin's next words pierced her like a sword. Surprised? That all-out attack of yours, the one you thought was worth dying for, means nothing to me. Did you really believe that throwing your life away could close the gap between us? Despair and self-blame flooded through Gan Ling. She knew she wasn't strong enough to protect anyone. All she could do was wait helplessly for the end. But in that moment between life and death, a large hand pulled her close, and a gentle voice spoke in her ear. Gan Ling, don't give up. The same Esper power as Gan Ling's erupted outward, and blew the Origin's arm apart in an instant. As the Origin stared in disbelief, a distant mountain peak was leveled to the ground. When the dust finally settled, Gan Ling's staff slipped from her hands and clattered to the earth. She was spent. She slumped against Gan, barely able to speak. Who are you? Why do you have the same power as me? Gan fell into a deep memory. As a child, she had no friends, desperate for companionship. She had sewn a cloth doll with her own hands, named it Gan, and made a vow that she and Gan would learn to master their Esper power together and become a hero who could protect everyone. Gan came back to the present and spoke softly. I am you, the you who gave everything she had and kept her promise. Just then Xiao Xiao and the minister arrived on the scene. Xiao Xiao blinked in confusion. Gan was this cute? What happened to her? Gao from the real world rushed over and explained. During the final battle back then, she burned through her physical body completely. It was only with Jiang Si's help that she managed to hold herself together using psychic energy alone. The form she has now is modeled after her cloth doll. Maybe this is simply who she feels she truly is. While they spoke, the Origin's arm had already regenerated. It grinned with excitement. Now we're finally getting somewhere. Meanwhile, in the real world, H City had vanished without explanation. Above where it once stood, a rift in the sky continued to grow. The Special Enforcement Bureau was working urgently to uncover the mystery of H City's disappearance. Investigations were in full swing. Blackie appeared before the rift and attacked without hesitation. But before the strike even reached it, the rift swallowed the attack whole and sent it back with far greater force, shattering one of Blackie's arms in an instant. Blackie regenerated the arm and reported back to the Bureau. That rift is definitely Jiang Si's power. I can't get anywhere near it, but it gives me a strange feeling. On the other end of the line, Lang was deeply troubled. What is Jiang Si planning? If that rift keeps expanding, the cities nearby won't be spared. In his cell, Varmint suddenly broke into wild laughter, eyes blazing with madness. Lang, don't you get it? Jiang Si is going to wipe out humanity. Let me out. I want to be his vanguard. Vanessa, standing nearby, was white with terror. The Divine Throne's prophecy has come true. We failed to destroy Jiang Si, and now the apocalypse will be born inside him. The entire universe will be reduced to nothing. Back in the memory world, the Origin stood wreathed in black mist, a sinister smile curling at the corner of its mouth. You're from the real world, aren't you? I've been waiting for you. Gu called out a warning. This is the origin of the zombie horde, the one Jiang Si defeated. If the memory world is destroyed, it will manifest in the real world. Gan gently cupped Gan Ling's face and said with quiet resolve, I won't let it get out. She turned to the seer. Would you look after her for me? The seer nodded solemnly. I would have even if you hadn't asked. Leave the other wounded to me as well. With everything settled, Gan raised her fist. Everyone, together. Xiao Xiao and the minister immediately powered up to their strongest forms. The Origin looked on with contempt. I hope you put up more of a fight than those phantom echoes from Jiang Si's memories. But before it could finish, Go was already at its side, driving her fist into it. The two exploded into fierce combat. In one exchange, the Origin slipped past Gu's strike and landed a brutal uppercut that sent shockwaves through her. To its surprise, the head was not Gu's weak point. Gao couldn't help but grumble. Who puts their weak point somewhere that obvious? The Origin stepped back with a cold laugh. Figures. Something Jiang Si personally raised. If it's not the head, I'll just destroy you piece by piece. Before it could act, Xiao Xiao appeared with a blue-flamed Gatling gun blazing, spraying fire as she shouted, I'll destroy you first. But the Origin deflected her assault without effort. It snatched the Gatling gun out of her hands, spun it like a windmill, and sent Xiao Xiao hurtling through the air. The minister caught her, then released a fully charged strike of his own, and then he launched an attack on the Origin, which the Origin blocked just as easily. Gan clenched both fists and charged in with a ferocious assault. The rocks and mountains around them shattered under the force of her blows. Just as everyone thought the Origin had been finished, it reappeared and drove a fist into Gan's gut, shouting with glee, well done, you've actually gotten me excited. Then it launched her skyward with another blow. Xiao Xiao and the minister stared open-mouthed. That entire attack did nothing. Gu charged again and was dodged without effort. Don't rush, the Origin said coldly. You'll end up just like her soon enough. It kicked Gu hard, and cracks spread across her body. But Gu seized its ankle with both hands and held on. The Origin scoffed. In that condition, what exactly do you think you can do? The next second, Gu's eyes slowly opened. Her body began to disintegrate, the fragments dragging the Origin upward into the sky, wrapping around it in an instant. Two enormous hands came together and slammed down on the Origin. Gao revealed her true form. I got you. At the same moment, Gan locked onto the Origin and pushed her Esper power to its absolute limit. Blazing light erupted from her entire body. You asked for this, you monster. Take it. She unleashed everything she had. With a thunderous explosion, Gao's giant hands were blasted through, and the force shot straight into outer space. Under their combined might, Jiang Si's body, under the Origin's control, took the most devastating blow it had yet received. Gan saw the damage edge and felt her confidence surge. A few more rounds like that and we can finish it. But the origin was utterly contemptuous. I am the origin of all zombies. You are nothing but insects, empowered by Jiang Si, and you dare to stand against me. Your arrogance has truly made me angry. With that, the origin dissolved into a cloud of blood mist, and a colossal demonic silhouette erupted into view, as though it meant to swallow the entire world in apocalyptic darkness. Xiao Xiao's jaw dropped. Just how powerful is this thing? Nearby, the frost zombie warlord and the warlord Shi Yue cowered in the shadows, trembling under the crushing weight of the origin's aura. The frost zombie warlord shifted anxiously. Our boss is up there fighting, and we've just been hiding here this whole time. Is that really okay? The warlord Shi Yue replied with practiced calm. When you don't understand what's happening, stay out of it. Life is much easier that way. Besides, whether it's the bald form from before or whatever that is up in the sky now, they both carry the origin's energy, but their attitude toward humans is completely different. Until we understand what the origin actually wants, the less we get involved, the better. But the frost zombie warlord was growing more agitated. I can feel it. The origin is draining my power. Shi Yu remained unmoved. So what? Everyone's in the same boat. The origin wants to end the world, so we lie down and wait for the end. At least we won't be dying alone. As more and more power was siphoned back into the origin, its presence grew more overwhelming by the second. At the same time, Wang Zikai managed to get Ailia and Ah Gu to safety and brought them to where the seer was treating Gan Ling. Please heal them, Wang Zikai urged. The fight isn't over. The seer shook his head helplessly. I'm not a dedicated healer. Keeping them alive is already the best I can do. They won't be fighting again anytime soon. But as Wang Zikai pressed on, something in the distance stopped him cold. The distant peaks were covered in a dense mass of black dots, all rushing toward them. The seer reached out with his esper ability to investigate and went pale with horror. Every single one of those dots was a zombie. A zombie horde vast enough to swallow the entire world was closing in. Xiao Xiao couldn't believe what she was seeing. That's impossible. Even if every human on Earth became a zombie, there couldn't be this many. The minister exhaled with grim relief. Thank goodness we're inside Jiang Si's memory world. If a horde this size appeared in the real world, it would be over in seconds. High above them, Aggo's voice rang out with conviction. It makes no difference. We have to hold that horde back. If we fail, human civilization here will be wiped out. This world will collapse entirely, and the real world will be next. If this horde ever reaches reality, the casualties will be beyond imagining. Gan pressed them further. If we don't finish the origin quickly, the horde will only keep growing stronger until it swallows everything. The minister steeled himself and thrust his hand into his own chest. Understood. We'll hold the horde, leave it to us. The next second, a golden mech gauntlet encased his arm. Xiao Xiao's eyes went wide. That's the ancient's mech gauntlet. Doesn't it take over your body? The minister was calm. On the matter of destroying zombies, we are in complete agreement. And with that, he activated mech mode. Xiao Xiao transformed as well, then called up to Agu. Have you seen my Gatling gun? That thing took it from me and I have no idea where it went. Agu waved a hand and the gun appeared above Xiao Xiao's head. Already had it ready for you. She tossed it down. Agu and Agan soared upward. The horde is yours. We'll take care of the origin. Xiao Xiao and the minister answered without hesitation. Count on us. And Agu and Agan shot toward the origin. But a quiet worry lingered in Xiao Xiao's heart. Can the two of them really beat Jiang Si? I can't even picture what Jiang Si being defeated would look like. Just then Zi Ling stepped up beside her. They will win, because that thing up there is not Jiang Si. It's just something that seized his body. That means it can be beaten. Inside what remained of the fortress, the espers worked frantically to repair the shattered walls. Just as hope seemed lost and the world teetered on the edge of collapse, an avalanche of enormous ice-cold blades came crashing down from the sky, cutting the surging zombie horde off in its tracks. The minister had arrived. With one sweep of his arm, a colossal sword blazing with light materialized from thin air. Lightning crackled, and a vast mass of zombies was instantly annihilated. In less than 2.5 minutes, the overwhelming zombie horde had been brought to a halt. At that moment, time itself froze across the entire battlefield. Zi Ling had seized the opening and unleashed her psychic domain power. Her blade flashed with cold light as she drove it toward the Origin's throat, but the Origin seemed to see it coming. It threw a punch into empty air. Zi Ling's psychic domain shattered instantly, and the shockwave sent her flying. The Origin snarled through gritted teeth. What an insufferable swarm of flies. It kicked apart the massive hand Ah Gao was controlling. Ah Gao grimaced. That really is Jiang Si's body. No wonder it's so hard to put down. Before she finished, the Origin was right in front of her, and tore both of her arms off in an instant. Xiao Xiao opened up with the Gatling gun. The Origin dodged it without breaking stride. Xiao Xiao kept firing, taunting as she went. You pathetic fraud. You're fighting us with a wrecked face and can't even regenerate. Maybe Zi Ling was right. You never had real control of Jiang Si's body at all. You just took up space. That hit a nerve. The Origin erupted in fury, vanished in a flash, and sent Xiao Xiao rocketing away with one punch. You all want to die so badly, it roared. I'll be happy to oblige. At the critical moment, Agan arrived and caught both Xiao Xiao and Agu. She then unleashed a torrent of power, launching a ferocious strike at the Origin. For the first time, the Origin was forced on the defensive, scrambling to avoid Agan's assault. Agan moved to flank it, readying another massive release of power. The Origin wheeled on her with a furious roar. You annoying little pest, you die first. But Agu reappeared behind the Origin. Agan, I'll hold it. Charge up your biggest attack now. The Origin spun around, seething. Stop talking like you've already won, you losers. Before it even finished, Zi Ling activated her psychic domain power again, locking the Origin in place and swung her blade at its head. But just a fraction of a centimeter from its neck, the blade stopped dead. No, Zi Ling cried through gritted teeth. Not enough force. Just a little more. The Origin turned its gaze on Zi Ling. You missed your chance, insect. A cloud of blood mist erupted from the void. In an instant, it spread like a tide, blanketing the entire planet. Under the searing force of the blood mist, Ah Gan and the others were all slammed back to the ground. When the dust cleared, Ah Gan spoke quietly. Jiang Si's power is terrifying. The two of us can't hold it much longer. But just then Zi Ling walked over, holding the Origin's severed arm. She was smiling. We didn't finish it in one shot, but we succeeded. Xiao lit up. My trash talk worked, didn't it? Got under its skin right away. I'd love to see the look on its face right now. The Origin's expression was one of pure disbelief. I was actually hurt by something he created, it muttered, incredulous. Jiang Si's body isn't as powerful as I thought. Xiao's fighting spirit blazed back to life. Let's charge in again. Watch me blow it apart in one shot. But the words had barely left her mouth before she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zi Ling grabbed her arm. Stop pushing yourself. Even with Jiang Si's genetic power, your body has hit its limit. It's wielding power on the same level as Jiang Si himself. One mistake and you'll be killed instantly. Gan and Agu stepped forward. Leave the rest to us. It's lost an arm. Its combat power will be reduced. But the Origin let out a strange, unsettling laugh. Ignorant insects. Do you honestly think I care about this broken body? I was just playing around with Jiang Si's power. Jiang Si is nothing special. I'd rather fight as myself. Face my true form. I am the origin of all zombies, without shape or shadow, unkillable and undying. Gan immediately called out a warning. Everyone be careful. The Origin's true form is extraordinarily powerful. Powerful enough to match Jiang Si himself. But at that very moment, Jiang Si's voice rang out. Come and go as you please? Who do you think you are? Two enormous hands reached out from the void and seized the Origin. Since you like my body so much, stay in it forever. And just like that, Jiang Si forced the Origin back inside himself. I can't get out. The Origin shrieked. I'm trapped. Watching this, Agu and Gan were swept back into a memory from 1,000 years ago. The mechanical civilization had fallen. Jiang Si had just awakened to his sixth stage form and brought both Ago and Agan back to life. His idea of a celebration, however, was unconventional. He punched each of them squarely in the face as a unique welcome back ceremony. Agu and Agan were in no mood to feel joy at being alive. The celebration had been far too extreme. Jiang Si scratched his head, genuinely puzzled. Why are you two so much weaker than I remember? Did something go wrong with the resurrection? Agan gave him a tired look. Is it possible that in the thousands of years we were dead, you just got too strong? You can slice up even the highest ranked zombie warlords without effort and pin them to the wall as decoration? From his spot on the wall, Varmint seethed. New arrivals. Where are your manners? You dare call him by name? It's your majesty. Are you too tired of living? Let me teach you some respect. Gao's curiosity got the better of her. Could you just wipe out the Origin in one hit now? Jiang Si let out a long sigh. That thing has no body. It's an abstract concept. It can't be killed, but I did come up with a brilliant solution to deal with it once and for all. He produced a hand-drawn document with great pride, his Origin elimination plan. Step 1, use my body to lock the Origin inside. Step 2, send my crew to destroy all the Origin's physical manifestations. Step 3, throw an epic party to celebrate victory. Jiang Si beamed with self-satisfaction. Well, is this not an earth-shattering plan of unrivaled genius? Are you not in awe? Ago and Agan exchanged a look. Your Majesty, don't you think this plan has a few problems? Jiang Si looked genuinely offended. What problems? It's a perfect plan. Don't argue just for the sake of arguing. Step 1 is the problem, they said. You hand your body over to the Origin and expect us to fight it with our lives on the line. How could we possibly win? Jiang Si scratched his head, visibly uncomfortable. Well, I couldn't remember where I'd put the Origin anyway. I looked everywhere and couldn't find it, so I had plenty of time to train you both. Agao snapped back to the present and stared at the Origin, now trapped inside Jiang Si. Your Majesty, is this the plan you were talking about? Jiang Si's consciousness spoke unhurried. Isn't it obvious? Everything is going exactly according to plan. Gan couldn't hold back. You could have told us. It's been 1,000 years. Who was going to remember? At that moment, the Origin covered its mouth with one hand, then let a strange smile spread across its face. So you let me take control of your body on purpose. This is the scheme you spent thousands of years plotting against me? Jiang Si reclaimed control and shrugged it off. It wasn't quite that long. After I sealed you away, a lot happened in the Divine Era civilization. I was extremely busy. Much later, I revived Agu and the others, and thought I'd deal with you while I was at it. But I forgot where I'd put you, and I couldn't be bothered to look, so I let it slide. It was only during one of Zi Ling's training sessions that I realized I'd left you in my own head. A happy accident, really. The Origin listened to this explanation and ground its teeth in rage. Jiang Si, you are provoking me. It seems you need a reminder of what the apocalypse truly feels like. Jiang Si sounded almost puzzled. How did you get angry? We were just having a conversation. You two finish it off quickly. If it gets to the real world, it'll be a real headache. Gan threw her hands up. Your Majesty, stop provoking it. We're the ones who are going to get hit. The Origin wrenched control back, its voice vicious. If you want to use this body as a cage, then I will take it completely. Don't even dream of getting it back. Jiang Si, watch everything you care about be destroyed before your eyes. It hurled a devastating punch towards Zi Ling and the others. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from the Origin's body and radiated outward like a tidal wave. In that split second, Zi Ling felt something strange. Her own blood began to glow. Then a hand slowly took shape before her. The next second, Jiang Si in his third stage form materialized in front of Zi Ling and stopped the Origin strike with a single hand. The Origin stared, shaken to its core. What is this? As Jiang Si's body fully reconstituted itself, his consciousness transferred seamlessly into the new form. He smiled coldly. A body? I can just build another one from my own genes. Makes it a lot easier to beat you. He then launched a ferocious punch, driving his fist hard into the Origin's face. The Origin refused to be outdone, firing back with a blow aimed straight at Jiang Si's head. In an instant, the two exploded into a savage aerial brawl. Fists and feet flying, energy surging in all directions. They traded hundreds of blows, crashing down from the sky all the way to the ground below. As the clouds of dust slowly cleared, the scene that emerged was harrowing. Jiang Si had not only lost an arm, the Origin had driven a hole clean through his chest, yet the Origin was seething, grinding his teeth in fury. "This again!" he roared. "No matter how many times I shatter him, no matter how devastating the damage, he simply will not die. Every single time, he comes back stronger. Thousands of years have passed, Jiang Si, and that disgusting fighting style of yours hasn't changed one bit." But before he could finish, Jiang Si's fist connected with a thunderous blow, driving him deep into the ground. Just as Jiang Si began shifting forms to regenerate his wounds, the origin reappeared without warning, silent as a phantom, and in a single strike blew away half of Jiang Si's body. "Did you think that would scare me? You could land that hit 100 million more times and I'd still cut you down." Jiang Si then activated his 5th stage form. "How about this? You've never seen this one before, have you?" Before the words had even faded, Jiang Si blinked directly in front of the origin and delivered a savage kick that sent him hurtling through the air. With a tremendous crash, the origin slammed into an invisible wall and was stopped cold. Through the hairline cracks in that barrier of compressed air, faint glimpses of the real world could be seen beyond. Jiang Si glanced over, a slight smirk on his lips. "We're still fighting. Try to keep up." The origin erupted in outrage. "Like hell I'm fighting you, are you kidding me? I was the one who took over your body, and yet your flesh is consuming my power in return. Before long, even my consciousness will be digested. I must have been out of my mind to try taking over a monster like you." Jiang Si was quick to offer comfort. "Don't be like that. You're so powerful. It'll take quite a while to fully digest you. Getting to go all out in my 5th stage form against someone like you? That's a rare opportunity." The origin suddenly broke into laughter, his eyes wild with madness and spite. "Don't think you've won, Jiang Si. If I can't beat you, I'll make sure you don't enjoy the victory. I'll bring the entire world down with me." With that, the origin drove his own hand into his skull. Simultaneously, in the real world, a strange black mist began bleeding from Jiang Si's exposed brain. A gaping wound tore open across the surface of his brain, and a single drop of blood slid down, falling beside a soldier who stood watching the rift. From that one drop, a terrifying force erupted outward in all directions, plunging the entire city into absolute darkness in an instant. The rift overhead absorbed this surge of energy, and within it, a colossal eye slowly opened. The people on the ground stood frozen in terror, mouths open, utterly at a loss. What was happening? Before anyone could react, countless soldiers were fused together by that mysterious blood into a single enormous creature. The commanding officer panicked, urgently contacting the Special Enforcement Bureau. "Anomaly at the rift. A monster has appeared, requesting immediate backup." But the unthinkable had already happened. Inside the bureau itself, Mao and Lang had fallen under the influence of that corrupted blood. Their eyes blazed red, all reason stripped away. They burst straight out of the bureau's headquarters. In that moment, all they could see was destruction. One thought consumed them entirely: destroy the world. The rest of the zombie population was likewise seized by this force. Even Zhu Xiaohong, the Blood Queen, could no longer suppress the bloodlust rising within her. Two of her less powerful subordinates beside her began to lose control as well. The origin stared at Jiang Si, a deranged grin spreading across his face. "We're consuming each other now, our power merging by the second. I have no need to escape. Even a small leak of this power is enough to unleash a zombie tide that will wipe out everything. Even if you devour me whole, all you'll inherit is a barren wasteland of endless war between humans and zombies." But before he could finish, Jiang Si slapped him hard across the face, sending him flying. Jiang Si now activated his 6th stage form, an overwhelming aura radiating from every inch of him. "You," he said, eyes burning with fury, "have actually made me angry." Faced with Mao and Lang's berserk rampage, the humans scrambled a full squadron of fighter jets to intercept them. But the roar of engines had barely faded before Lang was tearing the aircraft apart with his bare hands, his bloodshot eyes blazing with red light. "Destroy humanity!" Then, without warning, countless chains dropped from the sky, like the fingers of death, coiling tightly around the rampaging Mao and Lang. Varmint bellowed in fury. "Both of you stand down. The king ordered us to wipe out all of humanity, as if he'd ever given order that convenient. If you've got it wrong, he'll chop you to pieces and string you up as a warning." Meanwhile, elsewhere, the countless soldiers corrupted by the mysterious blood had merged into a massive creature. Minister Chang and the others threw everything they had into bringing it down. Staring at the fused monstrosity before them, Minister Chang's team could barely believe their eyes. Jiang Si had a few drinks and this is the result? Just then Blackie arrived, in haste, his expression grim. "This creature has merged the king's power with another force of equal magnitude. It's driving the entire zombie population into a frenzy," Inspector Chen added grimly. "The Special Enforcement Bureau has gone dark. Zombies across the world are showing heightened aggression. If this force is allowed to keep spreading, war between humans and zombies will sweep across the world again." Minister Chang heard this and gave Blackie a firm pat on the shoulder. "Then get yourself away from him. We'll handle things here." But Blackie didn't move. "That creature's tier is far beyond what you're imagining. Sending yourselves in there would be suicide." Minister Chang's response was a thunderous shout. "Don't forget, for the past 1,000 years it was your kind getting beaten down by our recruits." With that, he drove his fist into the fusion creature, which had risen once more. Minister Chang knew the truth clearly. If they couldn't win, they would fight to hold it back, buying humanity whatever slim chance they could. Yet under Minister Chang's relentless barrage, the fusion creature sustained not a single scratch. It grew larger with every passing moment, radiating an aura that chilled the blood. Lan Chi and President Qin, watching from a distance, went pale. That's Minister Chang's position. Move to support him. More and more fighters poured into the battle. Yet no matter how ferociously they attacked, the creature remained completely unharmed. Blackie watched, brow furrowed, his mind working quickly. Would it really take this many deaths to settle this? If so, there was no point in the king having left him here at all. At that thought, a fierce energy surged through Blackie, and a pair pair of great black wings slowly unfurled from his back. Very well, Blackie said coldly. I suppose I'll have to take this a little more seriously. He vanished in an instant, reappearing directly above the fusion creature. With a single casual point of his finger at the creature's head, a torrent of dark energy exploded outward. Minister Chang stared in disbelief. No wonder Jiang Si trusts him. By the time Lan Chi and President Qin arrived, Blackie had already blown a massive hole clean through the fusion creature's skull. But at that moment, Blackie suddenly looked up toward the sky, murmuring quietly to himself. Strange, something feels like it's watching us from the shadows. Meanwhile, deep within Jiang Si's dream space, his sixth-stage form was wreathed in a swirling vortex of darkness that devoured everything it touched. The Origin's body twisted and contorted under that terrible force. As he was on the verge of shattering entirely, the Origin cried out in desperation. Jiang Si, wait, don't you want your own body back? Jiang Si's expression remained cold. Don't worry, I'll reclaim every bit of it. The Origin exploded with rage. Then I'll take you down with me. But before he could close the distance, an invisible force halted him where he stood. Jiang Si raised a hand with an almost casual gesture, and the Origin collapsed into a crimson sphere. Jiang Si swallowed it without a moment's hesitation. He reverted to his usual wide-eyed, unassuming appearance, then touched down in front of Zi Ling and the others, beaming with delight. Perfect. The Origin really was the ultimate power boost. I can feel myself getting stronger already. The group stared in stunned disbelief. Jiang Si had actually devoured the Origin, but far away, in the void of the Divine Era civilization. Wang Zikai gazed in the direction of Earth, his voice barely above a whisper. The zombie tide on Earth is nothing but an aftershock of the merger. The Origin has been fully absorbed. Jiang Si is one step closer to destroying the plane. I can only hope we're not too late. What surprised everyone was that Jiang Si simply sat cross-legged on the ground and got to work, and within 2.5 seconds had fashioned several dolls that were perfect replicas of himself. These were no ordinary dolls. They required no conscious effort from Jiang Si to operate, and each possessed its own independent thought and will. Jiang Si relaxed contentedly as his dolls attended to him, murmuring to himself, if I were to reinforce them with nanomechanical enhancements, wouldn't I become absolutely invincible? The group watched this scene with a collective look of speechless exasperation, before concern took over and they all asked, are you really sure you're alright after swallowing something that can possess people? Jiang Si blinked, looking genuinely innocent. Honestly, I'm not sure myself. In the moment, it just smelled irresistible. I couldn't help it. But the outcome is rather good. Not only did I gain an incredibly useful ability, I've also recovered a significant chunk of my memories. The minister's expression turned serious. Indeed, the ancient left record stating that before our era, Jiang Si had personally brought down 6 civilizations. Of those, we only know of 2, the ancient technological civilization and the Divine Era civilization. Have you now remembered what came before? Jiang Si furrowed his brow and fell briefly into thought. I do remember now, he said at last. Before the Divine Era civilization, I fought someone of unimaginable power. It was a battle that shook the very foundations of existence. I was ultimately destroyed, reduced to nothing. But when Wang Zikai and the others found me, I had only just come back to life, with both my memories and my power yet to be restored. Why don't I take you all to see that era? When we fought, the very fabric of space and time was torn apart. Dan's face changed at once, and she moved quickly to stop him. Please, your majesty, absolutely not. Going through something like that once was terrifying enough. We really shouldn't go poking around in your memories. Seeing no enthusiasm from anyone, Jiang Si looked mildly deflated. I only wanted to share it because I found that time exciting. Challenging the Origin together with Wang Zikai and the others, those are some of my finest memories. But if none of you are interested, then let's head back. Before he could finish the sentence, Jiang Si sneezed without the slightest warning. In an instant, the sky and earth seemed to crack. A deafening boom tore through the air, sending rocks and sand flying like artillery shells, and the very boundary of the memory world was ripped open by the force of it. In the real world at that same moment, Blackie stood with his gaze fixed skyward, brow creased in troubled thought. Something is watching us from the dark. Its presence feels like it comes from far beyond the solar system, and it is closing in. Just then, the fusion creature beneath him stirred back to life. Blackie was taken aback. This thing still isn't dead, he thought. It's going to take something more decisive. What else would you expect from a creature shaped by the king's own genes? Just as Blackie prepared to strike in earnest, a figure materialized silently beside him. The figure simply stepped on the fusion creature, and its body shattered into countless fragments like glass. Blackie's shock turned to fury. Who are you? Shattering it like that won't kill it. It'll just spread the contamination further. The mysterious figure remained perfectly composed, unhurriedly producing a game controller from within his coat. I know exactly how troublesome Jiang Si's power can be, he said calmly. Awaken. Primordial relic. As the primordial relic activated, something extraordinary happened. A name and an HP bar appeared floating above the creature's head, and its shattered body began to reassemble under some unseen force. Blackie was furious. What the hell are you doing? I don't know where you crawled out from, but stop making things worse. The mysterious figure flickered forward, appearing directly in front of the creature in an instant. No need to worry, he said with unshakable calm. It'll be over in a moment. The words had barely left his mouth when he delivered a single kick to the creature. Its HP bar, 100,000 points, dropped to 0 in an instant. A game window then popped up. Critical hit successfully. You have successfully killed the opponent. The fusion creature dissolved into data and vanished entirely. Everyone present stood in stunned silence. Blackie barely able to form the words. He erased a creature carrying the king's power from this world entirely. Who is this person? The figure then spoke clearly. I am Wang Zikai, the second divine throne of the Divine Era civilization. To prevent the disaster that Jiang Si will cause, I must erase him. along with every civilization on this planet. The crowd was struck speechless. Hasn't the crisis already been resolved? Wang Zikai's expression remained grave, his eyes fixed on the enormous rift above. That creature was not even a prelude to what is coming. The true disaster is almost here. The moment the words left his mouth, countless figures began falling from the rift above. Blackie's expression shifted sharply. In an instant, he expanded his wings to their full size, wrapping around the falling civilians and catching them safely. Blackie exhaled with quiet relief. That should keep the king from scolding me at least. But Wang Zikai stood rigid beside him, fists clenched white. Just as the seer predicted, Jiang Si has absorbed the Origin's power, a force equal to his own tier, and now, inevitably, the allergic reaction has begun. To protect humanity, the Special Enforcement Bureau had no choice but to relocate Jiang Si to a remote, uninhabited island. Jiang Si was fully aware of the catastrophic power of his own sneezes, and was doing everything he could to suppress them. Zi Ling, who had come to bring him food, watched this and felt a deep wave of relief. Earlier, a single sneeze from Jiang Si had triggered a massive tsunami that swallowed the surrounding islands whole, leaving nothing behind. If a sneeze like that had gone off in a densely populated city center, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Zi Ling set the food on the table and said, "The doctor says you need to eat light. Just stick to plain congee for now." At that moment, Blackie burst through the door. "We never imagined the king could get sick, so I've tracked down every medicine that might help. Start with 1,000 times the normal dosage and see what happens." Jiang Si looked at them both with mild exasperation. "You really don't need to worry this much. My nose is just a bit congested. A few days rest and I'll be fine." But even as the words left his mouth, he felt another sneeze building. Zi Ling and Blackie went pale instantly. "If you can't hold it in, aim upward." The sneeze came. A terrifying shockwave erupted skyward, punching straight through the clouds, and hundreds of millions of kilometers away, Mars was struck clean through. Satellite data and imagery relayed to the Special Enforcement Bureau confirmed that the sneeze had caused a slight deviation in Earth's orbit, and that Mars had suffered catastrophic structural damage, projected to fully collapse within 72 hours. Shortly afterward, Blackie and Zi Ling staggered into Special Enforcement Bureau headquarters. Blackie had a hole blown through his abdomen, and Zi Ling, her psychic domain still faintly active, said breathlessly, "Good thing we moved fast. One more second and that sneeze would have finished us." Minister Cheng gestured to one side and shook his head. "Count your blessings you got out at all. Jiang Si has only been sick for 1 day, and Ah Mao and Ah Lang have already been blown apart more than 50 times each. Varmint hasn't even finished putting himself back together yet." Blackie took in the scene and felt a cold chill run through him. Ah Gan looked genuinely bewildered. "It's just an allergy. Why is it this catastrophic?" Wang Zikai replied with visible urgency. "This is only the beginning. It will get far worse. Jiang Si has absolute control over his own biology at the genetic level. Dreaming, getting drunk, falling ill, losing consciousness, none of these can happen unless he allows them to. The sole exception is when he absorbs and assimilates a being of the same divine tier as himself. Only then does his immune system produce something resembling an allergic reaction, manifesting as the sneezing we're seeing now. And when he sneezes, he does so with his full power. An ordinary human sneeze already generates winds comparable to a typhoon. In Jiang Si's case, a single sneeze is enough to annihilate worlds. Worse still, this condition will last 2 full weeks. By the end, it won't just be the solar system at risk. The entire plane of existence could be affected." At that, Ah Gan punched Wang Zikai squarely. "So back in the Divine Era civilization, you tried to slaughter every last zombie to wipe out the Origin entirely, and that pushed Jiang Si over the edge into a world-ending war. I heard you even got Agu killed." Ah Gan and Agu then proceeded together to give Wang Zikai a thorough beating. The minister then turned to Wang Zikai. "You said earlier that stopping Jiang Si requires destroying our civilization. What exactly do you mean by that?" Wang Zikai clarified, "Not destroy, but erase. But before that, I want to try the best possible solution first. I will confront and suppress Jiang Si directly." With that, he dissolved into a streak of light and vanished. Jiang Si was on his island, calmly eating his congee, when Wang Zikai appeared before him without warning, and launched an immediate attack. Jiang Si's face lit up with genuine delight. "Wang Zikai, it's been ages!" But the greeting was cut short as the urge to sneeze overtook him again, and Wang Zikai, who had just closed the distance, was blasted clean into outer space by the force of it. Wang Zikai steadied himself in the void, drew out the primordial relic, and in an instant was clad in a full set of supreme tier equipment. He raised the holy sword above his head and roared, "Jiang Si, try this." He brought the holy sword down in a sweeping arc toward Earth, but this mighty strike was casually deflected by a single figure. Jiang Si, now in his 5th stage form, grinned. "Wang Zikai, why not call out your psychic domain too? Give me something worth enjoying." Wang Zikai knew he had no chance of finishing Jiang Si in one blow. To keep fighting would only force him into an even stronger form, so he spoke solemnly. "I'm sorry, Jiang Si. To eliminate the danger, I will use the primordial relic to erase you and every civilization on Earth along with you." Jiang Si smiled. "Interesting. That thing you're holding looks oddly familiar." But even as he spoke, the signs of another sneeze were already building. Wang Zikai panicked. "Do not sneeze in that form." But it was already too late. A wave of terrifying energy erupted from Jiang Si, and within a single instant, multiple cracks split open around the sun itself. Everyone on Earth who witnessed this was consumed by despair. Wang Zikai frantically worked the primordial relic, shouting, "No time to explain, the world be gone." The next moment, Earth began dissolving into streams of data, fading away into the cosmos. In an instant, every human being on the planet was transported into the game world. The sudden upheaval left everyone utterly bewildered. Jiang Si looked around in confusion. "Wang Zikai, what kind of place have you dropped me into?" Blackie was equally stunned beside him. "What a bizarre method of attack. Are we sealed away somewhere?" nightmare. As everyone tried to make sense of what had happened, a colossal tower rose before them. Then a mechanical voice rang out through the air. Violation detected. Please return to standard attire immediately. The moment the announcement ended, Minister Chang's body was blurred out with pixelation. Xiao Xiao kicked him sharply. You exhibitionist! Put some clothes on. At that moment, a cloaked figure appeared quietly among them, speaking in a calm, measured voice. Welcome to the game world. Using the power of the sacred relic, we converted the entire Earth into data, and integrated it into a virtual space constructed entirely from information. Here, the abnormal state affecting Jiang Si will also be converted into data. This effectively neutralizes the world-ending threat posed by his allergic reaction. Jiang Si immediately brightened. It's true. My nose doesn't itch at all, though your voice sounds very familiar. The minister shook his head in amazement. Digitizing an entire planet, the divine era civilization could pull off something like that? Xiao Xiao remained unfazed. We've literally been inside Jiang Si's head. At this point, nothing surprises us. At that moment, Jiang Si slipped silently behind the cloaked figure and yanked off the cloak. The figure's true face was revealed to everyone. It was Ilea of the divine era civilization. Taking in Ilea's figure and the revealing outfit she was wearing, Jiang Si went bright red, quickly covering his eyes. I'm sorry, I just wanted to take the cloak off. I had no idea your style had changed like this. Gan and Agu rushed over as well. Ilea, long time no see, quite a change in wardrobe. Ilea was quick to explain. To support Wang Zikai in controlling the sacred relic, I gave up my physical body in the real world and bound myself to the virtual mascot avatar of the game world. This outfit came with it. I can't change it. As the group talked, more and more people were materializing in the space around them. Zhu Xiaohong looked around with deep suspicion. What is this place? What has Jiang Si gotten us into now? Varmint's eyes lit up with excitement. I finally found the king. Ilea addressed the growing crowd. The players in this game are not individuals. They are entire civilizations. As Wang Zikai completes the digitization of Earth, every sentient being on the planet will be brought here. Minister Chang was not satisfied. Humans and zombies combined number over 8 billion. There is no way this space can hold them all. I demand an explanation on behalf of humanity. Blackie added his own question. How do we leave? Do we simply wait for the king to recover? Ilea responded with steady composure. Allow me to explain everything now. This is the game world, where everything is determined through games. Here in the login lobby, you can enter game instances of your choosing and earn points for your civilization. Those points can be exchanged for anything your civilization needs. Living space, food, equipment, even the Earth itself can be bought back. If you manage to clear the game entirely, you can return to reality, just as Wang Zikai did, carrying with you the power you gained here. Minister Chang's eyes lit up. Leave the points to me. I'm an excellent gamer. Any game instance, anytime. The next second he vanished in a flash, transported directly into the Battle Royale Arena instance. Noticing his HP bar was sitting at roughly half, Minister Chang paused. Must be from the injuries I took in the earlier fight, he thought. No matter, I'll make up for it with skill. At that moment, a massive figure burst from the bushes and launched a ferocious assault. The next second, Minister Chang was back in the login lobby. Simultaneously, a system notification appeared. Earth civilization defeated, deducting 100 points. Due to insufficient balance, a portion of civilization living space has been reclaimed. The space around them immediately began to shrink. Ilea turned to address everyone. There are 6 civilizations in this game world. Compared to them, your civilization lacks the in-game enhancements they've accumulated. Your choice of games in the early stages must be made very carefully. Xiao Xiao asked with real concern. If we lose all of our space in this platform, what happens to us? Ilea's expression faltered. She bowed deeply. I'm sorry, we had no other option. Jiang Si was peering at the game panel with bright curiosity. Ilea, can I play these games too? They all look incredibly fun. Ilea smiled. You should be able to. Since you're here, you've clearly been registered as a member of Earth civilization. Xiao Xiao erupted with excitement. Perfect. With Jiang Si on our side, everything is going to be fine. Jiang Si was equally energized. Kingdom Glory needs 5 players. I need a few more people. At those words, Varmint and the others instinctively took a step back, then shoved Blackie forward. When it comes to gaming with the king, nobody's better suited than Blackie. Zhu Xiaohong stepped forward as well. I don't really know what this is, but if it involves a fight, count me in. Xiao Xiao and President Qin joined in. Following Jiang Si is a guaranteed win, and with that, the 5-person squad was assembled. Jiang Si pressed the transfer button and shouted with excitement, "Let's go!" Their bodies dissolved into streams of data and vanished before everyone's eyes. The next second, Blackie and the others appeared beside the crystal in the Kingdom Glory instance. Zhu Xiaohong scanned the surroundings. So this is where the fighting happens? Where are the enemies? Xiao Xiao noticed something immediately. Wait, there's only 4 of us. Where's Jiang Si? As they looked around trying to figure out where to search, somewhere in the tall grass of the game map, Jiang Si had been flagged as a level 1 wild monster. He wandered in the undergrowth, thoroughly confused. Where did everyone go? At almost the same moment, a wave of soldiers spawned in front of the 4. Zhu Xiaohong looked on without the slightest concern, raising one hand lazily. A mob of weaklings dares to raise swords at me? In an instant, a crimson bolt of light scattered like lightning across the field, and every soldier it touched was reduced to fragments. Zhu Xiaohong turned to President Qin. Ground floor cleared. The one at the top is yours. President Qin activated his mech mode immediately, weapon charging with surging energy, and locked on to the enemy defense tower. A thunderous blast rang out as a column of searing flame erupted forward, instantly leveling the defense tower. President Qin allowed himself a dismissive smirk. Done. This game is trivial. Zhu Xiaohong agreed. These enemies? Weaker than low-tier zombies. But Blackie's expression remained serious. According to the rules, Kingdom Glory Glory is a head-to-head battle game. Both sides have their kingdoms at opposite ends of the map, and each side continuously sends out soldiers to attack the other. We need to advance alongside our own soldiers, destroy the defense towers in our path, and finally demolish the enemy's castle to win and earn points. What we just cleared were nothing but ordinary soldiers. The real enemy hasn't shown themselves yet, and the most pressing problem right now is that this game has lost the king somewhere. Zhu Xiaohong was unbothered. Relax. I don't need Jiang Si to deal with this kind of opposition. I'll have President Qin provide aerial support, Zhao Zhao holding the back line, to stop any backdoor plays. And whatever else this game throws at us, we push through it. With a sweeping gesture, she summoned a large force of soldiers. Nearby, enemy player A1 lit up with excitement. 13, look, actual rookies. There are new players in this game world? T13 glanced over with contempt. Yeah, not just weak, reckless. Respawning isn't available in this instance, and they've already overextended and split their forces. They've already half lost. But their teammate K30 saw it differently. Those attacks they used had no in-game enhancements whatsoever, and they were already hitting at a level 20 player standard. Back in their own world, they must be among the strongest there are. S99 cut in. Enough guessing, strong or not, we'll find out soon enough. She snapped her fingers, and the next moment, countless mechanical tentacles erupted from the ground beneath Zhu Xiaohong and her group, coiling upward like serpents. S99 perched atop the mechanical tentacles, looking down at them with cold composure. No matter how powerful you were in your own world here, the only thing that matters is the rules of the game. Allow me to give you a proper lesson. The moment the words fell, the tentacles surged toward them. A1 quickly contacted their jungler. 255, stop farming. Grab your enhancement buffs and get over here. T255 replied with a pained voice. Our jungle's been stolen. S99 brushed it off. Doesn't matter. They're level 1 newcomers. A few less jungle resources won't change anything. But T255 sounded like he was on the verge of tears. You don't understand. The entire jungle zone has been physically removed. As it turned out, Jiang Si had wandered through the jungle not long before and noticed something peculiar. No matter what creature died, it immediately respawned with no apparent limit. An idea struck him at once. If I could bring this self-replenishing forest back with us, humanity would never have to worry about food again. He made his move without hesitation, tearing the entire jungle zone up by the roots. Just as Jiang Si was about to leave with his spoils, an axe came screaming past his face out of nowhere. Jiang Si dropped down from the air in a hurry, stared at his skewers lying in the dirt, and cried out with genuine anguish, "Who knocked my food on the ground? I absolutely hate wasting food." Just as he was about to bend down, dust them off, and keep eating, T255 materialized behind him, massive axe in hand. When he saw that Jiang Si was nothing but a level 1 wild monster, his face twisted with contempt. No wild monster, he sneered, could ever be a match for me. He turned to his communicator. You lot start without me. I'll farm the jungle and catch up. As it turned out, T255 hailed from the Merchant Guild civilization, a society where every member was known by their worker number. Long ago, to hedge against extinction, the Supreme Board had plunged their entire civilization into this game world. T255 was one of its most distinguished risk control officers. From the moment he entered this world, his mission had been to hunt high-value creatures across game instances, what players called jungling. To that end, he had poured every piece of equipment and every skill point into fighting wild monsters. No matter how brutal the battle, nothing could shake his commitment to farming the jungle or his ruthless efficiency at it. He was the undisputed king of the jungle, and he would not tolerate a single soul trespassing on his territory. With that, T255 swung his great axe in a ferocious arc, hurling it at Jiang Si like a gale. And in an instant, the bodies of countless wild monsters were sent flying in every direction. Kill notifications for wild monsters began popping up one after another. Strangely, however, Jiang Si's name appeared in none of them. Jiang Si had already leapt 100 meters into the air. He frowned to himself. Why did this player attack the moment they met, without a single word? Was that just how Battle Royale games worked? Fine then. He wasn't going to hold back either. He swung a fist straight at T255. T255 scrambled to activate every defensive ability he had, but Jiang Si threw what was barely more than a casual punch, and sent him sailing 2.5 meters through the air. Jiang Si lit up with excitement. This guy's got a bit more resistance than those ancient-era iron shells. The words had barely left his mouth when iron chains shot toward him like striking snakes, coiling around his arms and legs in an instant. T255 launched himself into the air and appeared directly above Jiang Si, rearing back his fist and driving it down hard. Jiang Si steadied himself in a flash, and within moments the valley erupted with the thunderous noise of combat, yet every single strike slid harmlessly past him. Seizing his moment, Jiang Si snapped a kick straight into T255's jaw, then slipped past another vicious swing, and planted himself squarely on T255's back. T255, utterly humiliated, exploded with rage. He spun around and hurled another punch at Jiang Si. Jiang Si answered with a punch of his own. The two fists collided, and the impact detonated like a bomb. A heartbeat later, T255 was hurled backward like a rolling boulder. T255 stared in disbelief, his mind reeling. What kind of monster is this? How can a small fry be this hard to put down? Meanwhile, Jiang Si was growing more thrilled with every exchange. The players here are incredible. This game Wang Zikai found is actually pretty fun. In that case, time to stop messing around. The next second, Jiang Si activated his second stage transformation. T255 froze. This wild monster has a second stage? Jiang Si threw his head back and roared, "Come on, fight me with everything you've got." And with that, he charged forward at full speed. But the very next second, his allergic reaction kicked in. His movements stuttered and stalled in irregular bursts. T255 looked on in total bewilderment. What on earth is happening right now? Watching Jiang Si's body twist and spasm, T255 alive, suddenly had a flash of insight. This must be the monster's unique mechanic. The bald head is its powerful combat form. After taking hits from me, it grew hair and became weak and immobilized. Therefore, the kill on this special wild monster is mine. He hoisted his great axe and charged, just as the blade was about to come down. Jiang Si gritted his teeth and forced every ounce of power he had, and in the next instant, he burst forward like a shooting star. T-255's great axe shattered on the spot, and T-255 himself was blasted clean into the sky. Jiang Si steadied himself and muttered in frustration, "That was worse than just sneezing non-stop. Whatever, let's finish this first. I'll shift into another form and have some real fun with you." But the next second, Jiang Si's face went blank. T-255's body was dissolving. That single blow had finished him entirely. It turned out that when a 01 detected T-13 and K-30's distress signal, she had rushed to the jungle zone without stopping. But the moment she arrived, the scene before her stopped her cold. A grand elevated platform stood before her. Unknown wild monsters were below, chopping wood, moving with purpose, hauling materials in perfect order, as if they had minds of their own. Atop the platform sat a gleaming golden throne, occupied by a single figure, with two more standing at either side, and when a 01 looked closer, she realized the two standing figures were T-13 and K-30, while the one lounging on the throne was a level 1 wild monster. She had no idea what was going on, but every instinct told her to leave immediately. Supporting S-99 seemed like the far safer option. What she didn't know was that Jiang Si had already spotted her. Jiang Si turned to T-13 and K-30. "Either of you know how to fly?" They shook their heads vigorously. "Not at all." Jiang Si muttered, "No wonder you two had such a rough time." T-13 and K-30 were both battered and bruised, having lost to Jiang Si before they'd even truly fought him. And to make matters even more baffling, this wild monster had decided to build a castle in the jungle zone, leaving the two of them no choice but to serve as his labor force. Meanwhile, a 01 hadn't flown far before a chill crept up her spine. She wondered why the sky had suddenly gone dark, then saw T-13, K-30 and the entire stone platform hurtling toward her, and froze on the spot, eyes wide, mouth agape. Then came a single word, "down," and the entire jungle zone shook with a massive tremor. No one had expected Jiang Si to go straight into his third stage form just to chase her down. On the other side of the battlefield, the Blood Queen and her two allies were ganging up on S-99 alone, but it might as well have been a hell-tier boss fight, because after a grueling stretch of combat, they had only chipped away half her HP. Still, S-99 was starting to feel the pressure. "At this rate, they'll grind me down eventually. Where are those guys?" She fired off a message. "Someone get back here. I'm a support type. The three of them are countering everything I do." No response came. Furious, she started venting in the public channel. At that moment, Blackie and the Blood Queen combined for a massive joint attack. S-99 threw everything into countering it, but it was clearly beyond what she could handle. Only by redirecting at the last moment did she barely scrape out of harm's way. She knew this couldn't continue, and then an idea struck her. She redirected all incoming attacks and made a break for it in one direction. President Bang looked baffled. Wasn't she all full of herself just now? Why is she running? The Blood Queen cried out in alarm. "That's the direction of our castle. She's going for the back door." Blackie wasn't concerned. "Ignore her. We just destroy their castle and we win." He hurled a massive claw strike at the distant structure, but the castle turned out to have an HP bar, and a staggeringly high one at that. Their damage output was nowhere near fast enough to outpace S-99's assault on the other side. They immediately messaged Xiao Xiao, who was holding the base. "You awake? Someone's going for the back door. Stop her." Xiao Xiao was already posted up at the castle gates. "Relax. My cannon's been hungry for a while now." But that level of damage meant nothing to S-99. She could absorb the hits and tear the castle apart all the same. Then, from behind her came several anguished cries, followed by a system notification. Merchant Guild Civilization players T-13, K-30, and S-99 have been eliminated. It turned out that while President Bang was attacking the Merchant Guild's core crystal, something unidentified suddenly crashed down nearby, and the system reported that the opposing civilization had lost 3 players. He guessed it was the work of Jiang Si, who had been nowhere to be seen. Blackie sighed. "All that fighting, and in the end we still needed the big boss to step in." When the dust cleared, there stood one of the Merchant Guild civilization. Just what kind of creature was that Jiang Si? A one sat right up. "There's no winning this. Surrender immediately." The system announced, "Merchant Guild civilization has surrendered. Earth civilization wins. Finally, I can go home." But at that very moment, Jiang Si appeared out of nowhere and grabbed her. "Don't go, be my underling." But the next second, the expression on Jiang Si's face froze. In the blink of an eye, he had followed a 1 out of the game entirely into an unfamiliar city. "Where is this?" A 1 stared in disbelief. "How are you still here?" Meanwhile, back on the Earth civilization's continent, the situation had become critical. Players were sinking in from the real world in an endless stream, and the landmass couldn't hold them. It was tilting from side to side under the weight. Fortunately, Jiang Si's crew was working to hold it steady, and together with the non-standard humans, they just barely kept everyone from going over the edge. But if things continued like this, even Jiang Si wouldn't be able to hold out. People were stacked on top of each other, and Ah Mao had an entire crowd standing on his back. Everyone was counting on Jiang Si's team to bring home their first win. Varmint was exasperated. "I said it before, there are too many humans, we should have culled a few." Just then the system chimed. "Earth civilization has achieved its first victory." Ilea erupted in relief. "We're saved." The win awarded a total of 2,457 points. Ilea was about to calculate the best way to spend them, but President Bang cut in and said to convert every single point into living space. To everyone's amazement, that came out to 2,457,000 square kilometers. The entire continent began expanding outward at once, giving everyone room to breathe, especially the heavy hitters, who finally got a moment's relief. Xiao Xiao and the others had just been teleported back. "Made it just in time." "Back already? I wasn't done fighting." This rotten game had staked all of humanity as its wager, but none of them noticed that Blackie hadn't said a word. Congratulations on your victory. If you hadn't pulled it off, you probably would have been wiped out on day 1. Gu and the others stepped forward. If one win gets us that much, a few more and we can buy Earth back. But Ailea's expression was awkward. There's something I need to tell you. Given your circumstances, you needed an enormous amount of living space, so I rented this at the lowest available rate. More importantly, the lease only lasts 1 day. The group was struck speechless, then erupted. Are you seriously doing stand-up comedy right now? The Blood Queen lunged. Did you pocket a kickback? Spit it out right now, President Cheng said in despair. So we have to win at least 1 match every single day? Varmint was unbothered. Relax. With the big boss around, winning 10 matches a day is nothing. Then he paused. Wait, where's the big boss? I don't see him. He turned to Blackie. Why do you look like that? Where's the big boss? Blackie turned, his face slick with cold sweat. Jun, stay calm. The big boss, he. Then a thunderous voice rang out. What did you say? The big boss was taken by another civilization? Meanwhile, Jiang Si was happily eating street food in the Merchant Guild civilization. Nothing like a late-night snack after a good fight. Sitting beside him was a 1. Thanks for treating me. A 1, meanwhile, was posting frantically on a forum. Help. Accidentally brought a wild monster back to the login lobby. Urgent. The replies left her with nothing but more questions. Someone even mocked her. What mountain did you let it loose from? Send it right back where it came from. Then her work group chat pinged. A 1 felt a wave of dread wash over her. That notification sound was the last thing she ever wanted to hear. Her supervisor was ordering her back to the office immediately. That's 3 losses in a row. Fortunately, S99 chimed in on her behalf. We genuinely encountered a force majeure situation. T255 added, it's my fault. I wasn't farming fast enough. T13 said, we discovered a rare game instance. I'll put together a presentation tonight. K30 followed up. From an intelligence shield standpoint, I consider this mission a complete success. A 1 was at a loss for words. These people are absolute wage slaves. She closed the chat. Fine, let them sort it out themselves. She glanced over at Jiang Si, still cheerfully eating beside her. Is this some kind of hidden game mechanic? What on earth is going on? Can you actually tame a zombie like this? If that's really the case, does that mean I could reach the top of the world and then just coast into an early retirement? Jiang Si cut right through her daydream. Can I get another bowl? Of course, 100 bowls if you want. Now that's a generous host. What neither of them knew was that an aircraft had already positioned itself above them. A figure encased head to toe in mechanical armor spoke into his headset. Target located. Locking on. External intrusion data source identified. Receiving orders. Commencing purge operation. But despite having a lock from the aircraft, upon landing they found only an ordinary passerby. They had no choice but to search person by person. Around a nearby corner, a 1 was watching it all unfold. The Security Bureau's hounds don't let go easily. Jiang Si frowned. What's anomalous data? This entire world is built from data. Anything that doesn't follow the established rules becomes anomalous. The Security Bureau exists to keep the data secure. Anomalous data includes spies from rival civilizations and survivors from eliminated ones. Jiang Si felt his stomach drop. And what happens to them? Once found, they're completely erased by the system, leaving no trace of them in the data archive whatsoever. Jiang Si broke into a cold sweat. You mean there's no coming back? That's right. And for reasons of my own, I'm on their list too. So keep a low profile. She suddenly fired a beam of light toward the distant agents, hitting the scanner in one of their hands. Let's create a little chaos, and then you do exactly what I tell you. But there was no reply from Jiang Si. She turned to look, and before she knew it, Jiang Si had scooped her up in his arms. What are you doing? He strolled brazenly up to the food stall and set a 1 down on the counter. The vendor thought he was trying to skip the bill. Sorry, we don't accept dishwashing as payment. But Jiang Si simply picked up the entire stall. I'm taking it to go. Just then a Security Bureau agent noticed his scanner reacting. Anomalous data detected. Location is right. His superior smacked him from behind. I already saw it. Everyone, move out. Jiang Si was already airborne, carrying the entire food stall with him. A 1 stared at him. Are you out of your mind? You're making yourself a target. And why are you even running? Of course I'm running. I'm a player from the Earth civilization. What? I thought you were a wild monster. If they catch me, they'll brand me a spy. The Security Bureau squad behind them opened fire repeatedly, but Jiang Si's reflexes were extraordinary. Then suddenly a figure closed the gap at blinding speed. Both of them gasped, mouths wide open. Stay back. In a panicked reflex, Jiang Si lashed out with a kick, sending the figure flying and taking out several aircraft along the way. Using the opening, Jiang Si put some distance between them and their pursuers. He thought they had broken free, and that kick had damaged some of their equipment too. But to his disbelief, the system restored all the damage in an instant. Everything came back at full strength. Jiang Si threw up his hands. What now? Smash the entire login lobby and rip a hole in space to escape? A 1 grabbed his hand. Stop yelling and follow me. A circle appeared beneath their feet, and the next second they dropped through it. They landed inside a commercial building. With so many civilians around, the Security Bureau couldn't use their weapons. They were forced to search the crowd one by one. Jiang Si and a 1 slipped into the women's restroom. Now what? A 1 pulled up a system interface and began hammering away at lines of code. Jiang Si peered over her shoulder, puzzled. What are you doing? His profile appeared on screen, but the label beneath it read, Merchant Guild Civilization J4. Identity update complete. Now for the most important step, you need to complete a game match. That's what ties your account to this world. What does that mean? Am I switching civilizations? And how do you know how to do any of this? Because I'm anomalous data too. Just like they'd call you. She opened a game interface, picked a match at random and loaded in. Here we go. This one's all you. The game they entered was called Ball Bounce Q. Elsewhere in the game world, a group of people sat gathered together, among them Varro of the long-vanished Divine Era civilization. A voice cut through. Varro, so, you had better behave yourself. It was Zi Ling. If you hadn't massacred 10 billion lost souls, the system never would have registered us as a separate civilization. If you don't cooperate and help us win, you'll have a very bad time ahead. That's rich. I'm nothing but a fragment of residual psychic energy. I'm not taking the blame for that, but I'll do as I'm told. After all, in our civilization, you're the one who truly calls the shots. When Jiang Si and A1 reached level 1 of ball bounce Q, the same problem struck again. Every time Jiang Si shifted form, he froze up. But this was a reflex-based game, and it was making him more furious by the second, like the whole thing was rigged against him. Every dodge came down to the wire and he kept yelping in fright. From a distance, A1 called over, "Our goal is just to pass as legitimate players. The score doesn't have to be impressive." But Jiang Si, stubborn as ever, felt that if he was playing, he was going all out. Then the excitement triggered another freeze, and a massive hammer came crashing down right on cue. "Help me! Help me!" A1 shot him a flat look. Is this guy a complete motormouth? How did I end up with someone this bizarre? But at that moment, the entire platform began to violently shake, then cracked apart, sending every player plummeting downward. Jiang Si had taken the hammer head on, and after holding back all that frustration, he had crushed the stone hammer with his bare hands in a burst of rage, bringing the entire platform down with it. Yet somehow, a blind cat had stumbled on a dead rat. Since every other player had fallen off the platform, Jiang Si was the last one standing. In fairness, it was technically valid, but to Jiang Si, it felt like a revelation. So this is how you're supposed to play. By the time they reached the second stage, a maze map, everyone else was painstakingly feeling their way through, while Jiang Si simply charged straight through with A1 in tow, smashing through walls and clearing the maze in no time. This only deepened his conviction that his approach was the right one. At the third stage, treasure grab, another player looked him up and down and sneered, "Are you after my chest?" Jiang Si grinned. "Not just yours, all of them are mine." The room went silent for a beat, then burst out laughing. "Where did you get that kind of nerve?" Then Jiang Si kicked the nearest player clean off their feet. "You lot, nerve is the last thing I need to deal with you." He followed with a thunderous punch straight into the ground, and every player in the room immediately dropped to their knees in surrender. At the fifth stage, leap over obstacles, he outdid himself entirely. Too impatient to run the course, he simply dragged the finish line over to himself. By the end, he was having the time of his life and ready to keep going. A1, on the other hand, was beside herself. Players had already been filing complaints about Jiang Si, and now not just the Merchant Guild Security Bureau, but every other civilization's security forces would have eyes on him. Jiang Si looked genuinely puzzled. "I wasn't cheating. Can't I just play the game normally?" A1 snapped. "You call nearly demolishing the game playing normally? And I forgot to tell you something important. If you remain flagged as anomalous data long enough, you'll gradually lose your humanity and turn into what they call a data corpse, a creature that continuously infects the players around it. That's why every civilization treats them as their top priority to eliminate. The identity we worked so hard to forge is about to blow, and now we have to run again." Jiang Si, meanwhile, was frowning to himself. An infectious humanity-devouring monster? Why does that sound so familiar? At the same time, inside the Merchant Guild Civilization's headquarters, report to Supreme Director, the anomalous data flagged by players has been located. It has disguised itself as our civilization's J4, and is currently inside game instance D142. Its behavior is erratic and inhumane. It's destroying the rules of the game at will. We suspect it's on the verge of becoming a data corpse. Requesting authorization to apprehend. Supreme Director Top 2 just smiled. "What a coincidence. Stand down, I won't be sending you." The security chief frowned. "Why not? We recently coordinated with 3 other civilizations and deployed rare items specifically to eliminate a large volume of high-risk anomalous data in one sweep. The location we selected was game instance D142, large enough to hold a massive number of players." Meanwhile, Jiang Si and A1 arrived at the 5th stage. A1 warned, "Keep it low-key this time." But Jiang Si said, "Doesn't something feel off to you? Off? Everything here seems perfectly normal, except for you. I keep getting this familiar feeling, like these guys have the same vibe as my crew back home." As it turned out, while the leadership of multiple civilizations had been quietly herding all the anomalous data into a single game instance, the players trapped inside were busy cursing the game developers for making the final stage impossibly hard. Even Jiang Si, glitches and all, was struggling. He had to step on as many platforms as possible, without falling off, which meant just running flat out with no let-up. Then, not far away, a familiar silhouette appeared. It was Zi Ling and the others. The others asked whether they should link up with Jiang Si. Zi Ling shook her head. "Not until we understand the true purpose of this game world." Varro, who had just respawned, said, "Knowing the second divine throne, this is anything but simple. As the throne's own envoy, I clearly remember, thousands of years ago, the throne retrieved a divine artifact from the depths of the universe, a game controller. From it, he gained power unlike anything seen before, but he never revealed what that power was. I don't believe he spent 1,000 years preparing just to protect humanity, because, from beginning to end, the mission of our divine-era civilization has always been to destroy Jiang Si." President Bang and President Steele rolled their eyes. "Is there anything in this world that can actually beat Jiang Si? Crashing the game, maybe." Zi Ling suddenly activated her Esper ability. "For now, let's gather more information. I've detected that over 30% of players in this instance are losing consciousness, and their bodies are transforming, much like Jiang Si." Cries of panic erupted all around. "We're done for. How are there data corpses here? And not just one. They're appearing everywhere. And our abilities aren't working. Are we just sitting here waiting to get infected?" Players who still had their wits about them scattered in every direction. But a few were different. Varro, hands in his pockets, simply stepped on one of the data corpses, though the one beneath his foot was still struggling. "Oh, not bad at all. You've actually got enough strength to lift your head." The next second, he ground it right into the floor. "Zi Ling, come check this one. It's just like Jiang Si." He then noticed that President Bang and the others seemed to be struggling badly. "Are you all really this weak? Stop jawing and look behind you. Data corpses keep duplicating themselves before they die. There's no end to them." Still, they were no no match for Varro. One swing of his hammer wiped out a whole cluster. But then, someone in the settling dust caught his strike. My apologies, but these corpses can't die at your hands. Not yet. You haven't been infected and that simply won't do. Varro took him for a fool and pushed harder, but couldn't inflict so much as a scratch. Impressive strength. You must have been a top-tier fighter in your original world. Level 28 isn't high, but your skills carry real weight. Lucky for me, I'm a pay-to-win player. Otherwise, you might have given me real trouble. See this? Level 91. Still wanna go? Varro scoffed. You think I'm someone who's scared off easily? I've gone several brutal rounds against Jiang Si's own crew. Back at the Merchant Guild Command Center, the Security Bureau was watching the data stream with tense focus. Trouble. There's a high-level fighter in there. Relax. The 5th seat has moved in personally. Shouldn't we send backup to support the 5th seat? If he dies, that's his own weakness to blame. This operation costs several major civilizations enormous resources, and it comes with elite backup from all sides. Every one of them top tier. Any data corps that shows up had better bow down. Meanwhile, inside the game, Jiang Si was still running with a 1 in tow. While everyone around them was just trying to survive, Jiang Si was still trying to come in first. Some players frantically tried to quit and log out, but no matter how many times they tapped, nothing happened. Then a heavy rasping breath came from above, and in the next second, they were in a data corps's jaws. And to everyone's horror, the players who had already gone down were beginning to stir again, and they too were turning into data corpses. As the tide kept shifting, screams rang out from every corner of the map. What they didn't know was that the reason no one could log out was that several civilizations had activated a legendary artifact, the plane lock, and those same civilizations were monitoring the numbers in real time. 38% of players had already been eliminated. To make matters worse, in their drive to eradicate every last trace of anomalous data, they had sent elite fighters from multiple civilizations into the game itself to make sure no one slipped through. One of those elites surveyed the chaos and felt a chill. Her own civilization had once been wiped out by a zombie horde. Seeing this now stirred a fear she hadn't felt in a long time. Then a distant commotion caught her eye. Going toe-to-toe with the pay-to-win 5th seat, whoever that is must be an absolute elite, and the one holding their own against the 5th seat was none other than Varro of the Divine Era civilization. Another onlooker said, "That's a powerhouse from Zi Ling's civilization. According to our intelligence, their entire civilization exists as souls. Could they have faced a world-ending catastrophe too? We share the same fate, and yet so few of us made it out. That said, enough watching. Let's move in and finish this." Meanwhile, the 5th seat was getting thoroughly dominated by Varro and hating every second of it, though his pride held firm. "Not bad. In this short time you've burned through 27 of my high-grade armor pieces and 63 recovery items. Stop talking and fight me properly. Don't think for a second I'm afraid of you. Then let's fight. I forgot to mention, I still have over 80,000 items like those, all gathered by wage slaves working themselves to the bone for me. They serve me, and so will you. Challenging capital is like an ant trying to shake a tree. Poverty has capped your imagination. Let me show you what real power looks like." But Varro, rather than being intimidated, lit up with excitement. "Perfect. That means I get to fight you with absolutely no restraint." He directed the moon beast to slam a palm straight into the 5th seat, but the 5th seat used another item to dodge it. Varro rolled his eyes. "All you do is dodge. Fight me." Then a ferocious surge of energy came howling in. "Oh my, missed? A little unfortunate, but we're not done yet." The next second, a colossal sword came crashing down from above. Varro swore, "Where did that come from?" With no time to evade, he had no choice but to take the hit. Before he could even catch his breath, several bomb-like objects appeared in front of him, followed by a chain of massive blasts. "Still standing after all that? You really are a stubborn one." Varro grimaced. "Game items are just disgusting. The moon beast alone isn't going to cut it, and I can feel 3 more powerful presences closing in. I'll have to borrow the 1,000-faced moon from Zi Ling." On the other side of the map, Jiang Si, in a bid to clear the stage fast, simply dragged the finish line over to himself again, but no score notification appeared. He turned to a 1 with a puzzled look. "Hey, is this thing broken?" A 1, still dizzy from being hauled around by Jiang Si, was barely tracking. "You said what? Sorry?" She hadn't noticed what was behind them at all. Jiang Si yelled, "Watch out, something's right behind you," and swatted a data corpse out of the air. Then a thought hit him. Wait, do I have to eliminate these things to clear the stage? The 2 remaining data corpses tensed up in alarm, only to be completely thrown off by what Jiang Si said next. "Actually, these guys kind of look cute. They remind me of the days I used to go hiking with Ah Mao and Ah Lang. Now that I think about it, I can't bring myself to hurt them. I'll just educate them a bit and take them on as my underlings. Don't be afraid of me. I'll look out for you from now on. Go ahead, call me master." "Ah Huang, why so quiet? Are you shy?" "Ah Kai, you then? Also shy? Come on, you. Wait, what should I even call you?" But just as the thought crossed his mind, a flash of golden light streaked past, and several corpse heads went flying. Jiang Si stood there completely dumbfounded. His newly recruited minions hadn't even gotten names yet before they were wiped out. Then a voice rang out from behind him. "All corpses in this area have been eliminated. No high-threat individuals detected. Strange. I clearly sensed a powerful presence just moments ago. Could it be this dim-looking anomalous data standing right here? Better safe than sorry. Please extend your neck." But the next second, a massive fist appeared right in front of that figure's face, and its body immediately began to disintegrate at high speed, followed by several divine swords crumbling apart as well. A surge of green energy blazed across the entire game world, and when the dust finally settled, Jiang Si stood revealed in his 3rd stage form. "You touched my minion?" It turned out that the moment Jiang Si threw that explosive punch, Zi Ling sensed it from far away. His purple moon space had been pierced clean through, and only Jiang Si could have hit that hard. She instinctively retreated even further, run before he really lets loose. By now, Jiang Si's single punch had nearly torn through the entire game map, sending ordinary players flying without any chance to resist. Zi Ling shook her head. Of all the people to provoke, those idiots had to pick Jiang Si. On the other side, Varro, who had been in the middle of his own fight, paused, then glanced back at the person behind him. Those are your teammates, right? You've got 3 seconds to mourn. Top kept a calm face, but inside was in turmoil. That last strike had used no items whatsoever. He had unleashed that devastating blow on base stats alone. It was completely unhinged. He had assumed the cultivator was done for, but when the smoke cleared, the man was still alive, wrapped head to toe in a crystal shell. That had saved him. He was stunned. One punch forced out my lifeguard charm. How is anyone supposed to play against that? Jiang Si was mildly surprised the cultivator had survived. Tougher than he looks. Good. Means I can have more fun. The cultivator scrambled to his feet and summoned a fresh volley of flying swords. This guy is no ordinary anomalous data. Everyone, rush him. The swords merged into one colossal blade. Face our sect's most treasured technique, the ultimate sword. But he was facing Jiang Si. The blade was shattered effortlessly, and Jiang Si simply reached out and caught the sword barehanded. The ultimate sword? What? How? Before the cultivator could process it, Jiang Si was already in his face, sword raised. Your turn! He brought it down hard. The ground shook violently, and the treasured sword itself shattered into pieces. Sect's greatest treasure? Softer than a dollar store blade. Somehow the cultivator survived even that. His master must have been made of iron. Jiang Si tossed the broken sword aside. Don't run. We've barely started. Just then, a new voice rang out. Mimi's turn. Let me handle this. Another powerful player had joined the fight. Gotcha, little kitty. A tail coiled around Jiang Si's ankle and threw him off balance. Mimi slammed him into the ground with full force, then followed up with a rapid chain of tearing abilities. Finally, she drew in a deep breath and let out a sharp blast, hammering Jiang Si and cratering the ground beneath him. She grinned with satisfaction. Looks like Mimi comes out on top after all. Put him right to sleep. But then a hand silently materialized behind her, and Jiang Si hoisted her up by the scruff. I heard cats have a weak spot at the back of the neck. Can't move now, can you? Suddenly, a red targeting beam hit Jiang Si square in the face. Mike hefted an RPG and leveled it at him. Let go of my sweetheart, he fired. Mimi was not amused. I'm still here, you idiot. The explosion rocked the entire area. But to Mike's disbelief, Jiang Si caught the full blast with one hand. He was unharmed. Mimi, on the other hand, was temporarily knocked out of the fight. Another voice cut in. You must have hacked your own data. You are anomalous data after all, but it ends here. No matter how strong you are, you're going down before me. The ground beneath Jiang Si's feet began to fracture and spread in cracks, revealing a massive 8-trigram sword formation. Behold my infinite celestial sword formation. You will not survive today. At the same time, Mike fired a flare into the sky. I won't be left behind. A cross-shaped rift split open overhead, and an interstellar warship emerged. Ultimate ability, Fleet Bombardment. Mimi, recovering, unleashed her own ultimate, the Undying Cat Soul. Every ability locked on to Jiang Si simultaneously. Take him down. But Jiang Si didn't even flinch. Cute tricks. Entertaining though. Then, at that critical moment, he froze. A lag spike. Mimi's Undying Cat Soul activated the Soul Flame Seal, locking down Jiang Si's movements, while the cultivator triggered the sword formation, unleashing 1,000 blades that engulfed Jiang Si in an instant. Simultaneously, the fleet overhead unleashed its most devastating volley, and Jiang Si, still frozen, could only watch as the strikes closed in. It wasn't that he chose not to move, he simply couldn't find them. No more holding back. He shifted into his 5th stage form. Ha! It's been so long. The air tastes wonderful. Impossibly, the shockwave of his laughter alone repelled every incoming attack, leaving all 3 veterans completely and utterly terrified. How can anyone be this strong? He's not even in the same dimension as us. The warship overhead erupted into a brilliant shower of explosions. Looks like this is what it's come to. At that moment, a one was dangling from the edge of a cliff, with a writhing mass of anomalous corpses snarling below her. She broke into a cold sweat. I just brought him here for some casual fun. How did this turn into the apocalypse? Meanwhile, Jiang Si in his 5th stage form laughed wildly. Go ahead, put on a show for me. From a distance, Top watched the interstellar battle armor get demolished and broke into a cold sweat. With firepower like that, his own equipment was no better than paper, and in this instance, death was permanent. At that moment, the cultivator Meng Xiaohua formed a hand seal. It's come to this, no choice. The others looked on in confusion. Did he have one more trick up his sleeve? But the next second, he activated the divine light blade and put a lightning-fast distance between himself and Jiang Si. The others were speechless. Quite the performance. Meng Xiaohua reached the space division and submitted a request to activate the plane lock. The response came immediately. Request approved. Players Meng Xiaohua, Mimi, Mike, and top 5 are cleared to exit. At those words, Meng Xiaohua picked up speed. Running now. Goodbye and good riddance, you monster. When I get back to the sect, I'll come back with an army and hang you out to dry. Then a voice rang out. Why wait? Why not settle this right now? Meng Xiaohua's soul nearly left his body. He was doomed. The next second, Jiang Si slammed him from the air straight into the ground and started pounding again and again. Hold on a little longer, I'm just getting started. After 999 strikes, Meng Xiaohua was nearly flattened to a pancake. He managed to stammer, don't just focus on me. Only then did Jiang Si notice the other 3 making a run for it. Nobody's leaving. High above, the group had made it into the plane lock. Start the transfer now before he catches on. Mimi, guard the entrance. What, you want delicate little me to play doorman? Mike furiously punched in the password. I should never have made it this complicated. Hurry up, hurry up. Suddenly, Mimi screamed. He's here. Jiang Si closed in fast, leaving without saying goodbye. Mimi went pale. Are you done yet? I don't want to end up as beef jerky. Just then, Pop hit the exit button. Got it. The plane lock's gate began sealing fast, but Jiang Si was closing in just as fast. Every hair on Mimi's body stood on end. At the very last moment, the gate sealed shut with Jiang Si on the other side, and just like that, the group vanished from the game world. Inside the pod, the 4 of them collapsed to the floor like deflated balloons. We actually made it out alive. The portals connecting to each civilization opened, and a voice came through. Mike, do you understand what happens to those who abandon Empire missions? Give me one reason not to end you. you. The speaker was Ches, Empress of the Empire Civilization. Mike was so rattled he couldn't find a single word. Then another voice cut in from a different portal. This operation was led by the Merchant Guild Civilization. They owe us an explanation. The speaker was Wang Kai, Chief of the Fury Civilization. The Merchant Guild's representative gritted her teeth. The tactical footage has been sent to you all. No one anticipated this variable. That's right, that thing was terrifying, far beyond anything we could handle. If we hadn't activated the space division at the last second, we'd all be lining up for reincarnation right now. Then a frail elderly voice rasped, "Ahem. Would someone care to explain where my top disciple Meng Xiaohua is?" The white-haired master elder of the swordsman civilization scanned the faces before him. Why the silence? Did the connection drop? The three of them broke into cold sweats. Well, about your disciple, he told us to go ahead. Said he'd cover the retreat. Truly a heroic warrior. If we ever see him again, we'll call him brother. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice cut through. Are you talking about this one? The space above the plane lock was torn open by bare hands. I knew you'd miss him. I brought him back for you. The figure was Jiang Si. Everyone's faces went white. How did the monster get here? Jiang Si walked straight in. Much better in here. Those numbers outside kept trying to break me apart. Chess's expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. Tearing through space, navigating the data stream to find this location. Just how strong is his physical body? Wang Kai shouted. Stop gawking and seal the spatial channels. Now. Exactly. He's walked right into a trap. Let the system delete him. Already done, you didn't need to tell me. The system chimed. Temporary space unlocked. All data will be purged shortly. Jiang Si's expression darkened. I came here in good faith to say hello, and you try to delete me. I'm genuinely annoyed. He then reached out and crushed the space in front of him, and countless rifts spread outward, reaching into every connected civilization. How is that possible? He just punched through space itself. By now, the leaders of the four great civilizations had gathered to strategize. Who could have imagined that our top fighters would be wiped out entirely? Even if they respawn, they'll never fully recover their peak strength. And to make it worse, not only are the thousands of player corpses inside still undealt with, to say nothing of that monster. If we let this continue unchecked, it could spell the end for every civilization here. You all saw how strong that anomalous data is. Even the login lobby took serious damage. At that point, top two of the Merchant Guild civilization was in tears. We have to eliminate him. The others tried to console her. Go ahead and cry. My disciple was lost in there too. Though I'll admit, I never expected you to grieve for your people. We understand the feeling all the same. That only made top two cry even harder. It hurts so much. The Merchant Guild headquarters was destroyed. That building was my asset. And could someone please switch to a brighter background skin? This one is making my headache worse. Everyone fell silent. So it was the money she was crying about. Heartless capitalism. As expected. She switched skins mid-sob and asked, don't your civilizations have something called insurance? That only made top two wail louder. Why would you bring that up? That insurance company is also mine, and now I have to pay out claims to everyone else. I am in agony. The leaders lowered their heads in silence and quickly changed the subject. The immediate priority is eliminating that anomalous data. But even if I push myself from level 99 to level 120 at any cost, I still couldn't match him. Does anyone here feel confident they can? Then a voice cut through, level 160. Everyone snapped to attention. Who said that? This room is encrypted. Who got in? It was Wang Zikai. Jiang Si's 5th stage form is roughly level 160. You actually dare to come back here. You've got some nerve. Explain yourself or don't blame me for what comes next. You stole the holy relic and you have the audacity to return? I've explained this before. I borrowed the holy relic to save my world from a demon. What does your world have to do with us? We left all of that behind when we came here. But what if I told you that demon has followed us here? What? Are you saying the one we just faced is the same demon you were talking about? Yes, Jiang Si, the unstoppable force that has already destroyed several civilizations. Now that he's here, yours will fall too. Unless you fight back, I will help you. Right now, this game world is the only place where he can be destroyed. How? We've seen his power firsthand. Even all of us combined would be a stretch. And you call yourselves veteran players? Have you forgotten the fundamental nature of this game? 5 skilled players in a party can defeat a boss 10 times their own strength. 10 players can take down a giant 100 times stronger than themselves. 25 players can slay an ancient dragon. 40 players in perfect coordination can even cut down a god. Players have always overcome the odds through numbers and teamwork. The plane lock has been damaged, but the game instance hasn't closed, which means Jiang Si is still inside. Exactly, and we can respawn indefinitely. He cannot. If we keep up the assault, we'll grind him down eventually. That's the plan. Let's start preparing. Meanwhile, Jiang Si let out an enormous sneeze. Which fan is thinking about me? Let me go. I am not doing grunt work. I'd rather be dead. Stop whining. You're a zombie. Now come with me. I worked hard to get you a cover identity. Don't ruin it. I risked being erased by the system to get you out. I know you went through a lot, but I am not doing the 9 to 6 grind. A 1 rolled her eyes. Be grateful I'm not asking for round the clock. Just then, a voice came from behind them. What are you two doing? Oh, manager, what a surprise. I was just about to bring this new recruit in. I happened to be passing by. This new recruit doesn't look very bright. Jiang Si desperately wanted to bolt. I have commanded countless minions. I never imagined I'd end up as someone else's. It turned out that after a 1 had modified Jiang Si's identity data, she had smuggled him into her former company, where he still had to sit through an entrance exam. Jiang Si, who knew nothing but fighting, was completely at a loss and couldn't squeeze out a single answer. A 1 watched from outside, growing increasingly anxious, and decided to butter up the manager. Come on, everyone knows my recommendations don't need all this formality, right? She hadn't expected much, but the manager clapped and cried, you're absolutely right. right, he picked up the phone. Seeing that, A1 felt rather pleased with herself, but the manager wasn't waiving the exam, he was cutting the time limit and making it so that a single wrong answer meant failure. In her imagination, A1 exploded. I knew you were rotten to the core. No wonder your employee code is B250. She pictured herself dumping coffee over his head. Enjoy your scalding scalp treatment. But that was all fantasy. In reality, she kept her voice low and sweet. Does it really need to be so strict? Isn't our main job to clear game instances anyway? Just let him fight one round and judge by the result. It's much simpler. To her surprise, the manager agreed. Fair point. Bring him along. Come with me. Meanwhile, although Jiang Si had left the game instance, Zi Ling and the others were still trapped inside. They had watched Jiang Si vanish alongside the machine from above, and tension ran high. President Steele hacked at a passing corpse and grumbled, he just left on his own. What are we supposed to do? Zi Ling, however, was calm. She studied the spatial rift Jiang Si had torn open in front of them. Our goal was always to go deeper. She called upward, Varro, are you ready? Sorry for the wait. Handcrafting an atomic bomb does take a moment. He stood there cradling an enormous boulder in both hands, then hurled it with full force at the rift before Zi Ling. 10 solid layers of impact behind that. Should do the job. Zi Ling watched with bated breath. Let's hope so. With the tremendous impact of the boulder, the spatial rift actually widened, just a little. Zi Ling cried out, it worked, I was right. It was only a few dozen centimeters wide, but it was enough. President Steele and President Bang exchanged looks. You're not seriously asking us to squeeze through that? Varro, did you skip breakfast? Couldn't you have made it bigger? Look at my build. Do I look like I fit? How did Jiang Si tear one open so easily? Varro had nothing to say to that. If I could compare myself to Jiang Si, I wouldn't have gotten demolished by him earlier. But what genuinely astonished Zi Ling was this. So there really is another layer of space beyond the game world. And yet even Jiang Si's 5th stage strike only cracked the void. It didn't collapse this world entirely. Wang Zikai brought him here for a reason. There must be something in this world capable of countering him. Meanwhile, within the Merchant Guild civilization, Top finally felt some relief at Wang Zikai's arrival, especially with a background investigation file and Jiang Si now in hand. The odds of their plan succeeding had just improved considerably. She then turned her mind to how to offset the damages Jiang Si had caused. The answer, a pay cut for every single person in the civilization. Just as she was feeling pleased about this, the office door opened and a voice came in. Director, I have a matter to report. She was irritated at the interruption. What is it? We've found an exceptionally talented new recruit. Per civilization protocol, you are required to conduct a personal combat assessment. Fine. I'm in a decent mood. I'll show a little of what I can do. Don't disappoint me, newcomer. Since both Jiang Si and Top 2 had their backs to each other, neither had gotten a clear look yet. Hello there, director? Top flinched at the voice. Why did it sound familiar? She turned around, then immediately shook her head. I must be exhausted. I'm hallucinating. She slowly forced herself to open her eyes again. And there was Jiang Si, wearing the most convincingly bashful expression imaginable. A chill shot straight to the top of her skull. What in the world? Even so, her mind was racing. Why on earth is Jiang Si applying for a job here? But on second thought, whatever his reason, the combat assessment was a perfect cover to take him out. She sent Jiang Si ahead to the assessment room and quietly summoned her most capable operatives, who happened to be A1's former teammates. Mike stared at Jiang Si with a nagging sense of familiarity. Have I seen this guy somewhere? He looks really familiar. A1 nearly broke into a cold sweat. Your memory is going in your middle age. Everyone looks familiar to you. Another one looked at the manager. Since when does a new hire warrant the director's personal attention? Because I've been too lenient with all of you, and performance has been slipping. From now on, stricter standards. Then Top 2 spoke up. Right. The reason I called you all here today is to make one thing clear. Deadweight has no place in this department. Jiang Si blinked. Is she talking about me? How does she know I'm a deadweight? Top 2 turned to Jiang Si with a measured smile. No need to be nervous. This is just a standard assessment. I may be the strongest combatant in the Merchant Guild civilization, but I'll keep things at an appropriate level. Really? Thank you so much, director. I'll give it my modest best. What Jiang Si didn't know was that Top 2 was trembling ever so slightly and was only upright through sheer force of will. A1 sensed that something was off, though she couldn't quite identify what. Top 2 took a deep breath and stepped forward. All or nothing. Maybe I can actually subdue and eliminate him right here, and the other civilizations would shower me with rewards. Rags to riches, penthouse by the sea. It all comes down to this one shot. She pointed at Jiang Si. As I said, I'll hold back, but the standard is still demanding. Be ready. Jiang Si, in the middle of stretching like he was doing prehistoric morning exercises, was brimming with enthusiasm. Always ready. Then let's begin. Dozens of mech warriors materialized in the air, immediately locking on and charging their ultimate abilities. The next second, explosions erupted continuously across Jiang Si's position. A1 was horrified. Why are the elite strike forces here? Is this a job interview or an execution? But then a figure burst through the flames and strolled right up to the mechs. Nice warm-up. I was feeling a bit chilly, actually. Top 2 forced a laugh, her confidence wavering. These are just summoned units of mine. Completely standard assessment, I assure you. A true top-tier player. Remarkable from the very first move. She had actually bought it. Jiang Si exhaled quietly, all brawn and no brain. But then another voice rang out. Time to get serious. Take out the commander first. Jiang Si shifted into his second stage form with a wicked grin. The cleanest solution was to go straight for the summoner. Top 2 went pale. He shifted already? Doesn't that mean his power just... The next second, Jiang Si rocketed toward her, sonic booms crackling in his wake. A1 buried her face in her hands. Can the director even survive that kind of impact? But when the smoke cleared, Top 2 had caught him with one hand. The absolute peak of combat power. She didn't even budge. A card appeared in Top 2's hand. I should mention, in this world, my assets are my HP bar, and my insurance company covers me with unlimited compensation. Now then, my turn. Surround and eliminate. Jiang Si slowly replied. replied, I think I understand. You're telling me to stop, holding back and go all out, right? You should have said so sooner. He then hurled Top 2 across the room. Job hunting is so competitive these days, I guess I really do have to show what I'm made of. Top 2 could feel it immediately. Jiang Si had shifted into his third stage form, and the power radiating off him was overwhelming. As his second punch came hurtling toward her, she screamed, wait. At the same time, in a merchant guild boardroom elsewhere, the strength of Top 2's insurance company speaks for itself. No need for a long introduction. Please direct your attention to the main screen. These are our total assets. The audience erupted, we're going to be rich. But the next second, a flash of green light hit the screen, and the figures plummeted. Then just as suddenly, the numbers turned red and began climbing back up, sending the room into a panic. What's happening? Find out what's causing this now. What they didn't know was that Jiang Si was the cause of it all. Every punch he landed on Top 2 drained her HP, and with it, her assets fell. But then her insurance company would pay out the claims, sending the numbers back up, and so the cycle repeated, leaving the entire boardroom on a terrifying roller coaster. She was the wealthiest person in the entire civilization, and her ability was simple. Her HP equaled her fortune, making her effectively unkillable. And yet here she was, getting pounded into the intensive care ward by a supposed rookie. The chaos forced the civilization's ultimate combatant, Top 1, to return. Jiang Si, the one responsible for all of it, had no idea, and was cheerfully chasing after her. Director, did I pass? Top 2 was inwardly devastated. I'm going to go bankrupt. This has to be a nightmare. Then Jiang Si's next words jolted her back to reality. You're not going to reject me, are you, Director? I don't think I performed at my best just now. Shall we go again? That nearly finished her off entirely. She scrambled upright and blurted out, hold on, calm down. You passed. You more than passed. Really? I still felt like I held back. The manager nearby sneered. If the director hadn't been going easy on you, she'd have crushed you with one finger. Top 2 fixed her gaze on the manager's sycophantic grin. You were the one who recommended him for the combat assessment. The manager, thinking he was about to be praised, beamed. Yes, Director. I knew from the first look this one had potential. The next second, Top 2 grabbed a nearby robot and slapped the manager square across the face with it. Oh, he's great, all right. He's the new manager, and you can go be an intern. A 1 was stunned. Wait, manager? Jiang Si looked genuinely confused. Is that a big deal? The manager reports directly to the top tier of the merchant guild. Aside from the 5 directors, you'd be the highest ranking official. That impressive? Back at the abnormal academy, it took me ages to make department head. Yet she promotes me on the very first meeting. Is this what they call a rare talent finally being recognized? He lifted his head to give a deep, sweeping bow of gratitude. Thank you for your trust, Director. At that same moment, in a hospital room nearby, Top had just barely escaped the game instance with her life, and was privately acknowledging that without Jiang Si shattering the plane lock, none of them would have gotten out. So she planned, once recovered, to go give Top 2 a piece of her mind. But what she walked in on stopped her cold. Her mind completely short-circuited. Am I hallucinating? Has my brain given out on me? Meanwhile, Jiang Si's deep bow was delivered with such wholehearted sincerity that he overdid it entirely. The force launched Top 2 clean off the hospital bed, sent her flying out of the building, and she hit the ground hard enough to leave a crater. She strained to open her communication panel and called Top 1, help! A voice came from right behind her. Save your breath. I've been here a while. The other civilizations called off the plan to besiege Jiang Si, so I came back. I didn't expect to find you getting pounded into the pavement. I bought myself some popcorn and watched. Top 2 was too exhausted to even complain properly. Just do something. Top 1 dropped down beside her. All right, you're not going to die. Then rings of energy radiated outward from her feet, instantly enveloping the entire civilization. This was her ability, Genesis mode. In an instant, everything that had been destroyed was restored, and every person who had been injured was healed. Everyone knew at once Top 1 had returned. There, everyone is fine now. Let's have a proper conversation about him. Top 2 grabbed Top 1's face. You watched me get beaten and didn't step in? Top 1 spread her hands helplessly. It wasn't that I didn't want to. I can't beat him. If I had engaged directly and fallen, the entire civilization would have gone with me. But your strategy of taking the hits to buy time and stabilize him with a position, that was smart. Of course I did it on purpose. Yes, that was entirely my plan all along. But what now? He's a ticking bomb. One wrong move and the whole civilization is gone. Don't look at it that way. Every sword cuts both ways. A powerhouse like him, properly directed, could bring enormous returns. But Top 2's confidence was shaky. Can we really control someone like that? Meanwhile, back in the office, the entire department was greeting their newly appointed manager with deep bows. Please rest, manager. Don't trouble yourself with the small stuff. Do you remember us? We farmed jungle monsters together. We misjudged you before. From now on, we are at your complete service. A 1 cut through the flattery with a jab. Go make me a latte. Jiang Si said nothing. He was thinking, since the director had placed such trust in him, he would work hard and repay it properly. Fortunately, he had experience managing subordinates. Step 1, identify the most insubordinate one, then chop them up and hang them out to dry. So, who's the troublemaker around here? No one. Nobody at all. We all do exactly as you say. If you told me to hit a like button, I'd slam it. Unlike some people who watch and never even leave a comment. 99 was visibly terrified. From a single glance, the status effects of suppression, intimidation, fear, and full-body trembling had already taken hold. This person was terrifying. Since everyone was so dedicated, it was time to get to work. Jiang Si asked for the list of game instances. He reached in and pulled one out at random. Jiang Si read the details and his eyes lit up. This one looks incredible. They even made a game instance just for me. I'm genuinely touched.